First Book of Paralipomenon, Chapter 1. Adam, Seth, Enos, 2 Canaan, Malaleel, Jared, 3 Henoch, Methusael, Lamech, 4 Noe, Sem, Cham, and Japheth, 5 The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, Thubal, Masach, Thruz. 6 And the sons of Gomer, Asenas, and Riphath, and Thogarma. 7 And the sons of Javan, Elisa and Tharsis, Sithim and Dodanum. 8 The sons of Cham, Chus, and Mezrai, and Phut, and Chanaan. 9 And the sons of Chus, Saba, and Havilah, Sabbathah, and Regma, and Sabbathika. And the sons of Regma, Saba, and Dadan. 10 Now Chus begot Nimrod, he began to be mighty upon earth. 11 But Mesraim begot Ludim, and Enamim, and Labim, and Nephchuim. 12 Phetrusim also, and Casluim, from whom came the Philistines, and Caphtorim. 13 And Chanaan begot Sidon his firstborn, and the Hethite. 14 And the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite. 15 And the Hivite, and the Arisite, and the Sinite. 16 And the Aradian, and the Samarit, and the Hamathite. 17 The sons of Sem, Elam and Assur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram, and Hus, and Hul, and Gether, and Masach. 18 And Arphaxad begot Sael, and Sael begot Heber. 19 And to Heber were born 2 sons, the name of the one was Phaleg, because in his days the earth was divided, and the name of his brother was Jecton. 20 And Jecton begot Almodad, and Salaph, and Asarmath, and Yare. 21 And Adoram, and Usal, and Dekla. 22 And Hebel, and Abimael, and Saba. 23 And Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these are the sons of Jecton. 24 Sem, Arphaxad, Sael. 25 Heber, Phaleg, Ragau. 26 Serug, Nachor, Ther. 27 Abram, this is Abraham. 28 And the sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Ismael. 29 And these are the generations of them. The firstborn of Ismael, Nabaioth, then Cedar, and Adbeel, and Mapsam. 30 And Masma, and Duma, Massa, Hadad, and Tama. 31 Jater, Naphis, Sedma, these are the sons of Ismael. 32 And the sons of Seturah, Abraham's concubine, whom she bore, Zamran, Jekson, Medan, Madian, Jezbach, and Su. And the sons of Jek, 480. First Book of Paralipomenon, San, Saba, and Dadan. And the sons of Dadan, Ashurim, and Lachisim, and Laaman. 33 And the sons of Madian, Ephah, and Epher, and Henoch, and Abida, and Elda. All these are the sons of Seturah. 34 And Abraham begot Isaac, and his sons were Esau and Israel. 35 The sons of Esau, Eliphaz, Rahul, Jehus, Ahilam, and Kor. 36 The sons of Eliphaz, Theman, Omar, Saphi, Gothan, Senaz, and Bithamna, Amalek. 37 The sons of Rahul, Nahath, Zara, Sama, Mesa. 38 The sons of Seir, Lotan, Sobal, Sabin, Anna, Dison, Esser, Dison. 39 The sons of Lotan, Hori, Homam. And the sister of Lotan was Thamna. 40 The sons of Sobal, Alian, and Manahath, and Ebal, Saphi, and Onam. The sons of Sabin, Aia, and Anna. The son of Anna, Dison. 41 The sons of Dison, Hamram, and Esabban, and Jethron, and Charan. 42 The sons of Esser, Balon, and Zavan, and Jachin. The sons of Disan, Hus and Aaron. 43 Now these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before there was a king over the children of Israel, Baal the son of Beor, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. 44 And Baal died, and Jobab the son of Zariah of Basra, reigned in his stead. 45 And when Jobab also was dead, Husam of the land of the Theumanites reigned in his stead. 46 And Husam also died, and Hadad the son of Badad reigned in his stead, and he defeated the Madianites in the land of Moab, the name of his city was Avith. 47 And when Hadad also was dead, Semlah of Masrekah reigned in his stead. 48 Semlah also died, and Saul of Rehoboth, which is near the river, reigned in his stead. 49 And when Saul was dead, Balaam the son of Achobah reigned in his stead. 50 He also died, and Hadad reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Phau, and his wife was called Metabel the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mazab. 51 And after the death of Hadad, there began to be dukes in Edom instead of kings, Duke Thamna, Duke Alva, Duke Jetheth. 52 Duke Oholibama, Duke Elah, Duke Finan. 53 Duke Senaz, Duke Theman, Duke Mobzer. 54 Duke Magdiel, Duke Hiram. These are the dukes of Edom. Chapter 2. And these are the sons of Israel, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zabulon. 2 Dan, Joseph, Benjamin, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. 3 The sons of Judah, Onan, and Selah. These 3 were born to him of the Canaanitess the daughter of Su. And the firstborn of Judah, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and he slew him. 4 And Tamar his daughter-in-law bore him Phares and Zara. So all the sons of Judah were 5. 5 And the sons of Phares, were Hezron and Hamul. 6 And the sons also of Sarai, Zomri, and Ethan, and Amon, and Shalkel, and Dara, 5 in all. 7 And the sons of Sharmi, Ashar, who troubled Israel, and sinned by the theft of the anathema. 8 The sons of Ethan, Azarias. 9 And the sons of Hezron that were born to him, Jerahmeel, and Ram, and Caliabai. First Book of Paralipomenon. 481. 10 And Ram begot Aminadab, and Aminadab begot Nahasson, prince of the children of Judah. 11 And Nahasson begot Salma, the father of Buz. 12 And Buz begot Obed, and Obed begot Isai. 13 And Isai begot Eliab his firstborn, the second Abinadab, the third Simah. 14 The fourth, Nathaniel, the fifth Radai. 15 The sixth Asam, the seventh David. 16 And their sisters were Sarvia, and Abigail. The sons of Sarvia, Abisai, Joab, and Asael. 3. 17 And Abigail bore Amasa, whose father was Jeter the Ismaelite. 18 And Caleb the son of Hezron took a wife named Azubah, of whom he had Jerioth, and her sons were Jaser, and Sobab, and Ardan. 19 And when Azubah was dead, Caleb took to wife Ephrata, who bore him Hur. 20 And Hur begot Uri, and Uri begot Bezaleel. 21 And afterwards Hezron went into the daughter of Machir the father of Gilad, and took her to wife when he was 80 old, and she bore him Segub. 22 And Segub begot Yair, and he had 23 cities in the land of Gilad. 23 And he took Gesher, and Aram the towns of Yair, and Kenath, and the villages thereof, 80 cities. All these, the sons of Machir father of Gilad. 24 And when Hezron was dead, Caleb went into Ephrata. Hezron also had to wife Abiah, who bore him Asher the father of the Kua. 25 And the sons of Jerahmeel the firstborn of Hezron, were Ram his firstborn, and Bunah, and Aram, and Asam, and Achiah. 26 And Jerahmeel married another wife, named Atara, who was the mother of Onam. 27 And the sons of Ram the firstborn of Jerahmeel, were Muz, Jaman, and Ashar. 28 And Onam had sons Semei, and Jada. And the sons of Semei, Nadab, and Abijah. 29 And the name of Abijah's wife was Abihail, who bore him Ahaban, and Malad. 30 And the sons of Nadab were Sael and Apam. And Sael died without children. 31 But the son of Apam was Jesse, and Jesse begot Sason. And Sason begot Oholai. 32 And the sons of Jada the brother of Semei, Jeter and Jonathan. And Jeter also died without children. 33 But Jonathan begot Phaleth, and Ziza. These were the sons of Jerahmeel. 34 And Sason had no sons, but daughters, and a servant an Egyptian, named Jerah. 35 And he gave him his daughter to wife, and she bore him Ethai. 36 And Ethai begot Nathan, and Nathan begot Zabad. 37 And Zabad begot Ophlal, and Ophlal begot Obed. 38 Obed begot Jehu, Jehu begot Azarias. 39 Azarias begot Helas, and Helas begot Elasa. 40 Elasa begot Sisemoi, Sisemoi begot Salem. 41 Salem begot Icamiah, and Icamiah begot Elisama. 42 Now the sons of Caleb the brother of Jerahmeel were Mesa his firstborn, who was the father of Siph, and the sons of Meraza father of Hebron. 43 And the sons of Hebron, Kor, and Thapwa, and Resem, and Sama. 44 And Sama begot Roham, the father of Jerkam, and Resem begot Samai. 45 The son of Samai, Maon, and Maon the father of Bethshur. 482. First Book of Paralipomenon. 46 And Ephah the concubine of Caleb bore Haran, and Mosa, and Gez. And Haran begot Gez. 47 And the sons of Jediah, Ragam, and Jothan, and Jezan, and Phalet, and Ephah, and Soph. 48 And Majah the concubine of Caleb bore Saber, and Tharana. 49 And Soph the father of Madmenah begot Su the father of Meshbina, and the father of Gaba. And the daughter of Caleb was Achsah. 50 These were the sons of Caleb, the son of Hur the firstborn of Ephrata, Sobal the father of Kiriath-Jearim. 51 Sulma the father of Bethlehem, Harith the father of Beth-Gader. 52 And Sobal the father of Kiriath-Jearim had sons, he that saw half of the places of rest. 53 And of the kindred of Kiriath-Jearim, the Jethrites, and Ephathites, and Semithites, and Mazarites. Of them came the Saraites, and Estalites. 54 The sons of Sulma, Bethlehem, and Netophathi, the crowns of the house of Joab, and half of the place of rest of Sarai. 55 In the families of the scribes that dwell in Habas, singing and making melody, and abiding in tents. These are the Sinites, who came of Calor father of the house of Rechab. Chapter 3. Now these were the sons of David that were born to him in Hebron, the firstborn Amnon of Achinoam the Jezreelitess, the second Daniel of Abigail the Carmelitess, to the third Absalom the son of Maachah the daughter of Tolmai king of Geshur, the fourth Adonias the son of Agith. 3 The fifth Sapashas of Abital, the sixth Jethroham of Eglah his wife. 4 So 6 sons were born to him in Hebron, where he reigned 7 years and 6 months. And in Jerusalem he reigned 33 years. 5 And these sons were born to him in Jerusalem, Shema, and Sobab, and Nathan, and Solomon, 4 of Bethsabe the daughter of Amiel. 6 Jebar also and Elisama. 7 And Eliphaleth, and Nogay, and Nephug, and Nephiah. 8 And Elisama, and Eliada, and Elipheleth. 9 All these the sons of David, beside the sons of the concubines, and they had a sister Tamar. 10 And Solomon's son was Rehoboam, whose son Abiah begot Asa. And his son was Josaphat. 11 The father of Joram, and Joram begot Ochozias, of whom was born Joas. 12 And his son Amazias begot Azarias. And Jotham the son of Azarias. 13 Begot Ahaz, the father of Ezekias, of whom was born Manasses. 14 And Manasses begot Amon the father of Josias. 15 And the sons of Josias were, the firstborn Johanan, the second Joachim, the third Sedecias, the fourth Selim. 16 Of Joachim was born Jechonias, and Sedecias. 17 The sons of Jechonias were Aasir, Salathiel. 18 Melchiram, Phadiah, Senezer, and Jesemiah, Sama, and Nadabiah. 19 Of Phadiah were born Zorobabel and Semei. Zorobabel begot Mosalam, Hananias, and Salamith their sister. 20 Husab also, and Ahal, and Barachias, and Husadias, Josabhizd. 5. First Book of Paralipomenon, 483. 21 And the son of Hananias was Phaltias the father of Jezias, whose son was Raphiah. And his son was Arnon, of whom was born Abjah, whose son was Sekenias. 22 The son of Sekenias was Semiah, whose sons were Hattus, and Jagal, and Bariah, and Neriah, and Saphat, 6 in number. 23 The sons of Neriah, Elionai, and Ezekias, and Ezrikam, 3. 24 The sons of Elionai, Aduyah, and Elisab, and Pheliah, and Akub, and Johanan, and Dela, and Anani, 7. Chapter 4. The sons of Judah, Phares, Hezron, and Sharmi and Hur, and Sobal. 2 And Riah the son of Sobal begot Jahath, of whom were born Ahumai, and Lod. These are the families of Sarati. 3 And this is the posterity of Edom, Jezreel, and Jesima, and Jedabos, and the name of their sister was Ishal-Elphani. 4 And Phanuel the father of Gedor, and Ezer the father of Hosa. These are the sons of Hur the firstborn of Ephrathah the father of Bethlehem. 5 And Usser the father of the Kua had 2 wives, Hula'ah and Nara. 6 And Nara bore Hamozam, and Heper, and Theomani, and Ahasthari. These are the sons of Nara. 7 And the sons of Hula'ah, Sereph, Izar, and Ethnon. 8 And Kaz begot Anab, and Saboba, and the kindred of Aharihal the son of Aram. 9 And Habas was more honorable than any of his brethren, and his mother called his name Habas, saying, Because I bore him with sorrow. 10 And Habas called upon the God of Israel, saying, If blessing thou wilt bless me, and wilt enlarge my borders, and thy hand be with me, and thou save me from being oppressed by evil. And God granted him the things he prayed for. 11 And Caleb the brother of Sua begot Mahir, who was the father of Esthon. 12 And Esthon begot Bethraphah, and Phes, and Tenah father of the city of Naz. These are the men of Rechah. 13 And the sons of Senaz were Othaniel, and Sariah. And the sons of Othaniel, Hathith, and Maonati. 14 Maonati begot Ophrah, and Sariah begot Joab the father of the valley of artificers, for artificers were there. 15 And the sons of Caleb the son of Jephunneh, were Hur, and Elah, and Nahum. And the sons of Elah, Senaz. 16 The sons also of Jalaleel, Ziph, and Ziphah, Theriah and Azriel. 17 And the sons of Isra, Chedair, and Mered, and Epher, and Halon, and he begot Miriam, and Samai, and Jezbah the father of Estimo. 18 And his wife Judiah, bore Jared the father of Gedor, and Heber the father of Socho, and Icuthiel the father of Zeno. And these are the sons of Bethiah the daughter of Pharaoh, whom Mered took to wife. 19 And the sons of his wife Hodiah the sister of Nahum the father of Celia, Garmi, and Estimo, who was of Makati. 20 The sons also of Simon, Amnon, and Rinnah the son of Hanan, and Thalon. And the sons of Jesse Zaheth, and Ben-Zoath. 21 The sons of Selah the son of Judah, Hur the father of Lachah, and Lada the father of Mareza, and the families of the house of them that wrought fine linen in the house of Oth. 22 And he that made the sun to stand, and the men of lying, and secure, and burning, who, 484, First Book of Paralipomenon, were princes in Moab, and who returned into Lohem. Now these are things of old. 23 These are the potters, and they dwelt in plantations, and hedges, with the king for his works, and they abode there. 24 The sons of Simeon, Namuel and Jaman, Jarib, Zara, Saul. 25 Selim his son, Mapsam his son, Masma his son. 26 The sons of Masma, Hamuel his son, Zachar his son, Semei his son. 27 The sons of Semei were 16, and 6 daughters, but his brethren had not many sons, and the whole kindred could not reach to the sum of the children of Judah. 28 And they dwelt in Bersabeh, and Malada, and Husar-Suhal. 29 And in Bala, and in Assam, and in Tlad. 30 And in Bathul, and in Orma, and in Sisleg. 31 And in Beth-Marchaboth, and in Hasar-Susim, and in Bethbari, and in Sarim. These were their cities unto the reign of David. 32 Their towns also were Etam, and Ain, Remen, and Thachan, and Asan, 5 cities. 33 And all their villages round about these cities as far as Baal. This was their habitation, and the distribution of their dwellings. 34 And Mosabab and Jemlech, and Josaphat, the son of Amasias. 35 And Joel, and Jehu the son of Josabiah the son of Sariah, the son of Aziel. 36 And Elionai, and Jacoba, and Isuhaiah, and Asiah, and Adiel, and Ismael, and Benaiah. 37 Ziz also the son of Sophiah the son of Alon the son of Idiah the son of Semri the son of Sema. 38 These were named princes in their kindreds, and in the houses of their families were multiplied exceedingly. 39 And they went forth to enter into Gedor as far as to the east side of the valley, to seek pastures for their flocks. 40 And they found fat pastures, and very good, and a country spacious, and quiet, and fruitful, in which some of the race of Cham had dwelt before. 41 And these whose names are written above, came in the days of Ezekias king of Judah, and they beat down their tents, and slew the inhabitants that were found there, and utterly destroyed them unto this day, and they dwelt in their place, because they found their fat pastures. 42 Some also of the children of Simeon, 500 men, went into Mount Seir, having for their captains Phaltias and Neriah and Raphiah and Oziel the sons of Jesse. 43 And they slew the remnant of the Amalekites, who had been able to escape, and they dwelt there in their stead unto this day. Chapter 5 Now the sons of Reuben the firstborn of Israel. For he was his firstborn, but forasmuch as he defiled his father's bed, his first birthright was given to the sons of Joseph the son of Israel, and he was not accounted for the firstborn. 2 But of the race of Judah, who was the strongest among his brethren, came the princes, but the first birthright was accounted to Joseph. 3 The sons then of Reuben the firstborn of Israel were Enoch, and Felah, Esron, and Sharmi. 4 The sons of Joel, Semeh his son, Gog his son, Semei his son. 5 Miha his son, Rhea his son, Baal his son, 6 Bera his son, whom Thelgath-Pilneser king of the Assyrians carried away captive. And, First Book of Paralipomenon, 485, he was prince in the tribe of Reuben. 7 And his brethren, and all his kindred, when they were numbered by their families, had for princes Jehiel, and Zacharias. 8 And Bala the son of Isaias, the son of Sama, the son of Joel, dwelt in Aroer as far as Nebo, and Bealmeon. 9 And eastward he had his habitation as far as the entrance of the desert, and the river Euphrates. For they possessed a great number of cattle in the land of Galaad. 10 And in the days of Saul they fought against the Agarites, and slew them, and dwelt in their tents in their stead, in all the country, that looketh to the east of Galaad. 11 And the children of Gad dwelt over against them in the land of Basan, as far as Selcha. 12 Jael the chief, and Saphan the second, and Janai, and Saphat in Basan. 13 And their brethren according to the houses of their kindreds, were Michael and Mosalam, and Sebe, and Jorai, and Jachin, and Z, and Heber. 7. 14 These were the sons of Abihail, the son of Huri, the son of Jara, the son of Gilad, the son of Michael, the son of Jesisi, the son of Jedo, the son of Buz. 15 And their brethren the sons of Abdiel, the son of Guni, chief of the house in their families. 16 And they dwelt in Gilad, and in Basan and in the towns thereof, and in all the suburbs of Saran, unto the borders. 17 All these were numbered in the days of Jotham king of Judah, and in the days of Jeroboam king of Israel. 18 The sons of Reuben, and of Gad, and of the half-tribe of Manasseh, fighting men, bearing shields, and swords, and bending the bow, and trained up to battles, 44,703 that went out to war. 19 They fought against the Agarites, but the Achurians, and Naphis, and Nodab. 20 gave them help. And the Agarites were delivered into their hands, and all that were with them, because they called upon God in the battle, and he heard them, because they had put their faith in him. 21 And they took all that they possessed, of camels 50,000, and of sheep 250,000, and of asses 2,000, and of men 100,000 souls. 22 And many fell down slain, for it was the battle of the Lord. And they dwelt in their stead till the captivity. 23 And the children of the half-tribe of Manasseh possessed the land, from the borders of Bashan unto Baal, Hermon, and Sonor, and Mount Hermon, for their number was great. 24 And these were the heads of the house of their kindred, Epher, and Jesse, and Eliel, and Esriel, and Jeremiah, and Odiah, and Yediel, most valiant and powerful men, and famous chiefs in their families. 25 But they forsook the God of their fathers, and went astray after the gods of the people of the land, whom God destroyed before them. 26 And the God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Phul king of the Assyrians, and the spirit of Thelgath-Philneser king of Assur, and he carried away Reuben, and Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and brought them to Lahelah, and to Habor, and to Ara, and to the river of Gozan, unto this day. 486, First Book of Paralipomenon, Chapter 6. The sons of Levi were Gerson, Cot, and Merari. 2 The sons of Cot, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Oziel. 3 The children of Amram, Aaron, Moses, and Mary. The sons of Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Itamar. 4 Eleazar begot Phinehas, and Phinehas begot Abisu. 5 And Abisu begot Bachi, and Bachi begot Ozi. 6 Ozi begot Zaraz, and Zaraz begot Meriath. 7 And Meriath begot Amarius, and Amarius begot Achitob. 8 Achitob begot Sadok, and Sadok begot Achimas. 9 Achimas begot Azarias, Azarias begot Johanan. 10 Johanan begot Azarias. This is he that executed the priestly office in the house which Solomon built in Jerusalem. 11 And Azarias begot Amarius, and Amarius begot Achitob. 12 And Achitob begot Sadok, and Sadok begot Selim. 13 Selim begot Helsias, and Helsias begot Azarias. 14 Azarias begot Saraz, and Saraz begot Josedek. 15 Now Josedek went out, when the Lord carried away Judah, and Jerusalem, by the hands of Nebuchadnezzar. 16 So the sons of Levi were Gerson, Cot, and Merari. 17 And these are the names of the sons of Gerson, Libni and Semei. 18 The sons of Cot, Amram, and Izhar, and Hebron, and Oziel. 19 The sons of Merari, Moholi and Musi. And these are the kindreds of Levi according to their families. 20 Of Gerson, Libni his son, Jahath his son, Zama his son. 21 Joah his son, Addo his son, Zara his son, Jethri his son. 22 The sons of Cot, Aminadab his son, Kor his son, Asir his son. 23 Elkanah his son, Abiasaph his son, Asir his son. 24 Thahath his son, Uriel his son, Ozias his son, Saul his son. 25 The sons of Elkanah, Amasai, and Achimoth. 26 And Elkanah. The sons of Elkanah, Sophi his son, Nahath his son. 27 Eliab his son, Jeroham his son, Elkanah his son. 28 The sons of Samuel, the firstborn Vasani, and Abiah. 29 And the sons of Merari, Moholi, Libni his son, Semei his son, Oza his son. 30 Sama his son, Hagiah his son, Asaiah his son. 31 These are they, whom David set over the singing men of the house of the Lord, after that the ark was placed. 32 And they ministered before the tabernacle of the testimony, with singing, until Solomon built the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, and they stood according to their order in the ministry. 33 And these are they that stood with their sons, of the sons of Cot, Hemam a singer, the son of Joel, the son of Samuel. 34 The son of Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Eliel, the son of Thohu. First Book of Paralipomenon, 487. 35 The son of Suph, the son of Elkanah, the son of Mahath, the son of Amasai. 36 The son of Elkanah, the son of Joel, the son of Azarias, the son of Sophonias. 37 The son of Thahath, the son of Asir, the son of Abiasaph, the son of Kor. 38 The son of Izhar, the son of Cot, the son of Levi, the son of Israel. 39 And his brother Asaph, who stood on his right hand, Asaph the son of Barachias, the son of Samah. 40 The son of Michael, the son of Basiah, the son of Melchiah. 41 The son of Athani, the son of Zara, the son of Adiah. 42 The son of Ethan, the son of Zama, the son of Semei. 43 The son of Jet, the son of Gerson, the son of Levi. 44 And the sons of Merari their brethren, on the left hand, Ethan the son of Cusi, the son of Abdi, the son of Malach. 45 The son of Hasabiah, the son of Amasai, the son of Helsias. 46 The son of Amasai, the son of Boni, the son of Summer. 47 The son of Moholi, the son of Musi, the son of Merari, the son of Levi. 48 Their brethren also the Levites, who were appointed for all the ministry of the tabernacle of the house of the Lord. 49 But Aaron and his sons offered burnt offerings upon the altar of holocausts, and upon the altar of incense, for every work of the Holy of Holies, and to pray for Israel according to all that Moses the servant of God had commanded. 50 And these are the sons of Aaron, Eleazar his son, Phinehas his son, Abisu his son, 51 Bachi his son, Ozi his son, Zariah his son. 52 Meraioth his son, Amarias his son, Achitob his son. 53 Sadok his son, Achimas his son. 54 And these are their dwelling places by the towns and confines, to wit, of the sons of Aaron, of the families of the Kethites, for they fell to them by lot. 55 And they gave them Hebron in the land of Judah, and the suburbs thereof round about. 56 But the fields of the city, and the villages to Caleb son of Jephunneh. 57 And to the sons of Aaron they gave the cities for refuge Hebron, and Libnah, and the suburbs thereof. 58 And Chetar and Esthemo, with their suburbs, and Halon, and Debir with their suburbs. 59 Asan also, and Bethsames, with their suburbs. 60 And out of the tribe of Benjamin, Gabi and its suburbs, Ulmuth with its suburbs, Anadoth also with its suburbs, all their cities throughout their families were 13. 61 And to the sons of Koth that remained of their kindred they gave out of the half-tribe of Manasseh 10 cities in possession. 62 And to the sons of Gerson by their families out of the tribe of Issachar, and out of the tribe of Asher, and out of the tribe of Naphtali, and out of the tribe Manasseh in Bashan, 13 cities. 63 And to the sons of Merari by their families out of the tribe of Reuben, and out of the tribe of Gad, and out of the tribe of Zabulon, they gave by lot 12 cities. 64 And the children of Israel gave to the Levites the cities, and their suburbs. 65 And they gave them by lot, out of the tribe of the sons of Judah, and out of the tribe of the sons of Simeon, and out of the tribe of the sons of Benjamin, these cities which they called by their names. 488. First Book of Paralipomenon. 66 And to them that were of the kindred of the sons of Koth, and the cities in their borders were of the tribe of Ephraim. 67 And they gave the cities of refuge Sichem with its suburbs in Mount Ephraim, and Gezer with its suburbs. 68 Jechmon also with its suburbs, and Beth-horon in like manner. 69 Halon also with its suburbs, and Geth-Remon in like manner. 70 And out of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Aner and its suburbs, Balaam and its suburbs, to wit, to them that were left of the family of the sons of Koth. 71 And to the sons of Jersum, out the kindred of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Galon, in Bashan, and its suburbs, and Azeroth with its suburbs. 72 Out of the tribe of Issachar, Seeds and its suburbs, and Dabereth with its suburbs. 73 Ramoth also and its suburbs, and Anam with its suburbs. 74 And out of the tribe of Aser, Masal with its suburbs, and Abdon in like manner. 75 Hukak also and its suburbs, and Rohild with its suburbs. 76 And out of the tribe of Naphtali, Seeds and Galilee and its suburbs, Ammon with its suburbs, and Kiriathaim, and its suburbs. 77 And to the sons of Merari that remained, out of the tribe of Zabulon, Remono and its suburbs, and Thabor with its suburbs. 78 Beyond the Jordan also over against Jericho, on the east side of the Jordan and out of the tribe of Reuben, Bozrah in the wilderness with its suburbs, and Jassa with its suburbs. 79 Kedemoth also and its suburbs, and Mephath with its suburbs. 80 Moreover also out of the tribe of Gad, Ramoth in Galad and its suburbs, and Monaim with its suburbs. 81 Heshbon also with its suburbs, and Yazer with its suburbs. Chapter 7. Now the sons of Issachar were Thilah, and Phuah, Jasub and Cimeron. 4. To the sons of Thilah, Ozi and Raphiah, and Jeriel, and Jemai, and Jebsam, and Samuel, chiefs of the houses of their kindreds. Of the posterity of Thilah were numbered in the days of David, 22,600 most valiant men. 3 The sons of Ozi, Israiah, of whom were born Michael, and Obadiah, and Joel, and Jesiah, 5 all great men. 4 And there were with them by their families and peoples, 36,000 most valiant men ready for war, for they had many wives and children. 5 Their brethren also throughout all the house of Issachar, were numbered 7,000 most valiant men for war. 6 The sons of Benjamin were Bela, and Bechor, and Jadiel. 3. 7 The sons of Bela, Esbon, and Ozi, and Oziel, and Jeremoth and Jerai, 5 chiefs of their families, and most valiant warriors, and their number was 22,034. 8 And the sons of Bechor were Zemirah, and Joas, and Eliezer, and Elionai, and Amai, and Jeremoth, and Abiah, and Anatoth, and Ulmith. All these were the sons of Bechor, 9, and they were numbered by the families, heads of their kindreds, most valiant men for war, 20,200. 10 And the son of Jediel, Baalan. And the sons of Baalan, Jehus and Benjamin, and Aod, and Shenanah, and Zethan and Tharsis. And, First Book of Paralipomenon, 489, Ahisahar, 11 All these were sons of Jediel, heads of their kindreds, most valiant men, 17,250 to go out to war. 12 Sephem also and Hapham the sons of Hur, and Husim the sons of Her. 13 And the sons of Naphtali were Jaziel, and Guni, and Jezer, and Salem, sons of Bala. 14 And the son of Manasses, Ezrael, and his concubine the Syrian bore Machir the father of Gilad. 15 And Machir took wives for his sons Haphim, and Saphon, and he had a sister named Maachah. The name of the second was Salphaad, and Salphaad had daughters. 16 And Maachah the wife of Machir bore a son, and she called his name Phares, and the name of his brother was Sares, and his sons were Ulam and Resen. 17 And the son of Ulam, Badan. These are the sons of Gilad, the son of Machir, the son of Manasses. 18 And his sister named Queen bore Goodlyman, and Abizer, and Moholah. 19 And the sons of Semida were Ahu, and Sechem, and Lesi and Aniam. 20 And the sons of Ephraim were Suthalah, Bared his son, Thahath his son, Elada his son, Thahath his son, and his son Zabad. 21 And his son Suthalah, and his son Ezer, and Elad, and the men of Gethborn in the land slew them, because they came down to invade their possessions. 22 And Ephraim their father mourned many days, and his brethren came to comfort him. 23 And he went in to his wife, and she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name Beriah, because he was born when it went evil with his house. 24 And his daughter was Sarah, who built Beth-oron, the nether and the upper, and Ozan-Zara. 25 And Rapha was his son, and Reseph, and Tala, of whom was born On. 26 Who begot Lotan, and his son was Amio, who begot Elisama. 27 Of whom was born Nun, who had Josue for his son. 28 And their possessions and habitations were Bethel with her daughters, and eastward Noran, and westward Gazer and her daughters, Sichem also with her daughters, as far as Asa with her daughters. 29 And by the borders of the sons of Manasses Bethzan and her daughters, Thanach and her daughters, Megiddo and her daughters, Dor and her daughters. In these dwelt the children of Joseph, the son of Israel. 30 The children of Aser were Jemnah, and Jeza, and Jesai, and Bariah, and Sarah their sister. 31 And the sons of Bariah Haber, and Melchiel, he is the father of Beth. 32 And Haber begot Jephlat, and Summer, and Hotham, and Swaa their sister. 33 The sons of Jephlat Phusik, and Chamal, and Asod, these are the sons of Jephlat. 34 And the sons of Summer, and Roga and Haba, and Aram. 35 And the sons of Hallam his brother, Supa, and Jemnah, and Sels, and Amal. 36 The sons of Supa, Su, Hernapher, and Sual, and Beri, and Jamra. 37 Bazar and Had, and Sama, and Salusa, and Jethran, and Bera. 38 The sons of Jeter, Jephani, and Phasphah, and Ara. 39 And the sons of Allah, Ari, and Haniel, and Rejah. 490. First Book of Paralipomenon. 40 All these were sons of Aser, heads of their families, choice and most valiant captains of captains, and the number of them that were of the age that was fit for war, was 26,000. Chapter 8. Now Benjamin begot Baal his firstborn, Aspel the second, Ahara the third, 2 Noha the fourth, and Rapha the fifth. 3 And the sons of Baal were Adar, and Jerah, and Abiat. 4 And Abisu, and Naaman, and Aho. 5 And Jerah, and Sephaphon, and Huram. 6 These are the sons of Abed, heads of families that dwelt in Gaba, who were removed into Manahath. 7 And Naaman, and Achiah, and Jerah he removed them, and begot Oza, and Ehud. 8 And Saharim begot in the land of Moab, after he sent away Husim and Barah his wives. 9 And he begot of Hods his wife Jobab, and Sabiah, and Mosa, and Malcham. 10 And Jehus and Sekiah, and Marma. These were his sons heads of their families. 11 And Mehusim begot Abitob, and Elphil. 12 And the sons of Elphil were Heber, and Misam, and Samad, who built Ono, and Lod, and its daughters. 13 And Bariah, and Sama were heads of their kindreds that dwelt in Ailon, these drove away the inhabitants of Geth. 14 And Ahio, and Sasek, and Jeremoth. 15 And Zebadiah, and Erd, and Heder. 16 And Michael, and Jesphah, and Hoa, the sons of Bariah. 17 And Zebadiah, and Mosalam, Kazisi, and Haber. 18 And Jesamari, and Jesliah, and Jobab, sons of Elphil. 19 And Jasam, and Zechri, and Zabdi. 20 and Elionai, and Selethai, and Eliel, 21 and Adiah, and Beriah, and Samarith, the sons of Semei, 22 and Jespim, and Haber, and Eliel, 23 and Abdon, and Zechari, and Hanan, 24 and Hananiah, and Elam, and Anathothia, 25 and Jephdiah, and Phanuel the sons of Sesek, 26 and Samsari, and Sohoriah and Otaliah, 27 and Jersha, and Eliah, and Zechari, the sons of Jeroham, 28. These were the chief fathers, and heads of their families who dwelt in Jerusalem. 29 And at Gabaon dwelt Abigabon, and the name of his wife was Maachah. 30 And his firstborn son Abdon, and Sur, and Sis, and Baal, and Nadab. 31 And Gedor, and Ahio, and Zachar, and Masaloth. 32 And Masaloth begot Samah, and they dwelt over against their brethren in Jerusalem with their brethren. 33 And Ner begot Sis, and Sis begot Saul. And Saul begot Jonathan, and Melchishua, and Abinadab, and Esbal. 34 And the son of Jonathan was Meribal, and Meribal begot Meha. 35 And the sons of Meha were Pithon, and Melech, and Thurah, and Ahaz. 36 And Ahaz begot Joada, and Joada begot Alamath, and Asmath, and Zomri, and Zomri begot Mosa. 37 And Mosa begot Bana, whose son was Rapha, of whom was born Elasa, who begot Asel. 38 And Asel had 6 sons whose names were Ezrikam, Bakru, Ismahol, Saris, Abjah, and Hanan. All these were the sons of Asel. First Book of Paralipomenon, 491. 39 And the sons of Esek, his brother, were Ulam the firstborn, and Jehus the second, and Eliphalet the third. 40 And the sons of Ulam were most valiant men, and archers of great strength, and they had many sons and grandsons, even to 150. All these were children of Benjamin. Chapter 9. And all Israel was numbered, and the sum of them was written in the book of the kings of Israel, and Judah, and they were carried away to Babylon for their transgression. 2 Now the first that dwelt in their possessions, and in their cities, were the Israelites, and the priests, and the Levites, and the Nathanians. 3 And in Jerusalem dwelt of the children of Judah, and of the children of Benjamin, and of the children of Ephraim, and of Manasseh. 4 Athai the son of Amio, the son of Omri, the son of Omri, the son of Bani of the sons of Phares the son of Judah. 5 And of Siloni, Asaiah the firstborn, and his sons. 6 And of the sons of Zara, Jehiel and their brethren, 690. 7 And of the sons of Benjamin, Salo the son of Mosalam, the son of Oduyah, the son of Asana 8 And Jabaniah the son of Jeroham, and Elah the son of Uzi, the son of Mokori, and Mosalam the son of Saphatias, the son of Rahul, the son of Jabaniah. 9 And their brethren by their families, 956. All these were heads of their families, by the houses of their fathers. 10 And of the priests, Jedaiah, Joarib, and Jachin. 11 And Azarias the son of Helsias, the son of Mosalam, the son of Sadok, the son of Meraioth, the son of Achitob, high priest of the house of God. 12 And Adias the son of Jeroham, the son of Phashur, the son of Melchias, and Masai the son of Adiel, the son of Jezrah, the son of Mosalam, the son of Mosalamith, the son of Emer. 13 And their brethren heads in their families 1,760, very strong and able men for the work of the ministry in the house of God. 14 And of the Levites, Semeiah the son of Hasub the son of Ezrikam, the son of Haspiah of the sons of Merari. 15 And Bikbakar the carpenter, and Galal, and Mattaniah the son of Meha, the son of Zechari the son of Asaph. 16 And Abjah the son of Semeiah, the son of Galal, the son of Iditham, and Barakiah the son of Asa, the son of Elkanah, who dwelt in the suburbs of Netophathi. 17 And the porters were Salem, and Akub, and Telmon, and Ahiman, and their brother Selim was the prince. 18 Until that time, in the king's gate eastward, the sons of Levi waited by their turns. 19 But Selim the son of Kor, the son of Abiasaph, the son of Kor, with his brethren in his father's house, the Korites were over the works of the service, keepers of the gates of the tabernacle, and their families in turns were keepers of the entrance of the camp of the Lord. 20 And Phinehas the son of Eleazar, was their prince before the Lord. 21 And Zacharias the son of Mosalamiah, was porter of the gate of the tabernacle of the testimony. 22 All these that were chosen to be porters at the gates, were 212, that they were registered in their proper towns, whom 492. First Book of Paralipomenon, David and Samuel the seer appointed in their trust, 23 as well them as their sons, to keep the gates of the house of the Lord, and the tabernacle by their turns. 24 And 4 quarters were the porters, that is to say, toward the east, and west, and north, and south. 25 And their brethren dwelt in village, and came upon their Sabbath days from time to time. 26 To these 4 Levites were committed the whole number of the porters, and they were over the chambers, and treasures, of the house of the Lord. 27 And they abode in their watches round about the temple of the Lord, that when it was time, they might open the gates in the morning. 28 And some of their stock had the charge of the vessels for the ministry, for the vessels were both brought in and carried out by number. 29 Some of them also had the instruments of the sanctuary committed unto them, and the charge of the fine flour, and wine, and oil, and frankincense, and spices. 30 And the sons of the priests made the ointments of the spices. 31 And Mattathias a Levite, the firstborn of Selem the Kerite, was overseer of such things as were fried the frying pan. 32 And some of the sons of Kot their brethren, were over the loaves of proposition, to prepare always new for every Sabbath. 33 These are the chief of the singing men of the families of the Levites, who dwelt in the chambers, by the temple, that they might serve continually day and night in their ministry. 34 The heads of the Levites, princes in their families, abode in Jerusalem. 35 And in Gabaon dwelt Jehiel the father of Gabaon, and the name of his wife was Muchah. 36 His firstborn son Abdon, and Sur, and Sis, and Baal, and Ner, and Nadab. 37 Gedor also, and Ahio, and Zacharias, and Masaloth. 38 And Masaloth begot Simon. These dwelt over against their brethren in Jerusalem, with their brethren. 39 Now Ner begot Sis, and Sis begot Saul, and Saul begot Jonathan and Melchishua, and Abinadab, and Esbal. 40 And the son of Jonathan, was Meribal, and Meribal begot Meha. 41 And the sons of Meha, were Phathan, and Melech, and Thurah, and Ahaz. 42 And Ahaz begot Jarah, and Jarah begot Alamath, and Asmath, and Zomri. And Zomri begot Mosa. 43 And Mosa begot Bana whose son Raphiah begot Elasa, of whom was born Asel. 44 And Asel had 6 sons whose names are, Ezracham Bakru, Ismahol, Sariah, Abjah, Hanan. These are the sons of Asel. Chapter 10 Now the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled from before the Philistines, and fell down wounded in Mount Gelbo. 2 And the Philistines drew near pursuing after Saul, and his sons, and they killed Jonathan, and Abinadab, and Melchishua the sons of Saul. 3 And the battle grew hard against Saul and the archers reached him, and wounded him with arrows. 4 And Saul said to his armor-bearer, Draw thy sword, and kill me, lest these uncircumcised come, and mock me. But his armor-bearer would not, for he was struck with fear, so Saul took his sword, and fell upon it. First Book of Paralipomenon, 493. 5 And when his armor-bearer saw it, to wit, that Saul was dead, he also fell upon his sword and died. 6 So Saul died, and his 3 sons, and all his house fell together. 7 And when the men of Israel, that dwelt in the plains, saw this, they fled, and Saul and his sons being dead, they forsook their cities, and were scattered up and down, and the Philistines came, and dwelt in them. 8 And the next day the Philistines taking away the spoils of them that were slain, found Saul and his sons lying on Mount Gelbo. 9 And when they had stripped him, and out off his head, and taken away his armor, they set it into their land, to be carried about, and shown in the temples of the idols unto the people. 10 And his armor they dedicated in the temple of their God, and his head they fastened up in the temple of Dagon. 11 And when the men of Habasgalad had heard this, to wit, all that the Philistines had done to Saul, 12 All the valiant men of them arose, and took the bodies of Saul and of his sons, and brought them to Habas, and buried their bones under the oak that was in Habas, and they fasted 7 days. 13 So Saul died for his iniquities, because he transgressed the commandment of the Lord, which he had commanded, and kept it not, and moreover consulted also a witch. 14 And trusted not in the Lord, therefore he slew him, and transferred his kingdom to David the son of Isai. Chapter 11 Then all Israel gathered themselves to David in Hebron, saying, We are thy bone, and thy flesh. 2 Yesterday also, and the day before when Saul was king, thou wast he that leddest out and broughtest in Israel, for the Lord thy God said to thee, Thou shalt feed my people Israel, and thou shalt be ruler over them. 3 So all the ancients of Israel came to the king to Hebron, and David made a covenant with them before the Lord, and they anointed him king over Israel according to the word of the Lord which he spoke in the hand of Samuel. 4 And David and all Israel went to Jerusalem, which is Jebus, where the Jebusites were the inhabitants of the land. 5 And the inhabitants of Jebus said to David, Thou shalt not come in here. But David took the castle of Sion, which is the city of David. 6 And he said, Whosoever shall first strike the Jebusites, shall be the head and chief captain. And Joab the son of Sarviah went up first, and was made the general. 7 And David dwelt in the castle, and therefore it was called the city of David. 8 And he built the city round about from Millo all round, and Joab built the rest of the city. 9 And David went on growing and increasing, and the Lord of hosts was with him. 10 These are the chief of the valiant men of David, who helped him to be made king over all Israel, according to the word of the Lord, which he spoke to Israel. 11 And this is the number of the heroes of David: Jesbam the son of Hachmoni the chief among the 30, he lifted up his spear against 300 wounded by him at one time. 494. First Book of Paralipomenon. 12 And after him was Eleazar his uncle's son the Ahite, who was one of the three mighties. 13 He was with David in Phsdamim, when the Philistines were gathered to that place to battle, and the field of that country was full of barley, and the people fled from before the Philistines. 14 But these men stood in the midst of the field, and defended it, and they slew the Philistines, and the Lord gave a great deliverance to his people. 15 And 3 of the 30 captains went down to the rock, wherein David was, to the cave of Adullam, when the Philistines encamped in the valley of Rephaim. 16 And David was in a hold, and the garrison of the Philistines in Bethlehem. 17 And David longed, and said, Oh that some man would give me water of the cistern of Bethlehem, which is in the gate. 18 And these three broke through the midst of the camp of the Philistines, and drew water out of the cistern of Bethlehem, which was in the gate, and brought it to David to drink, and he would not drink of it, but rather offered it to the Lord. 19 Saying, God forbid that I should do this in the sight of my God, and should drink the blood of these men, for with the danger of their lives they have brought me the water. And therefore he would not drink. These things did the three most valiant. 20 And Abishai the brother of Joab, he was chief of 3, and he lifted up his spear against 300 whom he slew, and he was renowned among the 3. 21 And illustrious among the second 3, and their captain, but yet he attained not to the first 3. 22 Benaias the son of Joiada a most valiant man, of Kabseel, who had done many acts, he slew the 2 Ariels of Moab, and he went down, and killed a lion in the midst of a pit in the time of snow. 23 And he slew an Egyptian, whose stature was of 5 cubits, and who had a spear like a weaver's beam, and he went down to him with a staff, and plucked away the spear, that he held in his hand, and slew him with his own spear. 24 These things did Benaias the son of Joiada, who was renowned among the 3 valiant ones. 25 And the first among the 30, but yet to the 3 he attained not, and David made him of his counsel. 26 Moreover the most valiant men of the army, were Asahel brother of Joab, and Elhanan the son of his uncle of Bethlehem. 27 Samath an Ararite, Halus a Phalonite, 28 Ira the son of Axes a Thekite, a Bezer and an Athothite. 29 Sabochai a Hazathite, Elin a Haite, 30 Mahariah a Tophathite, Huld the son of Bana and a Tophathite. 31 Ethah the son of Ribai of Gabot of the sons of Benjamin, Benaiah Pharathonite. 32 Hariah of the torrent Gaz, Abiel an Arbathite, Asmath a Boramite, Eliab a Salabonite. 33 The sons of Asam a Gezonite, Jonathan the son of Sajan a Arat. 34 Ahiam the son of Sacher an Arat. 35 Eliphal the son of Yor. 36 Heparam a Kerathite, Ahia a Phelonite. 37 Hezro a Carmelite, Neri the son of Azbai. 38 Joel the brother of Nathan, Mebihar the son of Agarai. 39 Selach an Ammonite, Nahari a Barathite, the armor-bearer of Joab the son of Sarvia. 40 Ira a Jethrite, Gareb a Jethrite. 41 Arias a Hethite, Zabad the son of Ooli. First Book of Paralipomenon. 495. 42 Adinyah the son of Siza a Reubenite the prince of the Reubenites, and 30 with him. 43 Hanan the son of Macha, and Josaphat a Mathonite. 44 Oziah an Astarathite, Sama, and Yehiel the sons of Hotham an Ararite. 45 Jedihiel the son of Zomri, and Hoa his brother a Thosite. 46 Elielam a Humite, and Jerubai, and Chosiah the sons of Elnaim, and Jethma a Moabite, Eliel, and Obed, and Jaziel of Massabia. Chapter 12. Now these are they that came to David to Sisleg, while he yet fled from Saul the son of Cis, and they were most valiant and excellent warriors. 2 Bending the bow, and using either hand in hurling stones with slings, and shooting arrows, of the brethren of Saul of Benjamin. 3 The chief was Ahiezer, and Joas, the sons of Samoa of Gabot, and Jeziel, and Phalot the sons of Asmath, and Berachah, and Jehu an Athothite. 4 And Samaz of Gabaon, the stoutest amongst the 30 and over the 30, Jeremias, and Jehaziel and Johanan, and Jozabad of Gadaroth. 5 And Eluzai, and Jeremoth, and Baaliah, and Samaria, and Saphasha the Heraphite. 6 Elkanah, and Jesiah, and Azriel, and Joezer, and Jezbam of Kerhim. 7 And Joelah, and Zebadiah the sons of Jeroham of Gedor. 8 From Gadi also there went over to David, when he lay hid in the wilderness, most valiant men, and excellent warriors, holding shield and spear, whose faces were like the faces of a lion. And they were swift like the roebucks on the mountains. 9 Ezra the chief, Abjas the second, Eliab the third. 10 Masmana the fourth, Jeremias the 5th, 11 Ethi the 6th, Eliel the 7th, 12 Johanan the 8th, Elzabad the 9th, 13 Jeremias the 10th, Mishbani the 11th, 14 These were of the sons of Gad, captains of the army. The least of them was captain over 100 soldiers, and the greatest over 1,000. 15 These are they who passed over the Jordan in the first month, when it is used to flow over its banks, and they put to flight all that dwelt in the valleys both toward the east and toward the west. 16 And there came also of the men of Benjamin, and of Judah to the hold, in which David abode. 17 And David went out to meet them, and said, If you are come peaceably to me to help me, let my heart be joined to you. But if you plot against me for my enemies whereas I have no iniquity in my hands, let the God of our fathers see, and judge. 18 But the Spirit came upon Amasai the chief among 30, and he said, We are thine, O David, and for thee, O son of Isai, peace, peace be to thee, and peace to thy helpers. For thy God helpeth thee. So David received them, and made them captains of the band. 19 And there were some of Manasseh that went over to David, when he came with the Philistines against Saul to fight, but he did not fight with them, because the lords of the Philistines taking counsel sent him back, saying, With the danger of our heads he will return to his master Saul. 20 So when he went back to Sisleg, there fled to him of Manasseh, Ednas, and Jozabad, and 496, First Book of Paralipomenon, Jediael, and Michael, and Ednas, and Jozabad, and Eliu, and Salai, captains of thousands in Manasseh. 21 These helped David against the rovers, for they were all most valiant men, and were made commanders in the army. 22 Moreover day by day there came some to David to help him till they became a great number, like the army of God. 23 And this is the number of the chiefs of the army who came to David, when he was in Hebron, to transfer to him the kingdom of Saul, according to the word of the Lord. 24 The sons of Judah bearing shield and spear, 6,800 well appointed to war. 25 Of the sons of Simeon valiant men for war, 7,100. 26 Of the sons of Levi, 4,600. 27 And Joiada prince of the race of Aaron, and with him 3,700. 28 Zadok also a young man of excellent disposition, and the house of his father, 22 principal men. 29 And of the sons of Benjamin the brethren of Saul, 3,000, for hitherto a great part of them followed the house of Saul. 30 And of the sons of Ephraim 20,800, men of great valor renowned in their kindreds. 31 And of the half-tribe of Manasseh, 18,000, every one by their names, came to make David king. 32 Also of the sons of Issachar men of understanding, that knew all times to order what Israel should do, 200 principal men, and all the rest of the tribe followed their counsel. 33 And of Zabulon such as went forth to battle, and stood in array well appointed with more for war, there came 50,000 to his aid, with no double heart. 34 And of Naphtali, 1,000 leaders, and with them 37,000, furnished with shield and spear. 35 Of Dan also 28,600 prepared for battle. 36 And of Aser 40,000 going forth to fight, and challenging in battle. 37 And on the other side of the Jordan of the sons of Reuben, and of Gad, and of the half of the tribe of Manasseh 120,000, furnished with arms for war. 38 All these men of war well appointed to fight, came with a perfect heart to Hebron, to make David king over all Israel, and all the rest also of Israel, were of one heart to make David king. 39 And they were there with David 3 days eating and drinking, for their brethren had prepared for them. 40 Moreover they that were near them even as far as Issachar, and Zabulon, and Naphtali, brought loaves on asses, and on camels, and on mules, and on oxen, to eat, meal, figs, raisins, wine, oil, and oxen, and sheep in abundance, for there was joy in Israel. Chapter 13 David consulted with the captains of thousands, and of hundreds, and with all the commanders. 2 And he said to all the assembly of Israel, If it please you, and if the words which I speak come from the Lord our God, let us send to the rest of our brethren into all the countries of Israel, and to the priests, and the Levites, that dwell in the suburbs of the cities, to gather themselves to us. First Book of Paralipomenon, 497. 3 And let us bring again the ark of our God to us, for we sought it not in the days of Saul. 4 And all the multitude answered that it should be so, for the word pleased all the people. 5 So David assembled all Israel from Sihor of Egypt, even to the entering into Hamath, to bring the ark of God from Kiriath-Jearim. 6 And David went up with all the men of Israel to the hill of Kiriath-Jearim which is in Judah, to bring thence the ark of the Lord God sitting upon the cherubims, where his name is called upon. 7 And they carried the ark of God upon a new cart out of the house of Abinadab. And Uzzah and his brother drove the cart. 8 And David and all Israel played before God with all their might with hymns, and with harps, and with psalteries, and timbrels, and cymbals, and trumpets. 9 And when they came to the floor of Kidon, Uzzah put forth his hand, to hold up the ark, for the ox being wanton had made it lean a little on one side. 10 And the Lord was angry with Uzzah, and struck him, because he had touched the ark, and he died there before the Lord. 11 And David was troubled because the Lord had divided Uzzah, and he called that place the breach of Uzzah to this day. 12 And he feared God at that time, saying, How can I bring in the ark of God to me? 13 And therefore he brought it not home to himself, that is, into the city of David, but carried it aside into the house of Obededom the Gethite. 14 And the ark of God remained in the house of Obededom 3 months, and the Lord blessed his house, and all that he had. Chapter 14 And Hiram king of Tyre sent messengers to David, and cedar trees, and masons, and carpenters, to build him a house. 2 And David perceived that the Lord had confirmed him king over Israel, and that his kingdom was exalted over his people Israel. 3 And David took other wives in Jerusalem, and he begot sons, and daughters. 4 Now these are the names of them that were born to him in Jerusalem, Samuel, and Sabad, Nathan, and Solomon. 5 Jebahar, and Elishua, and Eliphalet. 6 And Noga, and Napheg, and Yaphiah. 7 Elisama, and Baliata, and Eliphalet. 8 And the Philistines hearing that David was anointed king over all Israel, went all up to seek him, and David heard of it, and went out against them. 9 And the Philistines came and spread themselves in the vale of Raphaim. 10 And David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I go up against the Philistines, and wilt thou deliver them into my hand? And the Lord said to him, Go up, and I will deliver them into thy hand. 11 And when they were come to Baal-pharsim, David defeated them there, and he said, God hath divided my enemies by my hand, as waters are divided, and therefore the name of that place was called Baal-pharsim. 12 And they left there their gods, and David commanded that they should be burned. 13 Another time also the Philistines made an eruption, and spread themselves abroad in the valley. 14 And David consulted God again, and God said to him, Go not up after them, turn away. 498. First Book of Paralipomenon, from them, and come upon them over against the pear trees. 15 And when thou shalt hear the sound of one going in the tops of the pear trees, then shalt thou go out to battle, for God is gone out before thee to strike the army of the Philistines. 16 And David did as God had commanded him, and defeated the army of the Philistines, slaying them from Gabaon to Gezerah. 17 And the name of David became famous in all countries, and the Lord made all nations fear him. Chapter 15 He made also houses for himself in the city of David, and built a place for the ark of God, and pitched a tabernacle for it. 2 Then David said, No one ought to carry the ark of God, but the Levites, whom the Lord hath chosen to carry it, and to minister unto himself forever. 3 And he gathered all Israel together into Jerusalem, that the ark of God might be brought into its place, which he had prepared for it. 4 And the sons of Aaron also, and the Levites. 5 Of the children of Kohath, Uriel was the chief, and his brethren 120. 6 Of the sons of Merari, Asaiah the chief, and his brethren 220. 7 Of the sons of Gershom, Joel the chief, and his brethren 130. 8 Of the sons of Elizaphan, Semias the chief, and his brethren 200. 9 Of the sons of Hebron, Eliel the chief, and his brethren 80. 10 Of the sons of Uzziel, Aminadab the chief, and his brethren 112. 11 And David called Zadok, and Abiathar the priests, and the Levites, Uriel, Asaiah, Joel, Semiah, Eliel, and Aminadab. 12 And he said to them, You that are the heads of the Levitical families, be sanctified with your brethren, and bring the ark of the Lord the God of Israel to the place, which is prepared for it. 13 Lest as the Lord at first struck us, because you were not present, the same should now also come to pass, by our doing something against the law. 14 So the priests and the Levites were sanctified, to carry the ark of the Lord the God of Israel. 15 And the sons of Levi took the ark of God as Moses had commanded, according to the word of the Lord, upon their shoulders, with the staves. 16 And David spoke to the chiefs of the Levites, to appoint some of their brethren to be singers with musical instruments, to wit, on psalteries, and harps, and cymbals, that the joyful noise might resound on high. 17 And they appointed Levites, Heman the son of Joel, and of his brethren Asaph the son of Barachias, and of the sons of Merari, their brethren, Ethan the son of Kasiah. 18 And with them their brethren, in the second rank, Zacharias, and Ben, and Jeziel, and Semiramoth, and Jael, and Ani, and Eliab, and Benaias, and Masias, and Mattathias, and Eliphalu, and Machanias, and Obededom, and Jehiel, the porters. 19 Now the singers, Heman, Asaph, and Ethan, sounded with cymbals of brass. 20 And Zacharias, and Oziel, and Semiramoth, and Jehiel, and Ani, and Eliab, and Masias, and Benaias, sung mysteries upon psalteries. 21 And Mattathias, and Eliphalu, and Mace. First Book of Paralipomenon, 499. Nias and Obededom, and Jehiel and Ozazu, sung a song of victory for the octave upon harps. 22 And Kenanias chief of the Levites, presided over the prophecy, to give out the tunes, for he was very skillful. 23 And Barachias, and Elkanah, were doorkeepers of the ark. 24 And Sabenias, and Josaphat, and Nathaniel, and Amasai, and Zacharias, and Benaias, and Eleazar the priests, sounded with trumpets, before the ark of God, and Obededom and Jehias were porters of the ark. 25 So David and all the ancients of Israel, and the captains over thousands, went to bring the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of the house of Obededom with joy. 26 And when God had helped the Levites who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, they offered and sacrificed 7 oxen, and 7 rams. 27 And David was clothed with a robe of fine linen, and all the Levites that carried the ark, and the singing men, and Kenanias the ruler of the prophecy among the singers, and David also had on him an ephod of linen. 28 And all Israel brought the ark of the covenant of the Lord with joyful shouting, and sounding with the sound of the cornet, and with trumpets, and cymbals, and psalteries, and harps. 29 And when the ark of the covenant of the Lord was come to the city of David, Michal the daughter of Saul looking out at a window, saw King David dancing and playing, and she despised him in her heart. Chapter 16. So they brought the ark of God, and set it in the midst of the tent, which David had pitched for it. And they offered holocausts, and peace offerings before God. 2 And when David had made an end of offering holocausts, and peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord. 3 And he divided to all and every one, both men and women, a loaf of bread, and a piece of roasted beef, and flour fried with oil. 4 And he appointed Levites to minister before the ark of the Lord, and to remember his works, and to glorify, and praise the Lord God of Israel. 5 Asaph the chief, and next after him Zacharias, moreover Jael, and Semiramoth, and Jehiel, and Mattathias, and Eliab, and Benaias, and Obededom, and Jehiel over the instruments of psaltery, and harps, and Asaph sounded with cymbals. 6 But Benaias, and Jeziel the priests, to sound the trumpet continually before the ark of the covenant of the Lord. 7 In that day David made Asaph the chief to give praise to the Lord with his brethren. 8 Praise ye the Lord, and call upon his name, make known his doings among the nations. 9 Sing to him, yea, sing praises to him, and relate all his wondrous works. 10 Praise ye his holy name, let the heart of them rejoice, that seek the Lord. 11 Seek ye the Lord, and his power, seek ye his face evermore. 12 Remember his wonderful works, which he hath done, his signs, and the judgments of his mouth. 13 Know ye seed of Israel his servants, ye children of Jacob his chosen. 14 He is the Lord our God, his judgments are in all the earth. 15 Remember forever his covenant, the word, which he commanded to 1,000 generations. 500. First Book of Paralipomenon. 16 The covenant which he made with Abraham, and his oath to Isaac. 17 And he appointed the same to Jacob for a precept, and to Israel for an everlasting covenant. 18 Saying, To thee will I give the land of Canaan, the lot of your inheritance. 19 When they were but a small number, very few and sojourners in it. 20 And they passed from nation to nation, and from a kingdom to another people. 21 He suffered no man to do them wrong, and reproved kings for their sake. 22 Touch not my anointed, and do no evil to my prophets. 23 Sing ye to the Lord, all the earth, show forth from day to day his salvation. 24 Declare his glory among the Gentiles, his wonders among all people. 25 For the Lord is great and exceedingly to be praised, and he is to be feared above all gods. 26 For all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens. 27 Praise and magnificence are before him, strength and joy in his place. 28 Bring ye to the Lord, O ye families of the nations, bring ye to the Lord glory and empire. 29 Give to the Lord glory to his name, bring up sacrifice, and come ye in his sight, and adore the Lord in holy becomingness. 30 Let all the earth be moved at his presence, for he hath founded the world immovable. 31 Let the heavens rejoice, and the earth be glad, and let them say among the nations, the Lord hath reigned. 32 Let the sea roar, and the fullness thereof, let the fields rejoice, and all things that are in them. 33 Then shall the trees of the wood give praise before the Lord, because he is come to judge the earth. 34 Give ye glory to the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. 35 And say ye, Save us, O God our Saviour, and gather us together, and deliver us from the nations, that we may give glory to thy holy name, and may rejoice in singing thy praises. 36 Blessed be the Lord the God of Israel from eternity to eternity, and let all the people say Amen, and a hymn to God. 37 So he left there before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, Asaph and his brethren to minister in the presence of the ark continually day by day, and in their courses. 38 And Obededom, with his brethren 68, and Obededom the son of Idithun, and Hosea he appointed to be porters. 39 And Zadok the priest, and his brethren priests, before the tabernacle of the Lord in the high place, which was in Gabaon. 40 That they should offer holocausts to the Lord upon the altar of holocausts continually, morning and evening, according to all that is written in the law of the Lord, which he commanded Israel. 41 And after him Haman, and Idithun, and the rest that were chosen, every one by his name to give praise to the Lord, because his mercy endureth forever. 42 And Haman and Idithun sounded the trumpet, and played on the cymbals, and all kinds of musical instruments to sing praises to God, and the sons of Idithun he made porters. 43 And all the people returned to their houses, and David to bless also his own house. First Book of Paralipomenon, 501, Chapter 17. Now when David was dwelling in his house, he said to Nathan the prophet, Behold, I dwell in a house of cedar, and the ark of the covenant of the Lord is under skins. 2 And Nathan said to David, Do all that is in thy heart, for God is with thee. 3 Now that night the word of God came to Nathan, saying, 4 Go, and speak to David my servant, Thus saith the Lord, Thou shalt not build me a house to dwell in. 5 For I have not remained in a house from the time that I brought up Israel, to this day, but I have been always changing places in a tabernacle, and in a tent. 6 Abiding with all Israel. Did I ever speak to any one, of all the judges of Israel whom I charged to feed my people, saying, Why have you not built me a house of cedar? 7 Now therefore thus shalt thou say to my servant David, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I took thee from the pastures, from following the flock, that thou shouldst be ruler of my people Israel. 8 And I have been with thee whithersoever thou hast gone, and have slain all thy enemies before thee, and have made thee a name like that of one of the great ones that are renowned in the earth. 9 And I have given a place my people Israel, they shall be planted, and shall dwell therein, and shall be moved no more, neither shall the children of iniquity waste them, as at the beginning. 10 Since the days that I gave judges to my people Israel, and have humbled all thy enemies. And I declare to thee, that the Lord will build thee a house. 11 And when thou shalt have ended thy days to go to thy fathers, I will raise up thy seed after thee, which shall be of thy sons, and I will establish his kingdom. 12 He shall build me a house, and I will establish his throne forever. 13 I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son, and I will not take my mercy away from him, as I took it from him that was before thee. 14 But I will settle him in my house, and in my kingdom forever, and his throne shall be most firm forever. 15 According to all these words, and according to all this vision, so did Nathan speak to David. 16 And King David came and sat before the Lord, and said, Who am I, O Lord God, and what is my house, that thou shouldst give such things to me? 17 But even this hath seemed little in thy sight, and therefore thou hast also spoken concerning the house of thy servant for the time to come, and hast made me remarkable above all men, O Lord God. 18 What can David add more, seeing thou hast thus glorified thy servant, and known him? 19 O Lord, for thy servant's sake, according to thy own heart, thou hast shown all this magnificence, and wouldst have all the great things to be known. 20 O Lord, there is none like thee, and here is no other God beside thee, of all whom we have heard of with our ears. 21 For what other nation is there upon earth like thy people Israel, whom God went to deliver, and make a people for himself, and by his greatness and terrors cast out nations before their face whom he had delivered out of Egypt. 22 And thou hast made thy people Israel to be thy own people forever. And thou, O Lord. 502, First Book of Paralipomenon, art become their God. 23 Now therefore, O Lord, let the word which thou hast spoken to thy servant, and concerning his house, be established forever, and do as thou hast said. 24 And let thy name remain and be magnified forever, and let it be said, The Lord of hosts is God of Israel, and the house of David his servant remaineth before him. 25 For thou, O Lord my God, hast revealed to the ear of thy servant, that thou wilt build him a house, and therefore thy servant hath found confidence to pray before thee. 26 And now, O Lord, thou art God, and thou hast promised to thy servant such great benefits. 27 And thou hast begun to bless the house of thy servant, that it may be always before thee, for seeing thou blessest it, O Lord, it shall be blessed forever. Chapter 18. And it came to pass after this, that David defeated the Philistines, and humbled them, and took away Gath, and her daughters out of the hands of the Philistines. 2 And he defeated Moab, and the Moabites were made David's servants, and brought him gifts. 3 At that time David defeated also Adrezer king of Soba of the land of Hemath, when he went to extend his dominions as far as the river Euphrates. 4 And David took from him 1,000 chariots, and 7,000 horsemen, and 20,000 footmen. And he huffed all the chariot horses, only 100 chariots, which he reserved for himself. 5 And the Syrians of Damascus came also to help Adrezer king of Soba, and David slew of them likewise 22,000 men. 6 And he put a garrison in Damascus, that Syria also should serve him, and bring gifts. And the Lord assisted him in all things to which he went. 7 And David took the golden quivers which the servants of Adrezer had, and he brought them to Jerusalem. 8 Likewise out of Thebath and Chun, cities of Adrezer, he brought very much brass, of which Solomon made the brazen sea, and the pillars, and the vessels of brass. 9 Now when thou king of Hemath heard that David had defeated all the army of Adrezer king of Soba. 10 He sent Adoram his son to King David to desire peace of him, and to congratulate him that he had defeated and overthrown Adrezer, for thou was an enemy to Adrezer. 11 And all the vessels of gold, and silver and brass King David consecrated to the Lord, with the silver and gold which he had taken from all the nations, as well from Edom, and from Moab, and from the sons of Ammon, as from the Philistines, and from Amalek. 12 And Abishai the son of Sarviah slew of the Edomites in the vale of the salt pits, 18,000. 13 And he put a garrison in Edom, that Edom should serve David, and the Lord preserved David in all things to which he went. 14 So David reigned over all Israel, and executed judgment and justice among all his people. 15 And Joab the son of Sarviah was over the army, and Josaphat the son of Ahilud recorder. 16 And Zadok the son of Achitob, and Achimelech the son of Abiathar, were the priests, and Susa, scribe. 17 And Benaias the son of Joiada was over. First Book of Paralipomenon. 503 The bands of the Cerethi, and the Philithi, and the sons of David were chief about the king. Chapter 19 Now it came to pass that Naz the king of the children of Ammon died, and his son reigned in his stead. 2 And David said, I will show kindness to Anan the son of Naz, for his father did a favor to him. And David sent messengers to comfort him upon the death of his father. But when they were come into the land of the children of Ammon, to comfort Anan. 3 The princes of the children of Ammon said to Anan, Thou thinkest perhaps that David to do honor to thy father hath sent comforters to thee, and thou dost not take notice, that his servants are come to thee to consider, and search, and spy out thy land. 4 Wherefore Anan shaved the heads and beards of the servants of David, and cut away their garments from the buttocks to the feet, and sent them away. 5 And when they were gone, they sent word to David, who sent to meet them and ordered them to stay at Jericho till their beards grew and then to return. 6 And when the children of Ammon saw that they had done an injury to David, Anan and the rest of the people sent 1,000 talents of silver, to hire them chariots and horsemen out of Mesopotamia and out of Syria Macha, and out of Soba. 7 And they hired 32,000 chariots, and the king of Macha, with his people. And they came and camped over against Medeba. And the children of Ammon gathered themselves together out of their cities, and came to battle. 8 And when David heard of it, he sent Joab, and all the army of valiant men. 9 And the children of Ammon came out and put their army in array before the gate of the city, and the kings, that were come to their aid, stood apart in the field. 10 Wherefore Joab, understanding that the battle was set against him before and behind, chose out the bravest men of all Israel, and marched against the Syrians. 11 And the rest of the people he delivered into the hand of Abishai his brother, and they went against the children of Ammon. 12 And he said, If the Syrians be too strong for me, then thou shalt help me. But if the children of Ammon be too strong for thee, I will help thee. 13 Be of good courage and let us behave ourselves manfully for our people, and for the cities of our God, and the Lord will do that which is good in his sight. 14 So Joab and the people that were with him, went against the Syrians to the battle, and he put them to flight. 15 And the children of Ammon seeing that the Syrians were fled, they likewise fled from Abishai his brother, and went into the city, and Joab also returned to Jerusalem. 16 But the Syrians seeing that they had fallen before Israel, sent messengers, and brought to them the Syrians that were beyond the river, and Shaphat, general of the army of Adrezer, was there a leader. 17 And it was told David, and he gathered together all Israel, and passed the Jordan, and came upon them, and put his army in array against them, and they fought with him. 18 But the Syrian fled before Israel, and David slew of the Syrians 7,000 char. 504 First Book of Paralipomenon, Ayats, and 40,000 footmen, and Shaphat the general of the army. 19 And when the servants of Adrezer saw themselves overcome by Israel, they went over to David, and served him, and Syria would not help the children of Ammon any more. Chapter 20 And it came to pass after the course of a year, at the time that kings go out to battle, Joab gathered together an army in the strength of the troops, and wasted the land of the children of Ammon, and went and besieged Rabbah. But David stayed at Jerusalem, when Joab smote Rabbah, and destroyed it. 2 And David took the crown of Melcham from his head, and found in it a talent weight of gold, and most precious stones, and he made himself a diadem of it. He took also the spoils of the city which were very great. 3 And the people that were therein he brought out, and made harrows, and sleds, and chariots of iron to go over them, so that they were cut and bruised to pieces. In this manner David dealt with all the cities of the children of Ammon, and he returned with all his people to Jerusalem. 4 After this there rose a war at Gezer against the Philistines, in which Sabbachi the Hazathites slew Sapphai of the race of Raphaim, and humbled them. 5 Another battle also was fought against the Philistines, in which Adiodatus the son of Saltus a Bethlehemite slew the brother of Goliath the Gethite, the staff of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. 6 There was another battle also in Geth, in which there was a man of great stature, whose fingers and toes were 24, 6 on each hand and foot, who also was born of the stock of Rapha. 7 He reviled Israel, but Jonathan the son of Shammah the brother of David slew him. These were the sons of Rapha in Geth, who fell by the hand of David and his servants. Chapter 21. And Satan rose up against Israel, and moved David to number Israel. 2 And David said to Joab, and to the rulers of the people, Go, and number Israel from Beersheba even to Dan, and bring me the number of them that I may know it. 3 And Joab answered, The Lord make his people 100 times more than they are, but, my lord the king, are they not all thy servants? Why doth my lord seek this thing, which may be imputed as a sin to Israel? 4 But the king's word rather prevailed, and Joab departed, and went through all Israel, and returned to Jerusalem. 5 And he gave David the number of them, whom he had surveyed, and all the number of Israel was found to be 1,100,000 men that drew the sword, and of Judah 470,000 fighting men. 6 But Levi and Benjamin he did not number, for Joab unwillingly executed the king's orders. 7 And God was displeased with this thing that was commanded, and he struck Israel. 8 And David said to God, I have sinned exceedingly in doing this. I beseech thee take away the iniquity of thy servant, for I have done foolishly. 9 And the Lord spoke to Gad the seer of David, saying, 10 Go, and speak to David, and tell him, thus. First Book of Paralipomenon, 505, saith the Lord, I give thee the choice of 3 things, choose one which thou wilt, and I will do it to thee. 11 And when Gad was come to David, he said to him, Thus saith the Lord, choose which thou wilt. 12 Either 3 years famine, or 3 months to flee from thy enemies, and not to be able to escape their sword, or 3 days to have the sword of the Lord, and pestilence in the land, and the angel of the Lord destroying in all the coasts of Israel. Now therefore see what I shall answer him who sent me. 13 And David said to Gad, I am on every side in a great strait, but it is better for me to fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercies are many, than into the hands of men. 14 So the Lord sent a pestilence upon Israel, and there fell of Israel 70,000 men. 15 And he sent an angel to Jerusalem, to strike it, and as he was striking it, the Lord beheld, and took pity for the greatness of the evil, and said to the angel that destroyed, It is enough, now stop thy hand. And the angel of the Lord stood by the thrashing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. 16 And David lifting up his eyes, saw the angel of the Lord standing between heaven and earth, with a drawn sword in his hand, turned against Jerusalem, and both he and the ancients clothed in haircloth, fell down flat on the ground. 17 And David said to God, Am not I he that commanded the people to be numbered? It is I that have sinned, it is I that have done the evil, but as for this flock, what hath it deserved? O Lord my God, let thy hand be turned, I beseech thee, upon me, and upon my father's house, and let not thy people be destroyed. 18 And the angel of the Lord commanded Gad to tell David, to go up, and build an altar to the Lord God in the thrashing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. 19 And David went up, according to the word of Gad, which he spoke to him in the name of the Lord. 20 Now when Ornan looked up, and saw the angel, he and his 4 sons hid themselves, for at that time he was thrashing wheat in the floor. 21 And as David was coming to Ornan, Ornan saw him, and went out of the thrashing floor to meet him, and bowed down to him with his face to the ground. 22 And David said to him, Give me this place of thy thrashing floor, that I may build therein an altar to the Lord, but thou shalt take of me as much money as it is worth, that the plague may cease from the people. 23 And Ornan said to David, Take it, and let my lord the king do all that pleaseth him, and moreover the oxen also I give for a holocaust, and the drays for wood, and the wheat for the sacrifice, I will give it all willingly. 24 And King David said to him, It shall not be so, but I will give thee money as much as it is worth, for I must not take it from thee, and so offer to the Lord holocaust free cost. 25 So David gave to Ornan for the place 600 sickles of gold of just weight. 26 And he built there an altar to the Lord, and he offered holocausts, and peace offerings, and he called upon the Lord, and he heard him by sending fire from heaven upon the altar of the holocaust. 27 And the Lord commanded the angel, and he put up his sword again into the sheath. 28 And David, seeing that the Lord had heard him in the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite, forthwith offered victims there. 29 But the tabernacle of the Lord, which Moses made in the desert, and the altar of holocausts, was at that time in the high place of 506. First Book of Paralipomenon, Gabaon. 30 And David could not go to the altar there to pray to God, for he was seized with an exceeding great fear, seeing the sword of the angel of the Lord. Chapter 22. Then David said, This is the house of God, and this is the altar for the holocaust of Israel. 2 And he commanded to gather together all the proselytes of the land of Israel, and out of them he appointed stonecutters to hew stones and polish them, to build the house of God. 3 And David prepared an abundance iron for the nails of the gates, and for the closures and joinings, and of brass an immense weight. 4 And the cedar trees were without number, which the Sidonians and Tyrians brought to David. 5 And David said, Solomon my son is very young and tender, and the house which I would have to be built to the Lord, must be such as to be renowned in all countries, therefore I will prepare him necessaries. And therefore before his death he prepared all the charges. 6 And he called for Solomon his son, and commanded him to build a house to the Lord the God of Israel. 7 And David said to Solomon, My son, it was my desire to have built a house to the name of the Lord my God. 8 But the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Thou hast shed much blood, and fought many battles, so thou cannot not build house to my name, after shedding so much blood before me. 9 The son that shall be born to thee shall be a most quiet man, for I will make him rest from all his enemies round about. And therefore he shall be called peaceable, and I will give peace and quietness to Israel all his days. 10 He shall build a house to my name, and he shall be a son to me, and I will be a father to him, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom over Israel forever. 11 Now then, my son, the Lord be with thee, and do thou prosper, and build the house to the Lord thy God, as he hath spoken of thee. 12 The Lord also give thee wisdom and understanding, that thou mayest be able to rule Israel, and to keep the law of the Lord thy God. 13 For then thou shalt be able to prosper, if thou keep the commandments, and judgments, which the Lord commanded Moses to teach Israel. Take courage and act manfully, fear not, nor be dismayed. 14 Behold, I in my poverty have prepared the charges of the house of the Lord, of gold 100,000 talents, and of silver 1,000,000 of talents, but of brass, and of iron there is no weight, for the abundance surpasseth all account. Timber also and stones I have prepared for all the charges. 15 Thou hast also workmen in abundance, hewers of stones, and masons, and carpenters, and of all trades the most skillful in their work. 16 In gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in iron, whereof there is no number. Arise then, and be doing, and the Lord will be with thee. 17 David also charged all the princes of Israel, to help Solomon his son. 18 Saying, Ye see, that the Lord your God is with you, and hath given you rest round about, and hath delivered all your enemies into your hands, and the land is subdued before the Lord, and before his people. 19 Give therefore your hearts and your souls, to seek the Lord your God, and arise, and build a sanctuary to the Lord God, that the ark of First Book of Paralipomenon, 507, the covenant of the Lord, and the vessels consecrated to the Lord, may be brought into the house, which is built to the name of the Lord. Chapter 23 David being old and full of days, made Solomon his son king over Israel. 2 And he gathered together all the princes of Israel, and the priests and Levites. 3 And the Levites were numbered from the age of 30 years, and upwards, and there were found of them 38,000 men. 4 Of these 24,000 were chosen, and distributed unto the ministry of the house of the Lord, and 6,000 were the overseers and judges. 5 Moreover 4,000 were porters, and as many singers singing to the Lord with the instruments, which he had made to sing with. 6 And David distributed them into courses by the families of the sons of Levi, to wit, of Gerson, and of Cot, and of Merari. 7 The sons of Gerson were Leden and Semei. 8 The sons of Leden, the chief Jael, and Zethan, and Joel. 3. 9 The sons of Semei, Salamith, and Hosiel, and Aaron. 3. These were the heads of the families of Leden. 10 And the sons of Semei were Leath, and Ziza, and Joz, and Bariah. These were the sons of Semei. 4. 11 And Leath was the first, Ziza the second, but Joz and Bariah had not many children, and therefore they were counted in one family, and in one house. 12 The sons of Cot were Amram, and Izar, Hebron, and Oziel. 4. 13 The sons of Amram, Aaron, and Moses, and Aaron was separated to minister in the Holy of Holies, he and his sons forever, and to burn incense before the Lord, according to his ceremonies, and to bless his name forever. 14 The sons also of Moses, the man of God, were numbered in the tribe of Levi. 15 The sons of Moses were Gershom and Eliezer. 16 The sons of Gershom, Sabuel the first. 17 And the sons of Eliezer were, Rehobiah the first, and Eliezer had no more sons. But the sons of Rehobiah were multiplied exceedingly. 18 The sons of Izhar, Salamith the first. 19 The sons of Hebron, Jeriel the first, Amarias the second, Jahaziel the third, Jechmon the fourth. 20 The sons of Oziel, Meha the first, Jesiah the second. 21 The sons of Merari, Moholi, and Musi. The sons of Moholi, Eleazar and Sis. 22 And Eleazar died, and had no sons but daughters, and the sons of Sis their brethren took them. 23 The sons of Musi, Moholi, and Eder, and Jeremoth, 3. 24 These are the sons of Levi and their kindreds and families, princes by their courses, and the number of every head that did the works of the ministry of the house of the Lord from 20 years old and upward. 25 For David said, The Lord the God of Israel hath given rest to his people, and a habitation in Jerusalem forever. 26 And it shall not be the office of the Levites to carry any more the tabernacle, and all the vessels for the service thereof. 27 So according to the last precepts of David, the sons of Levi are to be numbered from 20 years old and upward. 508 First Book of Paralipomenon, 28 And they are to be under the hand of the sons of Aaron for the service of the house of the Lord, in the porches, and in the chambers, and in the place of purification, and in the sanctuary, and in all the works of the ministry of the temple of the Lord. 29 And the priests have the charge of the loaves of proposition, and of the sacrifice of fine flour, and of the unleavened cakes, and of the frying pan, and of the roasting, and of every weight and measure. 30 And the Levites are to stand in the morning to give thanks, and to sing praises to the Lord, and in like manner in the evening. 31 As well in the oblation of the holocaust of the Lord, as in the Sabbaths and in the new moons, and the rest of the solemnities, according to the number and ceremonies prescribed for everything, continually before the Lord. 32 And let them keep the observances of the tabernacle of the covenant, and the ceremonies of the sanctuary, and the charge of the sons of Aaron their brethren, that they may minister in the house of the Lord. Chapter 24 Now these were the divisions of the sons of Aaron, the sons of Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and Eleazar, and Itamar. 2 But Nadab and Abihu died before their father, and had no children, so Eleazar, and Itamar did the office of the priesthood. 3 And David distributed them, that is, Zadok of the sons of Eleazar, and Ahimelech of the sons of Itamar, according to their courses in ministry. 4 And there were found many more of the sons of Eleazar among the principal men, than of the sons of Itamar. And he divided them so, that there were of the sons of Eleazar, 16 chief men by their families, and of the sons of Itamar 8 by their families and houses. 5 And he divided both the families one with the other by lot, for there were princes of the sanctuary, and princes of God, both of the sons of Eleazar, and of the sons of Itamar. 6 And Semias the son of Nathaniel the scribe a Levite, wrote them down before the king and the princes, and Zadok the priest, and Ahimelech the son of Abiathar, and the princes also of the priestly and Levitical families, one house, which was over the rest, of Eleazar, and another house, which had the rest under it, of Itamar. 7 Now the first lot came forth to Joarib, the second to Jeddah. 8 The third to Harim, the fourth to Serim, 9 The fifth to Melchiah, the sixth to Maimon, 10 The seventh to Ukos, the eighth to Abiah, 11 The ninth to Jezah, the 10th to Shechaniah, 12 The 11th to Eliasib, the 12th to Jasam, 13 The 13th to Happa, the 14th to Isbop, 14 The 15th to Belga, the 16th to Emer, 15 The 17th to Hezer, the 18th to Ephes, 16 The 19th to Phetiah, the 20th to Ezekiel, 17 The 1 and 20th to Jachin, the 2 and 20th to Gamul, 18 The 3 and 20th to Dalao, the 4 and 20th to Maziau. 19 These are their courses according to their ministries, to come into the house of the Lord, and according to their manner under the hand of Aaron their father, as the Lord the God of Israel had commanded. First Book of Paralipomenon, 509. 20 Now of the rest of the sons of Levi, there was of the sons of Amram, Subba, and of the sons of Subba, Jehadiah. 21 Also of the sons of Rehobiah the chief Jezhas. 22 And the son of Izhar Salamith, and the son of Salamith Jahath. 23 And his son Jeriel the first, Amarias the second, Jahaziel the third, Jechmon the fourth. 24 The son of Oziel, Meha, the son of Meha, Samir. 25 The brother of Meha, Jesiah, and the son of Jesiah, Zacharias. 26 The sons of Merari, Moholi and Musi, the son of Oziel, Beno, 27 the son also of Merari Oziel, and Som, and Zachar, and Hebri, 28 and the son of Moholi, Eleazar, who had no sons, 29 and the son of Sis, Jeramel, 30 the sons of Musi, Moholi, Eder, and Jeremoth. These are the sons of Levi according to the houses of their families, 31 and they also cast lots over against their brethren the sons of Aaron before David the king, and Zadok, and Ahimelech, and the princes of the priestly and Levitical families, both the elder and the younger. The lot divided all equally. Chapter 25. Moreover David and the chief officers of the army separated for the ministry the sons of Asaph, and of Heman, and of Idithun, to prophesy with harps, and with psalteries, and with cymbals according to their number serving in their appointed office. 2 of the sons of Asaph, Zachar, and Joseph, and Nethaniah, and Asarela, sons of Asaph, under the hand of Asaph prophesying near the king. 3 and of Idithun the sons of Idithun, Godelias, Sori, Jezias, and Husabias, and Mattathias, under the hand of their father Idithun, who prophesied with a harp to give thanks and to praise the Lord. 4 of Heman also the sons of Heman, Bakau, Methaniah, Oziel, Subul, and Jeremoth, Hananias, Hanani, Eliathah, Gedalthi, and Romimnezer, and Jspakasa, Melody, Uther, Mahazioth. 5 All these were the sons of Heman the seer of the king in the words of God, to lift up the horn, and God gave to Heman 14 sons and 3 daughters. 6 All these under their father's hand were distributed to sing in the temple of the Lord, with cymbals, and psalteries and harps, for the service of the house of the Lord near the king, to wit, Asaph, and Idithun, and Heman. 7 And the number of them with their brethren, that taught the song of the Lord, all the teachers, were 288. 8 And they cast lots by their courses, the elder equally with the younger, the learned and the unlearned together. 9 And the first lot came forth to Joseph, who was of Asaph. The second to Godelias, to him and his sons, and his brethren 12. 10 The third to Zachar, to his sons and his brethren 12. 11 The fourth to Asari, to his sons and his brethren 12. 12 The fifth to Nethaniah, to his sons and his brethren 12. 13 The sixth to Bakau, to his sons and his brethren 12. 14 The seventh to Israelah, to his sons and his brethren 12. 510. First Book of Paralipomenon. 15 The eighth to Jesiah, to his sons and his brethren 12. 16 The ninth to Mattanias, to his sons and his brethren 12. 17 The tenth to Semias, to his sons and his brethren 12. 18 The 11th to Azareel, to his sons and his brethren 12. 19 The 12th to Hasabiah, to his sons and his brethren 12. 20 The 13th to Sabel, to his sons and his brethren 12. 21 The 14th to Mattathias, to his sons and his brethren 12. 22 The 15th to Jeremoth, to his sons and his brethren 12. 23 The 16th to Hananias, to his sons and his brethren 12. 24 The 17th to Jspakasa, to his sons and his brethren 12. 25 The 18th to Hanani, to his sons and his brethren 12. 26 The 19th to Melody, to his sons and his brethren 12. 27 The 20th to Eliathah, to his sons and his brethren 12. 28 The 1 and 20th to Uther, to his sons and his brethren 12. 29 The 2 and 20th to Gedalthi, to his sons and his brethren 12. 30 The 3 and 20th to Mahazioth, to his sons and his brethren 12. 31 The 4 and 20th to Romimnezer, to his sons and his brethren 12. Chapter 26. And the divisions of the porters, of the Korites Mesalemia, the son of Kor, of the sons of Asaph, to the sons of Mesalemia, Zacharias the firstborn, Jadiel the second, Zebadias the third, Jethaniel the fourth. 3 Elam the fifth, Johanan the sixth, Elianai the seventh. 4 And the sons of Obededom, Semias the firstborn, Jozabad the second, Joahah the third, Sachar the fourth, Nathaniel the fifth. 5 Amiel the sixth, Issachar the seventh, Philati the eighth, for the Lord had blessed him. 6 And to Semei his son were born sons, heads of their families, for they were men of great valor. 7 The sons then of Semias were Othni, and Raphael, and Obed, Elizabad, and his brethren most valiant men, and Eliu, and Samachias. 8 All these of the sons of Obededom, they, and their sons, and their brethren most able men for service, 62 of Obededom. 9 And the sons of Mesalemia, and their brethren strong men, were 18. 10 And of Hosa, that is, of the sons of Merari, Semri the chief, 11 Helcias the second, Tabalias the third, Zacharias the fourth. All these the sons, and the brethren of Hosa, were 13. 12 Among these were the divisions of the porters, so that the chiefs of the wards, as well as their brethren, always ministered in the house of the Lord. 13 And they cast lots equally, both little and great, by their families for every one of the gates. 14 And the lot of the east fell to Selemias. But to his son Zacharias, a very wise and learned man, the north gate fell by lot. 15 And to Obedem and his sons that towards the south, in which part of the house was the council of the ancients. First Book of Paralipomenon, 511. 16 To Suphim, and Hosa towards the west, by the gate which leadeth to the way of the ascent, ward against ward. 17 Now towards the east were 6 Levites, and towards the north 4 a day, and towards the south likewise 4 a day, and where the council was, 2 and 2. 18 And the cells also of the porters toward the west 4 in the way, and 2 at every cell. 19 These are the divisions of the porters of the sons of Kor, and of Merari. 20 Now Achias was over the treasures of the house of God, and the holy vessels. 21 The sons of Ladan, the sons of Jersani, of Ladan were heads of the families, of Ladan, and Jersani, Jehieli. 22 The sons of Jehieli, Zathan and Joel, his brethren over the treasures of the house of the Lord. 23 With the Amramites, and Izharites, and Hebronites, and Ozielites. 24 And Subel the son of Jersam, the son of Moses, was chief over the treasures. 25 His brethren also, Eliezer, whose son Rehobiah, and his son Isaias, and his son Joram, and his son Zechri, and his son Selemith. 26 Which Selemith and his brethren were over the treasures of the holy things, which King David, and the heads of families, and the captains over thousands and over hundreds, and the captains of the host had dedicated. 27 Out of the wars, and the spoils won in battles, which they had consecrated to the building and furniture of the temple of the Lord. 28 And all these things that Samuel the seer and Saul the son of Cis, and Abner the son of Ner, and Joab the son of Sarviah had sanctified, and whosoever had sanctified those things, they were under the hand of Selemith and his brethren. 29 But Kenenias and his sons were over the Izharites, for the business abroad over Israel to teach them and judge them. 30 And of the Hebronites Hasabias, and his brethren most able men, 1,700 had the charge over Israel beyond the Jordan westward, in all the works of the Lord, and for the service of the king. 31 And the chief of the Hebronites was Hariah according to their families and kindreds. In the 40th year of the reign of David they were numbered, and there were found most valiant men in Yazar-Galad. 32 And his brethren of stronger age, 2,700 chiefs of families. And King David made them rulers over the Reubenites and the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, for all the service of God, and the king. Chapter 27 Now the children of Israel according to their number, the heads of families, captains of thousands and of hundreds, and officers, that served the king according to their companies, who came in and went out every month in the year, under every chief were 24,000. 2 Over the first company the first month Jezboam, the son of Zabdiel was chief, and under him were 24,000. 3 Of the sons of Phares, the chief of all the captains in the host in the first month. 4 The company of the second month was under Dudiah, an Ahite, and after him was another named Masaloth, who commanded a part of the army of 24,000. 5 And the captain of the third company for the third month, was Benaias the son of Joiada the priest, and in his division were 24,000. 512. First Book of Paralipomenon, 1000. 6 This is that Benaias the most valiant among the 30, and above the 30. And Ammizabad his son commanded his company. 7 The fourth, for the fourth month, was Asahel the brother of Joab, and Zebadias his son after him, and in his company were 24,000. 8 The fifth captain for the fifth month, was Samath a Jezerite, and his company were 24,000. 9 The sixth, for the sixth month, was Hira the son of Axes a Thekit, and in his company were 24,000. 10 The seventh, for the seventh month, was Helas a Phalonite of the sons of Ephraim, and in his company were 24,000. 11 The eighth, for the eighth month, was Sobochiah Hazathite of the race of Zerahi, and in his company were 24,000. 12 The ninth, for the ninth month, was Abiezer an Anathothite of the sons of Gemini, and in his company were 24,000. 13 The tenth, for the tenth month, was Marai, who was an Anathothite of the race of Zerai, and in his company were 24,000. 14 The 11th, for the 11th month, was Benaias, a Pharathonite of the sons of Ephraim, and in his company were 24,000. 15 The 12th, for the 12th month, was Holdai an Anathothite, of the race of Gothaneel, and in his company were 24,000. 16 Now the chiefs over the tribes of Israel were these: over the Reubenites, Eliezer the son of Zechri was ruler; over the Simeonites, Saphatias the son of Maachah. 17 Over the Levites, Hasabias the son of Kemuel; over the Aaronites, Sadok. 18 Over Judah, Eliud the brother of David; over Issachar, Omri the son of Michael. 19 Over the Zebulunites, Jismaeas the son of Adias; over the Naphtalites, Jeremoth the son of Azriel. 20 Over the sons of Ephraim, Osee the son of Ozazu, over the half-tribe of Manasseh, Joel the son of Phadiah. 21 And over the half-tribe of Manasseh in Gilad, Jado the son of Zacharias, and over Benjamin, Jaziel the son of Abner. 22 And over Dan, Ezrahiel the son of Jeroham. These were the princes of the children of Israel. 23 But David would not number them from 20 years old and under, because the Lord had said that he would multiply Israel like the stars of heaven. 24 Joab the son of Sarvia began to number, but he finished not, because upon this there fell wrath upon Israel, and therefore the number of them that were numbered, was not registered in the chronicles of King David. 25 And over the king's treasures was Asmath the son of Adiel, and over those stores which were in the cities, and in the villages, and, in the castles, was Jonathan the son of Ozias. 26 And over the tillage, and the husbandman, who tilled the ground, was Ezri the son of Chalub. 27 And over the dressers of the vineyards, was Samias a Romathite, and over the wine cellars, Zabdias an Aphonite. 28 And over the olive yards and the fig groves, which were in the plains, was Balaam a Gederite, and over the oil cellars, Joas. 29 And over the herds that fed in Saron, was Setrai a Saronite, and over the oxen in the valleys, Saphat the son of Adli. First Book of Paralipomenon, 513. 30 And over the camels, Ubal an Ishmaelite, and over the asses, Jadias a Meronothite. 31 And over the sheep, Jaziz and Agarine. All these were the rulers of the substance of King David. 32 And Jonathan David's uncle, a counselor, a wise and learned man, he and Jael the son of Hachmoni were with the king's sons. 33 And Achitophel was the king's counselor, and Shesai the Arachite, the king's friend. 34 And after Achitophel was Joiada the son of Benaias, and Abiathar. And the general of the king's army was Joab. Chapter 28. And David assembled all the chief men of Israel, the princes of the tribes, and the captains of the companies, who waited on the king, and the captains over thousands, and over hundreds, and them who had the charge over the substance and possessions of the king. And his sons with the officers of the court, and the men of power, and all the bravest of the army at Jerusalem. 2 And the king rising up, and standing said, Hear me, my brethren and my people, I had a thought to have built a house, in which the ark of the Lord, and the footstool of our God might rest, and prepared all things for the building. 3 And God said to me, Thou shalt not build a house to my name, because thou art a man of war, and hast shed blood. 4 But the Lord God of Israel chose me of all the house of my father, to be king over Israel forever. For of Judah he chose the princes, and of the house of Judah, my father's house, and among the sons of my father, it pleased him to choose me king over all Israel. 5 And among my sons, for the Lord hath given me many sons, he hath chosen Solomon my son, to sit upon the throne of the kingdom of the Lord over Israel. 6 And he said to me, Solomon thy son shall build my house, and my courts, for I have chosen him to be my son, and I will be a father to him. 7 And I will establish his kingdom forever, yet he continue to keep my commandments, and my judgments, as at this day. 8 Now then before all the assembly of Israel, in the hearing of our God, keep ye, and seek all the commandments of the Lord our God, that you may possess the good land, and may leave it to your children after you forever. 9 And thou my son Solomon, know the God of thy father, and serve him with a perfect heart, and a willing mind, for the Lord searcheth all hearts, and understandeth all the thoughts of minds. If thou seek him, thou shalt find him, but if thou forsake him, he will cast thee off forever. 10 Now therefore seeing the Lord hath chosen thee to build the house of the sanctuary, take courage, and do it. 11 And David gave to Solomon his son a description of the porch, and of the temple, and of the treasures, and of the upper floor, and of the inner chambers, and of the house for the mercy seat. 12 As also of all the courts, which he had in his thought, and of the chambers round about, for the treasures of the house of the Lord, and for the treasures of the consecrated things. 13 And of the divisions of the priests and of the Levites, for all the works of the house of the Lord, and for all the vessels of the service of the temple of the Lord. 14 Gold by weight for every vessel for the ministry, and silver by weight according to the diversity of the vessels and uses. 514. First Book of Paralipomenon. 15 He gave also gold for the golden candlesticks, and their lamps, according to the dimensions of every candlestick, and the lamps thereof. In like manner also he gave silver by weight for the silver candlesticks, and for their lamps according to the diversity of the dimensions of them. 16 He gave also gold for the tables of proposition, according to the diversity of the tables, in like manner also silver for other tables of silver. 17 For flesh hooks also, and bowls, and censers of fine gold, and for little lions of gold, according to the measure he gave by weight, for every lion. In like manner also for lions of silver he set aside a different weight of silver. 18 And for the altar of incense, he gave the purest gold, and to make the likeness of the chariot of the cherubim spreading their wings, and covering the ark of the covenant of the Lord. 19 All these things, said he, came to me written by the hand of the Lord that I might understand all the works of the pattern. 20 And David said to Solomon his son, Act like a man, and take courage, and do, fear not, and be not dismayed, for the Lord my God will be with thee, and will not leave thee, nor forsake thee, till thou hast finished all the work for the service of the house of the Lord. 21 Behold the courses of the priests and the Levites, for every ministry of the house of the Lord, stand by thee, and are ready, and both the princes, and the people know how to execute all thy commandments. Chapter 29 And King David said to all the assembly, Solomon my son, whom alone God hath chosen, is as yet young and tender, and the work is great. For a house is prepared not for man, but for God. 2 And I with all my ability have prepared the expenses for the house of my God. Gold for vessels of gold, and silver for vessels of silver, brass for things of brass, iron for things of iron, wood for things of wood, and onyx stones, and stones like alabaster, and of divers colors, and all manner of precious stones, and marble of Paros in great abundance. 3 Now over and above the things which I have offered into the house of my God I give of my own proper goods, gold and silver for the temple of my God, beside what things I have prepared for the holy house, 3,000 talents of gold of the gold of Ophir, and 7,000 talents of refined silver, to overlay the walls of the temple. 5 And gold for wheresoever there is need of gold, and silver for wheresoever there is need of silver, for the works to be made by the hands of the artificers. Now if any man is willing to offer, let him fill his hand today, and offer what he pleaseth to the Lord. 6 Then the heads of the families, and the princes of the tribes of Israel and the captains of thousands, and of hundreds, and the overseers of the king's possessions promised. 7 And they gave for the works of the house of the Lord, of gold, 5,000 talents, and 10,000 solids, of silver 10,000 talents, and of brass 18,000 talents, and of iron 100,000 talents. 8 And all they that had stones, gave them to the treasures of the house of the Lord, by the hand of Jael the Gersonite. 9 And the people rejoiced, when they promised their offerings willingly, because they offered them to the Lord with all their heart, and David the king rejoiced also with a great joy. 10 And he blessed the Lord before all the mule. First Book of Paralipomenon, 515, Titude. And he said, Blessed art thou, O Lord the God of Israel, our Father from eternity to eternity. 11 Thine, O Lord, is magnificence, and power, and glory, and victory, and to thee is praise, for all that is in heaven, and in earth, is thine. Thine is the kingdom, O Lord, and thou art above all princes. 12 Thine are riches, and thine is glory, thou hast dominion over all, in thy hand is power and might, in thy hand greatness, and the empire of all things. 13 Now therefore our God we give thanks to thee, and we praise thy glorious name. 14 Who am I, and what is my people, that we should be able to promise thee all these things? All things are thine, and we have given thee what we received of thy hand. 15 For we are sojourners before thee, and strangers, as were all our fathers. Our days upon earth are as a shadow, and there is no stay. 16 O Lord our God, all this store that we have prepared to build thee a house for thy holy name, is from thy hand, and all things are thine. 17 I know my God that thou provest hearts, and lovest simplicity, wherefore I also in the simplicity of my heart, have joyfully offered all these things, and I have seen with great joy thy people, which are here present, offer thee their offerings. 18 O Lord God of Abraham, and of Isaac, and of Israel our fathers, keep forever this will of their heart, and let this mind remain always for the worship of thee. 19 And give to Solomon my son a perfect heart, that he may keep thy commandments, thy testimonies, and thy ceremonies, and do all things, and build the house, for which I have provided the charges. 20 And David commanded all the assembly, Bless ye the Lord our God. And all the assembly, blessed the Lord the God of their fathers, and they bowed themselves and worshipped God, and then the king. 21 And they sacrificed victims to the Lord, and they offered holocausts the next day, 1,000 bullocks, 1,000 rams, 1,000 lambs, with their libations, and with everything prescribed most abundantly for all Israel. 22 And they ate, and drank before the Lord that day with great joy. And they anointed the second time Solomon the son of David. And they anointed him to the Lord to be prince, and Zadok to be high priest. 23 And Solomon sat on the throne of the Lord as king instead of David his father, and he pleased all, and all Israel obeyed him. 24 And all the princes, and men of power, and all the sons of King David gave their hand, and were subject to Solomon the king. 25 And the Lord magnified Solomon over all Israel, and gave him the glory of a reign, such as no king of Israel had before him. 26 So David the son of Esai reigned over all Israel. 27 In the days that he reigned over Israel, were 40 years. In Hebron he reigned 7 years, and in Jerusalem 33 years. 28 And he died in a good age, full of days, and riches, and glory. And Solomon his son reigned in his stead. 29 Now the acts of King David first and last are written in the book of Samuel the seer, and in the book of Nathan the prophet, and in the book of Gad the seer. 30 And of all his reign, and his valor, and of the times that passed under him, either in Israel, or in all the kingdoms of the countries. Second Book of Paralipomenon, Chapter 1. And Solomon the son of David was strengthened in his kingdom, and the Lord his God was with him, and magnified him to a high degree. 2 And Solomon gave orders to all Israel, to the captains of thousands, and of hundreds, and to the rulers, and to the judges of all Israel, and the heads of the families. 3 And he went with all the multitude to the high place of Gabaon, where was the tabernacle of the covenant of the Lord, which Moses the servant of God made, in the wilderness. 4 For David had brought the ark of God from Kiriath-Jearim to the place, which he had prepared for it, and where he had pitched a tabernacle for it, that is, in Jerusalem. 5 And the altar of brass, which Bezaleel the son of Uri the son of Hur had made, was there before the tabernacle of the Lord, and Solomon and all the assembly sought it. 6 And Solomon went up thither to the brazen altar, before the tabernacle of the covenant of the Lord, and offered up on it 1,000 victims. 7 And behold, that night God appeared to him, saying, Ask what thou wilt that I should give thee. 8 And Solomon said to God, Thou hast shown great kindness to my father David, and hast made me king in his stead. 9 Now therefore, O Lord God, let thy word be fulfilled, which thou hast promised to David my father, for thou hast made me king over thy great people, which is as innumerable as the dust of the earth. 10 Give me wisdom and knowledge that I may come in and go out before thy people, for who can worthily judge this thy people, which is so great? 11 And God said to Solomon, Because this choice hath pleased thy heart, and thou hast not asked riches, and wealth, and glory, nor the lives of them that hate thee, nor many days of life, but hast asked wisdom and knowledge, to be able to judge my people, over which I have made thee king. 12 Wisdom and knowledge are granted to thee, and I will give thee riches, and wealth, and glory, so that none of the kings before thee, nor after thee, shall be like thee. 13 Then Solomon came from the high place of Gabaon to Jerusalem before the tabernacle of the covenant, and reigned over Israel. 14 And he gathered to himself chariots and horsemen, and he had 1,400 chariots, and 12,000 horsemen, and he placed them in the cities of the chariots, and with the king in Jerusalem. 15 And the king made silver and gold to be in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar trees as sycamores, which grow in the plains in great multitude. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 517. 16 And there were horses brought him from Egypt, and from Coa by the king's merchants, who went, and bought at a price. 17 A chariot of 4 horses for 600 pieces of silver, and a horse for 150, in like manner market was made in all the kingdoms of the Hethites, and of the kings of Syria. Chapter 2. And Solomon determined to build a house to the name of the Lord, and a palace for himself. 2 And he numbered out 70,000 men to bear burdens, and 80,000 to hew stones in the mountains, and 3,600 to oversee them. 3 He sent also to Hiram king of Tyre, saying, As thou didst with David my father, and didst send him cedars, to build him a house, in which he dwelt. 4 So do with me that I may build a house to the name of the Lord my God, to dedicate it to burn incense before him, and to perfume with aromatical spices, and for the continual setting forth of bread, and for the holocausts, morning and evening, and on the Sabbaths, and on the new moons, and the solemnities of the Lord our God forever, which are commanded for Israel. 5 For the house which I desire to build, is great, for our God is great above all gods. 6 Who then can be able to build him a worthy house? If heaven, and the heavens of heavens cannot contain him, who am I that I should be able to build him a house? But to this end only, that incense may be burnt before him. 7 Send me therefore a skillful man, that knoweth how to work in gold, and in silver, in brass, and in iron, in purple, in scarlet and in blue, and that hath skill in engraving, with the artificers, which I have with me in Judea and Jerusalem, whom David my father provided. 8 Send me also cedars, and fir trees, and pine trees from Libanus, for I know that thy servants are skillful in cutting timber in Libanus, and my servants shall be with thy servants. 9 To provide me timber in abundance. For the house which I desire to build, is to be exceeding great, and glorious. 10 And I will give thy servants the workmen that are to cut down the trees, for their food 20,000 cores of wheat, and as many cores of barley, and 20,000 measures of wine, and 20,000 measures of oil. 11 And Hiram king of Tyre sent a letter to Solomon, saying, Because the Lord hath loved his people, therefore he hath made thee king over them. 12 And he added, saying, Blessed be the Lord the God of Israel, who made heaven and earth, who hath given to King David a wise and knowing son, endued with understanding and prudence, to build a house to the Lord, and a palace for himself. 13 I therefore have sent thee my father Hiram, a wise and most skillful man. 14 The son of a woman of the daughters of Dan, whose father was a Tyrian, who knoweth how to work in gold, and in silver, in brass, and in iron, and in marble, and in timber, in purple also, and violet, and silk and scarlet, and who knoweth to grave all sort of graving, and to devise ingeniously all that there may be need of in the work with thy artificers, and with the artificers of my lord David thy father. 15 The wheat therefore, and the barley and the oil, and the wine, which thou, my lord, hast promised, send to thy servants. 16 And we will cut down as many trees out. 518. Second Book of Paralipomenon, of Libanus, as thou shalt want, and will convey them in floats by sea to Joppa, and it will be thy part to bring them thence to Jerusalem. 17 And Solomon numbered all the proselytes in the land of Israel, after the numbering which David his father had made, and there were found 153,600. 18 And he set 70,000 of them to carry burdens on their shoulders, and 80,000 to hew stones in the mountains, and 3,600 to be overseers of the work of the people. Chapter 3. And Solomon began to build the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, in Mount Moriah, which had been shown to David his father, in the place which David had prepared in a thrashing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. 2 And he began to build in the 2nd month, in the 4th year of his reign. 3 Now these are the foundations, which Solomon laid, to build the house of God, the length by the first measure 60 cubits, the breadth 20 cubits, 4 And the porch in the front, which was extended in length according to the measure of the breadth of the house, 20 cubits, and the height was 120 cubits, and he overlaid it within with pure gold. 5 And the greater house he caled with deal boards, and overlaid them with plates of fine gold throughout, and he graved in them palm trees, and like little chains interlaced with one another. 6 He paved also the floor of the temple with most precious marble, of great beauty. 7 And the gold of the plates with which he overlaid the house, and the beams thereof, and the posts, and the walls, and the doors was of the finest, and he graved cherubims on the walls. 8 He made also the house of the Holy of Holies, the length of it according to the breadth of the temple, 20 cubits, and the breadth of it in like manner 20 cubits, and he overlaid it with plates of gold, amounting to about 600 talents. 9 He made also nails of gold, and the weight of every nail was 50 sickles, the upper chambers also he overlaid with gold. 10 He made also in the house of the Holy of Holies 2 cherubims of image work, and he overlaid them with gold. 11 The wings of the cherubims were extended 20 cubits, so that one wing was 5 cubits long, and reached to the wall of the house, and the other was also 5 cubits long, and reached to the wing of the other cherub. 12 In like manner the wing of the other cherub was 5 cubits long, and reached to the wall, and his other wing was 5 cubits long, and touched the wing of the other cherub. 13 So the wings of the 2 cherubims were spread forth, and were extended 20 cubits, and they stood upright on their feet, and their faces were turned toward the house without. 14 He made also a veil of violet, purple, scarlet, and silk, and wrought in it cherubims. 15 He made also before the doors of the temple 2 pillars, which were 5 and 30 cubits high, and their chapiters were 5 cubits. 16 He made also as it were little chains in the oracle, and he put them on the heads of the pillars, and 100 pomegranates, which he put between the little chains. 17 These pillars he put at the entrance of the temple, one on the right hand, and the other on the left. That which was on the right hand, he. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 519, called Jachin, and that on the left hand, Booz. Chapter 4. He made also an altar of brass 20 cubits long, and 20 cubits broad, and 10 cubits high, 2 Also a molten sea of 10 cubits from brim to brim, round in compass, it was 5 cubits high, and a line of 30 cubits compassed it round about. 3 And under it there was the likeness of oxen, and certain engravings on the outside of 10 cubits compassed the belly of the sea, as it were with 2 rows. 4 And the oxen were cast, and the sea itself was set upon the 12 oxen, 3 of which looked toward the north, and other 3 toward the west, and other 3 toward the south, and the other 3 that remained toward the east, and the sea stood upon them. And the hinder parts of the oxen were inward unto the sea. 5 Now the thickness of it was a handbreadth, and the brim of it was like the brim of a cup, or of a crisped lily, and it held 3,000 measures. 6 He made also 10 lavers, and he set 5 on the right hand, and 5 on the left, to wash in them all such things as they were to offer for holocausts, but the sea was for the priests to wash in. 7 And he made 10 golden candlesticks, according to the form which they were commanded to be made by, and he set them in the temple, 5 on the right hand, and 5 on the left. 8 moreover also 10 tables, and he set them in the temple, 5 on the right side, and 5 on the left. Also 100 bowls of gold. 9 He made also the court of the priests, and a great hall, and doors in the hall, which he covered with brass. 10 And he set the sea on the right side over against the east toward the south. 11 And Hiram made cauldrons, and flesh hooks, and bowls, and finished all the king's work, the house of God. 12 That is to say, the 2 pillars, and the pommels, and the chapiters, and the network, to cover the chapiters over the pommels. 13 And 400 pomegranates, and 2 wreaths of network, so that 2 rows of pomegranates were joined to each wreath, to cover the pommels, and the chapiters of the pillars. 14 He made also bases, and lavers, which he set upon the bases. 15 1 sea, and 12 oxen under the sea. 16 And the cauldrons, and flesh hooks, and bowls. All the vessels did Hiram his father make for Solomon in the house of the Lord of the finest brass. 17 In the country near the Jordan did the king cast them, in a clay ground between Sukkot and Saradatha. 18 And the multitude of vessels was innumerable, so that the weight of the brass was not known. 19 And Solomon made all the vessels for the house of God, and the golden altar, and the tables, upon which were the loaves of proposition. 20 The candlesticks also of most pure gold with their lamps to give light before the oracle, according to the manner. 21 And certain flowers, and lamps, and golden tongs, all were made of the finest gold. 22 The vessels also for the perfumes, and the censers, and the bowls, and the mortars, of pure gold. And he graved the doors of the inner temple, that is, for the Holy of Holies, and the doors. 520. Second Book of Paralipomenon, of the temple without were of gold. And thus all the work was finished which Solomon made in the house of the Lord. Chapter 5. Then Solomon brought in all those things that David his father had vowed, the silver, and the gold, and all the vessels he put among the treasures of the house of God. 2 And after this he gathered together the ancients of Israel and all the princes of the tribes, and the heads of the families, of the children of Israel to Jerusalem, to bring the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of the city of David, which is Sion. 3 And all the men of Israel came to the king in the solemn day of the 7th month. 4 And when all the ancients of Israel were come, the Levites took up the ark. 5 And brought it in, together with all the furniture of the tabernacle. And the priests with the Levites carried the vessels of the sanctuary, which were in the tabernacle. 6 And King Solomon and all the assembly of Israel and all that were gathered together before the ark, sacrificed rams, and oxen without number, so great was the multitude of the victims. 7 And the priests brought in the ark of the covenant of the Lord into its place, that is, to the oracle of the temple, into the Holy of Holies under the wings of the cherubims. 8 So that the cherubim spread their wings over the place, in which the ark was set, and covered the ark itself and its staves. 9 Now the ends of the staves wherewith the ark was carried, because they were something longer, were seen before the oracle, but if a man were a little outward, he could not see them. So, the ark has been there unto this day. 10 And there was nothing else in the ark but the 2 tables which Moses put there at Horeb when the Lord gave the law to the children of Israel, at their coming out of Egypt. 11 Now when the priests were come out of the sanctuary, for all the priests that could be found there, were sanctified, and as yet at that time the courses and orders of the ministries were not divided among them. 12 Both the Levites and the singing men, that is, both they that were under Asaph, and they that were under Haman, and they that were under Idithun, with their sons, and their brethren, clothed with fine linen, sounded with cymbals, and psalteries, and harps, standing on the east side of the altar. And with them 120 priests, sounding with trumpets. 13 So when they all sounded together, both with trumpets, and voice, and cymbals, and organs, and with divers kind of musical instruments, and lifted up their voice on high, the sound was heard afar off, so that when they began to praise the Lord, and to say, Give glory to the Lord for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever, the house of God was filled with a cloud. 14 Nor could the priests stand and minister by reason of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord had filled the house of God. Chapter 6. Then Solomon said, The Lord promised that he would dwell in a cloud. 2 But I have built a house to his name, that he might dwell there forever. 3 And the king turned his face, and blessed all the multitude of Israel, for all the multitude stood attentive, and he said. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 521. 4 Blessed be the Lord the God of Israel, who hath accomplished indeed that which he spoke to David my father, saying, 5 From the day that I brought my people out of the land of Egypt, I chose no city among all the tribes of Israel, for a house to be built in it to my name, neither chose I any other man, to be the ruler of my people Israel. 6 But I chose Jerusalem, that my name might be there, and I chose David to set him over my people Israel. 7 And whereas David my father had a mind to build a house to the name of the Lord the God of Israel. 8 The Lord said to him, Forasmuch as it was thy will to build a house to my name, thou hast done well indeed in having such a will. 9 But thou shalt not build the house, but thy son, who shall come out of thy loins, he shall build a house to my name. 10 The Lord therefore hath accomplished his word which he spoke, and I am risen up in the place of David my father, and sit upon the throne of Israel, as the Lord promised, and have built a house to the name of the Lord God of Israel. 11 And I have put in it the ark, wherein is the covenant of the Lord, which he made with the children of Israel. 12 And he stood before the altar of the Lord, in presence of all the multitude of Israel, and stretched forth his hands. 13 For Solomon had made a brazen scaffold, and had set it in the midst of the temple, which was 5 cubits long, and 5 cubits broad, and 3 cubits high, and he stood upon it, then kneeling down in the presence of all the multitude of Israel, and lifting up his hands towards heaven. 14 He said, O Lord God of Israel, there is no God like thee in heaven nor in earth, who keepest covenant and mercy with thy servants, that walk before thee with all their hearts. 15 Who hast performed to thy servant David my father all that thou hast promised him, and hast accomplished in fact, what thou hast spoken with thy mouth, as also the present time proveth. 16 Now then, O Lord God of Israel, fulfill to thy servant David my father, whatsoever thou hast promised him, saying, There shall not fail thee a man in my sight, to sit upon the throne of Israel, yet so that thy children take heed to their ways, and walk in my law, as thou hast walked before me. 17 And now, Lord God of Israel, let thy word be established which thou hast spoken to thy servant David. 18 Is it credible then that God should dwell with men on the earth? If heaven and the heavens of heavens do not contain thee, how much less this house, which I have built? 19 But to this end only it is made, that thou mayest regard the prayer of thy servant and his supplication, O Lord my God, and mayest hear the prayers which thy servant poureth out before thee. 20 That thou mayest open thy eyes upon this house day and night, upon the place wherein thou hast promised that thy name should be called upon. 21 And that thou wouldst hear the prayer which thy servant prayeth in it. Hearken then to the prayers of thy servant, and of thy people Israel. Whosoever shall pray in its place, hear thou from thy dwelling place, that is, from heaven, and show mercy. 22 If any man sin against his neighbor, and come to swear against him, and bind himself with a curse before the altar in this house. 23 Then hear thou from heaven, and do justice to thy servants, so to requite the wicked by mock. 522, Second Book of Paralipomenon. Ing his wickedness fall upon his own head, and to revenge the just, rewarding him according to his justice. 24 If thy people Israel be overcome by their enemies, and being converted shall do penance, and call upon thy name, and pray to thee in this place. 25 Then hear thou from heaven, and forgive the sin of thy people Israel and bring them back into the land which thou gavest to them, and their fathers. 26 If the heavens be shut up, and there fall no rain by reason of the sin of the people, and they shall pray to thee in this place, and confess to thy name, and be converted from their sins, where thou dost afflict them. 27 Then hear thou from heaven, O Lord, and forgive the sins of thy servants and of thy people Israel and teach them the good way in which they may walk, and give rain to thy land which thou hast given to thy people to possess. 28 If a famine arise in the land, or a pestilence or blasting, or mildew, or locusts, or caterpillars, or if their enemies waste the country, and besiege the cities, whatsoever scourge or infirmity shall be upon them. 29 Then if any of thy people Israel, knowing his own scourge and infirmity shall pray, and shall spread forth his hands in this house. 30 Hear thou from heaven, from thy high dwelling place, and forgive, and render to every one according to his ways, which thou knowest him to have in his heart. For thou only knowest the hearts of the children of men. 31 That they may fear thee, and walk in thy ways all the days that they live upon the face of the land, which thou hast given to our fathers. 32 If the stranger also, who is not of thy people Israel, come from a far country, for the sake of thy great name, and thy strong hand, and thy stretched out arm, and adore in this place. 33 Hear thou from heaven thy firm dwelling place, and do all that which that stranger shall call upon thee for, that all the people of the earth may know thy name, and may fear thee, as thy people Israel, and may know, that thy name is invoked upon this house, which I have built. 34 If thy people go out to war against their enemies, by the way that thou shalt send them, and adore thee towards the way of this city, which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built to thy name. 35 Then hear thou from heaven their prayers, and their supplications, and revenge them. 36 And if they sin against thee and thou be angry with them, and deliver them up to their enemies, and they lead them away captive to a land either afar off, or near at hand. 37 And if they be converted in their heart in the land to which they were led captive, and do penance, and pray to thee in the land of their captivity, saying, We have sinned, we have done wickedly, we have dealt unjustly. 38 And return to thee with all their heart, and with all their soul, in the land of their captivity, to which they were led away, and adore thee towards the way of their own land which thou gavest their fathers, and of the city, which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built to thy name. 39 Then hear thou from heaven, that is, from thy firm dwelling place, their prayers, and do judgment, and forgive thy people, although they have sinned. 40 For thou art my God, let thy eyes, I beseech thee, be open, and let thy ears be attentive to the prayer that is made in this place. 41 Now therefore arise, O Lord God, into thy resting place, thou and the ark of thy strength. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 523 Let thy priests, O Lord God, put on salvation, and thy saints rejoice in good things. 42 O Lord God, turn not away the face of thy anointed, remember the mercies of David thy servant. Chapter 7 And when Solomon had made an end of his prayer, fire came down from heaven, and consumed the holocausts and the victims, and the majesty of the Lord filled the house. 2 Neither could the priests enter into the temple of the Lord, because the majesty of the Lord had filled the temple of the Lord. 3 Moreover all the children of Israel saw the fire coming down, and the glory of the Lord upon the house, and falling down with their faces to the ground, upon the stone pavement, they adored and praised the Lord, because he is good, because his mercy endureth forever. 4 And the king and all the people sacrificed victims before the Lord. 5 And King Solomon offered a sacrifice of 22,000 oxen, and 120,000 rams, and the king and all the people dedicated the house of God. 6 And the priests stood in their offices, and the Levites with the instruments of music of the Lord, which King David made to praise the Lord, because his mercy endureth forever, singing the hymns of David by their ministry, and the priests sounded with trumpets before them, and all Israel stood. 7 Solomon also sanctified the middle of the court before the temple of the Lord, for he offered there the holocausts, and the fat of the peace offerings, because the brazen altar, which he had made, could not hold the holocausts and the sacrifices and the fat. 8 And Solomon kept the solemnity at that time 7 days, and all Israel with him, a very great congregation, from the entrance of Hamath to the torrent of Egypt. 9 And he made on the 8th day a solemn assembly, because he had kept the dedication of the altar 7 days, and had celebrated the solemnity 7 days. 10 So on the 23rd day of the 7th month he sent away the people to their dwellings, joyful and glad for the good that the Lord had done to David, and to Solomon, and to all Israel his people. 11 And Solomon finished the house of the Lord, and the king's house, and all that he had designed in his heart to do, in the house of the Lord, and in his own house, and he prospered. 12 And the Lord appeared to him by night, and said, I have heard thy prayer, and I have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. 13 If I shut up heaven, and there fall no rain, or if I give orders, and command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people. 14 And my people, upon whom my name is called, being converted, shall make supplication to me, and seek out my face, and do penance for their most wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, and will forgive their sins and will heal their land. 15 My eyes also shall be open, and my ears attentive to the prayer of him that shall pray in this place. 16 For I have chosen, and have sanctified this place, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart may remain there perpetually. 17 And as for thee, if thou walk before me. 524, Second Book of Paralipomenon, as David thy father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded thee, and keep my justices and my judgments. 18 I will raise up the throne of thy kingdom, as I promised to David thy father, saying, There shall not fail thee a man of thy stock to be ruler in Israel. 19 But if you turn away, and forsake my justices, and my commandments which I have set before you, and shall go and serve strange gods, and adore them. 20 I will pluck you up by the root out of my land which I have given you, and this house which I have sanctified to my name, I will cast away from before my face, and will make it a byword, and an example among all nations. 21 And this house shall be for a proverb to all that pass by, and they shall be astonished and say, Why hath the Lord done thus to this land, and to this house? 22 And they shall answer, Because they forsook the Lord the God of their fathers, who brought them out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold on strange gods, and adored them, and worshipped them, therefore all these evils are come upon them. Chapter 8 And at the end of 20 years after Solomon had built the house of the Lord and his own house, 2 He built the cities which Hiram had given to Solomon, and caused the children of Israel to dwell there. 3 He went also into Amath-Subah, and possessed it. 4 And he built Palmyra in the desert, and he built other strong cities in Amath. 5 And he built Beth-horon the upper, and Beth-horon the nether, walled cities with gates and bars and locks. 6 Belot also and all the strong cities that were Solomon's, and all the cities of the chariots, and the cities of the horsemen. All that Solomon had a mind, and designed, He built in Jerusalem and in Libanus, and in all the land of his dominion, 7 all the people that were left of the Hethites, and the Amorites, and the Pharishites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, that were not of the stock of Israel. 8 of their children, and of the posterity, whom the children of Israel had not slain, Solomon made to be the tributaries, unto this day. 9 But of the children of Israel he set none to serve in the king's works, for they were men of war, and chief captains, and rulers of his chariots and horsemen. 10 And all the chief captains of King Solomon's army were 250, who taught the people. 11 And he removed the daughter of Pharaoh from the city of David, to the house which he had built for her. For the king said, My wife shall not dwell in the house of David king of Israel, for it is sanctified, because the ark of the Lord came into it. 12 Then Solomon offered holocausts to the Lord upon the altar of the Lord which he had built before the porch. 13 That every day an offering might be made on it according to the ordinance of Moses, in the Sabbaths, and on the new moons, and on the festival days 3 times a year, that is to say, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles. 14 And he appointed according to the order of David his father the offices of the priests in their Second Book of Paralipomenon, 525, ministries, and the Levites in their order to give praise, and minister before the priests according to the duty of every day, and the porters in their divisions by gate and gate, for so David the man of God had commanded. 15 And the priests and Levites departed not from the king's commandments, as to anything that he had commanded, and as to the keeping of the treasures. 16 Solomon had all charges prepared, from the day that he founded the house of the Lord, until the day wherein he finished it. 17 Then Solomon went to Azion-Geber, and to Elath, on the coast of the Red Sea, which is in the land of Edom. 18 And Hiram sent him ships by the hands of his servants, and skillful mariners, and they went with Solomon's servants to Ophir, and they took thence 450 talents of gold, and brought it to King Solomon. Chapter 9 And when the queen of Saba heard of the fame of Solomon, she came to try him with hard questions at Jerusalem, with great riches, and camels, which carried spices, and abundance of gold, and precious stones. And when she was come to Solomon, she proposed to him all that was in her heart. 2 And Solomon explained to her all that she proposed, and there was not anything that he did not make clear unto her. 3 And when she had seen these things, to wit, the wisdom of Solomon, and the house which he had built. 4 And the meats of his table, and the dwelling places of his servants, and the attendance of his officers, and their apparel, his cupbearers also, and their garments, and the victims which he offered in the house of the Lord, there was no more spirit in her, she was so astonished. 5 And she said to the king, The word is true which I heard in my country of thy virtues and wisdom. 6 I did not believe them that told it, until I came, and my eyes had seen, and I had proved that scarce 1/2 of thy wisdom had been told me. Thou hast exceeded the same with thy virtues. 7 Happy are thy men, and happy are thy servants, who stand always before thee, and hear thy wisdom. 8 Blessed be the Lord thy God, who hath been pleased to set thee on his throne, King of the Lord thy God. Because God loveth Israel, and will preserve them forever, therefore hath he made thee king over them, to do judgment and justice. 9 And she gave to the king 120 talents of gold, and spices in great abundance, and most precious stones. There were no such spices as these which the queen of Saba gave to King Solomon. 10 And the servants also of Hiram, with the servants of Solomon, brought gold from Ophir, and thyine trees, and most precious stones. 11 And the king made of the thyine trees stairs in the house of the Lord, and in the king's house, and harps and psalteries for the singing men. Never were there seen such trees in the land of Judah. 12 And King Solomon gave to the queen of Saba all that she desired, and that she asked, and many more things than she brought to him. So she returned, and went to her own country with her servants. 13 And the weight of the gold, that was brought to Solomon every year, was 666 talents of gold. 526, Second Book of Paralipomenon, 14 Beside the sum which the deputies of divers nations, and the merchants were accustomed to bring, and all the kings of Arabia, and the lords of the lands, who brought gold and silver to Solomon. 15 And King Solomon made 200 golden spears, of the sum of 600 pieces of gold, which went to every spear. 16 And 300 golden shields of 300 pieces of gold, which went to the covering of every shield, and the king put them in the armory, which was compassed with the wood. 17 The king also made a great throne of ivory, and overlaid it with pure gold. 18 And 6 steps to go up to the throne, and a footstool of gold, and 2 arms one on either side, and 2 lions standing by the arms. 19 Moreover 12 other little lions standing upon the steps on both sides. There was not such a throne in any kingdom. 20 And all the vessels of the king's table were of gold, and the vessels of the house of the forest of Libanus were of the purest gold, for no account was made of silver in those days. 21 For the king's ships went to Tharsis with the servants of Hiram, once in 3 years, and they brought thence gold and silver, and ivory, and apes, and peacocks. 22 And Solomon was magnified above all the kings of the earth for riches and glory. 23 And all the kings of the earth desired to see the face of Solomon, that they might hear the wisdom which God had given in his heart. 24 And every year they brought him presents, vessels of silver and of gold, and garments, and armor, and spices, and horses, and mules. 25 And Solomon had 40,000 horses in the stables, and 12,000 chariots, and horsemen, and he placed them in the cities of the chariots and where the king was in Jerusalem. 26 And he exercised authority over all the kings from the river Euphrates to the land of the Philistines, and to the borders of Egypt. 27 And he made silver as plentiful in Jerusalem as stones, and cedars as common as the sycamores, which grow in the plains. 28 And horses were brought to him out of Egypt, and out of all countries. 29 Now the rest of the acts of Solomon first and last are written in the words of Nathan the prophet, and in the books of Ahias the Silonite, and in the vision of Oddo the seer, against Jeroboam the son of Nebat. 30 And Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all Israel 40 years. 31 And he slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David, and Rehoboam his son reigned in his stead. Chapter 10 And Rehoboam went to Sikkim, for thither all Israel were assembled, to make him king. 2 And when Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who was in Egypt, heard it, forthwith he returned. 3 And they sent for him, and he came with all Israel, and they spoke to Rehoboam, saying: For thy father oppressed with a most grievous yoke, do thou govern us with a lighter hand than thy father, who laid upon us a heavy servitude, and ease something of the burden, that we may serve thee. 5 And he said to them, Come to me again after 3 days. And when the people were gone, 6 He took counsel with the ancients, who had stood before his father Solomon, while he yet lived, saying, What counsel give you to me, that I may answer the people? Second Book of Paralipomenon, 527. 7 And they said to him, If thou please this people, and soothe them with kind words, they will be thy servants forever. 8 But he forsook the counsel of the ancients, and began to treat with the young men, that had been brought up with him, and were in his train. 9 And he said to them, What seemeth good to you? Or what shall I answer this people, who have said to me, Ease the yoke which thy father laid upon us? 10 But they answered as young men, and brought up with him in pleasures, and said, Thus shalt thou speak to the people, that said to thee, Thy father made our yoke heavy, do thou ease it. Thus shalt thou answer them, My little finger is thicker than the loins of my father. 11 My father laid upon you a heavy yoke, and I will add more weight to it. My father beat you with scourges, but I will beat you with scorpions. 12 So Jeroboam, and all the people came to Rehoboam the 3rd day, as he commanded them. 13 And the king answered roughly, leaving the counsel of the ancients. 14 And he spoke according to the advice of the young men. My father laid upon you a heavy yoke, which I will make heavier. My father beat you with scourges, but I will beat you with scorpions. 15 And he condescended not to the people's requests, for it was the will of God, that his word might be fulfilled which he had spoken by the hand of Ahias the Silonite to Jeroboam the son of Nebat. 16 And all the people upon the king speaking roughly, said thus unto him, We have no part in David, nor inheritance in the son of Isai. Return to thy dwellings, O Israel, and do thou, O David, feed thy own house. And Israel went away to their dwellings. 17 But Rehoboam reigned over the children of Israel that dwelt in the cities of Judah. 18 And King Rehoboam sent Joram, who was over the tributes, and the children of Israel stoned him, and he died. And King Rehoboam made haste to get up into his chariot, and fled into Jerusalem. 19 And Israel revolted from the house of David unto this day. Chapter 11 And Rehoboam came to Jerusalem, and called together all the house of Judah and of Benjamin, 180,000 chosen men and warriors, to fight against Israel, and to bring back his kingdom to him. 2 And the word of the Lord came to Semias the man of God, saying, 3 Speak to Rehoboam the son of Solomon the king of Judah, and to all Israel, in Judah and Benjamin. 4 Thus saith the Lord, You shall not go up, nor fight against your brethren, let every man return to his own house, for by my will this thing has been done. And when they heard the word of the Lord, they returned, and did not go against Jeroboam. 5 And Rehoboam dwelt in Jerusalem, and built walled cities in Judah. 6 And he built Bethlehem, and Edom, and Thekeu. 7 And Bethshur, and Socho, and Odollam. 8 And Geth, and Maresa, and Ziph. 9 And Aduram, and Lachish, and Azekah, Kensurah also, and Ailan, and Hebron, which are in Judah and Benjamin, well-fenced cities. 11 And when he had enclosed them with walls, he put in them governors and storehouses of provisions, that is, of oil and of wine. 528. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 12 Moreover in every city he made an armory of shields and spears, and he fortified them with great diligence, and he reigned over Judah, and Benjamin. 13 And the priests and Levites, that were in all Israel, came to him out of all their seats, 14 Leaving their suburbs, and their possessions, and passing over to Judah, and Jerusalem, because Jeroboam and his sons had cast them off, from executing the priestly office to the Lord. 15 And he made to himself priests for the high places, and for the devils, and for the calves which he had made. 16 Moreover out of all the tribes of Israel, whosoever gave their heart to seek the Lord the God of Israel, came into Jerusalem to sacrifice their victims before the Lord the God of their fathers. 17 And they strengthened the kingdom of Judah, and established Rehoboam the son of Solomon for 3 years, for they walked in the ways of David and of Solomon, only 3 years. 18 And Rehoboam took to wife Mahalath, the daughter of Jeremoth the son of David, and Abihail the daughter of Eliab the son of Isai. 19 And they bore him sons Jehus, and Samorias, and Zum. 20 And after her he married Maachah the daughter of Absalom, who bore him Abiah, and Ethai, and Ziza, and Salamith. 21 And Rehoboam loved Maachah the daughter of Absalom above all his wives and concubines, for he had married 18 wives, and 60 concubines, and he begot 28 sons, and 60 daughters. 22 But he put at the head of them Abiah the son of Maachah to be the chief ruler over all his brethren, for he meant to make him king. 23 Because he was wiser and mightier than all his sons, and in all the countries of Judah, and of Benjamin, and in all the walled cities, and he gave them provisions in abundance, and he sought many wives. Chapter 12 And when the kingdom of Rehoboam was strengthened and fortified, he forsook the law of the Lord, and all Israel with him. 2 And in the 5th year of the reign of Rehoboam, Shishak king of Egypt came up against Jerusalem, 3 with 1200 chariots and 60,000 horsemen, and the people were without number that came with him out of Egypt, to wit, Libyans, and Troglodytes, and Ethiopians. 4 And he took the strongest cities in Judah, and came to Jerusalem. 5 And Shemaiah the prophet came to Rehoboam, and to the princes of Judah, that were gathered together in Jerusalem, fleeing from Shishak, and he said to them, Thus saith the Lord, You have left me, and I have left you in the hand of Shishak. 6 And the princes of Israel, and the king, being in a consternation, said, The Lord is just. 7 And when the Lord saw that they were humbled, the word of the Lord came to Shemaiah, saying, Because they are humbled, I will not destroy them, and I will give them a little help, and my wrath shall not fall upon Jerusalem by the hand of Shishak. 8 But yet they shall serve him, that they may know the difference between my service, and the service of a kingdom of the earth. 9 So Shishak king of Egypt departed from Jerusalem, taking away the treasures of the king's house, and he took all with him, and the golden shields that Solomon had made, 10 instead of which the king made brazen. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 529, ones, and delivered them to the captains of the shield-bearers, who guarded the entrance of the palace. 11 And when the king entered into the house of the Lord, the shield-bearers came and took them, and brought them back again to their armory. 12 But yet because they were humbled, the wrath of the Lord turned away from them, and they were not utterly destroyed, for even in Judah there were found good works. 13 King Rehoboam therefore was strengthened in Jerusalem, and reigned. He was 41 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city which the Lord chose out of all the tribes of Israel, to establish his name there. And the name of his mother was Naamah an Ammonitess. 14 But he did evil, and did not prepare his heart to seek the Lord. 15 Now the acts of Rehoboam first and last are written in the books of Shemaiah the prophet, and of Iddo the seer, and diligently recorded, and there was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam all their days. 16 And Rehoboam slept with his fathers, and was buried in the city of David. And Abiah his son reigned in his stead. Chapter 13 In the 18th year of King Jeroboam, Abiah reigned over Judah. 3 years he reigned in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Mishiah, the daughter of Uriel of Gaba, and there was war between Abiah and Jeroboam. 3 And when Abiah had begun battle, and had with him 400,000 most valiant, and chosen men, Jeroboam put his army in array against him, 800,000 men, who were also chosen and most valiant for war. 4 And Abiah stood upon Mount Semaron, which was in Ephraim, and said, Hear me, O Jeroboam, and all Israel. 5 Do you not know that the Lord God of Israel gave to David the kingdom over Israel forever, to him and to his sons by a covenant of salt? 6 And Jeroboam the son of Nebat, the servant of Solomon the son of David, rose up, and rebelled against his Lord. 7 And there were gathered to him vain men, and children of Belial, and they prevailed against Rehoboam the son of Solomon, for Rehoboam was unexperienced, and of a fearful heart, and could not resist them. 8 And now you say that you are able to withstand the kingdom of the Lord, which he possesseth by the sons of David, and you have a great multitude of people, and golden calves, which Jeroboam hath made you for gods. 9 And you have cast out the priests of the Lord, the sons of Aaron, and the Levites, and you have made you priests, like all the nations of the earth. Whosoever cometh and consecrateth his hand with a bullock of the herd, and with 7 rams, is made a priest of those who are no gods. 10 But the Lord is our God, whom we forsake not, and the priests who minister to the Lord are the sons of Aaron, and the Levites are in their order. 11 And they offer holocausts to the Lord, every day, morning and evening, and incense made according to the ordinance of the law, and the loaves are set forth on a most clean table, and there is with us the golden candlestick, and the lamps thereof, to be lighted always in the evening. For we keep the precepts of the Lord. 530, Second Book of Paralipomenon, our God, whom you have forsaken. 12 Therefore God is the leader in our army, and his priests who sound with trumpets, and resound against you, O children of Israel. Fight not against the Lord the God of your fathers, for it is not good for you. 13 While he spoke these things, Jeroboam caused an ambushment to come about behind him. And while he stood facing the enemies, he encompassed Judah, who perceived it not, with his army. 14 And when Judah looked back, they saw the battle coming upon them both before and behind, and they cried to the Lord, and the priests began to sound with the trumpets. 15 And all the men of Judah shouted, and behold when they shouted, God terrified Jeroboam, and all Israel that stood against Abiah and Judah. 16 And the children of Israel fled before Judah, and the Lord delivered them into their hand. 17 And Abiah and his people slew them with a great slaughter, and there fell wounded of Israel 500,000 valiant men. 18 And the children of Israel were brought down, at that time, and the children of Judah were exceedingly strengthened, because they had trusted in the Lord the God of their fathers. 19 And Abiah pursued after Jeroboam, and took cities from him, Bethel and her daughters, and Jeshanah with her daughters, Ephron also and her daughters. 20 And Jeroboam was not able to resist any more, in the days of Abiah, and the Lord struck him, and he died. 21 But Abiah, being strengthened in his kingdom, took 14 wives, and begot 22 sons, and 16 daughters. 22 And the rest of the acts of Abiah, and of his ways and works, are written diligently in the Book of Iddo the prophet. Chapter 14 And Abiah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David. And Asa his son reigned in his stead. In his days the land was quiet 10 years. 2 And Asa did that which was good and pleasing in the sight of his God, and he destroyed the altars of foreign worship, and the high places. 3 And broke the statues, and cut down the groves. 4 And he commanded Judah to seek the Lord the God of their fathers, and to do the law, and all the commandments. 5 And he took away out of all the cities of Judah the altars, and temples, and reigned in peace. 6 He built also strong cities in Judah, for he was quiet, and there had no wars risen in his time, the Lord giving peace. 7 And he said to Judah, Let us build these cities, and compass them with walls, and fortify them with towers, and gates, and bars, while all is quiet from wars, because we have sought the Lord the God of our fathers, and he hath given us peace round about. So they built, and there was no hindrance in building. 8 And Asa had in his army of men that bore shields and spears of Judah 300,000, and of Benjamin that bore shields and drew bows, 280,000, all these were most valiant men. 9 And Zara the Ethiopian came out against them with his army of 100,000 men, and with 300 chariots, and he came as far as Maresa. 10 And Asa went out to meet him, and set his army in array for battle in the vale of Sephadah. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 531, which is near Maresa. 11 And he called upon the Lord God, and said, Lord, there is no difference with thee, whether thou help with few, or with many. Help us, O Lord our God, for with confidence in thee, and in thy name we are come against this multitude. O Lord thou art our God, let not man prevail against thee. 12 And the Lord terrified the Ethiopians before Asa and Judah, and the Ethiopians fled. 13 And Asa and the people that were with him pursued them to Gerar, and the Ethiopians fell even to utter destruction, for the Lord slew them, and his army fought against them, and they were destroyed. And they took abundance of spoils. 14 And they took all the cities round about Gerar, for a great fear was come upon all men, and they pillaged the cities, and carried off much booty. 15 And they destroyed the sheepcotes, and took an infinite number of cattle, and of camels, and returned to Jerusalem. Chapter 15 And the Spirit of God came upon Azarias the son of Oded. 2 And he went out to meet Asa, and said to him, Hear ye me, Asa, and all Judah and Benjamin, the Lord is with you, because you have been with him. If you seek him, you shall find, but if you forsake him, he will forsake you. 3 And many days shall pass in Israel, without the true God, and without a priest a teacher, and without the law. 4 And when in their distress they shall return to the Lord the God of Israel, and shall seek him, they shall find him. 5 At that time there shall be no peace to him that goeth out and cometh in, but terrors on every side among all the inhabitants of the earth. 6 For nation shall fight against nation, and city against city, for the Lord will trouble them with all distress. 7 Do you therefore take courage, and let not your hands be weakened, for there shall be a reward for your work. 8 And when Asa had heard the words, and the prophecy of Azarias the son of Oded the prophet, he took courage, and took away the idols out of all the land of Judah, and out of Benjamin, and out of the cities of Mount Ephraim, which he had taken, and he dedicated the altar of the Lord, which was before the porch of the Lord. 9 And he gathered together all Judah and Benjamin, and the strangers with them of Ephraim, and Manasseh, and Simeon, for many were come over to him out of Israel, seeing that the Lord his God was with him. 10 And when they were come to Jerusalem in the 3rd month, in the 15th year of the reign of Asa. 11 They sacrificed to the Lord in the day of the spoils, and of the prey, that they had brought, 700 oxen, and 7,000 rams. 12 And he went in to confirm as usual the covenant, that they should seek the Lord the God of their fathers with all their heart, and with all their soul. 13 And if any one, said he, seek not the Lord the God of Israel, let him die, whether little or great, man or woman. 14 And they swore to the Lord with a loud voice with joyful shouting, and with sound of trumpet, and sound of cornets. 15 All that were in Judah with a curse, for with all their heart they swore, and with all their will. 532, Second Book of Paralipomenon. They sought him, and they found him, and the Lord gave them rest round about. 16 Moreover Maachah the mother of King Asa he deposed from the royal authority, because she had made in a grove an idol of Priapus, and he entirely destroyed it, and breaking it into pieces, burned it at the torrent Cedron. 17 But high places were left in Israel, nevertheless the heart of Asa was perfect all his days. 18 And the things which his father had vowed, and he himself had vowed, he brought into the house of the Lord, gold and silver, and vessels of divers uses. 19 And there was no war unto the 35th year of the kingdom of Asa. Chapter 16. And in the 36th year of his kingdom, Baasha the king of Israel came up against Judah, and built a wall about Ramah, that no one might safely go out or come in of the kingdom of Asa. 2 Then Asa brought out silver and gold out of the treasures of the house of the Lord, and of the king's treasures, and sent to Benhadad king of Syria, who dwelt in Damascus, saying, 3 There is a league between me and thee, as there was between my father and thy father. Wherefore I have sent thee silver and gold, that thou mayst break thy league with Baasha king of Israel, and make him depart from me. 4 And when Benhadad heard this, he sent the captains of his armies against the cities of Israel, and they took Ahin, and Dan, and Abel-maim, and all the walled cities of Naphtali. 5 And when Baasha heard of it, he left off the building of Ramah, and interrupted his work. 6 Then King Asa took all Judah, and they carried away from Ramah the stones, and the timber, that Baasha had prepared for the building, and he built with them Gabah, and Masphah. 7 At that time Hanani the prophet came to Asa king of Judah, and said to him, Because thou hast had confidence in the king of Syria, and not in the Lord thy God, therefore hath the army of the king of Syria escaped out of thy hand. 8 Were not the Ethiopians, and the Libyans much more numerous in chariots, and horsemen, and an exceeding great multitude, yet because thou trustest in the Lord, he delivered them into thy hand? 9 For the eyes of the Lord behold all the earth, and give strength to those who with a perfect heart trust in him. Wherefore thou hast done foolishly, and for this cause from this time wars shall arise against thee. 10 And Asa was angry with the seer, and commanded him to be put in prison, for he was greatly enraged because of this thing, and he put to death many of the people at that time. 11 But the works of Asa the first and last are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. 12 And Asa fell sick in the 39th year of his reign, of a most violent pain in his feet, and yet in his illness he did not seek the Lord, but rather trusted in the skill of physicians. 13 And he slept with his fathers, and he died in the 41st year of his reign. 14 And they buried him in his own sepulchre, which he had made for himself in the city of David, and they laid him on his bed full of spices and odoriferous ointments, which were made by the art of the perfumers, and they burnt them over him with very great pomp. Second Book of Paralipomenon. 533, Chapter 17. And Josaphat his son reigned in his stead, and grew strong against Israel. 2 And he placed numbers of soldiers in all the fortified cities of Judah. And he put garrisons in the land of Judah, and in the cities of Ephraim, which Asa his father had taken. 3 And the Lord was with Josaphat, because he walked in the first ways of David his father, and trusted not in Baalim. 4 But in the God of his father, and walked in his commandments, and not according to the sins of Israel. 5 And the Lord established the kingdom in his hand, and all Judah brought presents to Josaphat, and he acquired immense riches, and much glory. 6 And when his heart had taken courage for the ways of the Lord, he took away also the high places and the groves out of Judah. 7 And in the 3rd year of his reign, he sent of his princes Ben-Hail, and Abdias, and Zacharias, and Nathaniel, and Michaias, to teach in the sites of Judah. 8 And with them the Levites, Semias, and Nathanias, and Zebadias, and Asiel, and Semiramoth, and Jonathan, and Adonias, and Tobias, and Thabadonia's Levites, and with them Elisama, and Joram priests. 9 And they taught the people in Judah, having with them the book of the law of the Lord, and they went about all the cities of Judah, and instructed the people. 10 And the fear of the Lord came upon all the kingdoms of the lands that were round about Judah, and they durst not make war against Jehoshaphat. 11 The Philistines also brought presents to Jehoshaphat, and tribute in silver, and the Arabians brought him cattle, 7,700 rams, and as many he-goats. 12 And Jehoshaphat grew, and became exceeding great, and he built in Judah houses like towers, and walled cities. 13 And he prepared many works in the cities of Judah, and he had warriors, and valiant men in Jerusalem. 14 Of whom this is the number of the houses and families of every one, in Judah captains of the army, Ednas the chief, and with him 300,000 most valiant men. 15 After him Johanan the captain, and with him 280,000. 16 And after him was Amasias the son of Zechri, consecrated to the Lord, and with him were 200,000 valiant men. 17 After him was Eliada valiant in battle, and with him 200,000 armed with bow and shield. 18 After him also was Jozabad, and with him 180,000 ready for war. 19 All these were at the hand of the king, beside others, whom he had put in the walled cities, in all Judah. Chapter 18 Now Jehoshaphat was rich and very glorious, and was joined by affinity to Achab. 2 And he went down to him after some years to Samaria, and Achab at his coming killed sheep and oxen in abundance for him and the people that came with him, and he persuaded him to go up to Ramoth-Gilead. 3 And Achab king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat king of Judah, Come with me to Ramoth-Gilead. And he answered him, Thou art as I am, and my people as thy people, and we will be with thee in the war. 534, Second Book of Paralipomenon. 4 And Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, Inquire, I beseech thee, at present the word of the Lord. 5 So the king of Israel gathered together of the prophets 400 men, and he said to them, Shall we go to Ramoth-Gilead to fight, or shall we forbear? But they said, Go up, and God will deliver into the king's hand. 6 And Jehoshaphat said, Is there not here a prophet of the Lord, that we may inquire also of him? 7 And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, There is one man, of whom we may ask the will of the Lord, but I hate him, for he never prophesieth good to me, but always evil, and it is Michaias the son of Gemla. And Jehoshaphat said, Speak not thus, O king. 8 And the king of Israel called one of the eunuchs, and said to him, Call quickly Michaias the son of Gemla. 9 Now the king of Israel, and Jehoshaphat king of Judah, both sat on their thrones, clothed in royal robes, and they sat in the open court by the gate of Samaria, and all the prophets prophesied before them. 10 And Sedecias the son of Chananah made him horns of iron, and said, Thus saith the Lord, With these shalt thou push Syria, till thou destroy it. 11 And all the prophets prophesied in like manner, and said, Go up to Ramoth-Gilead, and thou shalt prosper, and the Lord will deliver them into the king's hand. 12 And the messenger that went to call Michaias, said to him, Behold the words of all the prophets with one mouth declare good to the king. I beseech thee therefore let not thy word disagree with them, and speak thou also good success. 13 And Michaias answered him, As the Lord liveth, whatsoever my God shall say to me, that will I speak. 14 So he came to the king, and the king said to him, Michaias, shall we go to Ramoth-Gilead to fight, or forbear? And he answered him, Go up, for all shall succeed prosperously, and the enemies shall be delivered into your hands. 15 And the king said, I adjure thee again and again to say nothing but the truth to me, in the name of the Lord. 16 Then he said, I saw all Israel scattered in the mountains, like sheep without a shepherd, and the Lord said, These have no masters, let every man return to his own house in peace. 17 And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, Did I not tell thee that this man would not prophesy me any good, but evil? 18 Then he said, Hear ye therefore the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the army of heaven standing by him on the right hand and on the left. 19 And the Lord said, Who shall deceive Achab king of Israel, that he may go up and fall in Ramoth-Gilead? And when one spoke in this manner, and another otherwise, 20 There came forth a spirit, and stood before the Lord, and said, I will deceive him. And the Lord said to him, By what means wilt thou deceive him? 21 And he answered, I will go out, and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And the Lord said, Thou shalt deceive, and shalt prevail, go out, and do so. 22 Now therefore behold, the Lord hath put a spirit of lying in the mouth of all thy prophets, and the Lord hath spoken evil against thee. 23 And Sedecias the son of Chinana came, and struck Michaias on the cheek and said, Which way went the Spirit of the Lord from me, to speak to thee? Second Book of Paralipomenon, 535, 24 And Michaias said, Thou thyself shalt see in that day, when thou shalt go in from chamber, to hide thyself. 25 And the king of Israel commanded, saying, Take Michaias, and carry him to Amon the governor of the city, and to Joas the son of Amielish. 26 And say, Thus saith the king, Put this fellow in prison, and give him bread and water in a small quantity till I return in peace. 27 And Michaias said, If thou return in peace, the Lord hath not spoken by me. And he said, Hear, all ye people. 28 So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat king of Judah went up to Ramoth Gilead. 29 And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, I will change my dress, and so I will go to the battle, but put thou on thy own garments. And the king of Israel having changed his dress, went to the battle. 30 Now the king of Syria had commanded the captains of his cavalry, saying, Fight ye not with small, or great, but with the king of Israel only. 31 So when the captains of the cavalry saw Jehoshaphat, they said, This is the king of Israel. And they surrounded him to attack him, but he cried to the Lord, and he helped him, and turned them away from him. 32 For when the captains of the cavalry saw, that he was not the king of Israel, they left him. 33 And it happened that one of the people shot an arrow at a venture, and struck the king of Israel between the neck and the shoulders, and he said to his chariot man, Turn thy hand, and carry me out of the battle, for I am wounded. 34 And the fight was ended that day, but the king of Israel stood in his chariot against the Syrians until the evening, and died at the sunset. Chapter 19 And Jehoshaphat king of Judah returned to his house in peace to Jerusalem. 2 And Jehu the son of Hanani the seer met him, and said to him, Thou helpest the ungodly, and thou art joined in friendship with them that hate the Lord, and therefore thou didst deserve indeed the wrath of the Lord. 3 But good works are found in thee, because thou hast taken away the groves out of the land of Judah, and hast prepared thy heart to seek the Lord the God of thy fathers. 4 And Jehoshaphat dwelt at Jerusalem, and he went out again to the people from Bersabee to Mount Ephraim, and brought them back to the Lord the God of their fathers. 5 And he set judges of the land in all the fenced cities of Judah, in every place. 6 And charging the judges, he said, Take heed what you do, for you exercise not the judgment of man, but of the Lord, and whatsoever you judge, it shall redound to you. 7 Let the fear of the Lord be with you, and do all things with diligence, for there is no iniquity with the Lord our God, nor respect of persons, nor desire of gifts. 8 In Jerusalem also Jehoshaphat appointed Levites, and priests and chiefs of the families of Israel, to judge the judgment and the cause of the Lord for the inhabitants thereof. 9 And he charged them, saying, Thus shall you do in the fear of the Lord faithfully, and with a perfect heart. 10 Every cause that shall come to you of your brethren, that dwell in their cities, between kindred and kindred, wheresoever there is question concerning the law, the commandment, the ceremonies, the justifications, show it them, that they may not sin against the Lord. 536, Second Book of Paralipomenon, and that wrath may not come upon you and your brethren, and so doing you shall not sin. 11 And Amarias the priest your high priest shall be chief in the things which regard God, and Zebadias the son of Ismael, who is ruler in the house of Judah, shall be over those matters which belong to the king's office, and you have before you the Levites for masters. Take courage and do diligently. And the Lord will be with you in good things. Chapter 20 After this the children of Moab, and the children of Ammon, and with them of the Ammonites, were gathered together to fight against Jehoshaphat. 2 And there came messengers, and told Jehoshaphat, saying, There cometh a great multitude against thee from beyond the sea, and out of Syria, and behold they are in Asasunthamar, which is in Gadi. 3 And Jehoshaphat being seized with fear betook himself wholly to pray to the Lord, and he proclaimed a fast for all Judah. 4 And Judah gathered themselves together to pray to the Lord, and all came out of their cities to make supplication to him. 5 And Jehoshaphat stood in the midst of the assembly of Judah, and Jerusalem, in the house of the Lord before the new court. 6 And said, O Lord God of our fathers, thou art God in heaven, and rulest over all the kingdoms and nations, in thy hand is strength and power, and no one can resist thee. 7 Didst not thou our God kill all the inhabitants of this land before thy people Israel, and gavest it to the seed of Abraham thy friend forever? 8 And they dwelt in it, and built in it a sanctuary to thy name, saying, 9 If evils fall upon us, the sword of judgment, or pestilence, or famine, we will stand in thy presence before this house, in which thy name is called upon, and we will cry to thee in our afflictions, and thou wilt hear, and save us. 10 Now therefore behold the children of Ammon, and of Moab, and Mount Seir, through whose lands thou didst not allow Israel to pass, when they came out of Egypt, but they turned aside from them, and slew them not. 11 Do the contrary, and endeavor to cast us out of the possession which thou hast delivered to us. 12 O our God, wilt thou not then judge them? As for us, we have not strength enough to be able to resist this multitude, which cometh violently upon us. But as we know not what to do, we can only turn our eyes to thee. 13 And all Judah stood before the Lord with their little ones, and their wives, and their children. 14 And Jehaziel the son of Zecharias, the son of Banias, the son of Jehiel, the son of Mattanias, a Levite of the sons of Asaph, was there, upon whom the Spirit of the Lord came in the midst of the multitude. 15 And he said, Attend ye, all Judah, and you that dwell in Jerusalem, and thou King Jehoshaphat, thus saith the Lord to you, Fear ye not, and be not dismayed at this multitude, for the battle is not yours, but God's. 16 Tomorrow you shall go down against them, for they will come up by the ascent named Sis, and you shall find them at the head of the torrent, which is over against the wilderness of Jeruel. 17 It shall not be you that shall fight, but only stand with confidence, and you shall see the help. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 537, of the Lord over you, O Judah, and Jerusalem, fear ye not, nor be ye dismayed, tomorrow you shall go out against them, and the Lord will be with you. 18 Then Jehoshaphat, and Judah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem fell flat on the ground before the Lord, and adored him. 19 And the Levites of the sons of Kohath, and of the sons of Kor praised the Lord the God of Israel with a loud voice, on high. 20 And they rose early in the morning, and went out through the desert of the Kua, and as they were marching, Jehoshaphat standing in the midst of them, said, Hear me, ye men of Judah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, believe in the Lord your God, and you shall be secure, believe his prophets, and all things shall succeed well. 21 And he gave counsel to the people, and appointed the singing men of the Lord, to praise him by their companies, and to go before the army, and with one voice to say, Give glory to the Lord, for his mercy endureth forever. 22 And when they began to sing praises, the Lord turned their ambushments upon themselves, that is to say, of the children of Ammon, and of Moab, and of Mount Seir, who were come out to fight against Judah, and they were slain. 23 For the children of Ammon, and of Moab, rose up against the inhabitants of Mount Seir, to kill and destroy them, and when they had made an end of them, they turned also against one another, and destroyed one another. 24 And when Judah came to the watchtower, that looketh toward the desert, they saw afar off all the country, for a great space, full of dead bodies, and that no one was left that could escape death. 25 Then Jehoshaphat came, and all the people with him to take away the spoils of the dead. And they found among the dead bodies, stuff of various kinds, and garments, and most precious vessels, and they took them for themselves, insomuch that they could not carry all, nor in 3 days take away the spoils, the booty was so great. 26 And on the 4th day they were assembled in the valley of blessing, for there they blessed the Lord, and therefore they called that place the valley of blessing until this day. 27 And every man of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem returned, and Jehoshaphat at their head, into Jerusalem with great joy, because the Lord had made them rejoice over their enemies. 28 And they came into Jerusalem with psalteries, and harps, and trumpets into the house of the Lord. 29 And the fear of the Lord fell upon all the kingdoms of the lands when they heard that the Lord had fought against the enemies of Israel. 30 And the kingdom of Jehoshaphat was quiet, and God gave him peace round about. 31 And Jehoshaphat reigned over Judah, and he was 35 years old, when he began to reign, and he reigned 25 years in Jerusalem, and the name of his mother was Azubah the daughter of Salahi. 32 And he walked in the way of his father Asa and departed not from it, doing the things that were pleasing before the Lord. 33 But yet he took not away the high places, and the people had not yet turned their heart to the Lord the God of their fathers. 34 But the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat, first and last, are written in the words of Jehu the son of Hanani, which he digested into the books of the kings of Israel. 35 After these things Jehoshaphat king of Judah made friendship with Ochozias king of Israel, whose works were very wicked. 538. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 36 And he was partner with him in making ships, to go to Tharsis, and they made the ships in Asian-Gaber. 37 And Eliezer the son of Dodo of Marezah prophesied to Jehoshaphat, saying, Because thou hast made a league with Ochozias, the Lord hath destroyed thy works, and the ships are broken, and they could not go to Tharsis. Chapter 21. And Jehoshaphat slept with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of David, and Joram his son reigned in his stead. 2 And he had brethren the sons of Jehoshaphat, Azarias, and Jael, and Zacharias, and Azariah, and Michael, and Saphatias, all these were the sons of Jehoshaphat king of Judah. 3 And their father gave them great gifts of silver, and of gold, and pensions, with strong cities in Judah, but the kingdom he gave to Joram, because he was the eldest. For so Joram rose up over the kingdom of his father, and when he had established himself, he slew all his brethren with the sword, and some of the princes of Israel. 5 Joram was 32 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. 6 And he walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, as the house of Achab had done, for his wife was a daughter of Achab, and he did evil in the sight of the Lord. 7 But the Lord would not destroy the house of David, because of the covenant which he had made with him, and because he had promised to give a lamp to him, and to his sons forever. 8 In those days Edom revolted, from being subject to Judah, and made themselves a king. 9 And Joram went over with his princes, and all his cavalry with him, and rose in the night, and defeated the Edomites who had surrounded him, and all the captains of his cavalry. 10 However Edom revolted, from being under the dominion of Judah unto this day. At that time Libnah also revolted, from being under his hand. For he had forsaken the Lord the God of his fathers. 11 Moreover he built also high places in the cities of Judah, and he made the inhabitants of Jerusalem to commit fornication, and Judah to transgress. 12 And there was a letter brought him from Eliseus the prophet, in which it was written, Thus saith the Lord the God of David thy father, because thou hast not walked in the ways of Jehoshaphat thy father nor in the ways of Asa king of Judah. 13 But hast walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, and hast made Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to commit fornication, imitating the fornication of the house of Achab. Moreover also thou hast killed thy brethren, the house of thy father, better men than thyself. 14 Behold the Lord will strike thee with a great plague, with all thy people, and thy children, and thy wives, and all thy substance. 15 And thou shalt be sick of a very grievous disease of thy bowels, till thy vital parts come out by little and little every day. 16 And the Lord stirred up against Joram the spirit of the Philistines, and of the Arabians, who border on the Ethiopians. 17 And they came up into the land of Judah, and wasted it, and they carried away all the substance that was found in the king's house, his sons also, and his wives, so that there was no son left him but Jochas, who was the youngest. 18 And besides all this the Lord struck him. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 539, with an incurable disease in his bowels. 19 And as day came after day, and time rolled on, 2 whole years passed, then after being wasted with a long consumption, so as to void his very bowels, his disease ended with his life, and he died of a most wretched illness, and the people did not make a funeral for him according to the manner of burning, as they had done for his ancestors. 20 He was 32 years old when he began his reign, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. And he walked not rightly, and they buried him in the city of David, but not in the sepulchres of the kings. Chapter 22 And the inhabitants of Jerusalem made Ochozias his youngest son king in his place, for the rovers of the Arabians, who had broken upon the camp, had killed all that were his elder brothers. So Ochozias the son of Joram king of Judah reigned. 2 Ochozias was 42 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem, and the name of his mother was Athaliah the daughter of Omri. 3 He also walked in the ways of the house of Achab, for his mother pushed him on to do wickedly. 4 So he did evil in the sight of the Lord, as the house of Achab did, for they were his counselors after the death of his father, to his destruction. 5 And he walked after their counsels. And he went with Joram the son of Achab king of Israel, to fight against Hazael king of Syria, at Ramoth Gilead, and the Syrians wounded Joram. 6 And he returned to be healed in Jezreel, for he received many wounds in the foresaid battle. And Ochozias the son of Joram king of Judah, went down to visit Joram the son of Achab in Jezreel where he lay sick. 7 For it was the will of God against Ochozias that he should come to Joram, and when he was come should go out also against Jehu the son of Nimshi, whom the Lord had anointed to destroy the house of Achab. 8 So when Jehu was rooting out the house of Achab, he found the princes of Judah, and the sons of the brethren of Ochozias, who served him, and he slew them. 9 And he sought for Ochozias himself, and took him lying hid in Samaria, and when he was brought to him, he killed him, and they buried him, because he was the son of Jehoshaphat, who had sought the Lord with all his heart. And there was no more hope that any one should reign of the race of Ochozias. 10 For Athaliah his mother, seeing that her son was dead, rose up, and killed all the royal family of the house of Joram. 11 But Josabet the king's daughter took Joas the son of Ochozias, and stole him from among the king's sons that were slain, and she hid him with his nurse in a bedchamber. Now Josabet that hid him, was daughter of King Joram, wife of Joiada the high priest, and sister of Ochozias, and therefore Athaliah did not kill him. 12 And he was with them hid in the house of God 6 years, during which Athaliah reigned over the land. Chapter 23 And in the 7th year Joiada being encouraged, took the captains of hundreds, to wit, Azarias the son of Jeroham, and Ismahol the son of Johanan, and Azarias the son of Obed. And 540. Second Book of Paralipomenon. Maaseiah the son of Adias, and Elizaphat the son of Zechri, and made a covenant with them. 2. And they went about Judah, and gathered together the Levites out of all the cities of Judah, and the chiefs of the families of Israel, and they came to Jerusalem. 3. And all the multitude made a covenant with the king in the house of God, and Joiada said to them, Behold, the king's son shall reign, as the Lord hath said of the sons of David. 4. And this is the thing that you shall do. 5. A third part of you that come to the Sabbath, of the priests, and of the Levites, and of the porters shall be at the gates, and a third part at the king's house, and a third at the gate that is called the Foundation. But let all the rest of the people be in the courts of the house of the Lord. 6. And let no one come into the house of the Lord, but the priests, and they that minister of the Levites, let them only come in, because they are sanctified, and let all the rest of the people keep the watches of the Lord. 7. And let the Levites be round about the king, every man with his arms, and if any other come into the temple, let him be slain, and let them be with the king, both coming in, and going out. 8. So the Levites, and all Judah did according to all that Joiada the high priest had commanded, and they took every one his man that were under him, and that came in by the course of the Sabbath, with those who had fulfilled the Sabbath, and were to go out. For Joiada the high priest permitted not the companies to depart, which were accustomed to succeed one another every week. 9. And Joiada the priest gave to the captains the spears, and the shields, and targets of King David, which he had dedicated in the house of the Lord. 10. And he set all the people with swords in their hands from the right side of the temple, to the left side of the temple, before the altar, and the temple, round about the king. 11. And they brought out the king's son, and put the crown upon him, and the testimony, and gave him the law to hold in his hand, and they made him king, and Joiada the high priest and his sons anointed him, and they prayed for him, and said, God save the king. 12. Now when Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and praising the king, she came into the people, into the temple of the Lord. 13. And when she saw the king standing upon the step in the entrance, and the princes, and the companies about him, and all the people of the land rejoicing, and sounding with trumpets, and playing on instruments of divers kinds, and the voice of those that praised, she rent her garments, and said, Treason, treason. 14. And Joiada the high priest going out to the captains, and the chiefs of the army, said to them, Take her forth without the precinct of the temple, and when she is without let her be killed with the sword. For the priest commanded that she should not be killed in the house of the Lord. 15. And they laid hold on her by the neck, and when she was come within the horse gate of the palace, they killed her there. 16. And Joiada made a covenant between himself and all the people, and the king, that they should be the people of the Lord. 17. And all the people went into the house of Baal, and destroyed it, and they broke down his altars and his idols, and they slew Modin the priest of Baal before the altars. 18. And Joiada appointed overseers in the house of the Lord, under the hands of the priests, and the Levites, whom David had distributed in the house of the Lord, to offer holocausts to the Second Book of Paralipomenon. 541. Lord, as it is written in the law of Moses, with joy and singing, according to the disposition of David. 19. He appointed also porters in the gates of the house of the Lord, that none who was unclean in anything should enter in. 20. And he took the captains of hundreds, and the most valiant men, and the chiefs of the people, and all the people of the land, and they brought down the king from the house of the Lord, and brought him through the upper gate into the king's house, and set him on the royal throne. 21. And all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was quiet, but Athaliah was slain with the sword. Chapter 24. Joash was 7 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 40 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Sabiah of Beersheba. 2. And he did that which is good before the Lord all the days of Joiada the priest. 3. And Joiada took for him 2 wives, by whom he had sons and daughters. 4. After this Joash had a mind to repair the house of the Lord. 5. And he assembled the priests, and the Levites, and said to them, Go out to the cities of Judah, and gather of all Israel money to repair the temple of your God, from year to year, and do this with speed. But the Levites were negligent. 6. And the king called Joiada the chief, and said to him, Why hast thou not taken care to oblige the Levites to bring in out of Judah and Jerusalem the money that was appointed by Moses the servant of the Lord for all the multitude of Israel to bring into the tabernacle of the testimony? 7. For that wicked woman Athaliah, and her children have destroyed the house of God, and adorned the temple of Baal with all the things that had been dedicated in the temple of the Lord. 8. And the king commanded, and they made a chest, and set it by the gate of the house of the Lord on the outside. 9. And they made a proclamation in Judah and Jerusalem, that every man should bring to the Lord the money which Moses the servant of God appointed for all Israel, in the desert. 10. And all the princes, and all the people rejoiced, and going in they contributed and cast so much into the chest of the Lord, that it was filled. 11 And when it was time to bring the chest before the king by the hands of the Levites, the king's scribe, and he whom the high priest had appointed went in, and they poured out the money that was in the chest, and they carried back the chest to its place. And thus they did from day to day, and there was gathered an immense sum of money. 12 And the king and Joiada gave it to those who were over the works of the house of the Lord, but they hired with it stonecutters, and artificers of every kind of work to repair the house of the Lord, and such as wrought in iron and brass, to uphold with began to be falling. 13 And the workmen were diligent, and the breach of the walls was closed up by their hands, and they set up the house of the Lord in its former state, and made it stand firm. 14 And when they had finished all the works, they brought the rest of the money before the king and Joiada, and with it were made vessels for the temple for the ministry, and for hollow. 542, Second Book of Paralipomenon, costs and bulls, and other vessels of gold and silver, and holocausts were offered in the house of the Lord continually all the days of Joiada. 15 But Joiada grew old and was full of days, and died when he was 130 years old. 16 And they buried him in the city of David among the kings, because he had done good to Israel, and to his house. 17 And after the death of Joiada, the princes of Judah went in, and worshipped the king, and he was soothed by their services and hearkened to them. 18 And they forsook the temple of the Lord the God of their fathers, and served groves and idols, and wrath came upon Judah and Jerusalem for this sin. 19 And he sent prophets to them to bring them back to the Lord, and they would not give ear when they testified against them. 20 The Spirit of God then came upon Zacharias the son of Joiada the priest, and he stood in the sight of the people, and said to them, Thus saith the Lord God, Why transgress you the commandment of the Lord which will not be for your good, and have forsaken the Lord, to make him forsake you? 21 And they gathered themselves together against him, and stoned him at the king's commandment in the court of the house of the Lord. 22 And King Joash did not remember the kindness that Joiada his father had done to him, but killed his son. And when he died, he said, The Lord see, and require it. 23 And when a year was come about, the army of Syria came up against him, and they came to Judah and Jerusalem, and killed all the princes of the people, and they sent all the spoils to the king of Damascus. 24 And whereas there came a very small number of the Syrians, the Lord delivered into their hands an infinite multitude, because they had forsaken the Lord the God of their fathers, and on Joash they executed shameful judgments. 25 And departing they left him in great diseases, and his servants rose up against him, for revenge of the blood of the son of Joiada the priest, and they slew him in his bed, and he died, and they buried him in the city of David, but not in the sepulchres of the kings. 26 Now the men that conspired against him were Zabad the son of Semaath an Ammonitess, and Jozabad the son of Semerith a Moabitess. 27 And concerning his sons, and the sum of money which was gathered under him, and the repairing the house of God, they are written more diligently in the book of Kings, and Amaziah his son reigned in his stead. Chapter 25 Amaziah was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Jodan of Jerusalem. 2 And he did what was good in the sight of the Lord, but yet not with a perfect heart. 3 And when he saw himself strengthened in his kingdom, he put to death the servants that had slain the king his father. 4 But he slew not their children, as it is written in the book of the law of Moses, where the Lord commanded, saying, The fathers shall not be slain for the children, nor the children for their fathers, but every man shall die for his own sin. 5 Amaziah therefore gathered Judah together, and appointed them by families, and captains. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 543, of thousands and of hundreds in all Judah, and Benjamin, and he numbered them from 20 years old and upwards, and found 300,000 young men that could go out to battle, and could hold the spear and shield. 6 He hired also of Israel 100,000 valiant men, for 100 talents of silver. 7 But a man of God came to him, and said, O king, let not the army of Israel go out with thee, for the Lord is not with Israel, and all the children of Ephraim. 8 And if thou think that battles consist in the strength of the army, God will make thee to be overcome by the enemies, for it belongeth to God both to help, and to put to flight. 9 And Amaziah said to the man of God, What will then become of the 100 talents which I have given to the soldiers of Israel? And the man of God answered him, The Lord is rich enough to be able to give thee much more than this. 10 Then Amaziah separated the army, that came to him out of Ephraim, to go home again, but they being much enraged against Judah, returned to their own country. 11 And Amaziah taking courage led forth his people, and went to the vale of salt pits, and slew of the children of Seir 10,000. 12 And other 10,000 men the sons of Judah took, and brought to the steep of a certain rock, and cast them down headlong from the top, and they all were broken to pieces. 13 But that army which Amaziah had sent back, that they should not go with him to battle, spread themselves among the cities of Judah, from Samaria to Beth-horon, and having killed 3,000 took away much spoil. 14 But Amaziah, after he had slain the Edomites, set up the gods of the children of Seir, which he had brought thence, to be his gods, and adored them, and burned incense to them. 15 Wherefore the Lord, being angry against Amaziah, sent a prophet to him, to say to him, Why hast thou adored gods that have not delivered their own people out of thy hand? 16 And when he spoke these things, he answered him, Art thou the king's counselor? Be quiet, lest I kill thee. And the prophet departing, said, I know that God is minded to kill thee, because thou hast done this evil, and moreover hast not hearkened to my counsel. 17 Then Amaziah king of Judah, taking very bad counsel, sent to Joash the son of Joash the son of Jehu, king of Israel, saying, Come, let us see one another. 18 But he sent back the messengers, saying, The thistle that is in Libanus, sent to the cedar in Libanus, saying, Give thy daughter to my son to wife, and behold the beasts that were in the wood of Libanus passed by and trod down the thistle. 19 Thou hast said, I have overthrown Edom, and therefore thy heart is lifted up with pride. Stay at home, why dost thou provoke evil against thee, that both thou shouldst fall and Judah with thee? 20 Amaziah would not hearken to him, because it was the Lord's will that he should be delivered into the hands of enemies, because of the gods of Edom. 21 So Joash king of Israel went up, and they presented themselves to be seen by one another, and Amaziah king of Judah was in Bethsames of Judah. 22 And Judah fell before Israel, and they fled to their dwellings. 23 And Joash king of Israel took Amaziah king of Judah, the son of Joash, the son of Joash, in Bethsames, and brought him to Jerusalem, and broke down the walls thereof from the gate of Ephraim, to the gate of the corner. 400. 544. Second Book of Paralipomenon, cubits. 24 And he took all the gold, and silver, and all the vessels, that he found in the house of God, and with Obededom, and in the treasures of the king's house, moreover also the sons of the hostages, he brought back to Samaria. 25 And Amaziah the son of Joash king of Judah lived, after the death of Joash the son of Joash king of Israel, 15 years. 26 Now the rest of the acts of Amaziah, the first and last, are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. 27 And after he revolted from the Lord, they made a conspiracy against him in Jerusalem. And he fled into Lachish, and they sent, and killed him there. 28 And they brought him back upon horses, and buried him with his fathers in the city of David. Chapter 26 And all the people of Judah took his son Ozias, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the room of Amaziah his father. 2 He built Elath, and restored it to the dominion of Judah, after that the king slept with his fathers. 3 Ozias was 16 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Jechiliah of Jerusalem. 4 And he did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that Amaziah his father had done. 5 And he sought the Lord in the days of Zacharias that understood and saw God, and as long as he sought the Lord, he directed him in all things. 6 Moreover he went forth and fought against the Philistines, and broke down the wall of Geth, and the wall of Jabneh, and the wall of Azotus, and he built towns in Azotus, and among the Philistines. 7 And God helped him against the Philistines, and against the Arabians, that dwelt in Gurbaal, and against the Ammonites. 8 And the Ammonites gave gifts to Ozias, and his name was spread abroad even to the entrance of Egypt for his frequent victories. 9 And Ozias built towers in Jerusalem over the gate of the corner, and over the gate of the valley, and the rest, in the same side of the wall, and fortified them. 10 And he built towers in the wilderness, and dug many cisterns, for he had much cattle both in the plains, and in the waste of the desert. He had also vineyards and dressers of vines in the mountains, and in Carmel, for he was a man that loved husbandry. 11 And the army of his fighting men, that went out to war, was under the hand of Jehiel the scribe, and Maaseiah the doctor, and under the hand of Hananias, who was one of the king's captains. 12 And the whole number of the chiefs by the families of valiant men were 2,600. 13 And the whole army under them 307,500, who were fit for war, and fought for the king against the enemy. 14 And Ozias prepared for them, that is, for the whole army, shields, and spears, and helmets, and coats of mail, and bows, and slings to cast stones. 15 And he made in Jerusalem engines of diverse kinds, which he placed in the towers, and in the corners of the walls, to shoot arrows. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 545. And great stones, and his name went forth far abroad, for the Lord helped him, and had strengthened him. 16 But when he was made strong, his heart was lifted up to his destruction, and he neglected the Lord his God, and going into the temple of the Lord, he had a mind to burn incense upon the altar of incense. 17 And immediately Azarias the priest going in after him, and with him 80 priests of the Lord, most valiant men. 18 Withstood the king and said, It doth not belong to thee, Ozias, to burn incense to the Lord, but to the priests, that is, to the sons of Aaron, who were consecrated for this ministry, go out of the sanctuary, do not despise, for this thing shall not be accounted to thy glory by the Lord God. 19 And Ozias was angry, and holding in his hand the censer to burn incense, threatened the priests. And presently there arose a leprosy in his forehead before the priests, in the house of the Lord at the altar of incense. 20 And Azarias the high priest, and all the rest of the priests looked upon him, and saw the leprosy in his forehead, and they made haste to thrust him out. Yea, himself also being frightened, hasted to go out, because he had quickly felt the stroke of the Lord. 21 And Ozias the king was a leper unto the day of his death, and he dwelt in a house apart being full of the leprosy, for which he had been cast out of the house of the Lord. And Jotham his son governed the king's house, and judged the people of the land. 22 But the rest of the acts of Ozias first and last were written by Isaiah the son of Amos, the prophet. 23 And Ozias slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the field of the royal sepulchres, because he was a leper, and Jotham his son reigned in his stead. Chapter 27 Jotham was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Jerusha the daughter of Zadok. 2 And he did that which was right before the Lord, according to all that Ozias his father had done, only that he entered not into the temple of the Lord, and the people still transgressed. 3 He built the high gate of the house of the Lord, and on the wall of Ophel he built much. 4 Moreover he built cities in the mountains of Judah, and castles and towers in the forests. 5 He fought against the king of the children of Ammon, and overcame them, and the children of Ammon gave him at that time 100 talents of silver, and 10,000 measures of wheat, and as many measures of barley, so much did the children of Ammon give him in the 2nd and 3rd year. 6 And Jotham was strengthened, because he had his way directed before the Lord his God. 7 Now the rest of the acts of Jotham, and all his wars, and his works, are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. 8 He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. 9 And Jotham slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David, and Ahaz his son reigned in his stead. 546 Second Book of Paralipomenon, Chapter 28 Ahaz was 20 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. He did not that which was right in the sight of the Lord as David his father had done, 2 But walked in the ways of the kings of Israel. Moreover also he cast statues for Baalim. 3 It was he that burned incense in the valley of Ben-Anom, and consecrated his sons in the fire according to the manner of the nations, which the Lord slew at the coming of the children of Israel. 4 He sacrificed also, and burnt incense in the high places, and on the hills, and under every green tree. 5 And the Lord his God delivered him into the hands of the king of Syria, who defeated him, and took a great booty out of his kingdom, and carried it to Damascus. He was also delivered into the hands of the king of Israel, who overthrew him with a great slaughter. 6 For Phasseh the son of Remaliah slew of Judah 120,000 in one day, all valiant men, because they had forsaken the Lord the God of their fathers. 7 At the same time Zechariah a powerful man of Ephraim, slew Maaseiah the king's son, and Azrikam the governor of his house, and Elkanah who was next to the king. 8 And the children of Israel carried away of their brethren 200,000 women, boys, and girls, and an immense booty, and they brought it to Samaria. 9 At that time there was a prophet of the Lord there, whose name was Oded, and he went out to meet the army that came to Samaria, and said to them, Behold, the Lord the God of your fathers being angry with Judah, hath delivered them into your hands, and you have butchered them cruelly, so that your cruelty hath reached up to heaven. 10 Moreover you have a mind to keep under the children of Judah and Jerusalem for your bondmen and bondwomen, which ought not to be done, for you have sinned in this against the Lord your God. 11 But hear ye my counsel, and release the captives that you have brought of your brethren, because a great indignation of the Lord hangeth over you. 12 Then some of the chief men of the sons of Ephraim, Azarias the son of Johanan, Barachias the son of Moselamoth, Ezekias the son of Selam, and Amasa the son of Adali, stood up against them that came from the war. 13 And they said to them, You shall not bring in the captives hither, lest we sin against the Lord. Why will you add to our sins, and heap up upon our former offenses? For the sin is great, and the fierce anger of the Lord hangeth over Israel. 14 So the soldiers left the spoils, and all that they had taken, before the princes and all the multitude. 15 And the men, whom we mentioned above, rose up and took the captives, and with the spoils clothed all them that were naked, and when they had clothed and shod them, and refreshed them with meat and drink, and anointed them because of their labor, and had taken care of them, they set such of them as could not walk, and were feeble, upon beasts, and brought them to Jericho the city of palm trees to their brethren, and they returned to Samaria. 16 At that time King Ahaz sent to the king of the Assyrians asking help. 17 And the Edomites came and slew many of Judah, and took a great booty. 18 The Philistines also spread themselves. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 547, among the cities of the plains, and to the south of Judah, and they took Bethsames, and Ailon, and Gadaroth, and Socho, and Thamnon, and Gomzo, with their villages, and they dwelt in them. 19 For the Lord had humbled Judah because of Ahaz the king of Judah, for he had stripped it of help, and had contemned the Lord. 20 And he brought against him Thelgath-Pilneser king of the Assyrians, who also afflicted him, and plundered him without any resistance. 21 And Ahaz stripped the house of the Lord, and the house of the kings, and of the princes, and gave gifts to the king of the Assyrians, and yet it availed him nothing. 22 Moreover also in the time of his distress he increased contempt against the Lord, King Ahaz himself by himself. 23 Sacrificed victims to the gods of Damascus that struck him, and he said, The gods of the kings of Syria help them, and I will appease them with victims, and they will help me, whereas on the contrary they were the ruin of him, and of all Israel. 24 Then Ahaz having taken away all the vessels of the house of God, and broken them, shut up the doors of the temple of God, and made himself altars in all the corners of Jerusalem. 25 And in all the cities of Judah he built altars to burn frankincense, and he provoked the Lord the God of his fathers to wrath. 26 But the rest of his acts, and all his works first and last are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. 27 And Ahaz slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of Jerusalem, for they received him not into the sepulchres of the kings of Israel. And Ezekias his son reigned in his stead. Chapter 29 Now Ezekias began to reign, when he was 25 years old, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Abiah, the daughter of Zacharias. 2 And he did that which was pleasing in the sight of the Lord, according to all that David his father had done. 3 In the first year and month of his reign he opened the doors of the house of the Lord, and repaired them. 4 And he brought the priests and the Levites, and assembled them in the east street. 5 And he said to them, Hear me, ye Levites, and be sanctified, purify the house of the Lord the God of your fathers, and take away all filth out of the sanctuary. 6 Our fathers have sinned and done evil in the sight of the Lord God, forsaking him, they have turned away their faces from the tabernacle of the Lord, and turned their backs. 7 They have shut up the doors that were in the porch, and put out the lamps, and have not burned incense, nor offered holocausts in the sanctuary of the God of Israel. 8 Therefore the wrath of the Lord hath been stirred up against Judah and Jerusalem, and he hath delivered them to trouble, and to destruction, and to be hissed at, as you see with your eyes. 9 Behold, our fathers are fallen by the sword, our sons, and our daughters, and wives are led away captives for this wickedness. 10 Now therefore I have a mind that we make a covenant with the Lord the God of Israel, and he will turn away the wrath of his indignation from us. 11 My sons, be not negligent, the Lord hath chosen you to stand before him, and to minister. 548 Second Book of Paralipomenon, to him, and to worship him, and to burn incense to him. 12 Then the Levites arose, Mahath the son of Amasai, and Joel the son of Azarias, of the sons of Kot, and of the sons of Merari, Sis the son of Abdi, and Azarias the son of Jalaliel. And of the sons of Gerson, Joah the son of Zemah, and Eden the son of Joah. 13 And of the sons of Elizaphan, Samri, and Jael. Also of the sons of Asaph, Zacharias, and Mattanias. 14 And of the sons of Haman, Jael, and Semei, and of the sons of Idithon, Samias, and Oziel. 15 And they gathered together their brethren, and sanctified themselves, and went in according to the commandment of the king, and the precept of the Lord, to purify the house of God. 16 And the priests went into the temple of the Lord to sanctify it, and brought out all the uncleanness that they found within to the entrance of the house of the Lord, and the Levites took it away, and carried it out abroad to the torrent Cedron. 17 And they began to cleanse on the first day of the first month, and on the 8th day of the same month they came into the porch of the temple of the Lord, and they purified the temple in 8 days, and on the 16th day of the same month they finished what they had begun. 18 And they went into King Ezekias, and said to him, We have sanctified all the house of the Lord, and the altar of holocaust, and the vessels thereof, and the table of proposition with all its vessels. 19 And all the furniture of the temple, which King Ahaz in his reign had defiled, after his transgression, and behold they are all set forth before the altar of the Lord. 20 And King Ezekias rising early, assembled all the rulers of the city, and went up into the house of the Lord. 21 And they offered together 7 bullocks, and 7 rams, and 7 lambs, and 7 he-goats for sin, for the kingdom, for the sanctuary, for Judah. And he spoke to the priests the sons of Aaron, to offer them upon the altar of the Lord. 22 Therefore they killed the bullocks, and the priests took the blood, and poured it upon the altar. They killed also the rams, and their blood they poured also upon the altar, and they killed the lambs, and poured the blood upon the altar. 23 And they brought the he-goats for sin before the king, and the whole multitude, and they laid their hand upon them. 24 And the priests immolated them, and sprinkled their blood before the altar for an expiation of all Israel, for the king had commanded that the holocaust and the sin offering should be made for all Israel. 25 And he set the Levites in the house of the Lord with cymbals, and psalteries, and harps according to the regulation of David the king, and of Gad the seer, and of Nathan the prophet, for it was the commandment of the Lord by the hand of his prophets. 26 And the Levites stood, with the instruments of David, and the priests with trumpets. 27 And Ezekias commanded that they should offer holocausts upon the altar, and when the holocausts were offered, they began to sing praises to the Lord, and to sound with trumpets, and divers instruments which David the king of Israel had prepared. 28 And all the multitude adored, and the singers, and the trumpeters, were in their office till the holocaust was finished. 29 And when the oblation was ended, the king, and all that were with him bowed down and adored. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 549. 30 And Ezekias and the princes commanded the Levites to praise the Lord with the words of David, and Asaph the seer, and they praised him with great joy, and bowing the knee adored. 31 And Ezekias added, and said, You have filled your hands to the Lord, come and offer victims, and praises in the house of the Lord. And all the multitude offered victims, and praises, and holocausts with a devout mind. 32 And the number of the holocausts which the multitude offered, was 70 bullocks, 100 rams, and 200 lambs. 33 And they consecrated to the Lord 600 oxen, and 3,000 sheep. 34 But the priests were few, and were not enough to flay the holocausts, wherefore the Levites their brethren helped them, till the work was ended, and priests were sanctified, for the Levites are sanctified with an easier rite than the priests. 35 So there were many holocausts, and the fat of peace offerings, and the libations of holocausts, and the service of the house of the Lord was completed. 36 And Ezekias, and all the people rejoiced because the ministry of the Lord was accomplished. For the resolution of doing this thing was taken suddenly. Chapter 30 And Ezekias sent to all Israel and Judah, and he wrote letters to Ephraim and Manasseh, that they should come to the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, and keep the face to the Lord the God of Israel. 2 For the king, taking counsel, and the princes, and all the assembly of Jerusalem, decreed to keep the phase the second month. 3 For they could not keep it in its time, because there were not priests enough sanctified, and the people was not as yet gathered together to Jerusalem. 4 And the thing pleased the king, and all the people. 5 And they decreed to send messengers to all Israel from Beersheba even to Dan, that they should come, and keep the face to the Lord the God of Israel in Jerusalem, for many had not kept it as it is prescribed by the law. 6 And the posts went with letters by commandment of the king, and his princes, to all Israel and Judah, proclaiming according to the king's orders, Ye children of Israel, turn again to the Lord the God of Abraham, and of Isaac, and of Israel. And he will return to the remnant of you that have escaped the hand of the king of the Assyrians. 7 Be not like your fathers, and brethren, who departed from the Lord the God of their fathers, and he hath given them up to destruction, as you see. 8 Harden not your necks, as your fathers did, yield yourselves to the Lord, and come to his sanctuary, which he hath sanctified forever. Serve the Lord the God of your fathers, and the wrath of his indignation shall be turned away from you. 9 For if you turn again to the Lord, your brethren, and children shall find mercy before their masters, that have led them away captive, and they shall return into this land, for the Lord your God is merciful, and will not turn away his face from you, if you return to him. 10 So the posts went speedily from city to city, through the land of Ephraim, and of Manasseh, even to Zabulon, whilst they laughed at them and mocked them. 11 Nevertheless some men of Asher, and of 550. Second Book of Paralipomenon, Manasseh, and of Zabulon, yielding to the counsel, came to Jerusalem. 12 But the hand of God was in Judah, to give them one heart to do the word of the Lord, according to the commandment of the king, and of the princes. 13 And much people were assembled to Jerusalem to celebrate the solemnity of the unleavened bread in the second month. 14 And they arose and destroyed the altars that were in Jerusalem, and took away all things in which incense was burnt to idols and cast them into the torrent Cedron. 15 And they immolated the phase on the 14th day of the second month. And the priests and the Levites being at length sanctified offered holocausts in the house of the Lord. 16 And they stood in their order according to the disposition and law of Moses the man of God, but the priests received the blood which was to be poured out, from the hands of the Levites. 17 Because a great number was not sanctified. And therefore the Levites immolated the phase for them that came not in time to be sanctified to the Lord. 18 For a great part of the people from Ephraim, and Manasseh, and Issachar, and Zabulon, that had not been sanctified, ate the phase otherwise than it is written, and Ezekias prayed for them, saying, The Lord who is good will show mercy. 19 To all them, who with their whole heart, seek the Lord the God of their fathers, and will not impute it to them that they are not sanctified. 20 And the Lord heard him, and was merciful to the people. 21 And the children of Israel, that were found at Jerusalem, kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with great joy, praising the Lord every day. The Levites also, and the priests, with instruments that agreed to their office. 22 And Ezekiel spoke to the heart of all the Levites, that had good understanding concerning the Lord, and they ate during the 7 days of the solemnity, immolating victims of peace offerings, and praising the Lord the God of their fathers. 23 And it pleased the whole multitude to keep other 7 days, which they did with great joy. 24 For Ezekiel the king of Judah had given to the multitude 1,000 bullocks, and 7,000 sheep, and the princes had given the people 1,000 bullocks, and 10,000 sheep, and a great number of priests was sanctified. 25 And all the multitude of Judah with the priests and Levites, and all the assembly, that came out of Israel, and the proselytes of the land of Israel, and that dwelt in Judah were full of joy. 26 And there was a great solemnity in Jerusalem, such as had not been in that city since the time of Solomon the son of David king of Israel. 27 And the priests and the Levites rose up and blessed the people, and their voice was heard, and their prayer came to the holy dwelling place of heaven. Chapter 31 And when these things had been duly celebrated, all Israel that were found in the cities of Judah, went out, and they broke the idols, and cut down the groves, demolished the high places, and destroyed the altars, not only out of all Judah and Benjamin, but out of Ephraim also and Manasseh, till they had utterly destroyed them. Then all the children of Israel returned to their posts. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 551, Sessions and Cities. 2 And Ezekiel appointed companies of the priests, and the Levites, by their courses, every man in his own office, to wit, both of the priests, and of the Levites, for holocausts, and for peace offerings, to minister, and to praise, and to sing in the gates of the camp of the Lord. 3 And the king's part was, that of his proper substance the holocaust should be offered always morning and evening, and on the Sabbaths, and the new moons and the other solemnities, as it is written in the law of Moses. 4 He commanded also the people that dwelt in Jerusalem, to give to the priests, and the Levites their portion, that they might attend to the law of the Lord. 5 Which when it was noised abroad in the ears of the people, the children of Israel offered in abundance the firstfruits of corn, wine, and oil, and honey, and brought the tithe of all things which the ground bringeth forth. 6 Moreover the children of Israel and Judah, that dwelt in the cities of Judah, brought in the tithes of oxen, and sheep, and the tithes of holy things, which they had vowed to the Lord their God, and carrying them all, made many heaps. 7 In the 3rd month they began to lay the foundations of the heaps, and in the 7th month, they finished them. 8 And when Ezekiel and his princes came in, they saw the heaps, and they blessed the Lord and the people of Israel. 9 And Ezekiel asked the priests and the Levites, why the heaps lay so. 10 Azarias the chief priest of the race of Zadok answered him, saying, Since the firstfruits began to be offered in the house of the Lord, we have eaten, and have been filled, and abundance is left, because the Lord hath blessed his people, and of that which is left is this great store which thou seest. 11 Then Ezekiel commanded to prepare storehouses in the house of the Lord. And when they had done so, 12 They brought in faithfully both the firstfruits, and the tithes, and all they had vowed, and the overseer of them was Kenenius the Levite, and Semei his brother was the second. 13 And after him Jehiel, and Azarias, and Nahath, and Asael, and Jeremoth, and Jozabad, and Eliel, and Jesmashias, and Mahath, and Benaias, overseers under the hand of Kenenius, and Semei his brother, by the commandment of Ezekiel the king, and Azarias the high priest of the house of God, to whom all things appertained. 14 But Kor the son of Jemnah the Levite, the porter of the east gate, was overseer of the things which were freely offered to the Lord, and of the firstfruits and the things dedicated for the Holy of Holies. 15 And under his charge were Eden, and Benjamin, Jesu, and Semias, and Amarias, and Sekenias, in the cities of the priests, to distribute faithfully portions to their brethren, both little and great. 16 Besides the males from 3 years old and upward, to all that went into the temple of the Lord, and whatsoever there was need of in the ministry, and their offices according to their courses, day by day. 17 To the priests by their families, and to the Levites from the 20th year and upward, by their classes and companies. 18 And to all the multitude, both to their wives, and to their children of both sexes, victuals were given faithfully out of the things that had been sanctified. 19 Also of the sons of Aaron who were in the fields and in the suburbs of each city, there were 552. Second Book of Paralipomenon, men appointed, to distribute portions to all the males, among the priests and the Levites. 20 So Ezekias did all things which we have said in all Judah, and wrought that which was good, and right, and truth, before the Lord his God. 21 In all the service of the house of the Lord according to the law and the ceremonies, desiring to seek his God with all his heart, and he did it and prospered. Chapter 32 And when these things had been duly celebrated, all Israel that were found in the cities of Judah, went out, and they broke the idols, and cut down the groves, demolished the high places, and destroyed the altars, not only out of all Judah and Benjamin, but out of Ephraim also and Manasseh. Till they had utterly destroyed them, then all the children of Israel returned to their possessions and cities. 2 And Ezekias appointed companies of the priests, and the Levites, by their courses, every man in his own office, to wit, both of the priests, and of the Levites, for holocausts, and for peace offerings, to minister, and to praise, and to sing in the gates of the camp of the Lord. 3 And the king's part was, that of his proper substance the holocaust should be offered always morning and evening, and on the Sabbaths, and the new moons and the other solemnities, as it is written in the law of Moses. 4 He commanded also the people that dwelt in Jerusalem, to give to the priests, and the Levites their portion, that they might attend to the law of the Lord. 5 Which when it was noised abroad in the ears of the people, the children of Israel offered in abundance the first fruits of corn, wine, and oil, and honey, and brought the tithe of all things which the ground bringeth forth. 6 Moreover the children of Israel and Judah, that dwelt in the cities of Judah, brought in the tithes of oxen, and sheep, and the tithes of holy things, which they had vowed to the Lord their God, and carrying them all, made many heaps. 7 In the 3rd month they began to lay the foundations of the heaps, and in the 7th month, they finished them. 8 And when Ezekias and his princes came in, they saw the heaps, and they blessed the Lord and the people of Israel. 9 And Ezekias asked the priests and the Levites, why the heaps lay so. 10 Azarias the chief priest of the race of Zadok answered him, saying, Since the firstfruits began to be offered in the house of the Lord, we have eaten, and have been filled, and abundance is left, because the Lord hath blessed his people, and of that which is left is this great store which thou seest. 11 Then Ezekias commanded to prepare storehouses in the house of the Lord. And when they had done so, 12 They brought in faithfully both the firstfruits, and the tithes, and all they had vowed, and the overseer of them was Kenenias the Levite, and Semei his brother was the second. 13 And after him Jehiel, and Azarias, and Nahath, and Asael, and Jeremoth, and Jozabad, and Eliel, and Jesmashias, and Mahath, and Benaias, overseers under the hand of Kenenias, and Semei his brother, by the commandment of Ezekias the king, and Azarias the high priest of the house of God, to whom all things appertained. 14 But Kor the son of Jemnah the Levite, the porter of the east gate, was overseer of the things. 2nd Book of Paralipomenon, 553, which were freely offered to the Lord, and of the firstfruits and the things dedicated for the Holy of Holies. 15 And under his charge were Eden, and Benjamin, Jesu, and Semias, and Amarias, and Sechenias, in the cities of the priests, to distribute faithfully portions to their brethren, both little and great. 16 Besides the males from 3 years old and upward, to all that went into the temple of the Lord, and whatsoever there was need of in the ministry, and their offices according to their courses, day by day. 17 To the priests by their families, and to the Levites from the 20th year and upward, by their classes and companies. 18 And to all the multitude, both to their wives, and to their children of both sexes, victuals were given faithfully out of the things that had been sanctified. 19 Also of the sons of Aaron who were in the fields and in the suburbs of each city, there were men appointed, to distribute portions to all the males, among the priests and the Levites. 20 So Ezekias did all things which we have said in all Judah, and wrought that which was good, and right, and truth, before the Lord his God. 21 In all the service of the house of the Lord according to the law and the ceremonies, desiring to seek his God with all his heart, and he did it and prospered. Chapter 33 Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 55 years in Jerusalem. 2 And he did evil before the Lord, according to all the abominations of the nations, which the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. 3 And he turned, and built again the high places which Ezekias his father had destroyed, and he built altars to Baalim, and made groves, and he adored all the host of heaven, and worshipped them. 4 He built also altars in the house of the Lord, whereof the Lord had said, In Jerusalem shall my name be forever. 5 And he built them for all the host of heaven in the 2 courts of the house of the Lord. 6 And he made his sons to pass through the fire in the valley of Ben-Adim. He observed dreams, followed divinations, gave himself up to magic arts, had with him magicians, and enchanters, and he wrought many evils before the Lord, to provoke him to anger. 7 He set also a graven, and a molten statue in the house of God, of which God had said to David, and to Solomon his son, in this house, and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, will I put my name forever. 8 And I will not make the foot of Israel to be removed out of the land which I have delivered to their fathers, yet so if they will take heed to do what I have commanded them, and all the law, and the ceremonies, and judgments by the hand of Moses. 9 So Manasseh seduced Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, to do evil beyond all the nations, which the Lord had destroyed before the face of the children of Israel. 10 And the Lord spoke to his people, and they would not hearken. 11 Therefore he brought upon them the captains of the army of the king of the Assyrians, and they took Manasseh, and carried him bound with chains and fetters to Babylon. 12 And after that he was in distress he prayed. 554, Second Book of Paralipomenon, to the Lord his God, and did penance exceedingly before the God of his fathers. 13 And he entreated him, and besought him earnestly, and he heard his prayer, and brought him again to Jerusalem into his kingdom, and Manasseh knew that the Lord was God. 14 After this he built a wall without the city of David, on the west side of Gihon in the valley, from the entering in of the gate round about to Ophel, and raised it up to a great height, and he appointed captains of the army in all the fenced cities of Judah. 15 And he took away the strange gods, and the idol out of the house of the Lord, the altars also which he had made in the mount of the house of the Lord, and in Jerusalem, and he cast them all out of the city. 16 And he repaired the altar of the Lord, and sacrificed upon it victims, and peace offerings, and praise, and he commanded Judah to serve the Lord the God of Israel. 17 Nevertheless the people still sacrificed in the high places to the Lord their God. 18 But the rest of the acts of Manasseh, and his prayer to his God, and the words of the seers that spoke to him in the name of the Lord the God of Israel, are contained in the words of the kings of Israel. 19 His prayer also, and his being heard in all his sins, and contempt, and places wherein he built high places, and set up groves, and statues before he did penance, are written in the words of Hosea. 20 And Manasseh slept with his fathers, and they buried him in his house, and his son Amon reigned in his stead. 21 Amon was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years in Jerusalem. 22 And he did evil in the sight of the Lord. As Manasseh his father had done, he sacrificed to all the idols which Manasseh his father had made, and served them. 23 And he did not humble himself before the Lord, as Manasseh his father had humbled himself, but committed far greater sin. 24 And his servants conspired against him, and slew him in his own house. 25 But the rest of the multitude of the people slew them that had killed Amon, and made Josias his son king in his stead. Chapter 34 Josias was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. 2 And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the ways of David his father, he declined not, neither to the right hand, nor to the left. 3 And in the 8th year of his reign, when he was yet a boy, he began to seek the God of his father David, and in the 12th year after he began to reign, he cleansed Judah and Jerusalem from the high places, and the groves, and the idols, and the graven things. 4 And they broke down before him the altars of Baalim, and demolished the idols that had been set upon them, and he cut down the groves and the graven things, and broke them in pieces, and strewed the fragments upon the graves of them that had sacrificed to them. 5 And he burnt the bones of the priests on the altars of the idols, and he cleansed Judah and Jerusalem. 6 And in the cities of Manasseh, and of Ephraim, and of Simeon, even to Naphtali he demolished all. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 555, 7 And when he had destroyed the altars, and the groves, and had broken the idols in pieces, and had demolished all profane temples throughout all the land of Israel, he returned to Jerusalem. 8 Now in the 18th year of his reign, when he had cleansed the land, and the temple of the Lord, he sent Shaphan the son of Elsleas, and Maaseias the governor of the city, Hoa the son of Jochas the recorder, to repair the house of the Lord his God. 9 And they came to Helcias the high priest, and received of him the money which had been brought into the house of the Lord, and which the Levites and porters had gathered together from Manasseh, and Ephraim, and all the remnant of Israel, and from all Judah, and Benjamin, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. 10 Which they delivered into the hands of them that were over the workmen in the house of the Lord, to repair the temple, and mend all that was weak. 11 But they gave it to the artificers, and to the masons, to buy stones out of the quarries, and timber for the couplings of the building, and to rafter the houses, which the kings of Judah had destroyed. 12 And they did all faithfully. Now the overseers of the workmen were Jahath and Abdias of the sons of Merari, Zacharias and Mosalam of the sons of Kot, who hastened the work, all Levites skillful to play on instruments. 13 But over them that carried burdens for divers uses, were scribes, and masters of the number of the Levites, and porters. 14 Now when they carried out the money that had been brought into the temple of the Lord, Helcias the priest found the book of the law of the Lord, by the hand of Moses. 15 And he said to Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord, and he delivered it to him. 16 But he carried the book to the king, and told him, saying, Lo, all that thou hast committed to thy servants, is accomplished. 17 They have gathered together the silver that was found in the house of the Lord, and it is given to the overseers of the artificers, and of the workmen, for divers works. 18 Moreover Helcias the priest gave me this book. And he read it before the king. 19 And when he had heard the words of the law, he rent his garments. 20 And he commanded Helcias, and Ahikam the son of Shaphan, and Abdon the son of Meha, and Shaphan the scribe, and Asa the king's servant, saying, 21 Go, and pray to the Lord for me, and for the remnant of Israel, and Judah, concerning all the words of this book, which is found, for the great wrath of the Lord hath fallen upon us, because our fathers have not kept the words of the Lord, to do all things that are written in this book. 22 And Helcias and they that were sent with him by the king, went to Huldah the prophetess, the wife of Shallum the son of Aquith, the son of Hosra keeper of the wardrobe, who dwelt in Jerusalem in the second part, and they spoke to her the words above mentioned. 23 And she answered them, Thus saith the Lord the God of Israel, Tell the man that sent you to me. 24 Thus saith the Lord, Behold I will bring evils upon this place, and upon the inhabitants thereof, and all the curses that are written in this book which they read before the king of Judah. 25 Because they have forsaken me, and have sacrificed to strange gods, to provoke me to wrath with all the works of their hands, therefore. 556, Second Book of Paralipomenon, My wrath shall fail upon this place, and shall not be quenched. 26 But as to the king of Judah that sent you to beseech the Lord, thus shall you say to him, Thus saith the Lord the God of Israel, because thou hast heard the words of this book. 27 And thy heart was softened. And thou hast humbled thyself in the sight of God for the things that are spoken against this place, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and reverencing my face, hast rent thy garments, and wept before me. I also have heard thee, saith the Lord. 28 For now I will gather thee to thy fathers, and thou shalt be brought to thy tomb in peace, and thy eyes shall not see all the evil that I will bring upon this place, and the inhabitants thereof. They therefore reported to the king all that she had said. 29 And he called together all the ancients of Judah and Jerusalem. 30 And went up to the house of the Lord, and all the men of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the priests and the Levites, and all the people from the least to the greatest. And the king read in their hearing, in the house of the Lord, all the words of the book. 31 And standing up in his tribunal, he made a covenant before the Lord to walk after him, and keep his commandments, and testimonies, and justifications with all his heart, and with all his soul, and to do the things that were written in that book which he had read. 32 And he adjured all that were found in Jerusalem and Benjamin to do the same, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem did according to the covenant of the Lord the God of their fathers. 33 And Josias took away all the abominations out of all the countries of the children of Israel and made all that were left in Israel, to serve the Lord their God. As long as he lived they departed not from the Lord the God of their fathers. Chapter 35 And Josias kept a feast to the Lord in Jerusalem, and it was sacrificed on the 14th day of the first month. 2 And he set the priests in their offices, and exhorted them to minister in the house of the Lord. 3 And he spoke to the Levites, by whose instruction all Israel was sanctified to the Lord, saying, Put the ark in the sanctuary of the temple, which Solomon the son of David king of Israel built, for you shall carry it no more, but minister now to the Lord your God, and to his people Israel. 4 And prepare yourselves by your houses, and families according to your courses, as David king of Israel commanded, and Solomon his son hath written. 5 And serve ye in the sanctuary by the families and companies of Levi. 6 And being sanctified kill the fays, and prepare your brethren, that they may do according to the words which the Lord spoke by the hand of Moses. 7 And Josias gave to all the people that were found there in the solemnity of the fays, of lambs and of kids of the flocks, and of other small cattle 30,000, and of oxen 3,000, all these were of the king's substance. 8 And his princes willingly offered what they had vowed, both to the people and to the priests and the Levites. Moreover Helcias, and Zacharias, and Jael rulers of the house of the Lord, gave to the priests to keep the fays 2,600 small cattle, and 3. Second Book of Paralipomenon, 557, 100 oxen. 9 And Kenenias, and Semias and Nathaniel, his brethren, and Husabias, and Jehiel, and Jozabad princes of the Levites, gave to the rest of the Levites to celebrate the fays 5,000 small cattle, and 500 oxen. 10 And the ministry was prepared, and the priests stood in their office, the Levites also in their companies, according to the king's commandment. 11 And the fays was immolated, and the priests sprinkled the blood with their hand, and the Levites flayed the holocausts. 12 And they separated them, to give them by the houses and families of every one, and to be offered to the Lord, as it is written in the book of Moses, and with the oxen they did in like manner. 13 And they roasted the fays with fire, according to that which is written in the law, but the victims of peace offerings they boiled in cauldrons, and kettles, and pots, and they distributed them speedily among all the people. 14 And afterwards they made ready for themselves, and for the priests, for the priests were busied in offering of holocausts and the fat until night, wherefore the Levites prepared for themselves, and for the priests the sons of Aaron last. 15 And the singers the sons of Asaph stood in their order, according to the commandment of David, and Asaph, and Haman, and Idithan, the prophets of the king, and the porters kept guard at every gate, so as not to depart one moment from their service. And therefore their brethren the Levites prepared meats for them. 16 So all the service of the Lord was duly accomplished that day, both in keeping the fays and offering holocausts upon the altar of the Lord, according to the commandment of King Josiah. 17 And the children of Israel that were found there, kept the fays at that time, and the feast of unleavened 7 days. 18 There was no fays like to this in Israel, from the days of Samuel the prophet, neither did any of all the kings of Israel keep such a fays as Josiah kept, with the priests, and the Levites, and all Judah, and Israel that were found, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. 19 In the 18th year of the reign of Josiah was this fays celebrated. 20 After that Josiah had repaired the temple, Necho king of Egypt came up to fight in Charchamis by the Euphrates, and Josiah went out to meet him. 21 But he sent messengers to him, saying, What have I to do with thee, O king of Judah? I come not against thee this day, but I fight against another house, to which God hath commanded me to go in haste. Forbear to do against God, who is with me, lest he kill thee. 22 Josiah would not return, but prepared to fight against him, and hearkened not to the words of Necho from the mouth of God, but went to fight in the field of Megiddo. 23 And there he was wounded by the archers, and he said to his servants, Carry me out of the battle, for I am grievously wounded. 24 And they removed him from the chariot into another, that followed him after the manner of kings, and they carried him away to Jerusalem, and he died, and was buried in the monument of his fathers, and all Judah and Jerusalem mourned for him. 25 Particularly Jeremias, whose lamentations for Josiah all the singing men and singing women repeat unto this day, and it became like a law in Israel. Behold, it is found written in the Lamentations. 558, Second Book of Paralipomenon. 26 Now the rest of the acts of Josiah and of his mercies, according to what was commanded by the law of the Lord. 27 And his works first and last, are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. Chapter 36 Then the people of the land took Joash the son of Josiah, and made him king instead of his father in Jerusalem. 2 Joash was 23 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. 3 And the king of Egypt came to Jerusalem, and deposed him, and condemned the land in 100 talents of silver, and a talent of gold. 4 And he made Eliakim his brother king in his stead, over Judah and Jerusalem, and he turned his name to Joachim, but he took Joash with him and carried him away into Egypt. 5 Joachim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem, and he did evil before the Lord his God. 6 Against him came up Nebuchadnezzar king of the Chaldeans, and led him bound in chains into Babylon. 7 And he carried also thither the vessels of the Lord, and put them in his temple. 8 But the rest of the acts of Joachim, and his abominations, which he wrought, and the things that were found in him, are contained in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. And Joachim his son reigned in his stead. 9 Joachim was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months and 10 days in Jerusalem, and he did evil in the sight of the Lord. 10 And at the return of the year, King Nebuchadnezzar sent, and brought him to Babylon, carrying away at the same time the most precious vessels of the house of the Lord, and he made Sedecias his uncle king over Judah and Jerusalem. 11 Sedecias was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. 12 And he did evil in the eyes of the Lord his God, and did not reverence the face of Jeremias the prophet speaking to him from the mouth of the Lord. 13 He also revolted from King Nebuchadnezzar, who had made him swear by God, and he hardened his neck and his heart, from returning to the Lord the God of Israel. 14 Moreover all the chief of the priests, and the people wickedly transgressed according to all the abominations of the Gentiles, and they defiled the house of the Lord, which he had sanctified to himself in Jerusalem. 15 And the Lord the God of their fathers sent to them, by the hand of his messengers, rising early, and daily admonishing them, because he spared his people and his dwelling place. 16 But they mocked the messengers of God, and despised his words, and misused the prophets, until the wrath of the Lord arose against his people, and there was no remedy. 17 For he brought upon them the king of the Chaldeans, and he slew their young men with the sword in the house of his sanctuary. He had no compassion on young man, or maiden, old man or even him that stooped for age, but he delivered them all into his hands, 18 and all the vessels of the house of Lord, great and small, and the treasures of the temple and of the king, and of the princes he carried away to Babylon. Second Book of Paralipomenon. 559, 19 And the enemies set fire to the house of God, and broke down the wall of Jerusalem, burned all the towers, and whatsoever was precious they destroyed. 20 Whosoever escaped the sword, was led into Babylon, and there served the king and his sons, till the reign of the king of Persia. 21 That the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremias might be fulfilled, and the land might keep her Sabbaths, for all the days of the desolation she kept a Sabbath, till the 70 years were expired. 22 But in the first year of Cyrus king of the Persians, to fulfill the word of the Lord, which he had spoken by the mouth of Jeremias, the Lord stirred up the heart of Cyrus, king of the Persians, who commanded it to be proclaimed through all his kingdom, and by writing also, saying, 23 Thus saith Cyrus king of the Persians, all the kingdoms of the earth hath the Lord the God of heaven given to me, and he hath charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judea. Who is there among you of all his people? The Lord his God be with him, and let him go up. First Book of Esdras, chapter 1. In the first year of Cyrus king of the Persians, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremias might be fulfilled, the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus king of the Persians, and he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and in writing also, saying, 2 Thus saith Cyrus king of the Persians, the Lord the God of heaven hath given to me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he hath charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judea. 3 Who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him. Let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judea, and build the house of the Lord the God of Israel, he is the God that is in Jerusalem. 4 And let all the rest in all places wheresoever they dwell, help him every man from his place, with silver and gold, and goods, and cattle, besides that which they offer freely to the temple of God, which is in Jerusalem. 5 Then rose up the chief of the fathers of Judah and Benjamin, and the priests, and Levites, and every one whose spirit God had raised up, to go up to build the temple of the Lord, which was in Jerusalem. 6 And all they that were round about, helped their hands with vessels of silver, and gold, with goods, and with beasts, and with furniture, besides what they had offered on their own accord. 7 And King Cyrus brought forth vessels of the temple of the Lord, which Nebuchadnezzar had taken from Jerusalem, and had put them in the temple of his God. 8 Now Cyrus king of Persia brought them forth by the hand of Mithridates the son of Gazabar, and numbered them to Sasabazar the prince of Judah. 9 And this is the number of them, 30 bowls of gold, 1,000 bowls of silver, 9 and 20 knives, 30 cups of gold, 10 silver cups of a second sort, 410, other vessels 1,000, 11 All the vessels of gold and silver, 5,400, all these Sasabazar brought with them that came up from the captivity of Babylon to Jerusalem. Chapter 2. Now these are the children of the province, that went out of the captivity, which Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon had carried away to Babylon, and who returned to Jerusalem and Judah, every man to his city. 2 Who came with Zorobabel, Josue, Nehemiah, Sariah, Raeliah, Mardochai, Belson, Mesphar, Bigai, Reham, Bunna. The number of the men of the people of Israel. 3 The children of Pharos 2,172. First Book of Esdras, 561. 4 The children of Saphatia, 372. 5 The children of Ariah, 775. 6 The children of Pahath Moab, of the children of Josue, Joab, 2,812. 7 The children of Elam, 1,254. 8 The children of Zethua, 945. 9 The children of Zakkai, 760. 10 The children of Bani, 642. 11 The children of Bebai, 623. 12 The children of Osgod, 1,222. 13 The children of Adonikam, 666. 14 The children of Bigai, 2,056. 15 The children of Adin, 454. 16 The children of Ather, who were of Ezekias, 98. 17 The children of Basai, 323. 18 The children of Jorah, 112. 19 The children of Hassam, 223. 20 The children of Geber, 95. 21 The children of Bethlehem, 123. 22 The men of Netophah, 56. 23 The men of Anatoth, 128. 24 The children of Asmaveth, 42. 25 The children of Kiriath-Jearim, Sephirah, and Beroth, 743. 26 The children of Ramah and Gaba, 621. 27 The men of Machmas, 122. 28 The men of Bethel and Hai, 223, 29 The children of Nebo, 52. 30 The children of Megbus, 156. 31 The children of the other Elam, 1255. 32 The children of Haram, 320. 33 The children of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 725. 34 The children of Jericho, 345. 35 The children of Sina, 3630. 36 The priests, the children of Jediah of the house of Josue, 973. 37 The children of Immer, 1052. 38 The children of Shur, 1247. 39 The children of Haram, 1017. 40 The Levites, the children of Josue and of Sedmile, the children of Odoviah, 74. 41 The singing men, the children of Asaph, 128. 42 The children of the porters, the children of Salem, the children of Ader, the children of Telmon, the children of Akub, the children of Hatita, the children of Sobai, in all 139. 43 The Nathanites, the children of Sihah, the children of Hasupha, the children of Tabaoth. 44 The children of Siros, the children of Sia, the children of Phadon. 562. First Book of Esdras. 45 The children of Labana, the children of Hagaba, the children of Akub. 46 The children of Hagab, the children of Semlai, the children of Hanan. 47 The children of Gadil, the children of Gur, the children of Raiah. 48 The children of Rezin, the children of Nekoda, the children of Gizim. 49 The children of Asa, the children of Phasi, the children of Bisi. 50 The children of Asena, the children of Manim, the children of Nephisim. 51 The children of Bakbuk, the children of Hakupah, the children of Harhur. 52 The children of Bisluth, the children of Mahida, the children of Harsa. 53 The children of Berkos, the children of Sisera, the children of Tema. 54 The children of Nazia, the children of Hatipha. 55 The children of the servants of Solomon, the children of Sotai, the children of Sopharai, the children of Peruda. 56 The children of Jala, the children of Durkan, the children of Gedil. 57 The children of Sapphasha, the children of Hatil, the children of Phakerath, which were of Aspaim, the children of Emi. 58 All the Nathanites, and the children of the servants of Solomon, 392. 59 And these are they that came up from Thelmela, Thelarsa, Cherub, and Adon, and Emer. And they could not show the house of their fathers and their seed, whether they were of Israel. 60 The children of Dala, the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekoda, 652. 61 And of the children of the priests, the children of Hobiah, the children of Akkoz, the children of Bertsiyah, who took a wife of the daughters of Bertsiyah, the Galaadid, and was called by their name. 62 These sought the writing of their genealogy, and found it not, and they were cast out of the priesthood. 63 And Athasatha said to them, that they should not eat of the Holy of Holies, till there rose a priest learned and perfect. 64 All the multitudes as one man, were 42,360:65 besides their men servants, and women servants, of whom there were 7,337, and among them singing men, and singing women 200. 66 Their horses 736, their mules 245. 67 Their camels 435, their asses 6,720. 68 And some of the chief of the fathers, when they came to the temple of the Lord, which is in Jerusalem, offered freely to the house of the Lord to build it in its place. 69 According to their ability, they gave towards the expenses of the work, 61,000 solids of gold, 5,000 pounds of silver, and 100 garments for the priests. 70 So the priests and the Levites, and some of the people, and the singing men, and the porters, and the Nathanites dwelt in their cities, and all Israel in their cities. Chapter 3. And now the 7th month was come, and the children of Israel were in their cities, and the people gathered themselves together as one man to Jerusalem. 2 And Josue the son of Josedek rose up, and First Book of Esdras, 563, his brethren the priests, and Zorobabel the son of Salathiel, and his brethren, and they built the altar of the God of Israel that they might offer holocausts upon it, as it is written in the law of Moses the man of God. 3 And they set the altar of God upon its bases, while the people of the lands round about put them in fear, and they offered upon it a holocaust to the Lord morning and evening. 4 And they kept the Feast of Tabernacles, as it is written, and offered the holocaust every day orderly according to the commandment, the duty of the day and its day. 5 And afterwards the continual holocaust, both on the new moons, and on all the solemnities of the Lord, that were consecrated, and on all in which a freewill offering was made to the Lord. 6 From the first day of the 7th month they began to offer holocausts to the Lord, but the temple of God was not yet founded. 7 And they gave money to hewers of stones and to masons, and meat and drink, and oil to the Sidonians and Tyrians, to bring cedar trees from Libanus to the sea of Joppa, according to the orders which Cyrus king of the Persians had given them. 8 And in the 2nd year of their coming to the temple of God in Jerusalem, the 2nd month, Zorobabel the son of Salathiel, and Josue the son of Josedek, and the rest of their brethren the priests, and the Levites, and all that were come from the captivity to Jerusalem began. And they appointed Levites from 20 years old and upward, to hasten forward the work of the Lord. 9 Then Josue and his sons and his brethren, Sedmiel, and his sons, and the children of Judah, as one man, stood to hasten them that did the work in the temple of God, the sons of Henadad, and their sons, and their brethren the Levites. 10 And when the masons laid the foundations of the temple of the Lord, the priests stood in their ornaments with trumpets, and the Levites the sons of Asaph with cymbals, to praise God by the hands of David king of Israel. 11 And they sung together hymns, and praise to the Lord, because he is good, for his mercy endureth forever towards Israel. And all the people shouted with a great shout, praising the Lord, because the foundations of the temple of the Lord were laid. 12 But many of the priests and the Levites, and the chief of the fathers and the ancients that had seen the former temple, when they had the foundation of this temple before their eyes, wept with a loud voice, and many shouting for joy, lifted up their voice. 13 So that one could not distinguish the voice of the shout of joy, from the noise of the weeping of the people, for one with another the people shouted with a loud shout, and the voice was heard afar off. Chapter 4 Now the enemies of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity were building a temple to the Lord the God of Israel. 2 And they came to Zorobabel, and the chief of the fathers, and said to them, Let us build with you, for we seek your God as ye do. Behold, we have sacrificed to him, since the days of Esarhaddon king of Assyria, who brought us hither. 3 But Zorobabel, and Josue, and the rest of the chief of the fathers of Israel said to them, You have nothing to do with us to build a house to our God, but we ourselves alone will build to the Lord our God, as Cyrus king of the Persians hath commanded us. 564. First Book of Esdras. 4 Then the people of the land hindered the hands of the people of Judah, and troubled them in building. 5 And they hired counselors against them, to frustrate their design all the days of Cyrus king of Persia, even until the reign of Darius king of the Persians. 6 And in the reign of Ahasuerus, in the beginning of his reign, they wrote an accusation against the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem. 7 And in the days of Artaxerxes, Bisalem, Mithridates, and Thabiel, and the rest that were in the council wrote to Artaxerxes king of the Persians, and the letter of accusation was written in Syrian, and was read in the Syrian tongue. 8 Rehumbelteam, and Samsai the scribe wrote a letter from Jerusalem to King Artaxerxes, in this manner. 9 Rehumbelteam, and Samsai the scribe and the rest of their counselors, the Dinites, and the Apharsathites, the Therphalites, the Apharsites, the Urchwites, the Babylonians, the Susanchites, the Devites, and the Elamites, 10 And the rest of the nations, whom the great and glorious Asenaphar brought over, and made to dwell in the cities of Samaria and in the rest of the countries of this side of the river in peace. 11 To Artaxerxes the king, thy servants, the men that are on this side of the river, send greeting. 12 Be it known to the king, that the Jews, who came up from thee to us, are come to Jerusalem a rebellious and wicked city, which they are building, setting up the ramparts thereof and repairing the walls. 13 And now be it known to the king, that if this city be built up, and the walls thereof repaired, they will not pay tribute nor toll, nor yearly revenues, and this loss will fall upon the kings. 14 But we remembering the salt that we have eaten in the palace, and because we count it a crime to see the king wronged, have therefore sent and certified the king. 15 That search may be made in the books of the histories of thy fathers, and thou shalt find written in the records, and shalt know that this city is a rebellious city, and hurtful to the kings and provinces, and that wars were raised therein of old time, for which cause also the city was destroyed. 16 We certify the king, that if this city be built, and the walls thereof repaired, thou shalt have no possession on this side of the river. 17 The king sent word to Rehumbelteam and Samsai the scribe, and to the rest that were in their council, inhabitants of Samaria, and to the rest beyond the river, sending greeting and peace. 18 The accusation, which you have sent to us, hath been plainly read before me. 19 And I commanded, and search hath been made, and it is found, that this city of old time hath rebelled against kings, and seditions and wars have been raised therein. 20 For there have been powerful kings in Jerusalem, who have had dominion over all the country that is beyond the river, and have received tribute, and toll and revenues. 21 Now therefore hear the sentence, hinder those men, that this city be not built, till further orders be given by me. 22 See that you be not negligent in executing this, lest by little and little the evil grow to the hurt of the kings. 23 Now the copy of the edict of King Artaxerxes was read before Rehum-Bealtim, and Samsai the scribe, and their counselors, and they went up in haste to Jerusalem to the Jews. And First Book of Esdras, 565, hindered them with arm and power. 24 Then the work of the house of the Lord in Jerusalem was interrupted, and ceased till the 2nd year of the reign of Darius king of the Persians. Chapter 5 Now Aggeus the prophet, and Zacharias the son of Oddo, prophesied to the Jews that were in Judea and Jerusalem, in the name of the God of Israel. 2 Then rose up Zorobabel the son of Salathiel, and Josue the son of Josedek, and began to build the temple of God in Jerusalem, and with them were the prophets of God helping them. 3 And at the same time came to them Thothani, who was governor beyond the river, and Starbuzani, and their counselors, and said thus to them, Who hath given you counsel to build this house, and to repair the walls thereof? 4 In answer to which we gave them the names of the men who were the promoters of that building. 5 But the eye of their God was upon the ancients of the Jews, and they could not hinder them. And it was agreed that the matter should be referred to Darius, and then they should give satisfaction concerning that accusation. 6 The copy of the letter that Thothani governor of the country beyond the river, and Starbuzani, and his counselors the Arphazachites, who dwelt beyond the river, sent to Darius the king. 7 The letter which they sent him, was written thus, To Darius the king all peace. 8 Be it known to the king, that we went to the province of Judea, to the house of the great God, which they are building with unpolished stones, and timber is laid in the walls, and this work is carried on diligently and advanceth in their hands. 9 And we asked those ancients, and said to them thus, Who hath given you authority to build this house, and to repair these walls? 10 We asked also of them their names, that we might give thee notice, and we have written the names of the men that are the chief among them. 11 And they answered us in these words, saying, We are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and we are building a temple that was built these many years ago, and which a great king of Israel built and set up. 12 But after that our fathers had provoked the God of heaven to wrath, he delivered them into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon the Chaldean, and he destroyed this house, and carried away the people to Babylon. 13 But in the 1st year of Cyrus the king of Babylon, King Cyrus set forth a decree, that this house of God should be built. 14 And the vessels also of gold and silver of the temple of God, which Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple, that was in Jerusalem, and had brought them to the temple of Babylon, King Cyrus brought out of the temple of Babylon, and they were delivered to one Sassabazar, whom also he appointed governor. 15 And said to him, Take these vessels, and go, and put them in the temple that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of God be built in its place. 16 Then came this same Sassabazar, and laid the foundations of the temple of God in Jerusalem, and from that time until now it is in building, and is not yet finished. 17 Now therefore if it seem good to the king, let him search in the king's library, which is in 566, First Book of Esdras, Babylon, whether it hath been decreed by Cyrus the king, that the house of God in Jerusalem should be built, and let the king send his pleasure to us concerning this matter. Chapter 6 Then King Darius gave orders, and they searched in the library of the books that were laid up in Babylon. 2 And there was found in Ecbatana, which is a castle in the province of Media, a book in which this record was written. 3 In the 1st year of Cyrus the king decreed, that the house of God should be built, which is in Jerusalem, in the place where they may offer sacrifices, and that they lay the foundations that may support the height of 80 cubits, and the breadth of 80 cubits. 4 3 rows of unpolished stones, and so rows of new timber, and the charges shall be given out of the king's house. 5 And also let the golden and silver vessels of the temple of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple of Jerusalem, and brought to Babylon, be restored, and carried back to the temple of Jerusalem to their place, which also were placed in the temple of God. 6 Now therefore Thothani, governor of the country beyond the river, Starbuzani, and your counselors the Arphazachites, who are beyond the river, depart far from them. 7 And let that temple of God be built by the governor of the Jews, and by their ancients, that they may build that house of God in its place. 8 I also have commanded what must be done by those ancients of the Jews, that the house of God may be built, to wit, that of the king's chest, that is, of the tribute that is paid out of the country beyond the river, the charges be diligently given to those men, lest the work be hindered. 9 And if it shall be necessary, let calves also, and lambs, and kids, for holocausts to the God of heaven, wheat, salt, wine, and oil, according to the custom of the priests that are in Jerusalem, be given them day by day, that there be no complaint in anything. 10 And let them offer oblations to the God of heaven, and pray for the life of the king, and of his children. 11 And I have made a decree, that if any whosoever shall alter this commandment, a beam be taken from his house, and set up, and he be nailed upon it, and his house be confiscated. 12 And may the God, that hath caused his name to dwell there, destroy all kingdoms, and the people that shall put out their hand to resist, and to destroy the house of God, that is in Jerusalem. I Darius have made the decree, which I will have diligently complied with. 13 So then Thothani, governor of the country beyond the river, and Starbuzani, and his counselors diligently executed what Darius the king had commanded. 14 And the ancients of the Jews built, and prospered according to the prophecy of Aggeus the prophet, and of Zacharias the son of Oddo, and they built and finished, by the commandment of the God of Israel, and by the commandment of Cyrus, and Darius, and Artaxerxes kings of the Persians. 15 And they were finishing this house of God, until the 3rd day of the month of Adar, which was in the 6th year of the reign of King Darius. 16 And the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of the children of the captivity kept the dedication of the house of God. First Book of Esdras, 567. With joy. 17 And they offered at the dedication of the house of God, 100 calves, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel 12 he-goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. 18 And they set the priests in their divisions, and the Levites in their courses over the works of God in Jerusalem, as it is written in the book of Moses. 19 And the children of Israel of the captivity kept the phase, on the 14th day of the 1st month. 20 For all the priests and the Levites were purified as one man. All were clean to kill the phase for all the children of the captivity, and for their brethren the priests, and themselves. 21 And the children of Israel that were returned from captivity, and all that had separated themselves from the filthiness of the nations of the earth to them, to seek the Lord the God of Israel, did eat. 22 And they kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy, for the Lord had made them joyful, and had turned the heart of the king of Assyria to them, that he should help their hands in the work of the house of the Lord the God of Israel. Chapter 7. Now after these things in the reign of Artaxerxes king of the Persians, Esdras the son of Saraz, the son of Azarias, the son of Halcias, 2 The son of Selim, the son of Sadoc, the son of Achitob, 3 The son of Amarias, the son of Azarias, the son of Meraioth, 4 The son of Zarhias, the son of Uzzi, the son of Bachi, 5 The son of Abisu, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest from the beginning. 6 This Esdras went up from Babylon, and he was a ready scribe in the law of Moses, which the Lord God had given to Israel, and the king granted him all his request, according to the hand of the Lord his God upon him. 7 And there went up some of the children of Israel, and of the children of the priests, and of the children of the Levites, and of the singing men, and of the porters, and of the Nathanites to Jerusalem in the 7th year of Artaxerxes the king. 8 And they came to Jerusalem in the 5th month, in the 7th year of the king. 9 For upon the 1st day of the 1st month he began to go up from Babylon, and on the 1st day of the 5th month he came to Jerusalem according to the good hand of his God upon him. 10 For Esdras had prepared his heart to seek the law of the Lord, and to do and to teach in Israel the commandments and judgment. 11 And this is the copy of the letter of the edict, which King Artaxerxes gave to Esdras the priest, the scribe instructed in the words and commandments of the Lord, and his ceremonies in Israel. 12 Artaxerxes king of kings to Esdras the priest, the most learned scribe of the law of the God of heaven, greeting. 13 It is decreed by me, that all they of the people of Israel, and of the priests and of the Levites in my realm, that are minded to go into Jerusalem, should go with thee. 14 For thou art sent from before the king, and his 7 counselors, to visit Judea and Jerusalem according to the law of thy God. 568. First Book of Esdras, which is in thy hand. 15 And to carry the silver and gold, which the king and his counselors have freely offered to the God of Israel, whose tabernacle is in Jerusalem. 16 And all the silver and gold that thou shalt find in all the province of Babylon, and that the people is willing to offer, and that the priests shall offer of their own accord to the house of their God, which is in Jerusalem. 17 Take freely, and buy diligently with this money, calves, rams, lambs, with the sacrifices and libations of them, and offer them upon the altar of the temple of your God, that is in Jerusalem. 18 And if it seem good to thee, and to thy brethren to do anything with the rest of the silver and gold, do it according to the will of your God. 19 The vessels also, that are given thee for the sacrifice of the house of thy God, deliver thou in the sight of God in Jerusalem. 20 And whatsoever more there shall be need of for the house of thy God, how much soever thou shalt have occasion to spend, it shall be given out of the treasury, and the king's exchequer, and by me. 21 I Artaxerxes the king have ordered and decreed to all the keepers of the public chest, that are beyond the river, that whatsoever Esdras the priest, the scribe of the law of the God of heaven, shall require of you, you give it without delay, 22 unto 100 talents of silver, and unto 100 cores of wheat, and unto 100 baits of wine, and unto 100 baits of oil, and salt without measure. 23 All that belongeth to the rights of the God of heaven, let it be given diligently in the house of the God of heaven, lest his wrath should be enkindled against the realm of the king, and of his sons. 24 We give you also to understand concerning all the priests, and the Levites, and the singers, and the porters, and the Nathanites, and ministers of the house of this God, that you have no authority to impose toll or tribute, or custom upon them. 25 And thou Esdras, according to the wisdom of thy God, which is in thy hand, appoint judges and magistrates, that may judge all the people, that is beyond the river, that is, for them who know the law of thy God, yea, and the ignorant teach ye freely. 26 And whosoever will not do the law of thy God, and the law of the king diligently, judgment shall be executed upon him, either unto death, or unto banishment, or to the confiscation of goods, or at least to prison. 27 Blessed be the Lord the God of our fathers, who hath put this in the king's heart, to glorify the house of the Lord, which is in Jerusalem. 28 And hath inclined his mercy toward me before the king and his counselors, and all the mighty princes of the king. And I being strengthened by the hand of the Lord my God, which was upon me, gathered together out of Israel chief men to go up with me. Chapter 8 Now these are the chief of families, and the genealogy of them, who came up with me from Babylon in the reign of Artaxerxes the king. 2 of the sons of Phinehas, Gershom. Of the sons of Itamar, Daniel. Of the sons of David, Hattus. 3 of the sons of Shechanias, the son of Pharos, Zacharias, and with him were numbered 150 men. 4 of the sons of Pahath Moab, Elaniah. First Book of Esdras, 569, son of Zerah, and with him 200 men. 5 of the sons of Shechanias, the son of Ezekiel, and with him 300 men. 6 of the sons of Adon, Abed the son of Jonathan, and with him 50 men. 7 of the sons of Elam, Isaiah the son of Athalias, and with him 70 men. 8 of the sons of Saphasha, Zebodiah the son of Michael, and with him 80 men. 9 of the sons of Joab, Obediah the son of Jael, and with him 218 men. 10 of the sons of Selamith, the son of Josphiah, and with him 160 men. 11 of the sons of Bebai, Zacharias the son of Bebai, and with him 28 men. 12 of the sons of Osgod, Johanan the son of Exetan, and with him 110 men. 13 of the sons of Adonikam, who were the last, and these are their names, Eliphalet, and Yehiel, and Semez, and with him 60 men. 14 of the sons of Begai, Uttai, and Zachar, and with him 70 men. 15 And I gathered them together to the river, which runneth down to Ahava, and we stayed there 3 days, and I sought among the people and among the priests for the sons of Levi, and found none there. 16 So I sent Eliezer, and Ariel, and Semias, and Elnathan, and Jarib, and another Elnathan, and Nathan, and Zacharias, and Mosalam, chief men, and Joarib, and Elnathan, wise men. 17 And I sent them to Edo, who is chief in the place of Chasphia, and I put in their mouth the words that they should speak to Edo, and his brethren the Nathanites in the place of Chasphia, that they should bring us ministers of the house of our God. 18 And by the good hand of our God upon us, they brought us a most learned man of the sons of Moholi the son of Levi the son of Israel, and Sarabias and his sons, and his brethren 18, 19 And Hasabias, and with him Isaiah of the sons of Merari, and his brethren, and his sons 20. And of the Nathanites, whom David, and the princes gave for the service of the Levites, Nathanites 220, all these were called by their names. 21 And I proclaimed there a fast by the river Ahava, that we might afflict ourselves before the Lord our God, and might ask of him a right way for us and for our children, and for all our substance. 22 For I was ashamed to ask the king for aid and for horsemen, to defend us from the enemy in the way, because we had said to the king, The hand of our God is upon all them that seek him, and goodness, and his power and strength, and wrath upon all them that forsake him. 23 And we fasted, and besought our God for this, and it fell out prosperously unto us. 24 And I separated 12 of the chief of the priests, Sarabias, and Hasabias, and with them 10 of their brethren. 25 And I weighed unto them the silver and gold, and the vessels consecrated for the house of our God, which the king and his counselors, and his princes, and all Israel, that were found had offered. 26 And I weighed to their hands 650 talents of silver, and 100 vessels of silver, and 100 talents of gold, 27 And 20 cups of gold, of 1,000 solids, and 2 vessels of the best shining brass, beautiful as gold. 28 And I said to them, You are the holy ones of the Lord, and the vessels are holy, and the silver and gold, that is freely offered to the Lord the God of our fathers. 570, First Book of Esdras, 29 Watch ye and keep them, till you deliver them by weight before the chief of the priests, and of the Levites, and the heads of the families of Israel in Jerusalem, into the treasure of the house of the Lord. 30 And the priests and the Levites received the weight of the silver and gold, and the vessels, to carry them to Jerusalem to the house of our God. 31 Then we set forward from the river Ahava on the 12th day of the first month to go to Jerusalem, and the hand of our God was upon us, and delivered us from the hand of the enemy, and of such as lay in wait by the way. 32 And we came to Jerusalem, and we stayed there 3 days. 33 And on the 4th day the silver and the gold, and the vessels were weighed in the house of our God by the hand of Meremoth the son of Arias the priest, and with him was Eleazar the son of Phinehas, and with him Jozabad the son of Josue, and Noadiah the son of Benoi, Levites. 34 According to the number and weight of everything, and all the weight was written at that time. 35 Moreover the children of them that had been carried away that were come out of the captivity, offered holocausts to the God of Israel, 12 calves for all the people of Israel, 96 rams, 77 lambs, and 12 he-goats for sin, all for a holocaust to the Lord. 36 And they gave the king's edicts to the lords that were from the king's court, and the governors beyond the river, and they furthered the people in the house of God. Chapter 9 And after these things were accomplished, the princes came to me, saying, The people of Israel, and the priests and Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the lands, and from their abominations, namely, of the Canaanites, and the Hethites, and the Pharishites, and the Jebusites, and the Ammonites, and the Moabites, and the Egyptians, and the Amorites, 2 For they have taken of their daughters for themselves and for their sons, and they have mingled the holy seed with the people of the lands, and the hand of the princes and magistrates hath been first in this transgression. 3 And when I had heard this word, I rent my mantle and my coat, and plucked off the hairs of my head and my beard, and I sat down mourning. 4 And there were assembled to me all that feared the God of Israel, because of the transgression of those that were come from the captivity, and I sat sorrowful, until the evening sacrifice. 5 And at the evening sacrifice I rose up from my affliction, and having rent my mantle and my garment, I fell upon my knees, and spread out my hands to the Lord my God. 6 And said, My God, I am confounded and ashamed to lift up my face to thee, for our iniquities are multiplied over our heads, and our sins are grown up even unto heaven. 7 From the days of our fathers, and we ourselves also have sinned grievously unto this day, and for our iniquities we and our kings, and our priests have been delivered into the hands of the kings of the lands, and to the sword, and to captivity, and to spoil, and to confusion of face. As it is at this day. First Book of Esdras, 571, 8 And now is a little, and for a moment has our prayer been made before the Lord our God, to leave us a remnant, and give us a pin in his holy place, and that our God would enlighten our eyes, and would give us a little life in our bondage. 9 For we are bondmen, and in our bondage our God hath not forsaken us, but hath extended mercy upon us before the king of the Persians, to give us life, and to set up the house of our God, and to rebuild the desolations thereof, and to give us a fence in Judah and Jerusalem. 10 And now, O our God, what shall we say after this? For we have forsaken thy commandments. 11 Which thou hast commanded by the hand of thy servants the prophets, saying, The land which you go to possess, is an unclean land, according to the uncleanness of the people, and of other lands, with their abominations, who have filled it from mouth to mouth with their filth. 12 Now therefore give not your daughters to their sons, and take not their daughters for your sons, and seek not their peace, nor their prosperity forever, that you may be strengthened, and may eat the good things of the land, and may have your children your heirs forever. 13 And after all that has come upon us, for our most wicked deeds, and our great sin, seeing that thou our God hast saved us from our iniquity, and hast given us a deliverance as at this day. 14 That we should not turn away, nor break thy commandments, nor join in marriage with the people of these abominations. Art thou angry with us unto utter destruction, not to leave us a remnant to be saved? 15 O Lord God of Israel, thou art just, for we remain yet to be saved as at this day. Behold, we are before thee in our sin, for there can be no standing before thee in this matter. Chapter 10 Now when Esdras was thus praying, and beseeching, and weeping, and lying before the temple of God, there was gathered to him of Israel an exceeding great assembly of men and women and children, and the people wept with much lamentation. 2 And Sekenias the son of Jehiel of the sons of Elam answered, and said to Esdras, We have sinned against our God, and have taken strange wives of the people of the land, and now if there be repentance in Israel concerning this, 3 Let us make a covenant with the Lord our God, to put away all the wives, and such as are born of them, according to the will of the Lord, and of them that fear the commandment of the Lord our God, let it be done according to the law. 4 Arise, it is thy part to give orders, and we will be with thee, take courage, and do it. 5 So Esdras arose, and made the chiefs of the priests and of the Levites, and all Israel, to swear that they would do according to this word, and they swore. 6 And Esdras rose up from before the house of God, and went to the chamber of Johanan the son of Eliasib, and entered in thither. He ate no bread, and drank no water, for he mourned for the transgression of them that were come out of the captivity. 7 And proclamation was made in Judah and Jerusalem to all the children of the captivity, that they should assemble together into Jerusalem. 8 And that whosoever would not come within 3 days, according to the counsel of the princes and the ancients, all his substance should be taken away, and he should be cast out of the company of them that were returned from cap. 572. First Book of Esdras, Tivity. 9 Then all the men of Judah and Benjamin gathered themselves together to Jerusalem within 3 days, in the 9th month, the 20th day of the month, and all the people sat in the street of the house of God, trembling because of the sin, and the rain. 10 And Esdras the priest stood up, and said to them, You have transgressed, and taken strange wives, to add to the sins of Israel. 11 And now make confession to the Lord the God of your fathers, and do his pleasure, and separate yourselves from the people of the land, and from your strange wives. 12 And all the multitude answered and said with a loud voice, According to thy word unto us, so be it done. 13 But as the people are many, and it is time of rain, and we are not able to stand without, and it is not a work of 1 day or 2. 14 Let rulers be appointed in all the multitude, and in all our cities. Let them that have taken strange wives come at the times appointed, and with them the ancients and the judges of every city, until the wrath of our God be turned away from us for this sin. 15 Then Jonathan the son of Asahel, and Jaasiah the son of Achua were appointed over this, and Mesullam and Sabethai, Levites, helped them. 16 And the children of the captivity did so. And Esdras the priest, and the men heads of the families in the houses of their fathers, and all by their names, went and sat down in the first day of the 10th month to examine the matter. 17 And they made an end with all the men that had taken strange wives by the first day of the first month. 18 And there were found among the sons of the priests that had taken strange wives, of the sons of Josue the son of Josedek, and his brethren, Maaseiah, and Eliezer, and Jarib, and Godoliah. 19 And they gave their hands to put away their wives, and to offer for their offense a ram of the flock. 20 And of the sons of Immer, Hanani, and Zebediah. 21 And of the sons of Haram, Maaseiah, and Eliah, and Semiah, and Jehiel, and Ozias. 22 And of the sons of Shur, Elionai, Maaseiah, Ishmael, Nathaniel, Josabd, and Elasah. 23 And of the sons of the Levites, Josabd, and Semei, and Selua, the same as Kelita, Fattiah, Judah, and Eliezer. 24 And of the singing men, Eliziab, and of the porters, Salem, and Telem, and Uri. 25 And of Israel, of the sons of Pharos, Remiah, and Jeshua, and Melchiah, and Miamin, and Eliezer, and Melchiah, and Baniah. 26 And of the sons of Elam, Mattaniah, Zacharias, and Jehiel, and Abdi, and Jeremoth, and Eliah. 27 And of the sons of Zethua, Elionai, Eliasib, Mattaniah, Jeremoth, and Zabad, and Ashiza. 28 And of the sons of Babi, Johanan, Hananiah, Zabbai, Athilai. 29 And of the sons of Bani, Mosalam, and Melech, and Adiah, Jasub, and Zal, and Ramoth. 30 And of the sons of Phahath, Moab, Edna, and Shalal, Banias, and Maaseias, Mathanias, Besaliel, Benu, and Manasseh. 31 And of the sons of Haram, Eliezer, Josue, Melchias, Semias, Simeon. 32 Benjamin, Malach, Samarias. 33 And of the sons of Hassam, Mathani, Mathatha, Zabad, Eliphalet, Jermai, Manasseh. First Book of Esdras. 573. Semei. 34 Of the sons of Bani, Mahdi, Amram, and Jewel. 35 Banias, and Badias, Kiliao. 36 Vaniah, Merimoth, and Eliasib. 37 Mathanias, Mattaniah, and Jassi. 38 And Bani, and Benu, Semei. 39 And Salmias, and Nathan, and Adias. 40 And Mechnadebai, Sisai, Sarai. 41 Ezrael, and Selemiah, Semariah. 42 Selim, Amariah, Joseph. 43 Of the sons of Nebo, Jehiel, Mattathias, Zabad, Zabina, Jadu, and Joel, and Benaiah. 44 All these had taken strange wives, and there were among them women that had borne children. Book of Nehemias, Chapter 1. The words of Nehemias the son of Hilkias. And it came to pass in the month of Caslu, in the 20th year, as I was in the castle of Susa, that Hanani one of my brethren came, he and some men of Judah, and I asked them concerning the Jews that remained and were left of the captivity, and concerning Jerusalem. 3 And they said to me, They that have remained, and are left of the captivity there in the province, are in great affliction, and reproach, and the wall of Jerusalem is broken down, and the gates thereof are burnt with fire. 4 And when I had heard these words, I sat down, and wept, and mourned for many days, and I fasted, and prayed before the face of the God of heaven. 5 And I said, I beseech thee, O Lord God of heaven, strong, great, and terrible, who keepest covenant and mercy with those that love thee, and keep thy commandments. 6 Let thy ears be attentive, and thy eyes open, to hear the prayer of thy servant, which I pray before thee now, night and day, for the children of Israel thy servants, and I confess the sins of the children of Israel, by which they have sinned against thee. I and my father's house have sinned. 7 We have been seduced by vanity, and have not kept thy commandments, and ceremonies and judgments, which thou hast commanded thy servant Moses. 8 Remember the word that thou commandest to Moses thy servant, saying, If you shall transgress, I will scatter you abroad among the nations. 9 But if you return to me, and keep my commandments, and do them, though you should be led away to the uttermost parts of the world, I will gather you from thence, and bring you back to the place which I have chosen for my name to dwell there. 10 And these are thy servants, and thy people, whom thou hast redeemed by thy great strength, and by thy mighty hand. 11 I beseech thee, O Lord, let thy ear be attentive to the prayer of thy servant, and to the prayer of thy servants who desire to fear thy name, and direct thy servant this day, and give him mercy before this man. For I was the king's cupbearer. Chapter 2 And it came to pass in the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of Artaxerxes the king, that wine was before him, and I took up the wine, and gave it to the king, and I was as one languishing away before his face. 2 And the king said to me, Why is thy countenance sad, seeing thou dost not appear to be sick? This is not without cause, but some evil. Book of Nehemias, 575. Know not what is in thy heart. And I was seized with an exceeding great fear. 3 And I said to the king, O king, live forever. Why should not my countenance be sorrowful, seeing the city of the place of the sepulchres of my fathers is desolate, and the gates thereof are burnt with fire? 4 Then the king said to me, For what dost thou make request? And I prayed to the God of heaven. 5 And I said to the king, If it seem good to the king, and if thy servant hath found favor in thy sight, that thou wouldst send me into Judea to the city of the sepulchre of my father, and I will build it. 6 And the king said to me, and the queen that sat by him, For how long shall thy journey be, and when wilt thou return? And it pleased the king, and he sent me, and I fixed him a time. 7 And I said to the king, If it seem good to the king, let him give me letters to the governors of the country beyond the river, that they convey me over, till I come into Judea. 8 And a letter to Asaph the keeper of the king's forest, to give me timber that I may cover the gates of the tower of the house, and the walls of the city, and the house that I shall enter into. And the king gave me according to the good hand of my God with me. 9 And I came to the governors of the country beyond the river, and gave them the king's letters. And the king had sent with me captains of soldiers, and horsemen. 10 And Sanballat the Horonite, and Tobias the servant, the Ammonite, heard it, and it grieved them exceedingly, that a man was come, who sought the prosperity of the children of Israel. 11 And I came to Jerusalem, and was there 3 days. 12 And I arose in the night, I and some few men with me, and I told not any man what God had put in my heart to do in Jerusalem, and there was no beast with me, but the beast that I rode upon. 13 And I went out by night by the gate of the valley, and before the dragon fountain, and to the dung gate, and I viewed the wall of Jerusalem which was broken down, and the gates thereof which were consumed with fire. 14 And I passed to the gate of the fountain, and to the king's aqueduct, and there was no place for the beast on which I rode to pass. 15 And I went up in the night by the torrent, and viewed the wall, and going back I came to the gate of the valley, and returned. 16 But the magistrates knew not whither I went, or what I did, neither had I as yet told anything to the Jews, or to the priests, or to the nobles, or to the magistrates, or to the rest that did the work. 17 Then I said to them, You know the affliction wherein we are, because Jerusalem is desolate, and the gates thereof are consumed with fire. Come, and let us build up the walls of Jerusalem, and let us be no longer a reproach. 18 And I showed them how the hand of my God was good with me, and the king's words, which he had spoken to me, and I said, Let us rise up, and build. And their hands were strengthened and good. 19 But Sanballat the Horonite, and Tobias the servant, the Ammonite, and Geshem the Arabian heard of it, and they scoffed at us, and despised us, and said, What is this thing that you do? Are you going to rebel against the king? 20 And I answered them, and said to them, The God of heaven he helpeth us. And we are his servants, let us rise up and build, but you have no part, nor justice, nor remembrance in. 576, Book of Nehemias, Jerusalem, Chapter 3. Then Eliasib the high priest arose, and his brethren the priests, and they built the flock gate, they sanctified it, and set up the doors thereof, even unto the tower of 100 cubits they sanctified it unto the tower of Hananel. 2 And next to him the men of Jericho built, and next to them built Zachar the son of Omri. 3 But the fish gate the sons of Asana built, they covered it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars, and next to them built Meremoth the son of Arias the son of Achuz. 6 And Joiada the son of Phasseh, and Mosalam the son of Besodiah built the old gate, they covered it and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars. 7 And next to them built Meltias the Gabaonite, and Jadon the Meronothite, the men of Gabaon and Masphah, for the governor that was in the country beyond the river. 8 And next to him built Aziel the son of Uriah the goldsmith, and next to him built Ananias the son of the perfumer, and they left Jerusalem unto the wall of the broad street. 9 And next to him built Raphiah the son of Hur, lord of the street of Jerusalem. 10 And next to him Jediah the son of Haramath over against his own house, and next to him built Hattus the son of Hasboniah. 11 Melchias the son of Harim, and Husab the son of Fahath Moab, built half the street, and the tower of the furnaces. 12 And next to him built Selim the son of Elohez, lord of half the street of Jerusalem, he and his daughters. 13 And the gate of the valley Hanun built, and the inhabitants of Zanoh, they built it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars, and 1,000 cubits in the wall unto the gate of the dunghill. 14 And the gate of the dunghill Melchias the son of Rechab built, lord of the street of Bethacharam, he built it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars. 15 And the gate of the fountain, Salem, the son of Koliosa, built, lord of the street of Masphah, he built it, and covered it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars, and the walls of the pool of Siloah unto the king's guard, and unto the steps that go down from the city of David. 16 After him built Nehemias the son of Azbuk, lord of half the street of Bethshur, as far as over against the sepulchre of David, and to the pool, that was built with great labor, and to the house of the mighty. 17 After him built the Levites, Rehum the son of Beni. After him built Haspias, lord of half the street of Selah and his own street. 18 After him built their brethren Bavai the son of Enadad, lord of half Selah. 19 And next to him Asa the son of Hosway, lord of Masphah, built another measure, over against the going up of the strong corner. 20 After him in the mount Baruch the son of Zakkai built another measure, from the corner to the door of the house of Eliasib the high priest. 21 After him Meremoth the son of Arias the son of Achuz, built another measure, from the door of the house of Eliasib, to the end of the house of Eliasib. 22 And after him built the priests, the men of the plains of the Jordan. 23 After him built Benjamin and Hasub, over against their own house, and after him built Azarias the son of Maaseias the son of Ananias. Book of Nehemias, 577, over against his house. 24 After him built Benu the son of Henadad another measure, from the house of Azarias unto the bending, and unto the corner. 25 Phalel, the son of Uzzi, over against the bending and the tower, which lieth out from the king's high house, that is, in the court of the prison. After him Phadiah the son of Pharos. 26 And the Nathanites dwelt in Ophel, as far as over against the water gate toward the east, and the tower that stood out. 27 After him the Thekites built another measure over against, from the great tower that standeth out unto the wall of the temple. 28 And upward from the horse gate the priests built, every man over against his house. 29 After them built Zadok the son of Immer over against his house. And after him built Semaiah the son of Sekenios, keeper of the east gate. 30 After him built Hananiah the son of Selemiah, and Hanun the sixth son of Saleph, another measure. After him built Mosalam the son of Barachias over against his treasury. After him Melchias the goldsmith's son built unto the house of the Nathanites, and to the sellers of small wares, over against the judgment gate, and unto the chamber of the corner. 31 And within the chamber of the corner of the flock gate, the goldsmiths and the merchants built. Chapter 4. And it came to pass, that when Sanballat heard that we were building the wall he was angry, and being moved exceedingly he scoffed at the Jews. 2 And said before his brethren, and the multitude of the Samaritans, What are the silly Jews doing? Will the Gentiles let them alone? Will they sacrifice and make it end in a day? Are they able to raise stones out of the heaps of the rubbish, which are burned? 3 Tobias also the Ammonite who was by him said, Let them build, if a fox go up, he will leap over their stone wall. 4 Hear thou our God, for we are despised, turn their reproach upon their own head, and give them to be despised in a land of captivity. 5 Cover not their iniquity, and let not their sin be blotted out from before thy face, because they have mocked thy builders. 6 So we built the wall, and joined it all together unto the half thereof, and the heart of the people was excited to work. 7 And it came to pass, when Sanballat, and Tobias, and the Arabians, and the Ammonites, and the Azotians heard that the walls of Jerusalem were made up, and the breaches began to be closed, that they were exceedingly angry. 8 And they all assembled themselves together, to come, and to fight against Jerusalem, and to prepare ambushes. 9 And we prayed to our God, and set watchmen upon the wall day and night against them. 10 And Judah said, The strength of the bearer of burdens is decayed, and the rubbish is very much, and we shall not be able to build the wall. 11 And our enemies said, Let them not know, nor understand, till we come in the midst of them, and kill them, and cause the work to cease. 12 And it came to pass, that when the Jews that dwelt by them came and told us 10 times, out of all the places from whence they came to us. 13 I set the people in the place behind the wall round about in order, with their swords, and spears, and bows. 578. Book of Nehemias. 14 And I looked and rose up, and I said to the chief men and the magistrates, and to the rest of the common people, Be not afraid of them. Remember the Lord who is great and terrible, and fight for your brethren, your sons, and your daughters, and your wives, and your houses. 15 And it came to pass, when our enemies heard that the thing had been told us, that God defeated their counsel, and we returned all of us to the walls, every man to his work. 16 And it came to pass from that day forward, that half of their young men did the work, and half were ready for to fight, with spears, and shields, and bows, and coats of mail, and the rulers were behind them in all the house of Judah. 17 Of them that built on the wall and that carried burdens, and that laded, with one of his hands he did the work, and with the other he held a sword. 18 For every one of the builders was girded with a sword about his reins. And they built, and sounded with a trumpet by me. 19 And I said to the nobles, and to the magistrates, and to the rest of the common people, The work is great and wide, and we are separated on the wall one far from another. 20 In what place soever you shall hear the sound of the trumpet, run all thither unto us, our God will fight for us. 21 And let us do the work, and let one half of us hold our spears from the rising of the morning, till the stars appear. 22 At that time also I said to the people, Let every one with his servant stay in the midst of Jerusalem, and let us take our turns in the night, and by day, to work. 23 Now I and my brethren, and my servants, and the watchmen that followed me, did not put off our clothes, only every man stripped himself when he was to be washed. Chapter 5 Now there was a great cry of the people, and of their wives against their brethren the Jews. 2 And there were some that said, Our sons and our daughters are very many, let us take up corn for the price of them, and let us eat and live. 3 And there were some that said, Let us mortgage our lands, and our vineyards, and our houses, and let us take corn because of the famine. 4 And others said, Let us borrow money for the king's tribute, and let us give up our fields and vineyards. 5 And now our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren, and our children as their children. Behold, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters, and some of our daughters are bondwomen already, neither have we wherewith to redeem them, and our fields and our vineyards other men possess. 6 And I was exceedingly angry when I heard their cry according to these words. 7 And my heart thought with myself, and I rebuked the nobles and magistrates, and said to them, Do you every one exact usury of your brethren? And I gathered together a great assembly against them. 8 And I said to them, We, as you know, have redeemed according to our ability our brethren the Jews, that were sold to the Gentiles, and will you then sell your brethren, for us to redeem them? And they held their peace, and found not what to answer. 9 And I said to them, The thing you do is not good. Why walk you not in the fear of our God, that we be not exposed to the reproaches of the Gentiles our enemies? 10 Both I and my brethren, and my servants. Book of Nehemias. 579. Have lent money and corn to many, let us all agree not to call for it again. Let us forgive the debt that is owing to us. 11 Restore ye to them this day their fields, and their vineyards, and their olive yards, and their houses, and the 100th part of the money, and of the corn, the wine, and the oil, which you were wont to exact of them, give it rather for them. 12 And they said, We will restore, and we will require nothing of them, and we will do as thou sayest. And I called the priests and took an oath of them, to do according to what I had said. 13 Moreover I shook my lap, and said, So may God shake every man that shall not accomplish this word, out of his house, and out of his labors, thus may he be shaken out, and become empty. And all the multitude said, Amen. And they praised God. And the people did according to what was said. 14 And from the day, in which the king commanded me to be governor in the land of Judah, from the 20th year even to the 32nd year of Artaxerxes the king, for 12 years, I and my brethren did not eat the yearly allowance that was due to the governors. 15 But the former governors that had been before me, were chargeable to the people, and took of them in bread, and wine, and in money every day 40 sickles, and their officers also oppressed the people. But I did not so for the fear of God. 16 Moreover I built in the work of the wall, and I bought no land, and all my servants were gathered together to the work. 17 The Jews also and the magistrates to the number of 150 men, were at my table, besides them that came to us from among the nations that were round about us. 18 And there was prepared for me day 1 ox, and 6 choice rams, besides fowls. And, once in 10 days I gave store of divers wines, and many other things, yet I did not require my yearly allowance as governor, for the people were very much impoverished. 19 Remember me, O my God, for good according to all that I have done for this people. Chapter 6 And it came to pass, when Sanballat, and Tobias, and Geshem the Arabian, and the rest of our enemies, heard that I had built the wall, and that there was no breach left in it, Sanballat and Geshem sent to me, saying, Come, and let us make a league together in the villages, in the plain of Ono. But they thought to do me mischief. 3 And I sent messengers to them, saying, I am doing a great work, and I cannot come down, lest it be neglected whilst I come, and go down to you. 4 And they sent to me according to this word, 4 times, and I answered them after the same manner. 5 And Sanballat sent his servant to me the 5th time according to the former word, and he had a letter in his hand written in this manner. 6 It is reported amongst the Gentiles, and Geshem hath said it, that thou and the Jews think to rebel, and therefore thou buildest the wall, and hast a mind to set thyself king over them, for which end. 7 Thou hast also set up prophets, to preach of thee at Jerusalem, saying, There is a king in Judea. The king will hear of these things, therefore come now, that we may take counsel together. 8 And I sent to them, saying, There is no 580, Book of Nehemias, such thing done as thou sayest, but thou feignest these things out of thy own heart. 9 For all these men thought to frighten us, thinking that our hands would cease from the work, and that we would leave off. Wherefore I strengthened my hands the more. 10 And I went into the house of Shimei the son of Delaiah, the son of Menabiel privately. And he said, Let us consult together in the house of God in the midst of the temple, and let us shut the doors of the temple, for they will come to kill thee, and in the night they will come to slay thee. 11 And I said, Should such a man as I flee? And who is there that being as I am, would go into the temple, to save his life? I will not go in. 12 And I understood that God had not sent him, but that he had spoken to me as if he had been prophesying, and Tobias, and Sanballat had hired him. 13 For he had taken money, that I being afraid should do this thing, and sin, and they might have some evil to upbraid me withal. 14 Remember me, O Lord, for Tobias and Sanballat, according to their works of this kind, and Notias the prophet, and the rest of the prophets that would have put me in fear. 15 But the wall was finished the 25th day of the month of Elul, in 52 days. 16 And it came to pass when all our enemies heard of it, that all nations which were round about us, were afraid, and were cast down within themselves, for they perceived that this work was the work of God. 17 Moreover in those days many letters were sent by the principal men of the Jews to Tobias, and from Tobias there came letters to them. 18 For there were many in Judea sworn to him, because he was the son-in-law of Sesh, Neas the son of Ariah, and Johanan his son had taken to wife the daughter of Mosalam the son of Barachias. 19 And they praised him also before me, and they related my words to him, and Tobias sent letters to put me in fear. Chapter 7 Now after the wall was built, and I had set up the doors, and numbered the porters and singing men, and Levites. 2 I commanded Hanani my brother, and Hanani as ruler of the house of Jerusalem. 3 And I said to them, Let not the gates of Jerusalem be opened till the sun be hot. And while they were yet standing by the gates were shut, and barred, and I set watchmen of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, every one by their courses, and every man over against his house. For and the city was very wide and great, and the people few in the midst thereof, and the houses were not built. 5 But God had put in my heart, and I assembled the princes and magistrates, and common people, to number them, and I found a book of the number of them who came up at first, and therein it was found written. 6 These are the children of the province, who came up from the captivity of them that had been carried away, whom Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon had carried away, and who returned into Judea, every one into his own city. 7 Who came with Zorobabel, Josue, Nehemias, Azarias, Ramias, Nahamani, Mardochai, Belsam, Mesfereth, Begoiah, Nahum, Bana. The number of the men of the people. Book of Nehemias, 581, of Israel. 8 The children of Pharos, 2172. 9 The children of Saphatia, 372. 10 The children of Ariah, 652. 11 The children of Pahath Moab of the children of Josue and Joab, 2818. 12 The children of Elam, 1254. 13 The children of Zethua, 845. 14 The children of Zakkai, 760. 15 The children of Banui, 648. 16 The children of Bebai, 628. 17 The children of Osgod, 2322. 18 The children of Adonikam, 667. 19 The children of Begai, 2067. 20 The children of Adin, 655. 21 The children of Ader, children of Hezekias, 98. 22 The children of Hasem, 328. 23 The children of Basai, 324. 24 The children of Harav, 112. 25 The children of Gabaon, 95. 26 The children of Bethlehem, and Netupha, 188. 27 The men of Anatoth, 128. 28 The men of Beth-Asmith, 42. 29 The men of Kiriath-Jearim, Sephirah, and Beroth, 743. 30 The men of Ramah and Geba, 621. 31 The men of Machmas, 122. 32 The men of Bethel and Hai, 123. 33 The men of the other Nebo, 52. 34 The men of the other Elam, 1254. 35 The children of Haram, 320. 36 The children of Jericho, 345. 37 The children of Lod, of Hadid and Ono, 721. 38 The children of Sina, 3930. 39 The priests, the children of Idiah in the house of Hosway, 973. 40 The children of Immer, 1052. 41 The children of Fasher, 1247. 42 The children of Aram, 1017. The Levites. 43 The children of Hosway and Sedmile, the sons. 44 of Oduyah, 74. The singing men. 45 The children of Asaph, 148. 46 The porters, the children of Salem, the children of Ader, the children of Telmon, the children of Akub, the children of Hatita, the children of Sobai, 138. 47 The Nathanites, the children of Soah, the children of Hasupha, the children of Tebalth, 48 The children of Siros, the children of Saah, the children of Phadon, the children of Labana. 582, Book of Nehemias, the children of Hagabah, the children of Selmai, 49 The children of Hanan, the children of Gedil, the children of Gaur. 50 The children of Reiah, the children of Rezin, the children of Nekoda. 51 The children of Gezium, the children of Asa, the children of Phasi. 52 The children of Basai, the children of Munim, the children of Nephisim. 53 The children of Bakbuk, the children of Hakupah, the children of Harhur. 54 The children of Basloth, the children of Mahida, the children of Harsa. 55 The children of Berkos, the children of Sisera, the children of Tema. 56 The children of Nazia, the children of Hatipha. 57 The children of the servants of Solomon, the children of Sotai, the children of Sophereth, the children of Faridah. 58 The children of Jehala, the children of Darkon, the children of Jedil. 59 The children of Sapphasha, the children of Hattil, the children of Phakereth, who was born of Sabaim, the son of Ammon. 60 All the Nathanites, and the children of the servants of Solomon, 392. 61 And these are they that came up from Telmelah, Thelarsa, Cherub, Adon, and Immer, and could not show the house of their fathers, nor their seed, whether they were of Israel. 62 The children of Dela, the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekoda, 642. 63 And of the priests, the children of Abiah, the children of Akkoz, the children of Bertzai, who took a wife of the daughters of Bertzai the Galaadite, and he was called by their name. 64 These sought their writing in the record, and found it not, and they were cast out of the priesthood. 65 And Athorsathah said to them, that they should not eat of the holies of holies, until there stood up a priest learned and skillful. 66 All the multitude as it were one man, 42,360. 67 Beside their men servants and women servants, who were 7,337, and among them singing men, and singing women, 245. 68 Their horses, 736, their mules 245, 69 Their camels, 435, their asses, 6,720, 70 And some of the heads of the families gave unto the work. Athorsathah gave into the treasure 1,000 drams of gold, 50 bulls, and 530 garments for priests. 71 And some of the heads of families gave to the treasure of the work, 20,000 drams of gold, and 2,200 pounds of silver. 72 And that which the rest of the people gave, was 20,000 drams of gold, and 2,000 pounds of silver, and 67 garments for priests. 73 And the priests, and the Levites, and the porters, and the singing men, and the rest of the common people, and the Nathanites, and all Israel dwelt in their cities. Chapter 8. And the 7th month came, and the children of Israel were in their cities. And all the people were gathered together as one man to the street which is before the water gate, and they spoke to Esdras the scribe, to bring the book of the Book of Nehemias. 583. Law of Moses, which the Lord had commanded to Israel. 2 Then Esdras the priest brought the law before the multitude of men and women, and all those that could understand, in the first day of the 7th month. 3 And he read it plainly in the street that was before the water gate, from the morning until midday, before the men, and the women, and all those that could understand, and the ears of all the people were attentive to the book. 4 And Esdras the scribe stood upon a step of wood, which he had made to speak upon, and there stood by him Mattathias, and Semiah, and Anya, and Uriah, and Halsiah, and Maaseiah, on his right hand, and on the left, Phadiah, Mishael, and Malchiah, and Hassam, and Hespedana, Zechariah and Mosallam. 5 And Esdras opened the book before all the people, for he was above all the people, and when he had opened it, all the people stood. 6 And Esdras blessed the Lord the great God, and all the people answered, Amen, Amen, lifting up their hands, and they bowed down, and adored God with their faces to the ground. 7 Now Josue, and Bani, and Serebiah, Jaman, Akub, Saptai, Adiah, Maaseiah, Keltiah, Azarias, Jozabad, Hanan, Philah, the Levites, made silence among the people to hear the law, and the people stood in their place. 8 And they read in the book of the law of God distinctly and plainly to be understood, and they understood when it was read. 9 And Nehemias and Esdras the priest and scribe, and the Levites who interpreted to all the people, said, This is a holy day to the Lord our God, do not mourn, nor weep, for all the people wept, when they heard the words of the law. 10 And he said to them, Go, eat fat meats, and drink sweet wine, and send portions to them that have not prepared for themselves, because it is the holy day of the Lord, and be not sad, for the joy of the Lord is our strength. 11 And the Levites stilled all the people, saying, Hold your peace, for the day is holy, and be not sorrowful. 12 So all the people went to eat and drink, and to send portions, and to make great mirth, because they understood the words that he had taught them. 13 And on the 2nd day the chiefs of the families of all the people, the priests, and the Levites were gathered together to Esdras the scribe, that he should interpret to them the words of the law. 14 And they found written in the law, that the Lord had commanded by the hand of Moses, that the children of Israel should dwell in tabernacles, on the feast, in the 7th month. 15 And that they should proclaim and publish the word in all their cities, and in Jerusalem, saying, Go forth to the mount, and fetch branches of olive, and branches of beautiful wood, branches of myrtle, and branches of palm, and branches of thick trees, to make tabernacles, as it is written. 16 And the people went forth, and brought. And they made themselves tabernacles every man on the top of his house, and in their courts, and in the courts of the house of God, and in the street of the water gate, and in the street of the gate of Ephraim. 17 And all the assembly of them that were returned from the captivity, made tabernacles, and dwelt in tabernacles, for since the days of Josue the son of Nun the children of Israel had not done so, until that day, and there was exceeding great joy. 18 And he read in the book of the law of God day by day, from the first day till the last. And 584. Book of Nehemias. They kept the solemnity 7 days, and in the 8th day a solemn assembly according to the manner. Chapter 9. And in the 24th day of the month the children of Israel came together with fasting and with sackcloth, and earth upon them. 2 And the seed of the children of Israel separated themselves from every stranger, and they stood, and confessed their sins, and the iniquities of their fathers. 3 And they rose up to stand, and they read in the book of the law of the Lord their God, 4 times in the day, and 4 times they confessed, and adored the Lord their God. 4 And there stood up upon the step of the Levites, Josue, and Bani, and Sedmiel, Sebaniah, Bani, Serebias, Bani, and Shenani, and they cried with a loud voice to the Lord their God. 5 And the Levites Josue and Sedmiel, Bani, Hasbniah, Serebiah, Aduiah, Sabniah, and Phathahiah, said, Arise, bless the Lord your God from eternity to eternity, and blessed be the high name of thy glory with all blessing and praise. 6 Thou thyself, O Lord alone, thou hast made heaven, and the heaven of heavens, and all the host thereof, the earth and all things that are in it, the seas and all that are therein. And thou givest life to all these things, and the host of heaven adore thee. 7 Thou Lord God, art he who causest Abram, and broughtest him forth out of the fire of the Chaldeans, and gavest him the name of Abraham. 8 And thou didst find his heart faithful before thee, and thou madest a covenant with him. 2 Give him the land of the Canaanite, of the Hethite, and of the Amorite, and of the Pharisite, and of the Jebusite, and of the Girgazite, to give it to his seed, and thou hast fulfilled thy words, because thou art just. 9 And thou sawest the affliction of our fathers in Egypt, and thou didst hear their cry by the Red Sea. 10 And thou showedst signs and wonders upon Pharaoh, and upon all his servants, and upon the people of his land, for thou knewest that they dealt proudly against them, and thou madest thyself a name, as it is at this day. 11 And thou didst divide the sea before them, and they passed through the midst of the sea on dry land, but their persecutors thou threwest into the depth, as a stone into mighty waters. 12 And in a pillar of a cloud thou wast their leader by day, and in a pillar of fire by night, that they might see the way by which they went. 13 Thou camest down also to Mount Sinai, and didst speak with them from heaven, and thou gavest them right judgments, and the law of truth, ceremonies, and good precepts. 14 Thou madest known to them thy holy Sabbath, and didst prescribe to them commandments, and ceremonies, and the law by the hand of Moses thy servant. 15 And thou gavest them bread from heaven in their hunger, and broughtest forth water for them out of the rock in their thirst, and thou saidst to them that they should go in, and possess the land, upon which thou hadst lifted up thy hand to give it them. 16 But they and our fathers dealt proudly, and hardened their necks and hearkened not to thy commandments. 17 And they would not hear, and they remembered not thy wonders which thou hadst done for them. And they hardened their necks. And Book of Nehemias, 585, gave the head to return to their bondage, as it were by contention. But thou, a forgiving God, gracious, and merciful, long-suffering, and full of compassion, didst not forsake them. 18 Yea, when they had made also to themselves a molten calf, and had said, This is thy God, that brought thee out of Egypt, and had committed great blasphemies. 19 Yet thou, in thy many mercies, didst not leave them in the desert, the pillar of the cloud departed not from them by day to lead them in the way, and the pillar of fire by night to show them the way by which they should go. 20 And thou gavest them thy good spirit to teach them, and thy manna thou didst not withhold from their mouth, and thou gavest them water for their thirst. 21 40 years didst thou feed them in the desert, and nothing was wanting to them, their garments did not grow old, and their feet were not worn. 22 And thou gavest them kingdoms, and nations, and didst divide lots for them, and they possessed the land of Son, and the land of the king of Heshbon, and the land of Og king of Bashan. 23 And thou didst multiply their children as the stars of heaven, and broughtest them to the land concerning which thou hadst said to their fathers, that they should go in and possess it. 24 And the children came and possessed the land, and thou didst humble before them the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, and gavest them into their hands, with their kings, and the people of the land, that they might do with them as it pleased them. 25 And they took strong cities and a fat land, and possessed houses full of all goods, cisterns made by others, vineyards, and olive yards, and fruit trees in abundance, and they ate, and were filled, and became fat, and abounded with delight in thy great goodness. 26 But they provoked thee to wrath, and departed from thee, and threw thy law behind their backs, and they killed thy prophets, who admonished them earnestly to return to thee, and they were guilty of great blasphemies. 27 And thou gavest them into the hands of their enemies, and they afflicted them. And in the time of their tribulation they cried to thee, and thou heardest from heaven, and according to the multitude of thy tender mercies thou gavest them saviors, to save them from the hands of their enemies. 28 But after they had rest, they returned to do evil in thy sight, and thou leftest them in the hand of their enemies, and they had dominion over them. Then they returned, and cried to thee, and thou heardest from heaven, and deliveredst them many times in thy mercies. 29 And thou didst admonish them to return to thy law, but they dealt proudly, and hearkened not to thy commandments, but sinned against thy judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. And they withdrew the shoulder, and hardened their neck, and would not hear. 30 And thou didst forbear with them for many years, and didst testify against them by thy Spirit by the hand of thy prophets, and they heard not, and thou didst deliver them into the hand of the people of the lands. 31 Yet in thy very many mercies thou didst not utterly consume them, nor forsake them, because thou art a merciful and gracious God. 32 Now therefore our God, great, strong, and terrible, who keepest covenant and mercy, turn not away from thy face all the labor which hath come upon us, upon our kings, and our princes, and our priests, and our prophets, and our fathers, and all the people from the days of the 586, Book of Nehemias, king of Assur, until this day. 33 And thou art just in all things that have come upon us, because thou hast done truth, but we have done wickedly. 34 Our kings, our princes, our priests, and our fathers have not kept thy law, and have not minded thy commandments, and thy testimonies which thou hast testified among them. 35 And they have not served thee in their kingdoms, and in thy manifold goodness, which thou gavest them, and in the large and fat land, which thou deliveredst before them, nor did they return from their most wicked devices. 36 Behold, we ourselves this day are bondmen, and the land, which thou gavest our fathers, to eat the bread thereof, and the good things thereof, and we ourselves are servants in it. 37 And the fruits thereof grow up for the kings, whom thou hast set over us for our sins, and they have dominion over our bodies, and over our beasts, according to their will, and we are in great tribulation. 38 And because of all this we ourselves make a covenant, and write it, and our princes, our Levites, and our priests sign it. Chapter 10 And the subscribers were Nehemias, Atharsatha the son of Hakeli, and Sedecias, 2 Serahs, Azarias, Jeremias, 3 Phshar, Amarias, Melchias, 4 Hattus, Sabeniah, Melech, 5 Harim, Meremoth, Abjas, 6 Daniel, Jantan, Baruch, 7 Mosalam, Abiah, Maiaman, 8 Maaziah, Belja, Semiah. These were priests. 9 And the Levites, Josue the son of Azanias, Benu of the sons of Henadad, Sedmiel. 10 And their brethren, Sabeniah, Aduyah, Selida, Phalah, Hanan. 11 Miha, Roab, Haspiah, 12 Zachar, Serebiah, Sabaniah, 13 Hodiah, Bani, Benanu. 14 The heads of the people, Pharos, Fahath Moab, Elam, Zethu, Bani. 15 Bani, Osgod, Bebai. 16 Adoniah, Begai, Adin. 17 Ader, Kezisha, Azur. 18 Hodiah, Hassam, Basai. 19 Hareph, Anatoth, Nebai. 20 Megphias, Mosalam, Hazir. 21 Mesizabel, Sadoc, Jeduah. 22 Pheltiah, Hanan, Aniah. 23 Osi, Hananiah, Hasub. 24 Elohes, Phaliah, Sobek. 25 Reham, Hasbnah, Masiah. 26 Achiah, Hanan, Anan. 27 Melech, Haran, Bana. 28 And the rest of the people, priests, Levites, porters, and singing men, Nathanites, and all that had separated themselves from the people of the lands to the law of God, their wives, their sons, and their daughters. 29 All that could understand, promising for their brethren, with their chief men, and they came to promise, and swear that they would walk in the law of God, which he gave in the hand of Moses the servant of God, that they would do and keep all the commandments of the Lord our God, and his judgments and his ceremonies. 30 And that we would not give our daughters to the people of the land, nor take their daughters for our sons. 31 And if the people of the land bring in things to sell, or any things for use, to sell them on the Sabbath day, that we would not buy them on the Sabbath, or on the holy day. And that we would. Book of Nehemias, 587, leave the 7th year, and the exaction of every hand. 32 And we made ordinances for ourselves, to give the third part of a sickle every year for the work of the house of our God. 33 For the loaves of proposition, and for the continual sacrifice, and for a continual holocaust on the Sabbaths, on the new moons, on the set feasts, and for the holy things, and for the sin offering, that atonement might be made for Israel, and for every use of the house of our God. 34 And we cast lots among the priests, and the Levites, and the people for the offering of wood, that it might be brought into the house of our God by the houses of our fathers at set times, from year to year, to burn upon the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in the law of Moses. 35 And that we would bring the firstfruits of our land, and the firstfruits of all fruit of every tree, from year to year, in the house of our Lord. 36 And the firstborn of our sons, and of our cattle, as it is written in the law, and the firstlings of our oxen, and of our sheep, to be offered in the house of our God, to the priests who minister in the house of our God. 37 And that we would bring the firstfruits of our meats, and of our libations, and the fruit of every tree, of the vintage also and of oil to the priests, to the storehouse of our God, and the tithes of our ground to the Levites. The Levites also shall receive the tithes of our works out of all the cities. 38 And the priest the son of Aaron shall be with the Levites in the tithes of the Levites, and the Levites shall offer the tithe of their tithes in the house of our God, to the storeroom into the treasure house. 39 For the children of Israel and the children of Levi shall carry to the treasury the firstfruits, of corn, of wine, and of oil, and the sanctified vessels shall be there, and the priests, and the singing men, and the porters, and ministers, and we will not forsake the house of our God. Chapter 11 And the princes of the people dwelt at Jerusalem, but the rest of the people cast lots, to take one part intent to dwell in Jerusalem the holy city, and 9 parts in the other cities. 2 And the people blessed all the men that willingly offered themselves to dwell in Jerusalem. 3 These therefore are the chief men of the province, who dwelt in Jerusalem, and in the cities of Judah. And everyone dwelt in his possession, in their cities, Israel, the priests, the Levites, the Nathanites, and the children of the servants of Solomon. 4 And in Jerusalem there dwelt some of the children of Judah, and some of the children of Benjamin, of the children of Judah, Athaz the son of Aziam, the son of Zacharias, the son of Amarias, the son of Saphatias, the son of Malaliel, of the sons of Phares. 5 Maaseiah the son of Baruch, the son of Koliosa, the son of Asia, the son of Adiah, the son of Joiarib, the son of Zacharias, the son of the Silonite. 6 All these the sons of Phares, who dwelt in Jerusalem, were 468 valiant men. 7 And these are the children of Benjamin, Selim the son of Mosalam, the son of Jod, the son of Phadiah, the son of Koiah, the son of Maaseiah, the son of Ethiel, the son of Isaiah. 8 And after him Gabai, Seiah, 928. 9 And Joel the son of Zechar their ruler, and 588. Book of Nehemias, Judas the son of Senua was second over the city. 10 And of the priests Idaiah the son of Jorib, Jachin. 11 Sariah the son of Helsias, the son of Mosalam, the son of Sadok, the son of Merioth, the son of Achitob the prince of the house of God. 12 And their brethren that do the works of the temple, 822. And Adiah the son of Jeroham, the son of Phileliah, the son of Amsi, the son of Zacharias, the son of Pshur, the son of Melchias. 13 And his brethren the chiefs of the fathers, 242. And Amasai the son of Israel, the son of Ahazi, the son of Moslameth, the son of Immer. 14 And their brethren who were very mighty, 128, and their rulers Abdiel son of the mighty. 15 And of the Levites Semeiah the son of Hasub, the son of Azarikam, the son of Hasabiah, the son of Boni. 16 And Sabbathai and Jozabd, who were over all the outward business of the house of God, of the princes of the Levites. 17 And Mattaniah the son of Meha, the son of Zebediah, the son of Asaph, was the principal man to praise, and to give glory in prayer, and Bekbesha, the second, one of his brethren, and Abda the son of Samuah, the son of Galal, the son of Iduthun. 18 All the Levites in the holy city were 284. 19 And the porters, Akub, Telmon, and their brethren, who kept the doors, 172. 20 And the rest of Israel, the priests and the Levites were in all the cities of Judah, every man in his possession. 21 And the Nathanites, that dwelt in Ophel, and Siah, and Gas for the Nathanites. 22 And the overseer of the Levites in Jerusalem, was Ozzi the son of Bani, the son of Hasabiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Meha. Of the sons of Asaph, were the singing men in the ministry of the house of God. 23 For the king's commandment was concerning them, and an order among the singing men day by day. 24 And Phathahiah the son of Mesezabel of the children of Zara the son of Judah was at the hand of the king, in all matters concerning the people. 25 And in the houses through all their countries, of the children of Judah some dwelt at Kiriatharb, and in the villages thereof, and at Dibon, and in the villages thereof, and at Kabseel, and in the villages thereof. 26 And at Jesu, and at Melata, and at Beth-Phaleth. 27 And at Hasarsul, and at Bersabe, and in the villages thereof. 28 And at Sisleg, and at Mokana, and in the villages thereof. 29 And at Remen, and at Saraah, and at Jeremoth. 30 Zanoah, Odalam, and in their villages, at Lachish and its dependencies, and at Azekah and the villages thereof. And they dwelt from Bersabe unto the valley of Enom. 31 And the children of Benjamin, from Geba, at Mechmas, and at Hai, and at Bethel, and in the villages thereof. 32 At Anatoth, Nob, Ananiah. 33 Asor, Ramah, Gethaim. 34 Hadid, Seboim, and Nebalat, Lod. 35 And Ono the valley of craftsmen. 36 And of the Levites were portions of Judah and Benjamin. Book of Nehemias, 589. Chapter 12. Now these are the priests and the Levites, that went up with Zorobabel the son of Salathiel, and Hosway, Sariah, Jeremias, Esdras, 2 Amariah, Melech, Hattus, 3 Sebenias, Rum, Merimoth, 4 Otto, Janton, Abiah, 5 Miamin, Madiah, Belga. 6 Semeiah, and Joiarib, Idaiah, Sulamamach, Halcias. 7 Idaiah. These were the chief of the priests, and of their brethren in the days of Hosway. 8 And the Levites, Jeza, Benu, Sedmiel, Sarebiah, Judah, Mathanias, they and their brethren were over the hymns. 9 And Bekbesha, and Hani, and their brethren every one in his office. 10 And Hosway begot Joachim, and Joachim begot Eliasib, and Eliasib begot Joiada. 11 And Joiada begot Jonathan, and Jonathan begot Jedoah. 12 And in the days of Joachim the priests and heads of the families were, of Sariah, Moriah, of Jeremias, Hananiah. 13 Of Esdras, Mosalam, and of Amariah, Johanan. 14 Of Milico, Jonathan, of Sabeniah, Joseph, 15 of Haram, Edna, of Moriath, Halsey, 16 of Adiah, Zechariah, of Jantan, Mosalam, 17 of Abiah, Zechari, of Maimon and Modiah, Felti, 18 of Belga, Samuel of Semaiah, Jonathan, 19 of Joyarib, Mathani, of Jodiah, Ozzi, 20 of Saiah, Salah, of Amok, Haber, 21 of Halcias, Haspiah, of Idiah, Nathaniel. 22 The Levites the chiefs of the families in the days of Eliasib, and Joiada, and Johanan, and Jedoah, were recorded, and the priests in the reign of Darius the Persian. 23 The sons of Levi, heads of the families were written in the book of Chronicles, even unto the days of Jonathan the son of Eliasib. 24 Now the chief of the Levites were Haspiah, Serebiah, and Hosway the son of Sedmiel, and their brethren by their courses, to praise and to give thanks according to the commandment of David the man of God, and to wait equally in order. 25 Mattaniah, and Bikbesha, Obediah, and Mosalam, Telmon, Akub, were keepers of the gates and of the entrances before the gates. 26 These were in the days of Joachim the son of Hosway, the son of Josedek, and in the days of Nehemias the governor, and of Esdras the priest and scribe. 27 And at the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem they sought the Levites out of all their places, to bring them to Jerusalem, and to keep the dedication, and to rejoice with thanksgiving, and with singing, and with cymbals, and psalteries and harps. 28 And the sons of the singing men were gathered together out of the plain country about Jerusalem, and out of the villages of Nethaphati. 29 And from the house of Galgal, and from the countries of Geba and Asmaveth, for the singing men had built themselves villages round about Jerusalem. 30 And the priests and the Levites were purified, and they purified the people, and the gates, and the wall. 31 And I made the princes of Judah go up upon the wall, and I appointed 2 great choirs to give praise. And they went on the right hand upon the wall toward the dung gate. 32 And after them went Ozias, and half of the princes of Judah. 590, Book of Nehemias, 33 And Azarias, Esdras, and Mosalam, Judas, and Benjamin, and Semiah, and Jeremias. 34 And of the sons of the priests with trumpets, Zacharias the son of Jonathan, the son of Semiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Mishiah, the son of Zechar, the son of Asaph. 35 And his brethren Semiah, and Azriel, Malalai, Galalai, Mai, Nathaniel, and Judas, and Hanani, with the musical instruments of David the man of God, and Esdras the scribe before them at the fountain gate. 36 And they went up over against them by the stairs of the city of David, at the going up of the wall of the house of David, and to the water gate eastward. 37 And the second choir of them that gave thanks went on the opposite side, and I after them, and the half of the people upon the wall, and upon the tower of the furnaces, even to the broad wall. 38 And above the gate of Ephraim, and above the old gate, and above the fish gate and the tower of Hananeel, and the tower of Emath, and even to the flock gate, and they stood still in the watch gate. 39 And the 2 choirs of them that gave praise stood still at the house of God, and I and the half of the magistrates with me. 40 And the priests, Eliakim, Maaseiah, Maimon, Micaiah, Elionai, Zechariah, Hananiah with trumpets. 41 And Maaseiah, and Semiah, and Eleazar, and Ozzi, and Johanan, and Melchiah, and Elam, and Ezer. And the singers sung loud, and Jezreiah was their overseer. 42 And they sacrificed on that day great sacrifices, and they rejoiced, for God had made them joyful with great joy, their wives also and their children rejoiced, and the joy of Jerusalem was heard afar off. 43 They appointed also in that day men over the storehouses of the treasure, for the libations, and for the firstfruits, and for the tithes, that the rulers of the city might bring them and buy them in honor of thanksgiving, for the priests and Levites. For Judah was joyful in the priests and Levites that assisted. 44 And they kept the watch of their God, and the observance of expiation, and the singing men, and the porters, according to the commandment of David, and of Solomon his son. 45 For in the days of David and Asaph from the beginning there were chief singers appointed, to praise with canticles, and give thanks to God. 46 And all Israel, in the days of Zorobabel, and in the days of Nehemias gave portions to the singing men, and to the porters, day by day, and they sanctified the Levites, and the Levites sanctified the sons of Aaron. Chapter 13 And on that day they read in the book of Moses in the hearing of the people, and therein was found written, that the Ammonites and the Moabites should not come into the church of God forever. 2 Because they met not the children of Israel with bread and water, and they hired against them Balaam, to curse them, and our God turned the curse into blessing. 3 And it came to pass, when they had heard the law, that they separated every stranger from Israel. 4 And over this thing was Eliasib the priest, who was set over the treasury of the house of our God, and was near akin to Tobias. 5 And he made him a great storeroom, where before him they laid up gifts, and frankincense. Book of Nehemias, 591, and vessels, and the tithes of the corn, of the wine, and of the oil, the portions of the Levites, and of the singing men, and of the porters, and the firstfruits of the priests. 6 But in all this time I was not in Jerusalem, because in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes king of Babylon, I went to the king, and after certain days I asked the king. 7 And I came to Jerusalem, and I understood the evil that Eliashib had done for Tobias, to make him a storehouse in the courts of the house of God. 8 And it seemed to me exceeding evil. And I cast forth the vessels of the house of Tobias out of the storehouse. 9 And I commanded, and they cleansed again the vessels of the house of God, the sacrifice, and the frankincense. 10 And I perceived that the portions of the Levites had not been given them, and that the Levites, and the singing men, and they that ministered were fled away every man to his own country. 11 And I pleaded the matter against the magistrates, and said, Why have we forsaken the house of God? And I gathered them together, and I made them to stand in their places. 12 And all Judah brought the tithe of the corn, and the wine, and the oil into the storehouses. 13 And we set over the storehouses Selemias the priest, and Zadok the scribe, and of the Levites Phadiah, and next to them Hanan the son of Zechar, the son of Mattaniah, for they were approved as faithful, and to them were committed the portions of their brethren. 14 Remember me, O my God, for this thing, and wipe not out my kindnesses, which I have done relating to the house of my God and his ceremonies. 15 In those days I saw in Judah some treading the presses on the Sabbath, and carrying sheaves, and lading asses with wine, and grapes, and figs, and all manner of burthens, and bringing them into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I charged them that they should sell on a day on which it was lawful to sell. 16 Some Tyrians also dwelt there, who brought fish, and all manner of wares, and they sold them on the Sabbaths to the children of Judah in Jerusalem. 17 And I rebuked the chief men of Judah, and said to them, What is this evil thing that you are doing, profaning the Sabbath day? 18 Did not our fathers do these things, and our God brought all this evil upon us, and upon this city? And you bring more wrath upon Israel by violating the Sabbath. 19 And it came to pass, that when the gates of Jerusalem were at rest on the Sabbath day, I spoke, and they shut the gates, and I commanded that they should not open them till after the Sabbath, and I set some of my servants at the gates, that none should bring in burthens on the Sabbath day. 20 So the merchants, and they that sold all kinds of wares, stayed without Jerusalem, once or twice. 21 And I charged them, and I said to them, Why stay you before the wall? If you do so another time, I will lay hands on you. And from that time they came no more on the Sabbath. 22 I spoke also to the Levites that they should be purified, and should come to keep the gates, and to sanctify the Sabbath day. For this also remember me, O my God, and spare me according to the multitude of thy tender mercies. 23 In those days also I saw Jews that married wives, women of Azotus, and of Ammon, and of Moab. 24 And their children spoke half in the speech. 592. Book of Nehemias, of Azotus, and could not speak the Jews' language, but they spoke according to the language of this and that people. 25 And I chid them, and laid my curse upon them. And I beat some of them, and shaved off their hair, and made them swear by God that they would not give their daughters to their sons, nor take their daughters for their sons, nor for themselves, saying, 26 Did not Solomon king of Israel sin in this kind of thing? And surely among many nations, there was not a king like him, and he was beloved of his God, and God made him king over all Israel, and yet women of other countries brought even him to sin. 27 And shall we also be disobedient and do all this great evil to transgress against our God, and marry strange women? 28 And one of the sons of Joiada the son of Eliashib the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite, and I drove him from me. 29 Remember them, O Lord my God, that defile the priesthood, and the law of priests and Levites. 30 So I separated from them all strangers, and I appointed the courses of the priests and the Levites, every man in his ministry. 31 And for the offering of wood at times appointed, and for the firstfruits, remember me, O my God, unto good. Amen. Book of Tobias, Chapter 1. Tobias of the tribe and city of Naphtali, 2 When he was made captive in the days of Salmanassar king of the Assyrians, even in his captivity, forsook not the way of truth. 3 But every day gave all he could get to his brethren his fellow captives, that were of his kindred. 4 And when he was younger than any of the tribe of Naphtali, yet did he no childish thing in his work. 5 Moreover when all went to the golden calves which Jeroboam king of Israel had made, he alone fled the company of all. 6 And went to Jerusalem to the temple of the Lord, and there adored the Lord God of Israel, offering faithfully all his firstfruits, and his tithes. 7 So that in the 3rd year he gave all his tithes to the proselytes, and strangers. 8 These and such like things did he observe when but a boy according to the law of God. 9 But when he was a man, he took to wife Anna of his own tribe, and had a son by her, whom he called after his own name. 10 And from his infancy he taught him to fear God, and to abstain from all sin. 11 And when by the captivity he with his wife, and his son and all his tribe was come to the city of Nineveh. 12 He kept his soul and never was defiled with their meats. 13 And because he was mindful of the Lord with all his heart, God gave him favor in the sight of Salmanasar the king. 14 And he gave him leave to go whithersoever he would, with liberty to do whatever he had a mind. 15 He therefore went to all that were in captivity, and gave them wholesome admonitions. 16 And when he was come to Rages a city of the Medes, and had 10 talents of silver of that with which he had been honored by the king. 17 And when amongst a great multitude of his kindred, he saw Gabelus in want, who was one of his tribe, taking a note of his hand he gave him the aforesaid sum of money. 18 But after a long time, Salmanasar the king being dead, when Sennacherib his son, who reigned in his place, had a hatred for the children of Israel. 19 Tobias daily went among all his kindred and comforted them, and distributed to every one as he was able, out of his goods. 20 He fed the hungry, and gave clothes to the naked, and was careful to bury the dead, and they that were slain. 21 And when King Sennacherib was come back, fleeing from Judea by reason of this law. 594. Book of Tobias. Terror that God had made about him for his blasphemy, and being angry slew many of the children of Israel. Tobias buried their bodies. 22 But when it was told the king, he commanded him to be slain, and took away all his substance. 23 But Tobias fleeing naked away with his son and with his wife, lay concealed, for many loved him. 24 But after 45 days, the king was killed by his own sons. 25 And Tobias returned to his house, and all his substance was restored to him. Chapter 2. But after this, when there was a festival of the Lord, and a good dinner was prepared in Tobias's house. 2 He said to his son, Go, and bring some of our tribe that fear God, to feast with us. 3 And when he had gone, returning he told him, that one of the children of Israel lay slain in the street. And he forthwith leapt up from his place at the table, and left his dinner, and came fasting to the body. 4 And taking it up carried it privately to his house, that after the sun was down, he might bury him cautiously. 5 And when he had hid the body, he ate bread with mourning and fear. 6 Remembering the word which the Lord spoke by Amos the prophet, Your festival days shall be turned into lamentation and mourning. 7 So when the sun was down, he went and buried him. 8 Now all his neighbors blamed him, saying, Once already commandment was given for thee to be slain because of this matter, and thou didst scarce escape the sentence of death, and dost thou again bury the dead? 9 But Tobias fearing God more than the king, carried off the bodies of them that were slain, and hid them in his house, and at midnight buried them. 10 Now it happened one day that being wearied with burying, he came to his house, and cast himself down by the wall and slept. 11 And as he was sleeping, hot dung out of a swallow's nest fell upon his eyes, and he was made blind. 12 Now this trial the Lord therefore permitted to happen to him, that an example might be given to posterity of his patience, as also of holy Job. 13 For whereas he had always feared God from his infancy, and kept his commandments, he repined not against God because the evil of blindness had befallen him. 14 But continued immovable in the fear of God, giving thanks to God all the days of his life. 15 For as the kings insulted over holy Job, so his relations and kinsmen mocked at his life, saying, 16 Where is thy hope, for which thou gavest alms, and buriedst the dead? 17 But Tobias rebuked them, saying, Speak not so. 18 For we are the children of saints, and look for that life which God will give to those that never change their faith from him. 19 Now Anna his wife went daily to weaving work, and she brought home what she could get for their living by the labor of her hands. 20 Whereby it came to pass, that she received a young kid, and brought it home. 21 And when her husband heard it bleating, he said, Take heed, lest perhaps it be stolen. Book of Tobias. 595. Restore ye it to its owners, for it is not lawful for us either to eat or to touch anything that cometh by theft. 22 At these words his wife being angry answered, It is evident the hope is come to nothing, and thy alms now appear. 23 And with these and other, such like words she upbraided him. Chapter 3. Then Tobias sighed, and began to pray with tears. 2 Saying, Thou art just, O Lord, and all thy judgments are just, and all thy ways mercy, and truth, and judgment. 3 And now, O Lord, think of me, and take not revenge of my sins, neither remember my offenses, nor those of my parents. 4 For we have not obeyed thy commandments, therefore are we delivered to spoil and to captivity, and death, and are made a fable. and a reproach to all nations, amongst which thou hast scattered us. 5 And now, O Lord, great are thy judgments, because we have not done according to thy precepts, and have not walked sincerely before thee. 6 And now, O Lord, do with me according to thy will, and command my spirit to be received in peace, for it is better for me to die, than to live. 7 Now it happened on the same day, that Sarah daughter of Raguel, in Rages a city of the Medes, received a reproach from one of her father's servant maids. 8 Because she had been given to 7 husbands and a devil named Asmodeus had killed them, at their first going in unto her. 9 So when she reproved the maid for her fault, she answered her, saying, May we never see son, or daughter of thee upon the earth, thou murderer of thy husbands. 10 Wilt thou kill me also, as thou hast already killed 7 husbands? At these words, she went into an upper chamber of her house, and for 3 days and 3 nights did neither eat nor drink. 11 But continuing in prayer with tears besought God, that he would deliver her from this reproach. 12 And it came to pass on the 3rd day when she was making an end of her prayer, blessing the Lord. 13 She said, Blessed is thy name, O God of our fathers, who when thou hast been angry, wilt show mercy, and in the time of tribulation forgivest the sins of them that call upon thee. 14 To thee, O Lord, I turn my face, to thee I direct my eyes. 15 I beg, O Lord, that thou loose me from the bond of this reproach, or else take me away from the earth. 16 Thou knowest, O Lord, that I never coveted a husband, and have kept my soul clean from all lust. 17 Never have I joined myself with them that play, neither have I made myself partaker with them that walk in lightness. 18 But a husband I consented to take, with thy fear, not with my lust. 19 And either I was unworthy of them, or they perhaps were not worthy of me, because perhaps thou hast kept me for another man. 20 For thy counsel is not in man's power. 21 But this every one is sure of that worshippeth thee, that his life, if it be under trial, shall be crowned, and if it be under tribulation, it shall be delivered, and if it be under correction, it shall be allowed to come to thy mercy. 596, Book of Tobias. 22 For thou art not delighted in our being lost, because after a storm thou makest a calm, and after tears and weeping thou pourest in joyfulness. 23 Be thy name, O God of Israel, blessed forever. 24 At that time the prayers of them both were heard in the sight of the glory of the Most High God. 25 And the holy angel of the Lord, Raphael, was sent to heal them both, whose prayers at one time were rehearsed in the sight of the Lord. Chapter 4 Therefore when Tobias thought that his prayer was heard that he might die, he called to him Tobias his son. 2 And said to him, Hear, my son, the words of my mouth, and lay them as a foundation in thy heart. 3 When God shall take my soul, thou shalt bury my body, and thou shalt honor thy mother all the days of her life. 4 For thou must be mindful what and how great perils she suffered for thee in her womb. 5 And when she also shall have ended the time of her life, bury her by me. 6 And all the days of thy life have God in thy mind, and take heed thou never consent to sin, nor transgress the commandments of the Lord our God. 7 Give alms out of thy substance, and turn not away thy face from any poor person, for so it shall come to pass that the face of the Lord shall not be turned from thee. 8 According to thy ability be merciful. 9 If thou have much, give abundantly. If thou have little, take care even so to bestow willingly a little. 10 For thus thou storest up to thyself a good reward for the day of necessity. 11 For alms deliver from all sin, and from death, and will not suffer the soul to go into darkness. 12 Alms shall be a great confidence before the Most High God, to all them that give it. 13 Take heed to keep thyself, my son, from all fornication, and beside thy wife never endure to know a crime. 14 Never suffer pride to reign in thy mind, or in thy words, for from it all perdition took its beginning. 15 If any man hath done any work for thee, immediately pay him his hire, and let not the wages of thy hired servants stay with thee at all. 16 See thou never do to another what thou wouldst hate to have done to thee by another. 17 Eat thy bread with the hungry and the needy, and with thy garments cover the naked. 18 Lay out thy bread, and thy wine upon the burial of a just man, and do not eat and drink thereof with the wicked. 19 Seek counsel always of a wise man. 20 Bless God at all times, and desire of him to direct thy ways, and that all thy counsels may abide in him. 21 I tell thee also, my son, that I lent 10 talents of silver, while thou wast yet a child, to Gabelus, in Rages a city of the Medes, and I have a note of his hand with me. 22 Now therefore inquire how thou mayst go to him, and receive of him the foresaid sum of money, and restore to him the note of his hand. 23 Fear not, my son, we lead indeed a poor life, but we shall have many good things if we fear God, and depart from all sin, and do that which is good. Book of Tobias. 597, Chapter 5 Then Tobias answered his father, and said, I will do all things, father, which thou hast commanded me. 2 But how I shall get this money, I cannot tell, he knoweth not me, and I know not him. What token shall I give him? Nor did I ever know the way which leadeth thither. 3 Then his father answered him, and said, I have a note of his hand with me, which when thou shalt show him, he will presently pay it. 4 But go now, and seek thee out some faithful man, to go with thee for his hire, that thou mayst receive it, while I yet live. 5 Then Tobias going forth, found a beautiful young man, standing girded, and as it were ready to walk. 6 And not knowing that he was an angel of God, he saluted him, and said, From whence art thou, good young man? 7 But he answered, Of the children of Israel. And Tobias said to him, Knowest thou the way that leadeth to the country of the Medes? 8 And he answered, I know it, and I have often walked through all the ways thereof, and I have abode with Gabalus our brother, who dwelleth at Rages, a city of the Medes, which is situate in the mount of Ecbatana. 9 And Tobias said to him, Stay for me, I beseech thee, till I tell these same things to my father. 10 Then Tobias going in told all these things to his father. Upon which his father being in admiration, desired that he would come in unto him. 11 So going in he saluted him, and said, Joy be to thee always. 12 And Tobias said, What manner of joy shall be to me, who sit in darkness and see not the light of heaven? 13 And the young man said to him, Be of good courage, thy cure from God is at hand. 14 And Tobias said to him, Canst thou conduct my son to Gabalus at Rages, a city of the Medes? And when thou shalt return, I will pay thee thy hire. 15 And the angel said to him, I will conduct him thither, and bring him back to thee. 16 And Tobias said to him, I pray thee, tell me, of what family, or what tribe art thou? 17 And Raphael the angel answered, Dost thou seek the family of him thou hirest, or the hired servant himself to go with thy son? 18 But lest I should make thee uneasy, I am Azarias the son of the great Ananias. 19 And Tobias answered, Thou art of a great family. But I pray thee be not angry that I desired to know thy family. 20 And the angel said to him, I will lead thy son safe, and bring him to thee again safe. 21 And Tobias answering, said, May you have a good journey, and God be with you in your way, and his angel accompany you. 22 Then all things being ready, that were to be carried in their journey, Tobias bade his father and his mother farewell, and they set out both together. 23 And when they were departed, his mother began to weep, and to say, Thou hast taken the staff of our old age, and sent him away from us. 24 I wish the money for which thou hast sent him, had never been. 25 For our poverty was sufficient for us, that we might account it as riches, that we saw our son. 26 And Tobias said to her, Weep not, our son will arrive thither safe, and will return safe to us, and thy eyes shall see him. 598. Book of Tobias. 27 For I believe that the good angel of God doth accompany him, and doth order all things well that are done about him, so that he shall return to us with joy. 28 At these words his mother ceased weeping, and held her peace. Chapter 6 And Tobias went forward, and the dog followed him, and he lodged the first night by the river of Tigris. 2 And he went out to wash his feet, and behold a monstrous fish came up to devour him. 3 And Tobias being afraid of him, cried out with a loud voice, saying, Sir, he cometh upon me. 4 And the angel said to him, Take him by the gill, and draw him to thee. And when he had done so, he drew him out upon the land, and he began to pant before his feet. 5 Then the angel said to him, Take out the entrails of this fish, and lay up his heart, and his gall, and his liver for thee, for these are necessary for useful medicines. 6 And when he had done so, he roasted the flesh thereof, and they took it with them in the way, the rest they salted as much as might serve them, till they came to Rages the city of the Medes. 7 Then Tobias asked the angel, and said to him, I beseech thee, brother Azarias, tell me what remedies are these things good for, which thou hast bid me keep of the fish. 8 And the angel, answering, said to him, If thou put a little piece of its heart upon coals, the smoke thereof driveth away all kind of devils, either from man or from woman, so that they come no more to them. 9 And the gall is good for anointing the eyes, in which there is a white speck, and they shall be cured. 10 And Tobias said to him, Where wilt thou that we lodge? 11 And the angel answering, said, Here is one whose name is Ragal, a near kinsman of thy tribe, and he hath a daughter named Sarah, but he hath no son nor any other daughter beside her. 12 All his substance is due to thee, and thou must take her to wife. 13 Ask her therefore of her father, and he will give her thee to wife. 14 Then Tobias answered, and said, I hear that she hath been given to 7 husbands, and they all died. Moreover I have heard, that a devil killed them. 15 Now I am afraid, lest the same thing should happen to me also, and whereas I am the only child of my parents, I should bring down their old age with sorrow to hell. 16 Then the angel Raphael said to him, Hear me, and I will show thee who they are, over whom the devil can prevail. 17 For they who in such manner receive matrimony, as to shut out God from themselves, and from their mind, and to give themselves to their lust, as the horse and mule, which have not understanding, over them the devil hath power. 18 But thou when thou shalt take her, go into the chamber, and for 3 days keep thyself continent from her, and give thyself to nothing else but to prayers with her. 19 And on that night lay the liver of the fish on the fire, and the devil shall be driven away. 20 But the second night thou shalt be admitted into the society of the holy patriarchs. 21 And the third night thou shalt obtain a blessing that sound children may be born of you. Book of Tobias, 599. 22 And when the third night is past, thou shalt take the virgin with the fear of the Lord, moved rather for love of children than for lust, that in the seed of Abraham thou mayst obtain a blessing in children. Chapter 7. And they went into Raguel, and Raguel received them with joy. 2 And Raguel looking upon Tobias, said to Anna his wife, How like is this young man to my cousin? 3 And when he had spoken these words, he said, Whence are ye young men our brethren? 4 But they said, We are of the tribe of Naphtali, of the captivity of Nineveh. 5 And Raguel said to them, Do you know Tobias my brother? And they said, We know him. 6 And when he was speaking many good things of him, the angel said to Raguel, Tobias concerning whom thou inquirest is this young man's father. 7 And Raguel went to him, and kissed him with tears and weeping upon his neck, said, A blessing be upon thee, my son, because thou art the son of a good and most virtuous man. 8 And Anna his wife, and Sarah their daughter wept. 9 And after they had spoken, Raguel commanded a sheep to be killed, and a feast to be prepared. And when he desired them to sit down to dinner. 10 Tobias said, I will not eat nor drink here this day, unless thou first grant me my petition, and promise to give me Sarah thy daughter. 11 Now when Raguel heard this he was afraid, knowing what had happened to those 7 husbands, that went in unto her, and he began to fear lest it might happen to him also in like manner, and as he was in suspense, and gave no answer to his petition. 12 The angel said to him, Be not afraid to give her to this man, for to him who feareth God is thy daughter due to be his wife, therefore another could not have her. 13 Then Raguel said, I doubt not but God hath regarded my prayers and tears in his sight. 14 And I believe he hath therefore made you come to me, that this maid might be married to one of her own kindred, according to the law of Moses, and now doubt not but I will give her to thee. 15 And taking the right hand of his daughter, he gave it into the right hand of Tobias, saying, The God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob be with you, and may he join you together, and fulfill his blessing in you. 16 And taking paper they made a writing of the marriage. 17 And afterwards they made merry, blessing God. 18 And Raguel called to him Anna his wife, and bade her to prepare another chamber. 19 And she brought Sarah her daughter in thither, and she wept. 20 And she said to her, Be of good cheer, my daughter, the Lord of heaven give thee joy for the trouble thou hast undergone. Chapter 8. And after they had supped, they brought in the young man to her. 2 And Tobias remembering the angel's word, took out of his bag part of the liver, and laid it upon burning coals. 600. Book of Tobias. 3 Then the angel Raphael took the devil, and bound him in the desert of Upper Egypt. 4 Then Tobias exhorted the virgin, and said to her, Sarah, arise, and let us pray to God today, and tomorrow, and the next day, because for these 3 nights we are joined to God, and when the third night is over, we will be in our own wedlock. 5 For we are the children of saints, and we must not be joined together like heathens that know not God. 6 So they both arose, and prayed earnestly both together that health might be given them. 7 And Tobias said, Lord God of our fathers, may the heavens and the earth, and the sea, and the fountains, and the rivers, and all thy creatures that are in them, bless thee. 8 Thou madest Adam of the slime of the earth, and gavest him Eve for a helper. 9 And now, Lord, thou knowest, that not for fleshly lust do I take my sister to wife, but only for the love of posterity, in which thy name may be blessed forever and ever. 10 Sarah also said, Have mercy on us, O Lord, have mercy on us, and let us grow old both together in health. 11 And it came to pass about the cock crowing, Raguel ordered his servants to be called for, and they went with him together to dig a grave. 12 For he said, Lest perhaps it may have happened to him, in like manner as it did to the other 7 husbands, that went in unto her. 13 And when they had prepared the pit, Raguel went back to his wife, and said to her, 14 Send one of thy maids, and let her see if he be dead, that I may bury him before it be day. 15 So she sent one of her maidservants, who went into the chamber, and found them safe and sound, sleeping both together. 16 And returning she brought the good news, and Raguel and Anna his wife blessed the Lord. 17 And said, We bless thee, O Lord God of Israel, because it hath not happened as we suspected. 18 For thou hast shown thy mercy to us, and hast shut out from us the enemy that persecuted us. 19 And thou hast taken pity upon 2 only children. Make them, O Lord, bless thee more fully, and to offer up to thee a sacrifice of thy praise, and of their health, that all nations may know, that thou alone art God in all the earth. 20 And immediately Raguel commanded his servants, to fill up the pit they had made, before it was day. 21 And he spoke to his wife to make ready a feast, and prepare all kind of provisions that are necessary for such as go a journey. 22 He caused also 2 fat kine, and 4 wethers to be killed, and a banquet to be prepared for all his neighbors, and all his friends. 23 And Raguel adjured Tobias, to abide with him 2 weeks. 24 And of all things which Raguel possessed, he gave 1/2 to Tobias, and made a writing, that the half that remained should after their decease come also to Tobias. Chapter 9 Then Tobias called the angel to him, whom he took to be a man, and said to him, Brother Azarias, I pray thee hearken to my words. 2 If I should give myself to be thy servant, I should not make a worthy return for thy care. 3 However, I beseech thee, to take with thee beasts and servants, and to go to Gabalis to Rages the city of the Medes, and to restore to Book of Tobias, 601, him his note of hand, and receive of him the money, and desire him to come to my wedding. 4 For thou knowest that my father numbereth the days, and if I stay 1 day more, his soul will be afflicted. 5 And indeed thou seest how Raguel hath adjured me, whose adjuring I cannot despise. 6 Then Raphael took 4 of Raguel's servants, and 2 camels, and went to Rages the city of the Medes, and finding Gabalis, gave him his note of hand, and received of them all the money. 7 And he told him concerning Tobias the son of Tobias, all that had been done, and made him come with him to the wedding. 8 And when he was come into Raguel's house he found Tobias sitting at the table, and he leapt up, and they kissed each other, and Gabalis wept, and blessed God. 9 And said, The God of Israel bless thee, because thou art the son of a very good and just man, and that feareth God, and doth alms deeds. 10 And may a blessing come upon thy wife and upon your parents. 11 And may you see your children, and your children's children, unto the 3rd and 4th generation, and may your seed be blessed by the God of Israel, who reigneth forever and ever. 12 And when all had said, Amen, they went to the feast, but the marriage feast they celebrated also with the fear of the Lord. Chapter 10 But as Tobias made longer stay upon occasion of the marriage, Tobias's father was solicitous, saying, Why thinkest thou doth my son tarry, or why is he detained there? 2 Is Gabalis dead, thinkest thou, and no man will pay him the money? 3 And he began to be exceeding sad, both he and Anna his wife with him, and they began both to weep together, because their son did not return to them on the day appointed. 4 But his mother wept and was quite disconsolate, and said, Woe, woe is me, my son, why did we send thee to go to a strange country, the light of our eyes, the staff of our old age, the comfort of our life, the hope of our posterity? 5 We having all things together in thee alone, ought not to have let thee go from us. 6 And Tobias said to her, Hold thy peace, and be not troubled, our son is safe, that man with whom we sent him is very trusty. 7 But she could by no means be comforted, but daily running out looked round about, and went into all the ways by which there seemed any hope he might return, that she might if possible see him coming afar off. 8 But Raguel said to his son-in-law, Stay here, and I will send a messenger to Tobias thy father, that thou art in health. 9 And Tobias said to him, I know that my father and mother now count the days, and their spirit is grievously afflicted within them. 10 And when Raguel had pressed Tobias with many words, and he by no means would hearken to him, he delivered Sarah unto him, and half of all his substance in men servants, and women servants, in cattle, in camels, and in kine, and in much money, and sent him away safe and joyful from him. 11 Saying, The holy angel of the Lord be with you in your journey, and bring you through safe, and that you may find all things well about your parents, and my eyes may see your children before I die. 12 And the parents taking their daughter kissed her, and let her go. 13 Admonishing her to honor her father and 602. Book of Tobias. Mother-in-law, to love her husband, to take care of the family, to govern the house, and to behave herself irreprehensibly. Chapter 11 And as they were returning they came to Charon, which is in the midway to Nineveh, the 11th day. 2 And the angel said, Brother Tobias, thou knowest how thou didst leave thy father. 3 If it please thee therefore, let us go before, and let the family follow softly after us, together with thy wife, and with the beasts. 4 And as this their going pleased him, Raphael said to Tobias, Take with thee of the gall of the fish, for it will be necessary. So Tobias took some of that gall and departed. 5 But Anna sat beside the way daily, on the top of a hill, from whence she might see afar off. 6 And while she watched his coming from that place, she saw him afar off, and presently perceived it was her son coming, and returning she told her husband, saying, Behold thy son cometh. 7 And Raphael said to Tobias, As soon as thou shalt come into thy house, forthwith adore the Lord thy God, and giving thanks to him, go to thy father, and kiss him. 8 And immediately anoint his eyes with the skull of the fish, which thou carriest with thee, for be assured that his eyes shall be presently opened, and thy father shall see the light of heaven, and shall rejoice in the sight of thee. 9 Then the dog, which had been with them in the way, ran before, and coming as if he had brought the news, showed his joy by his fawning and wagging his tail. 10 And his father that was blind, rising up, began to run stumbling with his feet, and giving a servant his hand, went to meet his son. 11 And receiving him kissed him, as did also his wife, and they began to weep for joy. 12 And when they had adored God, and given him thanks, they sat down together. 13 Then Tobias taking of the gall of the fish, anointed his father's eyes. 14 And he stayed about half an hour, and a white skin began to come out of his eyes, like the skin of an egg. 15 And Tobias took hold of it, and drew it from his eyes, and recovered his sight. 16 And they glorified God, both he and his wife and all that knew him. 17 And Tobias said, I bless thee, O Lord God of Israel, because thou hast chastised me, and thou hast saved me, and behold I see Tobias my son. 18 And after 7 days Sarah his son's wife and all the family arrived safe, and the cattle, and the camels, and an abundance of money of his wife's, and that money also which he had received of Gabelus. 19 And he told his parents all the benefits of God, which he had done to him by the man that conducted him. 20 And Achor and Naboth the kinsmen of Tobias came, rejoicing for Tobias, and congratulating with him for all the good things that God had done for him. 21 And for 7 days they feasted and rejoiced all with great joy. Chapter 12 Then Tobias called to him his son and said to him, What can we give to this holy man, that is come with thee? Book of Tobias, 603. 2 Tobias answering, said to his father, Father, what wages shall we give him? Or what can be worthy of his benefits? 3 He conducted me and brought me safe again. He received the money of Gabelus, he caused me to have my wife, and he chased from her the evil spirit, he gave joy to her parents, myself he delivered from being devoured by the fish, thee also he hath made to see the light of heaven. And we are filled with all good things through him. What can we give him sufficient for these things? 4 But I beseech thee, my father, to desire him, that he would vouchsafe to accept of 1/2 of all things that have been brought. 5 So the father and the son calling him, took him aside, and began to desire him that he would vouchsafe to accept of 1/2 of all things that they had brought. 6 Then he said to them secretly, Bless ye the God of heaven, give glory to him in the sight of all that live, because he hath shown his mercy to you. 7 For it is good to hide the secret of a king, to reveal and confess the works of God. 8 Prayer is good with fasting and alms more than to lay up treasures of gold. 9 For alms delivereth from death, and the same is that which purgeth away sins, and maketh to find mercy and life everlasting. 10 But they that commit sin and iniquity, are enemies to their own soul. 11 I discover then the truth unto you, and I will not hide the secret from you. 12 When thou didst pray with tears, and didst bury the dead, and didst leave thy dinner, and hide the dead by day in thy house, and bury them by night, I offered thy prayer to the Lord. 13 And because thou wast acceptable to God, it was necessary that temptation should prove thee. 14 And now the Lord hath sent me to heal thee, and to deliver Sarah thy son's wife from the devil. 15 For I am the angel Raphael, one of the 7, who stand before the Lord. 16 And when they had heard these things, they were troubled, and being seized with fear they fell upon the ground on their face. 17 And the angel said to them, Peace be to you, fear not. 18 For when I was with you, I was there by the will of God, bless ye him, and sing praises to him. 19 I seemed indeed to eat and to drink with you, but I use an invisible meat and drink, which cannot be seen by men. 20 It is time therefore that I return to him that sent me, but bless ye God, and publish all his wonderful works. 21 And when he had said these things, he was taken from their sight, and they could see him no more. 22 Then they lying prostrate for 3 hours upon their face, blessed God, and rising up, they told all his wonderful works. Chapter 13 And Tobias the elder opening his mouth, blessed the Lord, and said, Thou art great O Lord, forever, and thy kingdom is unto all ages. 2 For thou scourgest, and thou savest, thou lettest down to hell, and bringest up again, and there is none that can escape thy hand. 3 Give glory to the Lord, ye children of Israel, and praise him in the sight of the Gentiles, for because he hath therefore scattered you among the Gentiles, who know not him, that you may declare his wonderful works, and make. 604. Book of Tobias. Them know that there is no other almighty God besides him. 5 He hath chastised us for our iniquities, and he will save us for his own mercy. 6 See then what he hath done with us, and with fear and trembling give ye glory to him. and extol the eternal King of worlds in your works. 7 As for me, I will praise him in the land of my captivity, because he hath shown his majesty toward a sinful nation. 8 Be converted therefore, ye sinners, and do justice before God, believing that he will show his mercy to you. 9 And I and my soul will rejoice in him. 10 Bless ye the Lord, all his elect, keep days of joy, and give glory to him. 11 Jerusalem, city of God, the Lord hath chastised thee for the works of thy hands. 12 Give glory to the Lord for thy good things, and bless the God eternal that he may rebuild his tabernacle in thee, and may call back all the captives to thee, and thou mayst rejoice forever and ever. 13 Thou shalt shine with a glorious light, and all the ends of the earth shall worship thee. 14 Nations from afar shall come to thee, and shall bring gifts, and shall adore the Lord in thee, and shall esteem thy land as holy. 15 For they shall call upon the great name in thee. 16 They shall be cursed that shall despise thee, and they shall be condemned that shall blaspheme thee, and blessed shall they be that shall build thee up. 17 But thou shalt rejoice in thy children, because they shall all be blessed, and shall be gathered together to the Lord. 18 Blessed are all they that love thee, and that rejoice in thy peace. 19 My soul, bless thou the Lord, because the Lord our God hath delivered Jerusalem his city from all her troubles. 20 Happy shall I be if there shall remain of my seed, to see the glory of Jerusalem. 21 The gates of Jerusalem shall be built of sapphire, and of emerald, and all the walls thereof round about of precious stones. 22 All its streets shall be paved with white and clean stones, and Alleluia shall be sung in its streets. 23 Blessed be the Lord, who hath exalted it, and may he reign over it forever and ever. Amen. Chapter 14 And the words of Tobias were ended. And after Tobias was restored to his sight, he lived 42 years, and saw the children of his grandchildren. 2 And after he had lived 102 years, he was buried honorably in Nineveh. 3 For he was 56 years old when he lost the sight of his eyes, and 60 when he recovered it again. 4 And the rest of his life was in joy, and with great increase of the fear of God he departed in peace. 5 And at the hour of his death he called unto him his son Tobias and his children, 7 young men, his grandsons, and said to them, 6 The destruction of Nineveh is at hand, for the word of the Lord must be fulfilled, and our brethren, that are scattered abroad from the land of Israel, shall return to it. 7 And all the land thereof that is desert shall be filled with people, and the house of God which is burned in it, shall again be rebuilt, and all that fear God shall return thither. Book of Tobias, 605. 8 And the Gentiles shall leave their idols, and shall come into Jerusalem, and shall dwell in it. 9 And all the kings of the earth shall rejoice in it, adoring the King of Israel. 10 Hearken therefore, my children, to your father, serve the Lord in truth, and seek to do the things that please him. 11 And command your children that they do justice and almsdeeds, and that they be mindful of God, and bless him at all times in truth, and with all their power. 12 And now, children, hear me, and do not stay here, but as soon as you shall bury your mother by me in one sepulchre, without delay direct your steps to depart hence. 13 For I see that its iniquity will bring it to destruction. 14 And it came to pass that after the death of his mother, Tobias departed out of Nineveh with his wife, and children, and children's children, and returned to his father and mother-in-law. 15 And he found them in health in a good old age, and he took care of them, and he closed their eyes, and all the inheritance of Raguel's house came to him, and he saw his children's children to the 5th generation. 16 And after he had lived 99 years in the fear of the Lord, with joy they buried him. 17 And all his kindred, and all his generation continued in good life, and in holy conversation, so that they were acceptable both to God, and to men, and to all that dwelt in the land. Book of Judith, Chapter 1 Now Arphaxad king of the Medes had brought many nations under his dominions, and he built a very strong city, which he called Ecbatana, 2 of stones squared and hewed. He made the walls thereof 70 cubits broad, and 30 cubits high, and the towers thereof he made 100 cubits high, but on the square of them, each side was extended the space of 20 feet. 3 And he made the gates thereof according to the height of the towers. 4 And he gloried as a mighty one in the force of his army and in the glory of his chariots. 5 Now in the 12th year of his reign, Nebuchadnezzar king of the Assyrians, who reigned in Nineveh the great city, fought against Arphaxad and overcame him. 6 In the great plain which is called Ragua, about the Euphrates, and the Tigris, and the Jadison, in the plain of Arioch the king of the Elishans. 7 Then was the kingdom of Nebuchadnezzar exalted, and his heart was elevated, and he sent to all that dwelt in Cilicia and Damascus, and Libanus. 8 And to the nations that are in Carmelis, and Cedar, and to the inhabitants of Galilee in the great plain of Asdraelon. 9 And to all that were in Samaria, and beyond the river Jordan even to Jerusalem, and all the land of Jesse till you come to the borders of Ethiopia. 10 To all these Nebuchadnezzar king of the Assyrians sent messengers. 11 But they all with one mind refused, and sent them back empty, and rejected them without honor. 12 Then King Nebuchadnezzar, being angry against all that land, swore by his throne and kingdom that he would revenge himself of all those countries. Chapter 2 In the 13th year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, the 22nd day of the first month, the word was given out in the house of Nebuchadnezzar king of the Assyrians, that he would revenge himself. 2 And he called all the ancients, and all the governors, and his officers of war, and communicated to them the secret of his counsel. 3 And he said that his thoughts were to bring all the earth under his empire. 4 And when this saying pleased them all, Nebuchadnezzar, the king, called Holofernes the general of his armies. 5 And said to him, Go out against all the kingdoms of the west, and against them especially that despised my commandment. 6 Thy eye shall not spare any kingdom, and all the strong cities thou shalt bring under march. Book of Judith, 607, Yoke. 7 Then Holofernes called the captains, and officers of the power of the Assyrians, and he mustered men for the expedition, and the king commanded him, 120,000 fighting men on foot, and 12,000 archers, horsemen. 8 And he made all his warlike preparations to go before with a multitude of innumerable camels, with all provisions sufficient for the armies in abundance, and herds of oxen, and flocks of sheep, without number. 9 He appointed corn to be prepared out of all Syria in his passage. 10 But gold and silver he took out of the king's house in great abundance. 11 And he went forth, he and all the army, with the chariots, and horsemen, and archers, who covered the face of the earth, like locusts. 12 And when he had passed through the borders of the Assyrians, he came to the great mountains of Engi, which are on the left of Cilicia, and he went up to all their castles, and took all the strong places. 13 And he took by assault the renowned city of Meloas, and pillaged all the children of Tharsis, and the children of Ismahol, who were over against the face of the desert, and on the south of the land of Selon. 14 And he passed over the Euphrates and came into Mesopotamia, and he forced all the stately cities that were there, from the torrent of Mambre, till one comes to the sea. 15 And he took the borders thereof, from Cilicia to the coasts of Japheth, which are towards the south. 16 And he carried away all the children of Madian, and stripped them of all their riches, and all that resisted him he slew with the edge of the sword. 17 And after these things he went down into the plains of Damascus in the days of the harvest, and he set all the corn on fire, and he caused all the trees and vineyards to be cut down. 18 And the fear of them fell upon all the inhabitants of the land. Chapter 3 Then the kings and the princes of all the cities and provinces, of Syria, Mesopotamia, and Syria Sobal, and Libya, and Cilicia sent their ambassadors, who coming to Holofernes, said, To let thy indignation towards us cease, for it is better for us to live and serve Nebuchadnezzar the great king, and be subject to thee, than to die and to perish, or suffer the miseries of slavery. 3 All our cities and our possessions, all mountains and hills, and fields, and herds of oxen, and flocks of sheep, and goats, and horses, and camels, and all our goods, and families are in thy sight. 4 Let all we have be subject to thy law. 5 Both we and our children are thy servants. 6 Come to us a peaceable Lord, and use our service as it shall please thee. 7 Then he came down from the mountains with horsemen, in great power, and made himself master of every city, and all the inhabitants of the land. 8 And from all the cities he took auxiliaries valiant men, and chosen for war. 9 And so great a fear lay upon all those provinces, that the inhabitants of all the cities, both princes and nobles, as well as the people, went out to meet him at his coming. 10 And received him with garlands, and lights, and dances, and timbrels, and flutes. 11 And though they did these things, they 608, Book of Judith, could not for all that mitigate the fierceness of his heart. 12 For he both destroyed their cities, and cut down their groves. 13 For Nebuchadnezzar the king had commanded him to destroy all the gods of the earth, that he only might be called God by those nations which could be brought under him by the power of Holofernes. 14 And when he had passed through all Syria Sobal, and all Apamea, and all Mesopotamia, he came to the Idumeans into the land of Gaba. 15 And he took possession of their cities, and stayed there for 30 days, in which days he commanded all the troops of his army to be united. Chapter 4 Then the children of Israel, who dwelt in the land of Judah, hearing these things, were exceedingly afraid of him. 2 Dread and horror seized upon their minds, lest he should do the same to Jerusalem and to the temple of the Lord, that he had done to other cities and their temples. 3 And they sent into all Samaria round about, as far as Jericho, and seized upon all the tops of the mountains. 4 And they compassed their towns with walls and gathered together corn for provision for war. 5 And Eliakim the priest wrote to all that were over against Strelon, which fasseth the great plain near Dothan, and to all by whom there might be a passage of way, that they should take possession of the ascents of the mountains, by which there might be any way to Jerusalem. And should keep watch where the way was narrow between the mountains. 6 And the children of Israel did as the priests of the Lord Eliakim had appointed them. 7 And all the people cried to the Lord with great earnestness, and they humbled their souls in fastings, and prayers, both they and their wives. 8 And the priests put on haircloths, and they caused the little children to lie prostrate before the temple of the Lord, and the altar of the Lord they covered with haircloth. 9 And they cried to the Lord the God of Israel with one accord, that their children might not be made a prey, and their wives carried off, and their cities destroyed, and their holy things profaned, and that they might not be made a reproach to the Gentiles. 10 Then Eliakim the high priest of the Lord went about all Israel and spoke to them. 11 Saying, Know ye that the Lord will hear your prayers, if you continue with perseverance in fastings and prayers in the sight of the Lord. 12 Remember Moses the servant of the Lord overcame Amalek that trusted in his own strength, and in his power, and in his army, and in his shields, and in his chariots, and in his horsemen, not by fighting with the sword, but by holy prayers. 13 So all the enemies of Israel be, if you persevere in this work which you have begun. 14 So they being moved by this exhortation of his, prayed to the Lord, and continued in the sight of the Lord. 15 So that even they who offered the holocausts to the Lord, offered the sacrifices to the Lord girded with haircloths, and with ashes upon their head. 16 And they all begged of God with all their heart, that he would visit his people Israel. Book of Judith, 609, Chapter 5. And it was told Holofernes the general of the army of the Assyrians, that the children of Israel prepared themselves to resist, and had shut up the ways of the mountains. 2 And he was transported with exceeding great fury and indignation, and he called all the princes of Moab and the leaders of Ammon. 3 And he said to them, Tell me, what is this people that besetteth the mountains, or what are their cities, and of what sort, and how great, also what is their power, or what is their multitude, or who is the king over their warfare? 4 And why they above all that dwell in the east, have despised us, and have not come out to meet us, that they might receive us with peace? 5 Then Achor captain of all the children of Ammon answering, said, If thou vouchsafe, my lord, to hear, I will tell the truth in thy sight concerning this people, that dwelleth in the mountains. And there shall not a false word come out of my mouth. 6 This people is of the offspring of the Chaldeans. 7 They dwelt first in Mesopotamia, because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, who were in the land of the Chaldeans. 8 Wherefore forsaking the ceremonies of their fathers, which consisted in the worship of many gods. 9 They worshipped one God of heaven, who also commanded them to depart from thence, and to dwell in Charan. And when there was a famine over all the land, they went down into Egypt, and there for 400 years were so multiplied, that the army of them could not be numbered. 10 And when the king of Egypt oppressed them, and made slaves of them to labor in clay, and brick, in the building of his cities, they cried to their Lord, and he struck the whole land of Egypt with divers plagues. 11 And when the Egyptians had cast them out from them, and the plague had ceased from them, and they had a mind to take them again, and bring them back to their service, 12 The God of heaven opened the sea to them in their flight, so that the waters were made to stand firm as a wall on either side. And they walked through the bottom of the sea and passed it dry foot. 13 And when an innumerable army of the Egyptians pursued after them in that place, they were so overwhelmed with the waters, that there was not one left, to tell what had happened to posterity. 14 After they came out of the Red Sea, they abode in the deserts of Mount Sinai, in which never man could dwell, or son of man rested. 15 There bitter fountains were made sweet for them to drink, and for 40 years they received food from heaven. 16 Wheresoever they went in without bow and arrow, and without shield and sword, their God fought for them and overcame. 17 And there was no one that triumphed over this people, but when they departed from the worship of the Lord their God. 18 But as often as beside their own God, they worshipped any other, they were given to spoil and to the sword, and to reproach. 19 And as often as they were penitent for having revolted from the worship of their God, the God of heaven gave them power to resist. 20 So they overthrew the king of the Canaanites, and of the Jebusites, and of the Pharisaites, and of the Hethites, and of the Hivites, and of the Amorites, and all the mighty ones in Heshbon, and they possessed their lands, and their 610. Book of Judith, Cities. 21 And as long as they sinned not in the sight of their God, it was well with them, for their God hateth iniquity. 22 And even some years ago when they had revolted from the way which God had given them to walk therein, they were destroyed in battles by many nations, and very many of them were led away captive into a strange land. 23 But of late returning to the Lord their God, from the different places wherein they were scattered, they are come together and are gone up into all these mountains, and possess Jerusalem again, where their holies are. 24 Now therefore, my Lord, search if there be any iniquity of theirs in the sight of their God, let us go up to them, because their God will surely deliver them to thee. and they shall be brought under the yoke of thy power. 25 But if there be no offense of this people in the sight of their God, we cannot resist them because their God will defend them, and we shall be a reproach to the whole earth. 26 And it came to pass, when Achior had ceased to speak these words, all the great men of Holofernes were angry, and they had a mind to kill him, saying to each other, 27 Who is this, that saith the children of Israel can resist King Nebuchadnezzar, and his armies, men unarmed, and without force, and without skill in the art of war? 28 That Achior therefore may know that he deceiveth us, let us go up into the mountains, and when the bravest of them shall be taken, then shall he with them be stabbed with the sword. 29 That every nation may know that Nebuchadnezzar is God of the earth, and besides him there is no other. Chapter 6 And it came to pass when they had left off speaking, that Holofernes being in a violent passion, said to Achior, 2 Because thou hast prophesied unto us, saying, that the nation of Israel is defended by their God, to show thee that there is no God, but Nebuchadnezzar. 3 When we shall slay them all as one man, then thou also shalt die with them by the sword of the Assyrians, and all Israel shall perish with thee. 4 And thou shalt find that Nebuchadnezzar is Lord of the whole earth, and then the sword of my soldiers shall pass through thy sides, and thou shalt be stabbed and fall among the wounded of Israel, and thou shalt breathe no more till thou be destroyed with them. 5 But if thou think thy prophecy true, let not thy countenance sink, and let the paleness that is in thy face depart from thee, if thou imaginest these my words cannot be accomplished. 6 And that thou mayst know that thou shalt experience these things together with them, behold from this hour thou shalt be associated to their people, that when they shall receive the punishment they deserve from my sword, thou mayst fall under the same vengeance. 7 Then Holofernes commanded his servants to take Achior, and to lead him to Bethulia, and to deliver him into the hands of the children of Israel. 8 And the servants of Holofernes taking him, went through the plains, but when they came near the mountains, the slingers came out against them. 9 Then turning out of the way by the side of the mountain, they tied Achior to a tree hand and foot, and so left him bound with ropes. And Book of Judith, 611, returned to their master. 10 And the children of Israel coming down from Bethulia, came to him, and loosing him they brought him to Bethulia, and setting him in the midst of the people, asked him what was the matter that the Assyrians had left him bound. 11 In those days the rulers there were Ozias the son of Miha of the tribe of Simeon, and Sharmi, called also Gothaniel. 12 And Achior related in the midst of the ancients, and in the presence of all the people, all that he had said being asked by Holofernes, and how the people of Holofernes would have killed him for this word. 13 And how Holofernes himself being angry had commanded him to be delivered for this cause to the Israelites, that when he should overcome the children of Israel, then he might command Achior also himself to be put to death by diverse torments, for having said, the God of heaven is their defender. 14 And when Achior had declared all these things, all the people fell upon their faces, adoring the Lord, and all of them together mourning and weeping poured out their prayers with one accord to the Lord. 15 Saying, O Lord God of heaven and earth, behold their pride, and look on our low condition, and have regard to the face of thy saints, and show that thou forsakest not them that trust on thee, and that thou humblest them that presume of themselves, and glory in their own strength. 16 So when their weeping was ended, and the people's prayer, in which they continued all the day, was concluded, they comforted Achior. 17 Saying, the God of our fathers, whose power thou hast set forth, will make this return to thee, that thou rather shalt see their destruction. 18 And when the Lord our God shall give this liberty to his servants, let God be with thee also in the midst of us, that as it shall please thee, so thou with all thine mayst converse with us. 19 Then Ozias, after the assembly was broken up, received him into his house, and made him a great supper. 20 And all the ancients were invited, and they refreshed themselves together after their fast was over. 21 And afterwards all the people were called together, and they prayed all the night long within the church, desiring help of the God of Israel. Chapter 7 But Holofernes on the next day gave orders to his army, to go up against Bethulia. 2 Now there were in his troops 120,000 footmen, and 22,000 horsemen, besides the preparations of those men who had been taken, and who had been brought away out of the provinces and cities of all the youth. 3 All these prepared themselves together to fight against the children of Israel, and they came by the hillside to the top, which looketh toward Dothan, from the place which is called Belma, unto Chelman, which is over against Stralon. 4 But the children of Israel, when they saw the multitude of them, prostrated themselves upon the ground, putting ashes upon their heads, praying with one accord, that the God of Israel would show his mercy upon his people. 5 And taking their arms of war, they posted themselves at the places, which by a narrow pathway lead directly between the mountains, and they guarded them all day and night. 612. Book of Judith. 6 Now Holofernes, in going round about, found that the fountain which supplied them with water, ran through an aqueduct without the city on the south side, and he commanded their aqueduct to be cut off. 7 Nevertheless there were springs not far from the walls, out of which they were seen secretly to draw water, to refresh themselves a little rather than to drink their fill. 8 But the children of Ammon and Moab came to Holofernes, saying, The children of Israel trust not in their spears, nor in their arrows, but the mountains are their defense, and the steep hills and precipices guard them. 9 Wherefore that thou mayst overcome them without joining battle, set guards at the springs that they may not draw water out of them, and thou shalt destroy them without sword, or at least being wearied out they will yield up their city, which they suppose, because it is situate in the mountains, to be impregnable. 10 And these words pleased Holofernes, and his officers, and he placed all round about 100 men at every spring. 11 And when they had kept this watch for full 20 days, the cisterns, and the reserve of waters failed among all the inhabitants of Bethulia, so that there was not within the city, enough to satisfy them, no not for 1 day, for water was daily given out to the people by measure. 12 Then all the men and women, young men, and children, gathering themselves together to Ozias, all together with one voice. 13 Said, God be judge between us and thee, for thou hast done evil against us, in that thou wouldst not speak peaceably with the Assyrians, and for this cause God hath sold us into their hands. 14 And therefore there is no one to help us, while we are cast down before their eyes in thirst and sad destruction. 15 And now assemble ye all that are in the city, that we may of our own accord yield ourselves all up to the people of Holofernes. 16 For it is better, that being captives we should live and bless the Lord, than that we should die, and be a reproach to all flesh, after we have seen our wives and our infants die before our eyes. 17 We call to witness this day heaven and earth, and the God of our fathers, who taketh vengeance upon us according to our sins, conjuring you to deliver now the city into the hand of the army of Holofernes, that our end may be short by the edge of the sword, which is made longer by the drought of thirst. 18 And when they had said these things, there was great weeping and lamentation of all in the assembly, and for many hours with one voice they cried to God, saying, 19 We have sinned with our fathers, we have done unjustly, we have committed iniquity. 20 Have thou mercy on us, because thou art good, or punish our iniquities by chastising us thyself, and deliver not them that trust in thee to a people that knoweth not thee. 21 That they may not say among the Gentiles, Where is their God? 22 And when being wearied with these cries, and tired with these weepings, they held their peace. 23 Ozias rising up all in tears, said, Be of good courage, my brethren, and let us wait these 5 days for mercy from the Lord. 24 For perhaps he will put a stop to his indignation, and will give glory to his own name. 25 But if after 5 days be past there come no aid, we will do the things which you have spoken. Book of Judith, 613, Chapter 8. Now it came to pass, when Judith the widow had heard these words, who was the daughter of Merari, the son of Idox, the son of Joseph, the son of Ozias, the son of Eli, the son of Jamner, the son of Jadaon, the son of Raphaim, the son of Achitob, the son of Melchias, the son of Enon, the son of Nathanias, the son of Salathiel, the son of Simeon, the son of Reuben. 2 And her husband was Manasses, who died in the time of the barley harvest. 3 For he was standing over them that bound sheaves in the field, and the heat came upon his head, and he died in Bethulia his own city, and was buried there with his fathers. 4 And Judith his relict was a widow now 3 years and 6 months. 5 And she made herself a private chamber in the upper part of her house, in which she abode shut up with her maids. 6 And she wore haircloth upon her loins, and fasted all the days of her life, except the Sabbaths, and new moons, and the feasts of the house of Israel. 7 And she was exceedingly beautiful, and her husband left her great riches, and very many servants, and large possessions of herds of oxen, and flocks of sheep. 8 And she was greatly renowned among all, because she feared the Lord very much, neither was there any one that spoke an ill word of her. 9 When therefore she had heard that Ozias had promised that he would deliver up the city after the 5th day, she sent to the ancients Shabri and Sharmi. 10 And they came to her, and she said to them, What is this word, by which Ozias hath consented to give up the city to the Assyrians, if within 5 days there come no aid to us? 11 And who are you that tempt the Lord? 12 This is not a word that may draw down mercy, but rather that may stir up wrath, and enkindle indignation. 13 You have set a time for the mercy of the Lord, and you have appointed him a day, according to your pleasure. 14 But forasmuch as the Lord is patient, let us be penitent for this same thing, and with many tears let us beg his pardon. 15 For God will not threaten like man, nor be inflamed to anger like the Son of Man. 16 And therefore let us humble our souls before him, and continuing in an humble spirit, in his service. 17 Let us ask the Lord with tears, that according to his will so he would show his mercy to us, that is our heart is troubled by their pride, so also we may glorify in our humility. 18 For we have not followed the sins of our fathers, who forsook their God, and worshipped strange gods. 19 For which crime they were given up to their enemies, to the sword, and to pillage, and to confusion, but we know no other God but him. 20 Let us humbly wait for his consolation, and the Lord our God will require our blood of the afflictions of our enemies, and he will humble all the nations that shall rise up against us, and bring them to disgrace. 21 And now, brethren, as you are the ancients among the people of God, and their very soul resteth upon you, comfort their hearts by your speech, that they may be mindful how our fathers were tempted that they might be proved, whether they worship their God truly. 22 They must remember how our father Abraham was tempted, and being proved by many tribulations, was made the friend of God. 23 So Isaac, so Jacob, so Moses, and all that 614. Book of Judith, have pleased God, passed through many tribulations, remaining faithful. 24 But they that did not receive the trials with the fear of the Lord, but uttered their impatience and the reproach of their murmuring against the Lord. 25 Were destroyed by the destroyer, and perished by serpents. 26 As for us therefore let us not revenge ourselves for these things which we suffer. 27 But esteeming these very punishments to be less than our sins deserve, let us believe that these scourges of the Lord, with which like servants we are chastised, have happened for our amendment, and not for our destruction. 28 And Ozias and the ancients said to her, All things which thou hast spoken are true, and there is nothing to be reprehended in thy words. 29 Now therefore pray for us, for thou art a holy woman, and one fearing God. 30 And Judith said to them, As you know that what I have been able to say is of God. 31 So that which I intend to do prove ye if it be of God, and pray that God may strengthen my design. 32 You shall stand at the gate this night, and I will go out with my maidservant, and pray ye, that as you have said, in 5 days the Lord may look down upon his people Israel. 33 But I desire that you search not into what I am doing, and till I bring you word let nothing else be done but to pray for me to the Lord our God. 34 And Ozias the prince of Judah said to her, Go in peace, and the Lord be with thee to take revenge of our enemies. So returning they departed. Chapter 9 And when they were gone, Judith went into her oratory, and putting on haircloth, laid ashes on her head, and falling down prostrate before the Lord, she cried to the Lord, saying, To Lord God of my father Simeon, who gavest him a sword to execute vengeance against strangers, who had defiled by their uncleanness, and uncovered the virgin unto confusion. 3 And who gavest their wives to be made a prey, and their daughters into captivity, and all their spoils to be divided to the servants, who were zealous with thy zeal. Assist, I beseech thee, O Lord God, me a widow. 4 For thou hast done the things of old, and hast devised one thing after another, and what thou hast designed hath been done. 5 For all thy ways are prepared, and in thy providence thou hast placed thy judgments. 6 Look upon the camp of the Assyrians now, as thou wast pleased to look upon the camp of the Egyptians, when they pursued armed after thy servants, trusting in their chariots, and in their horsemen, and in a multitude of warriors. 7 But thou lookedst over their camp, and darkness wearied them. 8 The deep held their feet, and the waters overwhelmed them. 9 So may it be with these also, O Lord, who trust in their multitude, and in their chariots, and in their pikes, and in their shields, and in their arrows, and glory in their spears. 10 And know not that thou art our God, who destroyest wars from the beginning, and the Lord is thy name. 11 Lift up thy arm as from the beginning, and crush their power with thy power, let their power fall in their wrath, who promise themselves to violate thy sanctuary, and defile the dwelling place. Book of Judith, 615, of thy name, and to beat down with their sword the horn of thy altar. 12 Bring to pass, O Lord, that his pride may be cut off with his own sword. 13 Let him be caught in the net of his own eyes in my regard, and do thou strike him by the graces of the words of my lips. 14 Give me constancy in my mind, that I may despise him, and fortitude that I may overthrow him. 15 For this will be a glorious monument for thy name, when he shall fall by the hand of a woman. 16 For thy power, O Lord, is not in a multitude, nor is thy pleasure in the strength of horses, nor from the beginning have the proud been acceptable to thee, but the prayer of the humble and the meek hath always pleased thee. 17 O God of the heavens, Creator of the waters, and Lord of the whole creation, hear me a poor wretch, making supplication to thee, and presuming of thy mercy. 18 Remember, O Lord, thy covenant, and put thou words in my mouth, and strengthen the resolution in my heart, that thy house may continue in thy holiness. 19 And all nations may acknowledge that thou art God, and there is no other besides thee. Chapter 10 And it came to pass, when she had ceased to cry to the Lord, that she rose from the place wherein she lay prostrate before the Lord. 2 And she called her maid, and going down into her house she took off her haircloth, and put away the garments of her widowhood. 3 And she washed her body, and anointed herself with the best ointment, and plaited the hair of her head, and put a bonnet upon her head, and clothed herself with the garments of her gladness, and put sandals on her feet, and took her bracelets, and lilies, and earlets, and rings, and adorned herself with all her ornaments. 4 And the Lord also gave her more beauty, because all this dressing up did not proceed from sensuality, but from virtue, and therefore the Lord increased this her beauty, so that she appeared to all men's eyes incomparably lovely. 5 And she gave to her maid a bottle of wine to carry, and a vessel of oil, and parched corn, and dry figs, and bread and cheese, and went out. 6 And when they came to the gate of the city, they found Ozias, and the ancients of the city waiting. 7 And when they saw her they were astonished, and admired her beauty exceedingly. 8 But they asked her no question, only they let her pass, saying, The God of our fathers give thee grace, and may he strengthen all the counsel of thy heart with his power, that Jerusalem may glory in thee, and thy name may be in the number of the holy and just. 9 And they that were there said, all with one voice, So be it, so be it. 10 But Judith praying to the Lord, passed through the gates, she and her maid. 11 And it came to pass, when she went down the hill, about break of day, that the watchmen of the Assyrians met her, and stopped her, saying, Whence comest thou, or whither goest thou? 12 And she answered, I am a daughter of the Hebrews, and I am fled from them. Because I knew they would be made a prey to you, because they despised you, and would not of their own accord yield themselves, that they might find mercy in your sight. 13 For this reason I thought with myself, saying, I will go to the presence of the prince. 616. Book of Judith. Holofernes, that I may tell him their secrets, and show him by what way he may take them, without the loss of one man of his army. 14 And when the man had heard her words, they beheld her face, and their eyes were amazed, for they wondered exceedingly at her beauty. 15 And they said to her, Thou hast saved thy life by taking this resolution, to come down to our Lord. 16 And be assured of this, that when thou shalt stand before him, he will treat thee well, and thou wilt be most acceptable to his heart. And they brought her to the tent of Holofernes, telling him of her. 17 And when she was come into his presence, forthwith Holofernes was caught by his eyes. 18 And his officers said to him, Who can despise the people of the Hebrews, who have such beautiful women, that we should not think it worth our while for their sakes to fight against them? 19 And Judith seeing Holofernes sitting under a canopy, which was woven of purple and gold, with emeralds and precious stones. 20 After she had looked on his face, bowed down to him, prostrating herself to the ground. And the servants of Holofernes lifted her up, by the command of their master. Chapter 11. Then Holofernes said to her, Be of good comfort, and fear not in thy heart, for I have never heard a man that was willing to serve Nebuchadnezzar the king. 2 And if thy people had not despised me, I would never have lifted up my spear against them. 3 But now tell me, for what cause hast thou left them, and why it hath pleased thee to come to us? 4 And Judith said to him, Receive the words of thy handmaid, for if thou wilt follow the words of thy handmaid, the Lord will do with thee a perfect thing. 5 For as Nebuchadnezzar the king of the earth liveth, and his power liveth which is in thee for chastising of all straying souls, not only men serve him through thee, but also the beasts of the field obey him. 6 For the industry of thy mind is spoken of among all nations, and it is told through the whole world, that thou only art excellent, and mighty in all his kingdom, and thy discipline is cried up in all provinces. 7 It is known also what Achir said, nor are we ignorant of what thou hast commanded to be done to him. 8 For it is certain that our God is so offended with sins, that he hath sent word by his prophets to the people, that he will deliver them up for their sins. 9 And because the children of Israel know they have offended their God, thy dread is upon them. 10 Moreover also a famine hath come upon them, and for drought of water they are already to be counted among the dead. 11 And they have a design even to kill their cattle, and to drink the blood of them. 12 And the consecrated things of the Lord their God which God forbade them to touch, in corn, wine, and oil, these have they purpose to make use of, and they design to consume the things which they ought not to touch with their hands. Therefore because they do these things, it is certain they will be given up to destruction. 13 And I thy handmaid knowing this, am fled from them, and the Lord hath sent me to tell thee these very things. Book of Judith. 617. 14 For I thy handmaid worship God even now that I am with thee, and thy handmaid will go out, and I will pray to God. 15 And he will tell me when he will repay them for their sins, and I will come and tell thee, so that I may bring thee through the midst of Jerusalem, and thou shalt have all the people of Israel, as sheep that have no shepherd, and there shall not so much as one dog bark against thee. 16 Because these things are told me by the providence of God, 17 And because God is angry with them, I am sent to tell these very things to thee. 18 And all these words pleased Holofernes, and his servants, and they admired her wisdom, and they said one to another. 19 There is not such another woman upon earth in look, in beauty, and in sense of words. 20 And Holofernes said to her, God hath done well who sent thee before the people, that thou mightest give them into our hands. 21 And because thy promise is good, if thy God shall do this for me, he shall also be my God, and thou shalt be great in the house of Nebuchadnezzar, and thy name shall be renowned through all the earth. Chapter 12 Then he ordered that she should go in where his treasures were laid up, and bade her tarry there, and he appointed what should be given her from his own table. 2 And Judith answered him and said, Now I cannot eat of these things which thou commandest to be given me, lest sin come upon me, but I will eat of the things which I have brought. 3 And Holofernes said to her, If these things which thou hast brought with thee fail thee, what shall we do for thee? 4 And Judith said, As thy soul liveth, my lord, thy handmaid shall not spend all these things till God do by my hand that which I have purposed. And his servants brought her into the tent which he had commanded. 5 And when she was going in, she desired that she might have liberty to go out at night and before day to prayer, and to beseech the Lord. 6 And he commanded his chamberlains, that she might go out and in, to adore her God as she pleased, for 3 days. 7 And she went out in the nights into the valley of Bethulia, and washed herself in a fountain of water. 8 And as she came up, she prayed to the Lord the God of Israel, that he would direct her way to the deliverance of his people. 9 And going in, she remained pure in the tent, until she took her own meat in the evening. 10 And it came to pass on the 4th day, that Holofernes made a supper for his servants, and said to Vagau his eunuch, Go, and persuade that Hebrew woman, to consent of her own accord to dwell with me. 11 For it is looked upon as shameful among the Assyrians, if a woman mock a man, by doing so as to pass free from him. 12 Then Vagau went into Judith, and said, Let not my good maid be afraid to go into my lord, that she may be honored before his face, that she may eat with him and drink wine and be merry. 13 And Judith answered him, Who am I, that I should gainsay my lord? 14 All that shall be good and best before his eyes, I will do. And whatsoever shall please him, that shall be best to me all the days of my life. 15 And she arose and dressed herself out with her garments, and going in she stood before his. 618 Book of Judith, face. 16 And the heart of Holofernes was smitten, for he was burning with the desire of her. 17 And Holofernes said to her, Drink now, and sit down and be merry, for thou hast found favor before me. 18 And Judith said, I will drink my lord, because my life is magnified this day above all my days. 19 And she took and ate and drank before him what her maid had prepared for her. 20 And Holofernes was made merry on her occasion, and drank exceeding much wine, so much as he had never drunk in his life. Chapter 13 And when it was grown late, his servants made haste to their lodgings, and Vagau shut the chamber doors, and went his way. 2 And they were all overcharged with wine. 3 And Judith was alone in the chamber. 4 But Holofernes lay on his bed, fast asleep, being exceedingly drunk. 5 And Judith spoke to her maid to stand without before the chamber, and to watch. 6 And Judith stood before the bed praying with tears, and the motion of her lips in silence. 7 Saying, Strengthen me, O Lord God of Israel, and in this hour look on the works of my hands, that as thou hast promised. Thou mayst raise up Jerusalem thy city, and that I may bring to pass that which I have purposed, having a belief that it might be done by thee. 8 And when she had said this, she went to the pillar that was at his bed's head, and loosed his sword that hung tied upon it. 9 And when she had drawn it out, she took him by the hair of his head, and said, Strengthen me, O Lord God, at this hour. 10 And she struck twice upon his neck, and cut off his head, and took off his canopy from the pillars, and rolled away his headless body. 11 And after a while she went out, and delivered the head of Holofernes to her maid, and bade her put it into her wallet. 12 And they two went out according to their custom, as it were to prayer, and they passed the camp, and having compassed the valley, they came to the gate of the city. 13 And Judith from afar off cried to the watchmen upon the walls, Open the gates, for God is with us, who hath shown his power in Israel. 14 And it came to pass, when the men had heard her voice, that they called the ancients of the city. 15 And all ran to meet her from the least to the greatest, for they now had no hopes that she would come. 16 And lighting up lights they all gathered round about her, and she went up to a higher place, and commanded silence to be made. And when all had held their peace, 17 Judith said, Praise ye the Lord our God, who hath not forsaken them that hope in him. 18 And by me his handmaid he hath fulfilled his mercy, which he promised to the house of Israel, and he hath killed the enemy of his people by my hand this night. 19 Then she brought forth the head of Holofernes out of the wallet, and showed it them, saying, behold the head of Holofernes the general of the army of the Assyrians, and behold his canopy, wherein he lay in his drunkenness, where the Lord our God slew him by the hand of a woman. 20 But as the same Lord liveth, his angel hath been my keeper both going hence, and abiding there, and returning from thence hither, and the Book of Judith, 619. Lord hath not suffered me his handmaid to be defiled, but hath brought me back to you without pollution of sin, rejoicing for his victory, for my escape, and for your deliverance. 21 Give all of you glory to him, because he is good, because his mercy endureth forever. 22 And they all adored the Lord, and said to her, The Lord hath blessed thee by his power, because by thee he hath brought our enemies to naught. 23 And Ozias the prince of the people of Israel, said to her, Blessed art thou, O daughter, by the Lord the Most High God, above all women upon the earth. 24 Blessed be the Lord who made heaven and earth, who hath directed thee to the cutting off the head of the prince of our enemies. 25 Because he hath so magnified thy name this day, that thy praise shall not depart out of the mouth of men who shall be mindful of the power of the Lord forever, for that thou hast not spared thy life, by reason of the distress and tribulation of thy people, but hast prevented our ruin in the presence of our God. 26 And all the people said, So be it, so be it. 27 And Achor being called for came, and Judith said to him, The God of Israel, to whom thou gavest testimony, that he revengeth himself of his enemies, he hath cut off the head of all the unbelievers this night by my hand. 28 And that thou mayst find that it is so, behold the head of Holofernes, who in the contempt of his pride despised the God of Israel, and threatened them with death, saying, When the people of Israel shall be taken, I will command thy sides to be pierced with a sword. 29 Then Achor seeing the head of Holofernes, being seized with a great fear he fell on his face upon the earth, and his soul swooned away. 30 But after he had recovered his spirits he fell down at her feet, and reverenced her, and said, 31 Blessed art thou by thy God in every tabernacle of Jacob, for in every nation which shall hear thy name, the God of Israel shall be magnified on occasion of thee. Chapter 14 And Judith said to all the people, Hear me, my brethren, hang ye up this head upon our walls. 2 And as soon as the sun shall rise, let every man take his arms, and rush ye out, not as going down beneath, but as making an assault. 3 Then the watchmen must needs run to awake their prince for the battle. 4 And when the captains of them shall run to the tent of Holofernes, and shall find him without his head wallowing in his blood, fear shall fall upon them. 5 And when you shall know that they are fleeing, go after them securely, for the Lord will destroy them under your feet. 6 Then Achor seeing the power that the God of Israel had wrought, leaving the religion of the Gentiles, he believed God, and circumcised the flesh of his foreskin, and was joined to the people of Israel, with all the succession of his kindred until this present day. 7 And immediately at break of day, they hung up the head of Holofernes upon the walls, and every man took his arms, and they went out with a great noise and shouting. 8 And the watchmen seeing this, ran to the tent of Holofernes. 9 And they that were in the tent came, and made a noise, before the door of the chamber to awake him, endeavoring by art to break his rest, that Holofernes might awake, not by their calling him, but by their noise. 620 Book of Judith. 10 For no man durst knock, or open and go into the chamber of the general of the Assyrians. 11 But when his captains and tribunes were come, and all the chiefs of the army of the king of the Assyrians, they said to the chamberlains, 12 Go in, and awake him, for the mice, coming out of their holes, have presumed to challenge us to fight. 13 Then Vagao going into his chamber, stood before the curtain, and made a clapping with his hands, for he thought that he was sleeping with Judith. 14 But when with hearkening, he perceived no motion of one lying, he came near to the curtain, and lifting it up, and seeing the body of Holofernes, lying upon the ground, without the head, weltering in his blood, he cried out with a loud voice, with weeping, and rent his garments. 15 And he went into the tent of Judith, and not finding her, he ran out to the people. 16 And said, One Hebrew woman hath made confusion in the house of King Nebuchadnezzar, for behold Holofernes lieth upon the ground, and his head is not upon him. 17 Now when the chiefs of the army of the Assyrians had heard this, they all rent their garments, and an intolerable fear and dread fell upon them, and their minds were troubled exceedingly. 18 And there was a very great cry in the midst of their camp. Chapter 15 And when all the army heard that Holofernes was beheaded, courage and counsel fled from them, and being seized with trembling and fear they thought only to save themselves by flight. 2 So that no one spoke to his neighbor, but, hanging down the head, leaving all things behind, they made haste to escape from the Hebrews, who, as they heard, were coming armed upon them, and fled by the ways of the fields, and the paths of the hills. 3 So the children of Israel seeing them fleeing, followed after them, and they went down sounding with trumpets and shouting after them. 4 And because the Assyrians were not united together, They went without order in their flight, but the children of Israel pursuing in one body, defeated all that they could find. 5 And Ozias sent messengers through all the cities and countries of Israel. 6 And every country, and every city, sent their chosen young men armed after them, and they pursued them with the edge of the sword until they came to the extremities of their confines. 7 And the rest that were in Bethulia went into the camp of the Assyrians, and took away the spoils which the Assyrians in their flight had left behind them, and they were laden exceedingly. 8 But they that returned conquerors to Bethulia, brought with them all things that were theirs, so that there was no numbering of their cattle, and beasts, and all their movables, insomuch that from the least to the greatest all were made rich by their spoils. 9 And Joachim the high priest came from Jerusalem to Bethulia with all his ancients to see Judith. 10 And when she was come out to him, they all blessed her with one voice, saying, Thou art the glory of Jerusalem, thou art the joy of Israel, thou art the honor of our people. 11 For thou hast done manfully, and thy heart has been strengthened, because thou hast loved chastity, and after thy husband hast not known any other, therefore also the hand of the Lord hath strengthened thee, and therefore thou shalt. Book of Judith, 621. Be blessed forever. 12 And all the people said, So be it, so be it. 13 And 30 days were scarce sufficient for the people of Israel to gather up the spoils of the Assyrians. 14 But all those things that were proved to be the peculiar goods of Holofernes, they gave to Judith in gold, and silver, and garments and precious stones, and all household stuff, and they all were delivered to her by the people. 15 And all the people rejoiced, with the women, and virgins, and young men, playing on instruments and harps. Chapter 16. Then Judith sung this canticle to the Lord, saying, 2 Begin ye to the Lord with timbrels, sing ye to the Lord with cymbals, tune unto him a new psalm, extol and call upon his name. 3 The Lord putteth an end to wars, the Lord is his name, for he hath set his camp in the midst of his people, to deliver us from the hand of all our enemies. 5 The Assyrian came out of the mountains from the north in the multitude of his strength, his multitude stopped up the torrents, and their horses covered the valleys. 6 He bragged that he would set my borders on fire, and kill my young men with the sword, to make my infants a prey, and my virgins captives. 7 But the Almighty Lord hath struck him, and hath delivered him into the hands of a woman, and hath slain him. 8 For their mighty one did not fall by young men, neither did the sons of Titan strike him, nor tall giants oppose themselves to him, but Judith, the daughter of Merari, weakened him with the beauty of her face. 9 For she put off her the garments of widowhood, and put on her the garments of joy, to give joy to the children of Israel. 10 She anointed her face with ointment, and bound up her locks with a crown, she took a new robe to deceive him. 11 Her sandals ravished his eyes, her beauty made his soul her captive, with a sword she cut off his head. 12 The Persians quaked at her constancy, and the Medes at her boldness. 13 Then the camp of the Assyrians howled, when my lowly ones appeared, parched with thirst. 14 The sons of the damsels have pierced them through, and they have killed them like children fleeing away, they perished in battle before the face of the Lord my God. 15 Let us sing a hymn to the Lord, let us sing a new hymn to our God. 16 O Adonai, Lord, great art thou, and glorious in thy power, and no one can overcome thee. 17 Let all thy creatures serve thee, because thou hast spoken, and they were made. Thou didst send forth thy Spirit, and they were created, and there is no one that can resist thy voice. 18 The mountains shall be moved from the foundations with the waters, the rocks shall melt as wax before thy face. 19 But they that fear thee, shall be great with thee in all things. 20 Woe be to the nation that riseth up against my people, for the Lord Almighty will take revenge on them, in the day of judgment he will visit them. 21 For he will give fire, and worms into their flesh, that they may burn, and may feel forever. 622. Book of Judith, 22 And it came to pass after these things, that all the people, after the victory, came to Jerusalem to adore the Lord, and as soon as they were purified, they all offered holocausts, and vows, and their promises. 23 And Judith offered for an anathema of oblivion all the arms of Holofernes, which the people gave her, and the canopy that she had taken away out of his chamber. 24 And the people were joyful in the sight of the sanctuary, and for 3 months the joy of this victory was celebrated with Judith. 25 And after those days every man returned to his house, and Judith was made great in Bethulia, and she was most renowned in all the land of Israel. 26 And chastity was joined to her virtue, so that she knew no man all the days of her life, after the death of Manasseh her husband. 27 And on festival days she came forth with great glory. 28 And she abode in her husband's house 105 years, and made her handmaid free, and she died, and was buried with her husband in Bethulia. 29 And all the people mourned for 7 days. 30 And all the time of her life there was none that troubled Israel, nor many years after her death. 31 But the day of the festivity of this victory is received by the Hebrews in the number of holy days, and is religiously observed by the Jews from that time until this day. Book of Esther, Chapter 1. In the days of Ahasuerus, who reigned from India to Ethiopia over 127 provinces. 2 When he sat on the throne of his kingdom, the city Susan was the capital of his kingdom. 3 Now in the 3rd year of his reign he made a great feast for all the princes, and for his servants, for the most mighty of the Persians, and the nobles of the Medes, and the governors of the provinces in his sight. 4 That he might show the riches of the glory of his kingdom, and the greatness, and boasting of his power, for a long time, to wit, for 180 days. 5 And when the days of the feast were expired, he invited all the people that were found in Susan, from the greatest to the least, and commanded a feast to be made 7 days in the court of the garden, and of the wood, which was planted by the care in the hand of the king. 6 And there were hung up on every side sky-colored, and green, and violet hangings, fastened with cords of silk, and of purple, which were put into rings of ivory, and were held up with marble pillars. The beds also were of gold and silver, placed in order upon a floor paved with porphyry and white marble, which was embellished with painting of wonderful variety. 7 And they that were invited, drank in golden cups, and the meats were brought in divers vases, one after another. Wine also in abundance and of the best was presented, as was worthy of a king's magnificence. 8 Neither was there any one to compel them to drink that were not willing, but as the king had appointed, who set over every table one of his nobles, that every man might take what he would. 9 Also Vashti the queen made a feast for the women in the palace, where King Ahasuerus was used to dwell. 10 Now on the 7th day, when the king was merry, and after very much drinking was well warmed with wine, he commanded Momen, and Bezatha, and Harbona, and Bagatha, and Abgatha, and Zethar, and Charchas, the 7 eunuchs that served in his presence. 11 To bring in Queen Vashti before the king, with the crown set upon her head, to show her beauty to all the people and the princes, for she was exceeding beautiful. 12 But she refused, and would not come at the king's commandment, which he had signified to her by the eunuchs. Whereupon the king, being angry, and inflamed with a very great fury, 13 asked the wise men, who according to the custom of the kings, were always near his person, and all he did was by their counsel, who knew the laws, and judgments of their forefathers. 14 Now the chief and nearest him were, Charsena, and Sethar, and Admatha, and Tharsis, and Meres, and Marsana, and Mamuchran. 624. Book of Esther. 7 princes of the Persians and of the Medes, who saw the face of the king, and were used to sit first after him. 15 What sentence ought to pass upon Vashti the queen, who had refused to obey the commandment of King Ahasuerus, which he had sent to her by the eunuchs. 16 And Mamuchran answered, In the hearing of the king and the princes, Queen Vashti hath not only injured the king, but also all the people and princes that are in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus. 17 For this deed of the queen will go abroad to all women, so that they will despise their husbands, and will say, King Ahasuerus commanded that Queen Vashti should come into him, and she would not. 18 And by this example all the wives of the princes of the Persians and the Medes will slight the commandments of their husbands, wherefore the king's indignation is just. 19 If it please thee, let an edict go out from thy presence, and let it be written according to the law of the Persians and of the Medes, which must not be altered, that Vashti come in no more to the king, but another, that is better than her, be made queen in her place. 20 And let this be published through all the provinces of thy empire, and let all wives, as well of the greater as of the lesser, give honor to their husbands. 21 His counsel pleased the king, and the princes, and the king did according to the counsel of Mamuchran. 22 And he sent letters to all the provinces of his kingdom, as every nation could hear and read, in divers languages and characters, that the husbands should be rulers and masters in their houses, and that this should be published to every people. Chapter 2. After this, when the wrath of King Ahasuerus was appeased, he remembered Vashti, and what she had done and what she had suffered. 2 And the king's servants and his officers said, Let young women be sought for the king, virgins and beautiful. 3 And let some persons be sent through all the provinces to look for beautiful maidens and virgins, and let them bring them to the city of Susan, and put them into the house of the women under the hand of Aegeus the eunuch, who is the overseer and keeper of the king's women. And let them receive women's ornaments, and other things necessary for their use. 4 And whosoever among them all shall please the king's eyes, let her be queen instead of Vashti. The word pleased the king, and he commanded it should be done as they had suggested. 5 There was a man in the city of Susan, a Jew, named Mardochai, the son of Yair, the son of Semei, the son of Sis, of the race of Gemini. 6 Who had been carried away from Jerusalem at the time that Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon carried away Jeconiah king of Judah. 7 And he had brought up his brother's daughter Adissa, who by another name was called Esther, Now she had lost both her parents, and was exceeding fair and beautiful. And her father and mother being dead, Mardochai adopted her for his daughter. 8 And when the king's ordinance was noised abroad, and according to his commandment many beautiful virgins were brought to Susan, and were delivered to Aegeus the eunuch, Esther also among the rest of the maidens was delivered to him to be kept in the number of the women. 9 And she pleased him, and found favor in his sight. And he commanded the eunuch to hasten. Book of Esther, 625, the women's ornaments, and to deliver to her part, and 7 of the most beautiful maidens of the king's house, and to adorn and deck out both her and her waiting maids. 10 And she would not tell him her people nor her country. For Mardochai had charged her to say nothing at all of that. 11 And he walked every day before the court of the house, in which the chosen virgins were kept, having a care for Esther's welfare, and desiring to know what would befall her. 12 Now when every virgin's turn came to go into the king, after all had been done for setting them off to advantage, it was the 12th month, so that for 6 months they were anointed with oil of myrrh, and for other 6 months they used certain perfumes and sweet spices. 13 And when they were going into the king, whatsoever they asked to adorn themselves they received, and being decked out, as it pleased them, they passed from the chamber of the women to the king's chamber. 14 And she that went in at evening, came out in the morning, and from thence she was conducted to the second house, that was under the hand of Susagas the eunuch, who had the charge over the king's concubines. Neither could she return any more to the king, unless the king desired it, and had ordered her by name to come. 15 And as the time came orderly about, the day was at hand, when Esther, the daughter of Abihail the brother of Mardochai, whom he had adopted for his daughter, was to go into the king. But she sought not women's ornaments, but whatsoever Aegeus the eunuch the keeper of the virgins had a mind, he gave her to adorn her. For she was exceeding fair, and her incredible beauty made her appear agreeable and amiable in the eyes of all. 16 So she was brought to the chamber of King Ahasuerus the 10th month, which is called Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. 17 And the king loved her more than all the women, and she had favor and kindness before him above all the women, and he set the royal crown on her head, and made her queen instead of Vashti. 18 And he commanded a magnificent feast to be prepared for all the princes, and for his servants, for the marriage and wedding of Esther, and he gave rest to all the provinces, and bestowed gifts according to princely magnificence. 19 And when the virgins were sought the second time, and gathered together, Mardochai stayed at the king's gate. 20 Neither had Esther as yet declared her country and people, according to his commandment. For whatsoever he commanded, Esther observed, and she did all things in the same manner as she was wont at that time when he brought her up a little one. 21 At that time, therefore, when Mardochai abode at the king's gate, Bagathan and Thers, 2 of the king's eunuchs, who were porters, and presided in the first entry of the palace, were angry, and they designed to rise up against the king, and to kill him. 22 And Mardochai had notice of it, and immediately he told it to Queen Esther, and she to the king in Mardochai's name, who had reported the thing unto her. 23 It was inquired into, and found out, and they were both hanged on a gibbet. And it was put in the histories, and recorded in the chronicles before the king. 626, Book of Esther, Chapter 3. After these things, King Ahasuerus advanced Amon, the son of Amedati, who was of the race of Agag, and he set his throne above all the princes that were with him. 2 And all the king's servants, that were at the doors of the palace, bent their knees, and worshipped Amon, for so the emperor had commanded them. Only Mardochai did not bend his knee, nor worship him. 3 And the king's servants that were chief at the doors of the palace, said to him, Why dost thou alone not observe the king's commandment? 4 And when they were saying this often, and he would not hearken to them, they told Amon, desirous to know whether he would continue in his resolution. For he had told them that he was a Jew. 5 Now when Amon had heard this, and had proved by experience that Mardochai did not bend his knee to him, nor worship him, he was exceeding angry. 6 And he counted it nothing to lay his hands upon Mardochai alone, for he had heard that he was of the nation of the Jews, and he chose rather to destroy all the nation of the Jews that were in the kingdom of Ahasuerus. 7 In the first month in the 12th year of the reign of Ahasuerus, the lot was cast into an urn, which in Hebrew is called for, before Amon, on what day and what month the nation of the Jews should be destroyed, and there came out the 12th month, which is called Adar. 8 And Amon said to King Ahasuerus, There is a people scattered through all the provinces of thy kingdom, and separated one from another, that use new laws and ceremonies, and moreover despise the king's ordinances, and thou knowest very well that it is not expedient for thy kingdom that they should grow insolent by impunity. 9 If it please thee, decree that they may be destroyed, and I will pay 10,000 talents to thy treasurers. 10 And the king took the ring that he used, from his own hand, and gave it to Amon, the son of Amedati of the race of Agag, the enemy of the Jews. 11 And he said to him, As to the money which thou promisest, keep it for thyself, and as to the people, do with them as seemeth good to thee. 12 And the king's scribes were called in the first month Nisan, on the 13th day of the same month, and they wrote, as Aman had commanded, to all the king's lieutenants, and to the judges of the provinces, and of divers nations, as every nation could read. And here according to their different languages, in the name of King Esdras, and the letters, sealed with his ring, 13 were sent by the king's messengers to all provinces, to kill and destroy all the Jews, both young and old, little children, and women, in one day, that is, on the 13th of the 12th month, which is called Adar, and to make a spoil of their goods. 14 And the contents of the letters were to this effect, that all provinces might know and be ready against that day. 15 The couriers that were sent made haste to fulfill the king's commandment. And immediately the edict was hung up in Susan, the king and Aman feasting together, and all the Jews that were in the city weeping. Chapter 4 Now when Mardochai had heard these things, he rent his garments, and put on sackcloth, strewing. Book of Esther, 627, ashes on his head, and he cried with a loud voice in the street in the midst of the city, showing the anguish of his mind. 2 And he came lamenting in this manner even to the gate of the palace, for no one clothed with sackcloth might enter the king's court. 3 And in all provinces, towns, and places, to which the king's cruel edict was come, there was great mourning among the Jews, with fasting, wailing, and weeping, many using sackcloth and ashes for their bed. 4 Then Esther's maids and her eunuchs went in, and told her. And when she heard it she was in a consternation, and she sent a garment, to clothe him, and to take away the sackcloth, but he would not receive it. 5 And she called for Athach the eunuch, whom the king had appointed to attend upon her, and she commanded him to go to Mardochai, and learn of him why he did this. 6 And Athach going out went to Mardochai, who was standing in the street of the city, before the palace gate. 7 And Mardochai told him all that had happened, how Aman had promised to pay money into the king's treasures, to have the Jews destroyed. 8 He gave him also a copy of the edict which was hanging up in Susan, that he should show it to the queen, and admonish her to go into the king, and to entreat him for her people. 9 And Athach went back and told Esther all that Mardochai had said. 10 She answered him, and bade him say to Mardochai. 11 All the king's servants, and all the provinces that are under his dominion, know, that whosoever, whether man or woman, cometh into the king's inner court, who is not called for, is immediately to be put to death without any delay, except the king shall hold out the golden scepter to him, in token of clemency, that so he may live. How then can I go into the king, who for these 30 days now have not been called unto him? 12 And when Mardochai had heard this, 13 He sent word to Esther again, saying, Think not that thou mayst save thy life only, because thou art in the king's house, more than all the Jews. 14 For if thou wilt now hold thy peace, the Jews shall be delivered by some other occasion, and thou, and thy father's house shall perish. And who knoweth whether thou art not therefore come to the kingdom, that thou mightest be ready in such a time as this? 15 And again Esther sent to Mardochai in these words. 16 Go, and gather together all the Jews whom thou shalt find in Susan, and pray ye for me. Neither eat nor drink for 3 days and 3 nights, and I with my handmaids will fast in like manner, and then I will go into the king, against the law, not being called, and expose myself to death and to danger. 17 So Mardochai went, and did all that Esther had commanded him. Chapter 5 And on the 3rd day Esther put on her royal apparel, and stood in the inner court of the king's house, over against the king's hall. Now he sat upon his throne in the hall of the palace, over against the door of the house. 2 And when he saw Esther the queen standing, she pleased his eyes, and he held out toward her the golden scepter, which he held in his hand, and she drew near, and kissed the top of his scepter. 628, Book of Esther, 3 And the king said to her, What wilt thou, Queen Esther? What is thy request? If thou shouldst even ask 1/2 of the kingdom, it shall be given to thee. 4 But she answered, If it please the king, I beseech thee to come to me this day, and Aman with thee to the banquet which I have prepared. 5 And the king said forthwith, Call ye Aman quickly, that he may obey Esther's will. So the king and Aman came to the banquet which the queen had prepared for them. 6 And the king said to her, after he had drunk wine plentifully, What dost thou desire should be given thee? And for what thing askest thou? Although thou shouldst ask the half of my kingdom, thou shalt have it. 7 And Esther answered, My petition and request is this. 8 If I have found favor in the king's sight, and if it please the king to give me what I ask, and to fulfill my petition, let the king and Aman come to the banquet which I have prepared them, and tomorrow I will open my mind to the king. 9 So Aman went out that day joyful and merry. And when he saw Mardochai sitting before the gate of the palace, and that he not only did not rise up to honor him, but did not so much as move from the place where he sat, He was exceedingly angry. 10 But dissembling his anger, and returning into his house, he called together to him his friends, and Zars his wife. 11 And he declared to them the greatness of his riches, and the multitude of his children, and with how great glory the king had advanced him above all his princes and servants. 12 And after this he said, Queen Esther also hath invited no other to the banquet with the king, but me, and with her I am also to dine tomorrow with the king. 13 And whereas I have all these things, I think I have nothing, so long as I see Mardochai the Jew sitting before the king's gate. 14 Then Zars his wife, and the rest of his friends answered him, Order a great beam to be prepared, 50 cubits high, and in the morning speak to the king, that Mardochai may be hanged upon it, and so thou shalt go full of joy with the king to the banquet. The counsel pleased him, and he commanded a high gibbet to be prepared. Chapter 6 That night the king passed without sleep, and he commanded the histories and chronicles of former times to be brought him. And when they were reading them before him, 2 They came to that place where it was written, how Mardochai had discovered the treason of Bagathan and Theres the eunuchs, who sought to kill King Ahasuerus. 3 And when the king heard this, he said, What honor and reward hath Mardochai received for this fidelity? His servants and ministers said to him, He hath received no reward at all. 4 And the king said immediately, Who is in the court? For Haman was coming into the inner court of the king's house, to speak to the king, that he might order Mardochai to be hanged upon the gibbet, which was prepared for him. 5 The servants answered, Haman standeth in the court, and the king said, Let him come in. 6 And when he was come in, he said to him, What ought to be done to the man whom the king is desirous to honor? But Haman thinking in his heart, and supposing that the king would honor no other but himself. Book of Esther, 629. 7 Answered, The man whom the king desireth to honor. 8 Ought to be clothed with the king's apparel, and to be set upon the horse that the king rideth upon, and to have the royal crown upon his head. 9 And let the first of the king's princes and nobles hold his horse, and going through the street of the city, proclaim before him and say, Thus shall he be honored, whom the king hath a mind to honor. 10 And the king said to him, Make haste and take the robe and the horse, and do as thou hast spoken to Mardochai the Jew, who sitteth before the gates of the palace. Beware thou pass over any of those things which thou hast spoken. 11 So Haman took the robe and the horse, and arraying Mardochai in the street of the city, and setting him on the horse, went before him, and proclaimed, This honor is he worthy of, whom the king hath a mind to honor. 12 But Mardochai returned to the palace gate, and Haman made haste to go to his house, mourning and having his head covered. 13 And he told Zars his wife, and his friends, all that had befallen him, and the wise men whom he had in council, and his wife answered him, If Mardochai be of the seed of the Jews, before whom thou hast begun to fall, thou canst not resist him, but thou shalt fall in his sight. 14 As they were yet speaking, the king's eunuchs came, and compelled him to go quickly to the banquet which the queen had prepared. Chapter 7 So the king and Haman went in, to drink with the queen. 2 And the king said to her again the second day, after he was warm with wine, What is thy petition, Esther, that it may be granted thee? And what wilt thou have done? Although thou ask the half of my kingdom, thou shalt have it. 3 Then she answered, If I have found favor in thy sight, O king, and if it please thee, give me my life for which I ask, and my people for which I request. 4 For we are given up, I and my people, to be destroyed, to be slain, and to perish, and with God we were sold for bondmen and bondwomen, the evil might be borne with, and I would have mourned in silence, but now we have an enemy, whose cruelty redoundeth upon the king. 5 And King Ahasuerus answered and said, Who is this, and of what power, that he should do these things? 6 And Esther said, It is this Haman that is our adversary and most wicked enemy. Haman hearing this was forthwith astonished, not being able to bear the countenance of the king and of the queen. 7 But the king being angry rose up, and went from the place of the banquet into the garden set with trees. Haman also rose up to entreat Esther the queen for his life, for he understood that evil was prepared for him by the king. 8 And when the king came back out of the garden set with trees, and entered into the place of the banquet, he found Haman was fallen upon the bed on which Esther lay, and he said, He will force the queen also in my presence, in my own house. The word was not yet gone out of the king's mouth, and immediately they covered his face. 9 And Harbona, one of the eunuchs that stood waiting on the king, said, Behold the gibbet which he hath prepared for Mardochai, who spoke for the king, standeth in Haman's house, being 50 cubits high. And the king said to him, Hang him upon it. 630, Book of Esther. 10 So Haman was hanged on the gibbet, which he had prepared for Mardochai, and the king's wrath ceased. Chapter 8 On that day King Ahasuerus gave the house of Haman, the Jew's enemy, to Queen Esther, and Mardochai came in before the king, for Esther had confessed to him that he was her uncle. 2. And the king took the ring which he had commanded to be taken again from Aman, and gave it to Mardochai. And Esther set Mardochai over her house. 3. And not content with these things, she fell down at the king's feet and wept, and speaking to him besought him, that he would give orders that the malice of Aman the Agagite, and his most wicked devices which he had invented against the Jews, should be of no effect. 4. But he, as the manner was, held out the golden scepter with his hand, which was the sign of clemency, and she arose up and stood before him. 5. And said, If it please the king, and if I have found favor in his sight, and my request be not disagreeable to him, I beseech thee, that the former letters of Aman the traitor and enemy of the Jews, by which he commanded that they should be destroyed in all the king's provinces, may be reversed by new letters. 6. For how can I endure the murdering and slaughter of my people? 7. And King Ahasuerus answered Esther the queen, and Mardochai the Jew, I have given Aman's house to Esther, and I have commanded him to be hanged on a gibbet, because he durst lay hands on the Jews. 8. Write ye therefore to the Jews, as it pleaseth you in the king's name, and seal the letters with my ring. For this was the custom, that no man durst gainsay the letters which were sent in the king's name, and were sealed with his ring. 9. Then the king's scribes and secretaries were called for the 23rd day of the month, and letters were written, as Mardochai had a mind, to the Jews, and to the governors, and to the deputies, and to the judges, who were rulers over the 127 provinces, from India even to Ethiopia, to province and province, to people and people, according to their languages and characters, and to the Jews, according as they could read and hear. 10. And these letters which were sent in the king's name, were sealed with his ring, and sent by posts, who were to run through all the provinces, to prevent the former letters with new messages. 11. And the king gave orders to them, to speak to the Jews in every city, and to command them to gather themselves together, and to stand for their lives, and to kill and destroy all their enemies with their wives and children and all their houses, and to take their spoil. 12. And one day of revenge was appointed through all the provinces, to wit, the 13th of the 12th month Adar. 13. And this was the content of the letter, that it should be notified in all lands and peoples that were subject to the empire of King Ahasuerus, that the Jews were ready to be revenged of their enemies. 14. So the swift posts went out carrying the messages, and the king's edict was hung up in Susan. 15. And Mardochai going forth out of the palace, and from the king's presence, shone in. Book of Esther, 631. Royal apparel, to wit, of violet and sky color, wearing a golden crown on his head, and clothed with a cloak of silk and purple. And all the city rejoiced, and was glad. 16. But to the Jews, a new light seemed to rise, joy, honor, and dancing. 17. And in all peoples, cities, and provinces, whithersoever the king's commandments came, there was wonderful rejoicing, feasts and banquets, and keeping holy day, insomuch that many of other nations and religion, joined themselves to their worship and ceremonies, for a great dread of the name of the Jews had fallen upon all. Chapter 9. So on the 13th day of the 12th month, which as we have said above is called Adar, when all the Jews were designed to be massacred, and their enemies were greedy after their blood, the case being altered, the Jews began to have the upper hand, and to revenge themselves of their adversaries. 2. And they gathered themselves together in every city, and town, and place, to lay their hands on their enemies, and their persecutors. And no one durst withstand them, for the fear of their power had gone through every people. 3. And the judges of the provinces, and the governors, and lieutenants, and every one in dignity, that presided over every place and work, extolled the Jews for fear of Mardochai. 4. For they knew him to be prince of the palace, and to have great power, and the fame of his name increased daily, and was spread abroad through all men's mouths. 5. So the Jews made a great slaughter of their enemies, and killed them, repaying according to what they had prepared to do to them. 6. Insomuch that even in Susan they killed 500 men, besides the 10 sons of Aman the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews, whose names are these: 7 Pharsandatha, and Delphon, and Aspathate and Phirtha, and Adalia, and Aridatha. 9 And Phirmesta, and Arsai, and Aradai, and Jezotha. 10 And when they had slain them, they would not touch the spoils of their goods. 11 And presently the number of them that were killed in Susan was brought to the king. 12 And he said to the queen, The Jews have killed 500 men in the city of Susan, besides the 10 sons of Aman. How many dost thou think they have slain in all the provinces? What askest thou more, and what wilt thou have me to command to be done? 13 And she answered, If it please the king, let it be granted to the Jews, to do tomorrow in Susan as they have done today, and that the 10 sons of Aman may be hanged upon gibbets. 14 And the king commanded that it should be so done. And forthwith the edict was hung up in Susan, and the 10 sons of Aman were hanged. 15 And on the 14th day of the month Adar the Jews gathered themselves together, and they killed in Susan 300 men, but they took not their substance. 16 Moreover through all the provinces which were subject to the king's dominion the Jews stood for their lives, and slew their enemies and persecutors, insomuch that the number of them that were killed amounted to 75,000, and no man took any of their goods. 17 Now the 13th day of the month Adar was the first day with them all of the slaughter, and on the 14th day they left off, which they ordained to be kept holy day, so that 632, Book of Esther, all times hereafter they should celebrate it with feasting, joy, and banquets. 18 But they that were killing in the city of Susan, were employed in the slaughter on the 13th and 14th day of the same month, and on the 15th day they rested. And therefore they appointed that day to be a holy day of feasting and gladness. 19 But those Jews that dwelt in towns not walled and in villages, appointed the 14th day of the month Adar for banquets and gladness, so as to rejoice on that day, and send one another portions of their banquets and meats. 20 And Mardochai wrote all these things, and sent them comprised in letters to the Jews that abode in all the king's provinces, both those that lay near and those afar off. 21 That they should receive the 14th and 15th day of the month Adar for holy days, and always at the return of the year should celebrate them with solemn honor. 22 Because on those days the Jews revenged themselves of their enemies, and their mourning and sorrow were turned into mirth and joy, and that these should be days of feasting and gladness, in which they should send one to another portions of meats, and should give gifts to the poor. 23 And the Jews undertook to observe with solemnity all they had begun to do at that time, which Mardochai by letters have commanded to be done. 24 For Ammon, the son of Amidati of the race of Agag, the enemy and adversary of the Jews, had devised evil against them, to kill them and destroy them, and had cast for, that is, the lot. 25 And afterwards Esther went into the king, beseeching him that his endeavors might be made void by the king's letters, and the evil that he had intended against the Jews, might return upon his own head. And so both he and his sons were hanged upon gibbets. 26 And since the time these days are called Furim, that is, of lots, because for, that is, the lot, was cast into the urn. And all things that were done, are contained in the volume of this epistle, that is, of this book. 27 And the things that they suffered, and that were afterwards changed, the Jews took upon themselves and their seed, and upon all that had a mind to be joined to their religion, so that it should be lawful for none to pass these days without solemnity, which the writing testifieth. And certain times require, as the years continually succeed one another. 28 These are the days which shall never be forgot, and which all provinces in the whole world shall celebrate throughout all generations, neither is there any city wherein the days of Furim, that is, of lots, must not be observed by the Jews, and by their posterity, which is bound to these ceremonies. 29 And Esther the queen, the daughter of Abihail, and Mardochai the Jew, wrote also a second epistle, that with all diligence this day should be established a festival for the time to come. 30 And they sent to all the Jews that were in the 127 provinces of King Ahasuerus, that they should have peace, and receive truth. 31 And observe the days of lots, and celebrate them with joy in their proper time, as Mardochai and Esther had appointed, and they undertook them to be observed by themselves and by their seed, fasts, and cries, and the days of lots. 32 And all things which are contained in the history of this book, which is called Esther. Book of Esther, 633, Chapter 10. And King Ahasuerus made all the land, and all the islands of the sea tributary, too, and his strength and his empire, and the dignity and greatness wherewith he exalted Mardochai, are written in the books of the Medes, and of the Persians. 3 And how Mardochai of the race of the Jews, was next after King Ahasuerus, and great among the Jews, and acceptable to the people of his brethren, seeking the good of his people, and speaking those things which were for the welfare of his seed. 4 Then Mardochai said, God hath done these things. 5 I remember a dream that I saw, which signified these same things, and nothing thereof hath failed. 6 The little fountain which grew into a river, and was turned into a light, and into the sun, and abounded into many waters, is Esther, whom the king married, and made queen. 7 But the 2 dragons are I and Ammon. 8 The nations that were assembled are they that endeavor to destroy the name of the Jews. 9 And my nation is Israel, who cried to the Lord, and the Lord saved his people, and he delivered us from all evils, and hath wrought great signs and wonders among the nations. 10 And he commanded that there should be 2 lots, one of the people of God, and the other of all the nations. 11 And both lots came to the day appointed already from that time before God to all nations. 12 And the Lord remembered his people, and had mercy on his inheritance. 13 And these days shall be observed in the month of Adar on the 14th, and 15th day of the same month, with all diligence, and joy of the people gathered into one assembly, throughout all the generations hereafter of the people of Israel. Chapter 11 In the 4th year of the reign of Ptolemy and Cleopatra, Dositheus, who said he was a priest, and of the Levitical race, and Ptolemy his son brought this epistle of Furim, which they said Lysimachus the son of Ptolemy had interpreted in Jerusalem. 2 In the 2nd year of the reign of Artaxerxes the Great, in the 1st day of the month Nisan, Mardochai the son of Yair, the son of Semei, the son of Cis, of the tribe of Benjamin. 3 A Jew who dwelt in the city of Susan, a great man and among the first of the king's court, had a dream. 4 Now he was of the number of the captives, whom Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon had carried away from Jerusalem with Jeconias king of Judah. 5 And this was his dream: behold, there were voices, and tumults, and thunders, and earthquakes, and a disturbance upon the earth. 6 And behold, 2 great dragons came forth ready to fight one against another. 7 And at their cry all nations were stirred up to fight against the nation of the just. 8 And that was a day of darkness and danger, of tribulation and distress, and great fear upon the earth. 9 And the nation of the just was troubled, fearing their own evils, and was prepared for death. 10 And they cried to God, and as they were crying, a little fountain grew into a very great river, and abounded into many waters. 634. Book of Esther. 11 The light and the sun rose up, and the humble were exalted, and they devoured the glorious. 12 And when Mardochai had seen this, and arose out of his bed, he was thinking what God would do, and he kept it fixed in his mind, desirous to know what the dream should signify. Chapter 12. And he abode at that time in the king's court with Bagatha and Tara the king's eunuchs, who were porters of the palace. 2 And when he understood their designs, and had diligently searched into their projects, he learned that they went about to lay violent hands on King Artaxerxes, and he told the king thereof. 3 Then the king had them both examined, and after they had confessed, commanded them to be put to death. 4 But the king made a record of what was done, and Mardochai also committed the memory of the thing to writing. 5 And the king commanded him to abide in the court of the palace, and gave him presents for the information. 6 But Amon the son of Amidadi the Bugite was in great honor with the king, and sought to hurt Mardochai and his people, because of the 2 eunuchs of the king who were put to death. Chapter 13. And this was the copy of the letter: Artaxerxes the great king who reigneth from India to Ethiopia, to the princes and governors of the 127 provinces, that are subject to his empire, greeting. 2 Whereas I reigned over many nations, and had brought all the world under my dominion, I was not willing to abuse the greatness of my power, but to govern my subjects with clemency, and that they might live quietly without any terror, and might enjoy peace, which is desired by all men. 3 But when I asked my counselors how this might be accomplished, one that excelled the rest in wisdom and fidelity, and was second after the king, Amon by name, 4 told me that there was a people scattered through the whole world, which used new laws, and acted against the customs of all nations, despised the commandments of kings, and violated by their opposition the concord of all nations. 5 Wherefore having learned this, and seeing one nation in opposition to all mankind using perverse laws, and going against our commandments, and disturbing the peace and concord of the provinces subject to us. 6 We have commanded that all whom Amon shall mark out, who is chief over all the provinces, and second after the king, and whom we honor as a father, shall be utterly destroyed by their enemies, with their wives and children, and that none shall have pity on them. On the 14th day of the 12th month Adar of this present year. 7 That these wicked men going down to hell in one day, may restore to our empire the peace which they had disturbed. 8 But Mardochai besought the Lord, remembering all his works. 9 And said, O Lord, Lord, Almighty King, for all things are in thy power, and there is none that can resist thy will, if thou determine to save Israel. 10 Thou hast made heaven and earth and all things that are under the cope of heaven. Book of Esther. 635. 11 Thou art Lord of all, and there is none that can resist thy majesty. 12 Thou knowest all things, and thou knowest that it was not out of pride and or any desire of glory, that I refused to worship the proud Ammon. 13. 14 But I feared lest I should transfer the honor of my God to a man, and lest I should adore any one except my God. 15 And now, O Lord, O King, O God of Abraham, have mercy on thy people, because our enemies resolve to destroy us, and extinguish thy inheritance. 16 Despise not thy portion, which thou hast redeemed for thyself out of Egypt. 17 Hear my supplication, and be merciful to thy lot and inheritance, and turn our mourning into joy, that we may live and praise thy name, O Lord, and shut not the mouths of them that sing to thee. 18 And all Israel with like mind and supplication cried to the Lord, because they saw certain death hanging over their heads. Chapter 14. Queen Esther also, fearing the danger that was at hand, had recourse to the Lord. 2 And when she had laid away her royal apparel, she put on garments suitable for weeping and mourning. Instead of divers precious ointments, she covered her head with ashes and dung, and she humbled her body with fasts, and all the places in which before she was accustomed to rejoice. she filled with her torn hair. 3 And she prayed to the Lord the God of Israel, saying, O my Lord, who alone art our King, help me a desolate woman, and who have no other helper but thee. For my danger is in my hands. 5 I have heard of my father that thou, O Lord, didst take Israel from among all nations, and our fathers from all their predecessors, to possess them as an everlasting inheritance, and thou hast done to them as thou hast promised. 6 We have sinned in thy sight, and therefore thou hast delivered us into the hands of our enemies. 7 For we have worshipped their gods. Thou art just, O Lord. 8 And now they are not content to oppress us with most hard bondage, but attributing the strength of their hands to the power of their idols. 9 They design to change thy promises, and destroy thy inheritance, and shut the mouths of them that praise thee, and extinguish the glory of thy temple and altar. 10 That they may open the mouths of Gentiles, and praise the strength of idols, and magnify forever a carnal king. 11 Give not, O Lord, thy scepter to them that are not, lest they laugh at our ruin, but turn their counsel upon themselves, and destroy him that hath begun to rage against us. 12 Remember, O Lord, and show thyself to us in the time of our tribulation, and give me boldness, O Lord, King of gods, and of all power. 13 Give me a well-ordered speech in my mouth in the presence of the lion, and turn his heart to the hatred of our enemy, that both he himself may perish, and the rest that consent to him. 14 But deliver us by thy hand, and help me, who have no other helper, but thee, O Lord, who hast the knowledge of all things. 15 And thou knowest that I hate the glory of the wicked, and abhor the bed of the uncircum. 636, Book of Esther, sized, and of every stranger. 16 Thou knowest my necessity, that I abominate the sign of my pride and glory, which is upon my head in the days of my public appearance, and detest it as a menstruous rag, and wear it not in the days of my silence. 17 And that I have not eaten at Ammon's table, nor hath the king's banquet pleased me, and that I have not drunk the wine of the drink offerings. 18 And that thy handmaid hath never rejoiced, since I was brought hither unto this day but in thee, O Lord, the God of Abraham. 19 O God, who art mighty above all, hear the voice of them, that have no other hope, and deliver us from the hand of the wicked, and deliver me from my fear. Chapter 15 And he commanded her to go to the king, and petition for her people, and for her country, to remember the days of thy low estate, how thou wast brought up by my hand, because Ammon the second after the king hath spoken against us unto death. 3 And do thou call upon the Lord, and speak to the king for us, and deliver us from death. 4 And on the third day she laid away the garments she wore, and put on her glorious apparel. 5 And glittering in royal robes, after she had called upon God the ruler and Savior of all, she took 2 maids with her. 6 And upon one of them she leaned, as if for delicateness and overmuch tenderness she were not able to bear up her own body. 7 And the other maid followed her lady, bearing up her train flowing on the ground. 8 But she with a rosy color in her face, and, with gracious and bright eyes hid a mind full of anguish, and exceeding great fear. 9 So going and she passed through all doors in order, and stood before the king, where he sat upon his royal throne, clothed with his royal robes, and glittering with gold, and precious stones, and he was terrible to behold. 10 And when he had lifted up his countenance, and with burning eyes had shown the wrath of his heart, the queen sunk down, and her color turned pale, and she rested her weary head upon her handmaid. 11 And God changed the king's spirit into mildness, and all in haste and in fear he leapt from his throne, and holding her up in his arms, till she came to herself, caressed her with these words. 12 What is the matter, Esther? I am thy brother, fear not. 13 Thou shalt not die, for this law is not made for thee, but for all others. 14 Come near then, and touch the scepter. 15 And as she held her peace, he took the golden scepter, and laid it upon her neck, and kissed her, and said, Why dost thou not speak to me? 16 She answered, I saw thee, my lord, as an angel of God, and my heart was troubled for fear of thy majesty. 17 For thou, my lord, art very admirable, and thy face is full of graces. 18 And while she was speaking, she fell down again, and was almost in a swoon. 19 But the king was troubled, and all his servants comforted her. Book of Esther, 637, Chapter 16 The great king Artaxerxes, from India to Ethiopia, to the governors and princes of 127 provinces, which obey our command, sendeth greeting. Too many have abused unto pride the goodness of princes, and the honor that hath been bestowed upon them. 3 And not only endeavor to oppress the king's subjects, but not bearing the glory that is given them, take in hand, to practice also against them that gave it. 4 Neither are they content not to return thanks for benefits received, and to violate in themselves the laws of humanity, but they think they can also escape the justice of God who seeth all things. 5 And they break out into so great madness, as to endeavor to undermine by lies such as observe diligently the offices committed to them, and do all things in such manner as to be worthy of all men's praise. 6 While with crafty fraud they deceive the ears of princes that are well-meaning, and judge of others by their own nature. 7 Now this is proved both from ancient histories, and by the things which are done daily, how the good designs of kings are depraved by the evil suggestions of certain men. 8 Wherefore we must provide for the peace of all provinces. 9 Neither must you think, if we command different things, that it cometh of the levity of our mind, but that we give sentence according to the quality and necessity of times, as the profit of the commonwealth requireth. 10 Now that you may more plainly understand what we say, Ammon the son of Amidati, a Macedonian both in mind and country, and, having nothing of the Persian blood, but with his cruelty staining our goodness, was received being a stranger by us. 11 And found our humanity so great towards him, that he was called our father, and was worshipped by all as the next man after the king. 12 But he was so far puffed up with arrogancy, as to go about to deprive us of our kingdom and life. 13 For with certain new and unheard of devices he hath sought the destruction of Mardochai, by whose fidelity and good services our life was saved, and of Esther the partner of our kingdom with all their nation. 14 Thinking that after they were slain, he might work treason against us left alone without friends, and might transfer the kingdom of the Persians to the Macedonians. 15 But we have found that the Jews, who were by that most wicked man appointed to be slain, are in no fault at all, but contrariwise, use just laws. 16 And are the children of the highest and the greatest, and the ever-living God, by whose benefit the kingdom was given both to our fathers and to us, and is kept unto this day. 17 Wherefore know ye that those letters which he sent in our name, are void and of no effect. 18 For which crime both he himself that devised it, and all his kindred hang on gibbets, before the gates of this city Susan, not we, but God repaying him as he deserved. 19 But this edict, which we now send, shall be published in all cities, that the Jews may freely follow their own laws. 20 And you shall aid them that they may kill those who had prepared themselves to kill them, on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is called Adar. 638. Book of Esther. 21 For the Almighty God hath turned this day of sadness and mourning into joy to them. 22 Wherefore you shall also count this day among other festival days, and celebrate it with all joy, that it may be known also in times to come. 23 That all they who faithfully obey the Persians, receive a worthy reward for their fidelity, but they that are traitors to their kingdom, are destroyed for their wickedness. 24 And let every province and city, that will not be partaker of this solemnity, perish by the sword and by fire, and be destroyed in such manner as to be made unpassable, both to men and beasts, for an example of contempt, and disobedience. Book of Job, chapter 1. There was a man in the land of Hus, whose name was Job, and that man was simple and upright, and fearing God, and avoiding evil. 2 And there were born to him 7 sons and 3 daughters. 3 In his possession was 7,000 sheep, and 3,000 camels, and 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 she-asses, and a family exceedingly great, and this man was great among all the people of the east. 4 And his sons went, and made a feast by houses, every one in his day. And sending, they called their 3 sisters, to eat and drink with them. 5 And when the days of their feasting were gone about, Job sent to them, and sanctified them, and rising up early, offered holocausts for every one of them. For he said, Lest perhaps my sons have sinned, and have blessed God in their hearts. So did Job all days. 6 Now on a certain day, when the sons of God came to stand before the Lord, Satan also was present among them. 7 And the Lord said to him, Whence comest thou? And he answered and said, I have gone round about the earth, and walked through it. 8 And the Lord said to him, Hast thou considered my servant, Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a simple and upright man, and fearing God, and avoiding evil? 9 And Satan answering, said, Doth Job fear God in vain? 10 Hast thou not made a fence for him, and his house, and all his substance round about, blessed the works of his hands, and his possession hath increased on the earth? 11 But stretch forth thy hand a little, and touch all that he hath, and see if he bless thee not to thy face. 12 Then the Lord said to Satan, Behold, all that he hath is in thy hand, only put not forth thy hand upon his person. And Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord. 13 Now upon a certain day, when his sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine, in the house of their eldest brother. 14 There came a messenger to Job, and said, The oxen were plowing, and the asses feeding beside them. 15 And the Sabaeans rushed in, and took all away, and slew the servants with the sword, and I alone have escaped to tell thee. 16 And while he was yet speaking, another came, and said, The fire of God fell from heaven, and striking the sheep and the servants, hath consumed them, and I alone have escaped to tell thee. 17 And while he also was yet speaking, there came another, and said, The Chaldeans made 3 troops, and have fallen upon the camels, and taken them. Moreover, they have slain the servants with the sword, and I alone have s. 640. Book of Job, Cape to tell thee. 18 He was yet speaking, and behold another came in, and said, Thy sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the house of their eldest brother. 19 A violent wind came on a sudden from the side of the desert, and shook the 4 corners of the house, and it fell upon thy children, and they are dead, and I alone have escaped to tell thee. 20 Then Job rose up, and rent his garments, and having shaven his head, fell down upon the ground, and worshipped. 21 And said, Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away, as it hath pleased the Lord, so is it done, blessed be the name of the Lord. 22 In all these things Job sinned not by his lips, nor spoke he any foolish thing against God. Chapter 2. And it came to pass, when on a certain day the sons of God came, and stood before the Lord, and Satan came amongst them, and stood in his sight. 2 That the Lord said to Satan, Whence comest thou? And he answered, and said, I have gone round about the earth, and walked through it. 3 And the Lord said to Satan, Hast thou considered my servant, Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a man simple and upright, and fearing God, and avoiding evil, and still keeping his innocence? But thou hast moved me against him, that I should afflict him without cause. 4 And Satan answered, and said, Skin for skin, and all that a man hath, he will give for his life. 5 But put forth thy hand, and touch his bone, and his flesh, and then thou shalt see that he will bless thee to thy face. 6 And the Lord said to Satan, Behold, he is in thy hand, but yet save his life. 7 So Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord, and struck Job with a very grievous ulcer, from the sole of the foot even to the top of his head. 8 And he took a potsherd and scraped the corrupt matter, sitting on a dunghill. 9 And his wife said to him, Dost thou still continue in thy simplicity? Bless God and die. 10 And he said to her, Thou hast spoken like one of the foolish women. If we have received good things at the hand of God, why should we not receive evil? In all these things Job did not sin with his lips. 11 Now when Job's 3 friends heard all the evil that had befallen him, they came every one from his own place, Eliphaz, the Themanite, and Baldad, the Suhite, and Sophar, the Naamathite, for they had made an appointment to come together and visit him, and comfort him. 12 And when they had lifted up their eyes afar off, they knew him not, and crying out, they wept, and rending their garments, they sprinkled dust upon their heads toward heaven. 13 And they sat with him on the ground 7 days and 7 nights, and no man spoke to him a word, for they saw that his grief was very great. Chapter 3. After this, Job opened his mouth, and cursed his day. 2 And he said, 3 Let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night in which it was said, A man-child is conceived. Book of Job, 641. 4 Let the day be turned into darkness, let not God regard it from above, and let not the light shine upon it. 5 Let darkness, and the shadow of death, cover it, let a mist overspread it, and let it be wrapped up in bitterness. 6 Let a darksome whirlwind seize upon that night, let it not be counted in the days of the year, nor numbered in the months. 7 Let the night be solitary, and not worthy of praise. 8 Let them curse it who curse the day, who are ready to raise up a Leviathan. 9 Let the stars be darkened with the mist thereof, let it expect light, and not see it, nor the rising of the dawning of the day. 10 Because it shut not up the doors of the womb that bore me, nor took away evils from my eyes. 11 Why did I not die in the womb? Why did I not perish when I came out of the belly? 12 Why received upon the knees? Why suckled at the breasts? 13 For now I should have been asleep and still, and should have rested my sleep. 14 With kings and consuls of the earth, who build themselves solitudes. 15 Or with princes, that possess gold, and fill their houses with silver. 16 Or as a hidden untimely birth, I should not be, or as they that, being conceived, have not seen the light. 17 There the wicked cease from tumult, and there the wearied in strength are at rest. 18 And they sometime bound together without disquiet, have not heard the voice of the oppressor. 19 The small and great are there, and the servant is free from his master. 20 Why is light given to him that is in misery, and life to them that are in bitterness of soul? 21 That look for death, and it cometh not, as they that dig for a treasure. 22 And they rejoice exceedingly when they have found the grave. 23 To a man whose way is hidden, and God hath surrounded him with darkness. 24 Before I eat I sigh, and as overflowing waters, so is my roaring. 25 For the fear which I feared, hath come upon me, and that which I was afraid of, hath befallen me. 26 Have I not dissembled? Have I not kept silence? Have I not been quiet? And indignation is come upon me. Chapter 4. Then Eliphaz, the Themanite, answered, and said, 2 If we begin to speak to thee, perhaps thou wilt take it ill, but who can withhold the words he hath conceived? 3 Behold, thou hast taught many, and thou hast strengthened the weary hands. 4 Thy words have confirmed them that were staggering, and thou hast strengthened the trembling knees. 5 But now the scourge is come upon thee, and thou faintest, it hath touched thee, and thou art troubled. 6 Where is thy fear, thy fortitude, thy patience, and the perfection of thy ways? 7 Remember, I pray thee, whoever perished being innocent. Or when were the just destroyed? 8 On the contrary, I have seen those who work iniquity, and sow sorrows, and reap them. 642, Book of Job. 9 Perishing by the blast of God, and consumed by the spirit of his wrath. 10 The roaring of the lion, and the voice of the lioness, and the teeth of the whelps of lions, are broken. 11 The tiger hath perished for want of prey, and the young lions are scattered abroad. 12 Now there was a word spoken to me in private, and my ears by stealth, as it were, received the veins of its whisper. 13 In the horror of a vision by night, when deep sleep is wont to hold men. 14 Fear seized upon me, and trembling, and all my bones were affrighted. 15 And when a spirit passed before me, the hair of my flesh stood up. 16 There stood one whose countenance I knew not, an image before my eyes, and I heard the voice, as it were, of a gentle wind. 17 Shall man be justified in comparison of God, or shall a man be more pure than his Maker? 18 Behold, they that serve him are not steadfast, and in his angels he found wickedness. 19 How much more shall they that dwell in houses of clay, who have an earthly foundation, be consumed as with the moth? 20 From morning till evening they shall be cut down, and because no one understandeth, they shall perish forever. 21 And they that shall be left, shall be taken away from them, they shall die, and not in wisdom. Chapter 5. Call now, if there be any that will answer thee, and turn to some of the saints. 2 Anger indeed killeth the foolish, and envy slayeth the little one. 3 I have seen a fool with a strong root, and I cursed his beauty immediately. 4 His children shall be far from safety, and shall be destroyed in the gate, and there shall be none to deliver them. 5 Whose harvest the hungry shall eat, and the armed man shall take him by violence, and the thirsty shall drink up his riches. 6 Nothing upon earth is done without a cause, and sorrow doth not spring out of the ground. 7 Man is born to labor, and the bird to fly. 8 Wherefore I will pray to the Lord, and address my speech to God. 9 Who doth great things, and unsearchable and wonderful things without number. 10 Who giveth rain upon the face of the earth, and watereth all things with waters. 11 Who setteth up the humble on high, and comforteth with health those that mourn. 12 Who bringeth to naught the designs of the malignant, so that their hands cannot accomplish what they had begun. 13 Who catcheth the wise in their craftiness, and disappointeth the counsel of the wicked. 14 They shall meet with darkness in the day, and grope at noonday as in the night. 15 But he shall save the needy from the sword of their mouth, and the poor from the hand of the violent. 16 And to the needy there shall be hope, but iniquity shall draw in her mouth. 17 Blessed is the man whom God correcteth, refuse not, therefore, the chastising of the Lord. 18 For he woundeth, and cureth, he striketh, and his hands shall heal. 19 In 6 troubles he shall deliver thee, and in the 7th, evil shall not touch thee. Book of Job. 643. 20 In famine he shall deliver thee from death, and in battle, from the hand of the sword. 21 Thou shalt be hidden from the scourge of the tongue, and thou shalt not fear calamity when it cometh. 22 In destruction and famine thou shalt laugh, and thou shalt not be afraid of the beasts of the earth. 23 But thou shalt have a covenant with the stones of the lands, and the beasts of the earth shall be at peace with thee. 24 And thou shalt know that thy tabernacle is in peace, and visiting thy beauty, thou shalt not sin. 25 Thou shalt know also that thy seed shall be multiplied, and thy offspring like the grass of the earth. 26 Thou shalt enter into the grave in abundance, as a heap of wheat is brought in its season. 27 Behold, this is even so, as we have searched out, which thou having heard, consider it thoroughly in thy mind. Chapter 6. But Job answered, and said, 2 O that my sins, whereby I have deserved wrath, and the calamity that I suffer, were weighed in a balance. 3 As the sand of the sea, this would appear heavier, therefore, my words are full of sorrow. 4 For the arrows of the Lord are in me, the rage whereof drinketh up my spirit, and the terrors of the Lord war against me. 5 Will the wild ass bray when he hath grass? Or will the ox low when he standeth before a full manger? 6 Or can an unsavory thing be eaten, that is, not seasoned with salt? Or can a man taste that which, when tasted, bringeth death? 7 The things which before my soul would not touch, now, through anguish, are my meats. 8 Who will grant that my request may come, and that God may give me what I look for? 9 And that he that hath begun may destroy me, that he may let loose his hand, and cut me off? 10 And that this may be my comfort, that afflicting me with sorrow, he spare not, nor I contradict the words of the Holy One. 11 For what is my strength, that I can hold out? Or what is my end, that I should keep patience? 12 My strength is not the strength of stones, nor is my flesh of brass. 13 Behold, there is no help for me in myself, and my familiar friends also are departed from me. 14 He that taketh away mercy from his friend, forsooketh the fear of the Lord. 15 My brethren have passed by me, as the torrent that passeth swiftly in the valleys. 16 They that fear the hoary frost, the snow shall fall upon them. 17 At the time when they shall be scattered they shall perish, and after it groweth hot, they shall be melted out of their place. 18 The paths of their steps are entangled, they shall walk in vain, and shall perish. 19 Consider the paths of Tema, the ways of Saba, and wait a little while. 20 They are confounded, because I have hoped, they are come also even unto me, and are covered with shame. 21 Now you are come, and now, seeing my affliction, you are afraid. 22 Did I say, bring to me, and give me of your substance? 644. Book of Job. 23 Or deliver me from the hand of the enemy, and rescue me out of the hand of the mighty? 24 Teach me, and I will hold my peace, and if I have been ignorant of anything, instruct me. 25 Why have you detracted the words of truth, whereas there is none of you that can reprove me? 26 You dress up speeches only to rebuke, and you utter words to the wind. 27 You rush in upon the fatherless, and you endeavor to overthrow your friend. 28 However, finish what you have begun, give ear and see whether I lie. 29 Answer, I beseech you, without contention, and speaking that which is just, judge ye. 30 And you shall not find iniquity in my tongue, neither shall folly sound in my mouth. Chapter 7. The life of man upon earth is a warfare, and his days are like the days of a hireling. 2 As a servant longeth for the shade, as the hireling looketh for the end of his work. 3 So I also have had empty months, and have numbered to myself wearisome nights. 4 If I lie down to sleep, I shall say, when shall I rise? And again, I shall look for the evening, and shall be filled with sorrows even till darkness. 5 My flesh is clothed with rottenness and the filth of dust, my skin is withered and drawn together. 6 My days have passed more swiftly than the web is cut by the weaver, and are consumed without any hope. 7 Remember that my life is but wind, and my eye shall not return to see good things. 8 Nor shall the sight of man behold me, thy eyes are upon me, and I shall be no more. 9 As a cloud is consumed, and passeth away, so he that shall go down to hell shall not come up. 10 Nor shall he return any more into his house, neither shall his place know him any more. 11 Wherefore, I will not spare my month, I will speak in the affliction of my spirit, I will talk with the bitterness of my soul. 12 Am I a sea, or a whale, that thou hast enclosed me in a prison? 13 If I say, my bed shall comfort me, and I shall be relieved, speaking with myself on my couch. 14 Thou wilt frighten me with dreams, and terrify me with visions. 15 So that my soul rather chooseth hanging, and my bones death. 16 I have done with hope, I shall now live no longer, spare me, for my days are nothing. 17 What is a man, that thou shouldst magnify him, or why dost thou set thy heart upon him? 18 Thou visitest him early in the morning, and thou provest him suddenly. 19 How long wilt thou not spare me, nor suffer me to swallow down my spittle? 20 I have sinned, what shall I do to thee, O keeper of men? Why hast thou set me opposite to thee? And am I become burdensome to myself? 21 Why dost thou not remove my sin, and why dost thou not take away my iniquity? Behold, now I shall sleep in the dust, and if thou seek me in the morning, I shall not be. Chapter 8. Then Baldad, the Suhite, answered, and said: 2 How long wilt thou speak these things, and how long shall the words of thy mouth be like a strong wind? Book of Job. 645. 3 Doth God pervert judgment, or doth the Almighty overthrow that which is just? 4 Although thy children have sinned against him, and he hath left them in the hand of their iniquity. 5 Yet if thou wilt arise early to God, and wilt beseech the Almighty. 6 If thou wilt walk clean and upright, he will presently awake unto thee, and will make the dwelling of thy justice peaceable. 7 Insomuch, that if thy former things were small, thy latter things would be multiplied exceedingly. 8 For inquire of the former generation, and search diligently into the memory of the fathers. 9 For we are but of yesterday, and are ignorant that our days upon earth are but a shadow. 10 And they shall teach thee, they shall speak to thee, and utter words out of their hearts. 11 Can the rush be green without moisture? Or sedge bush grow without water? 12 When it is yet in flower, and is not plucked with the hand, it withereth before all herbs. 13 Even so are the ways of all that forget God, and the hope of the hypocrite shall perish. 14 His folly shall not please him, and his trust shall be like the spider's web. 15 He shall lean upon his house, and it shall no stand, he shall prop it up, and it shall not rise. 16 He seemeth to have moisture before the sun cometh, and at his rising, his blossom shall shoot forth. 17 His roots shall be thick upon a heap of stones, and among the stones he shall abide. 18 If one swallow him up out of his place, he shall deny him, and shall say, I know thee not. 19 For this is the joy of his way, that others may spring again out of the earth. 20 God will not cast away the simple, nor reach out his hand to the evildoer. 21 Until thy mouth be filled with laughter, and thy lips with rejoicing. 22 They that hate thee, shall be clothed with confusion, and the dwelling of the wicked shall not stand. Chapter 9 And Job answered, and said, 2 Indeed I know it is so, and that man cannot be justified, compared with God. 3 If he will contend with him, he cannot answer him 1 for 1,000. 4 He is wise in heart, and mighty in strength, who hath resisted him, and hath had peace. 5 Who hath removed mountains, and they whom he overthrew in his wrath, knew it not. 6 Who shaketh the earth out of her place, and the pillars thereof tremble. 7 Who commandeth the sun, and it riseth not, and shutteth up the stars, as it were, under a seal. 8 Who alone spreadeth out the heavens, and walketh upon the waves of the sea. 9 Who maketh Arcturus, and Orion, and Hyades, and the inner parts of the south. 10 Who doth things great and incomprehensible, and wonderful, of which there is no number. 11 If he come to me, I shall not see him, if he depart, I shall not understand. 12 If he examine on a sudden, who shall answer him? Or who can say, Why dost thou so? 13 God, whose wrath no man can resist, and under whom they stoop that bear up the world. 14 What am I then, that I should answer him, and have words with him? 646 Book of Job. 15 I, who although I should have any just thing, would not answer, but would make supplication to my judge. 16 And if he should hear me when I call, I should not believe that he had heard my voice. 17 For he shall crush me in a whirlwind, and multiply my wounds even without cause. 18 He alloweth not my spirit to rest, and he filleth me with bitterness. 19 If strength be demanded, he is most strong, if equity of judgment, no man dare bear witness for me. 20 If I would justify myself, my own mouth shall condemn me, if I would show myself innocent, he shall prove me wicked. 21 Although I should be simple, even this my soul shall be ignorant of, and I shall be weary of my life. 22 One thing there is that I have spoken, both the innocent and the wicked he consumeth. 23 If he scourge, let him kill at once, and not laugh at the pains of the innocent. 24 The earth is given into the hand of the wicked, he covereth the face of the judges thereof, and if it be not he, who is it then? 25 My days have been swifter than a post, they have fled away and have not seen good. 26 They have passed by as ships carrying fruits, as an eagle flying to the prey. 27 If I say, I will not speak so, I change my face, and am tormented with sorrow. 28 I feared all my works, knowing that thou didst not spare the offender. 29 But if so also I am wicked, why have I labored in vain? 30 If I be washed, as it were, with snow waters, and my hands shall shine ever 80 clean. 31 Yet thou shalt plunge me in filth, and my garments shall abhor me. 32 For I shall not answer a man that is like myself, nor one that may be heard with me equally in judgment. 33 There is none that may be able to reprove both, and to put his hand between both. 34 Let him take his rod away from me, and let not his fear terrify me. 35 I will speak, and will not fear him, for I cannot answer while I am in fear. Chapter 10 My soul is weary of my life, I will let go my speech against myself, I will speak in the bitterness of my soul. 2 I will say to God, do not condemn me, tell me why thou judgest me so. 3 Doth it seem good to thee that thou shouldst calumniate me, and oppress me, the work of thy own hands, and help the counsel of the wicked? 4 Hast thou eyes of flesh, or, shalt thou see as man seeth? 5 Are thy days as the days of men, and are thy years as the times of men? 6 That thou shouldst inquire after my iniquity, and search after my sin? 7 And shouldst know that I have done no wicked thing, whereas there is no man that can deliver out of thy hand? 8 Thy hands have made me, and fashioned me wholly round about, and dost thou thus cast me down headlong on a sudden? 9 Remember, I beseech thee, that thou hast made me as the clay, and thou wilt bring me into dust. 10 Hast thou not milked me as milk, and curdled me like cheese? 11 Thou hast clothed me with skin and flesh, thou hast put me together with bones and. Book of Job. 647 Sinews. 12 Thou hast granted me life and mercy, and thy visitation hath preserved my spirit. 13 Although thou conceal these things in thy heart, Yet I know that thou rememberest all things. 14 If I have sinned, and thou hast spared me for an hour, why dost thou not suffer me to be clean from my iniquity? 15 And if I be wicked, woe unto me, and if just, I shall not lift up my head, being filled with affliction and misery. 16 And for pride thou wilt take me as a lioness, and returning, thou tormentest me wonderfully. 17 Thou renewest thy witnesses against me, and multipliest thy wrath upon me, and pains war against me. 18 Why didst thou bring me forth out of the womb? Oh that I had been consumed, that I might not see Miel. 19 I should have been as if I had not been, carried from the womb to the grave. 20 Shall not the fewness of my days be ended shortly? Suffer me, therefore, that I may lament my sorrow a little. 21 Before I go and return no more, to a land that is dark and covered with the mist of death. 22 A land of misery and darkness, where the shadow of death, and no order, but everlasting horror dwelleth. Chapter 11 Then Sophar the Naamathite answered, and said, 2 Shall not he that speaketh much, hear also? Or shall a man full of talk be justified? 3 Shall men hold their peace to thee only? And when thou hast mocked others, shall no man confute thee? 4 For thou hast said, My word is pure, and I am clean in thy sight. 5 And I wish that God would speak with thee, and would open his lips to thee. 6 That he might show thee the secrets of wisdom, and that his law is manifold, and thou mightest understand that he exacteth much less of thee, than thy iniquity deserveth. 7 Peradventure thou wilt comprehend the steps of God, and wilt find out the Almighty perfectly. 8 He is higher than heaven, and what wilt thou do? He is deeper than hell, and how wilt thou know? 9 The measure of him is longer than the earth, and broader than the sea. 10 If he shall overturn all things, or shall press them together, who shall contradict him? 11 For he knoweth the vanity of men, and when he seeth iniquity, doth he not consider it? 12 A vain man is lifted up into pride, and thinketh himself born free like a wild ass's colt. 13 But thou hast hardened thy heart, and hast spread thy hands to him. 14 If thou wilt put away from thee the iniquity that is in thy hand, and let not injustice remain in thy tabernacle. 15 Then mayst thou lift up thy face without spot, and thou shalt be steadfast, and shalt not fear. 16 Thou shalt also forget misery, and remember it only as waters that are passed away. 17 And brightness like that of the noonday, shall arise to thee at evening, and when thou shalt think thyself consumed, thou shalt rise as the day star. 18 And thou shalt have confidence, hope being set before thee, and being buried thou shalt sleep secure. 648, Book of Job. 19 Thou shalt rest, and there shall be none to make thee afraid, and many shall entreat thy face. 20 But the eyes of the wicked shall decay, and the way to escape shall fail them, and their hope the abomination of the soul. Chapter 12 Then Job answered, and said, 2 Are you then men alone, and shall wisdom die with you? 3 I also have a heart as well as you, for who is ignorant of these things, which you know? 4 He that is mocked by his friends as I, shall call upon God and he will hear him, for the simplicity of the just man is laughed to scorn. 5 The lamp despised in the thoughts of the rich, is ready for the time appointed. 6 The tabernacles of robbers abound, and they provoke God boldly, whereas it is he that hath given all into their hands. 7 But ask now the beasts, and they shall teach thee, and the birds of the air, and they shall tell thee. 8 Speak to the earth, and it shall answer thee, and the fishes of the sea shall tell. 9 Who is ignorant that the hand of the Lord hath made all these things? 10 In whose hand is the soul of every living thing, and the spirit of all flesh of man? 11 Doth not the ear discern words, and the palate of him that eateth, the taste? 12 In the ancient is wisdom, and in length of days prudence. 13 With him is wisdom and strength, he hath counsel and understanding. 14 If he pull down, there is no man that can build up, if he shut up a man, there is none that can open. 15 If he withhold the waters, all things shall be dried up, and if he send them out, they shall overturn the earth. 16 With him is strength and wisdom, he knoweth both the deceivers, and him that is deceived. 17 He bringeth counselors to a foolish end, and judges to insensibility. 18 He looseth the belt of kings, and girdeth their loins with a cord. 19 He leadeth away priests without glory, and overthroweth nobles. 20 He changeth the speech of the true speakers, and taketh away the doctrine of the aged. 21 He poureth contempt upon princes, and relieveth them that were oppressed. 22 He discovereth deep things out of darkness, and bringeth up to light the shadow of death. 23 He multiplieth nations, and destroyeth them, and restoreth them again after they were overthrown. 24 He changeth the heart of the princes of the people of the earth, and deceiveth them that they walk in vain where there is no way. 25 They shall grope as in the dark, and not in the light, and he shall make them stagger like men that are drunk. Chapter 13 Behold, my eye hath seen all these things, and my ear hath heard them, and I have understood them all. 2 According to your knowledge I also know, neither am I inferior to you. 3 But yet I will speak to the Almighty, and I desire to reason with God. Book of Job, 649. 4 Having first shown that you are forgers of lies, and maintainers of perverse opinions. 5 And I wish you would hold your peace, that you might be thought to be wise men. 6 Hear ye therefore my reproof, and attend to the judgment of my lips. 7 Hath God any need of your light, that you should speak deceitfully for him? 8 Do you accept this person, and do you endeavor to judge for God? 9 Or shall it please him, from whom nothing can be concealed? Or shall he be deceived as a man, with your deceitful dealings? 10 He shall reprove you, because in secret you accept his person. 11 As soon as he shall move himself, he shall trouble you, and his dread shall fall upon you. 12 Your remembrance shall be compared to ashes, and your necks shall be brought to clay. 13 Hold your peace a little while, that I may speak whatsoever my mind shall suggest to me. 14 Why do I tear my flesh with my teeth, and carry my soul in my hands? 15 Although he should kill me, I will trust in him, but yet I will reprove my ways in his sight. 16 And he shall be my Savior, for no hypocrite shall come before his presence. 17 Hear ye my speech, and receive with your ears hidden truths. 18 If I shall be judged, I know that I shall be found just. 19 Who is he that will plead against me? Let him come. Why am I consumed holding my peace? 22 Things only do not to me, and then from thy face I shall not be hid. 21 Withdraw thy hand far from me, and let not thy dread terrify me. 22 Call me, and I will answer thee, or else I will speak, and do thou answer me. 23 How many are my iniquities and sins? Make me know my crimes and offenses. 24 Why hidest thou thy face, and thinkest me thy enemy? 25 Against a leaf, that is carried away with the wind, thou showest thy power, and thou pursuest a dry straw. 26 For thou writest bitter things against me, and wilt consume me for the sins of my youth. 27 Thou hast put my feet in the stocks, and hast observed all my paths, and hast considered the steps of my feet. 28 Who am to be consumed as rottenness, and as a garment that is moth-eaten. Chapter 14. Man born of a woman, living for a short time, is filled with many miseries. 2 Who cometh forth like a flower, and is destroyed, and fleeth as a shadow, and never continueth in the same state. 3 And dost thou think it meet to open thy eyes upon such an one, and to bring him into judgment with thee? 4 Who can make him clean that is conceived of unclean seed? Is it not thou who only art? 5 The days of man are short, and the number of his months is with thee. Thou hast appointed his bounds which cannot be passed. 6 Depart a little from him, that he may rest until his wished-for day come, as that of the hireling. 7 A tree hath hope, if it be cut, it groweth green again, and the boughs thereof sprout. 8 If its roots be old in the earth, and its stock be dead in the dust. 9 At the scent of water, it shall spring, and bring forth leaves, as when it was first planted. 650. Book of Job, 10 But man when he shall be dead, and stripped and consumed, I pray you where is he? 11 As if the water should depart out of the sea, and an emptied river should be dried up. 12 So man when he is fallen asleep shall not rise again. Till the heavens be broken, he shall not awake, nor rise up out of his sleep. 13 Who will grant me this, that thou mayst protect me in hell, and hide me till thy wrath pass, and appoint me a time when thou wilt remember me? 14 Shall man that is dead, thinkest thou, live again? All the days in which I am now in warfare, I expect until my change come. 15 Thou shalt call me, and I will answer thee, to the work of thy hands thou shalt reach out thy right hand. 16 Thou indeed hast numbered my steps, but spare my sins. 17 Thou hast sealed up my offenses as it were in a bag, but hast cured my iniquity. 18 A mountain falling cometh to naught, and a rock is removed out of its place. 19 Waters wear away the stones, and with inundation the ground by little and little is washed away, so in like manner thou shalt destroy man. 20 Thou hast strengthened him for a little while, that he may pass away forever. Thou shalt change his face, and shalt send him away. 21 Whether his children come to honor or dishonor, he shall not understand. 22 But yet his flesh, while he shall live, shall have pain, and his soul shall mourn over him. Chapter 15. And Eliphaz the Themanite answered, and said, 2 Will a wise man answer as if he were speaking in the wind, and fill his stomach with burning heat? 3 Thou reprovest him by words, who is not equal to thee, and thou speakest that which is not good for thee. For as much as is in thee, thou hast made void fear, and hast taken away prayers from before God. 5 For thy iniquity hath taught thy mouth, and thou imitatest the tongue of blasphemers. 6 Thy own mouth shall condemn thee, and not I, and thy own lips shall answer thee. 7 Art thou the first man that was born, or wast thou made before the hills? 8 Hast thou heard God's counsel, and shall his wisdom be inferior to thee? 9 What knowest thou that we are ignorant of? What dost thou understand that we know not? And there are with us also aged and ancient men, much elder than thy fathers. 11 Is it a great matter that God should comfort thee? But thy wicked words hinder this. 12 Why doth thy heart elevate thee, and why dost thou stare with thy eyes, as if they were thinking great things? 13 Why doth thy spirit swell against God, to utter such words out of thy mouth? 14 What is man that he should be without spot, and he that is born of a woman that he should appear just? 15 Behold, among his saints none is unchangeable, and the heavens are not pure in his sight. 16 How much more is man abominable, and unprofitable, who drinketh iniquity like water? 17 I will show thee, hear me, and I will tell thee what I have seen. 18 Wise men confess and hide not their fathers. 19 To whom alone the earth was given, and no stranger hath passed among them. Book of Job, 651. 20 The wicked man is proud all his days, and the number of the years of his tyranny is uncertain. 21 The sound of dread is always in his ears, and when there is peace, he always suspecteth treason. 22 He believeth not that he may return from darkness to light, looking round about for the sword on every side. 23 When he moveth himself to seek bread, he knoweth that the day of darkness is ready at his hand. 24 Tribulation shall terrify him, and distress shall surround him, as a king that is prepared for the battle. 25 For he hath stretched out his hand against God, and hath strengthened himself against the Almighty. 26 He hath run against him with his neck raised up, and is armed with a fat neck. 27 Fatness hath covered his face, and the fat hangeth down on his sides. 28 He hath dwelt in desolate cities, and in desert houses that are reduced into heaps. 29 He shall not be enriched, neither shall his substance continue, neither shall he push his root in the earth. 30 He shall not depart out of darkness, the flame shall dry up his branches, and he shall be taken away by the breath of his own mouth. 31 He shall not believe, being vainly deceived by error, that he may be redeemed with any price. 32 Before his days be full he shall perish, and his hands shall wither away. 33 He shall be blasted as a vine when its grapes are in the first flower, and as an olive tree that casteth its flower. 34 For the congregation of the hypocrite is barren, and fire shall devour their tabernacles, who love to take bribes. 35 He hath conceived sorrow, and hath brought forth iniquity, and his womb prepareth deceits. Chapter 16 Then Job answered, and said, 2 I have often heard such things as these, you are all troublesome comforters. 3 Shall windy words have no end? Or is it any trouble to thee to speak? 4 I also could speak like you, and would God your soul were for my soul. 5 I would comfort you also with words, and would wag my head over you. 6 I would strengthen you with my mouth, and would move my lips, as sparing you. 7 But what shall I do? If I speak, my pain will not rest, and if I hold my peace, it will not depart from me. 8 But now my sorrow hath oppressed me, and all my limbs are brought to nothing. 9 My wrinkles bear witness against me, and a false speaker riseth up against my face, contradicting me. 10 He hath gathered together his fury against me, and threatening me he hath gnashed with his teeth upon me, my enemy hath beheld me with terrible eyes. 11 They have opened their mouths upon me, and reproaching me they have struck me on the cheek, they are filled with my pains. 12 God hath shut me up with the unjust man, and hath delivered me into the hands of the wicked. 13 I that was formerly so wealthy, am all on a sudden broken to pieces, he hath taken me by. 652, Book of Job, my neck, he hath broken me, and hath set me up to be his mark. 14 He hath compassed me round about with his lances, he hath wounded my loins, he hath not spared, and hath poured out my bowels on the earth. 15 He hath torn me with wound upon wound, he hath rushed in upon me like a giant. 16 I have sewed sackcloth upon my skin, and have covered my flesh with ashes. 17 My face is swollen with weeping, and my eyelids are dim. 18 These things have I suffered without the iniquity of my hand, when I offered pure prayers to God. 19 O earth, cover not thou my blood, neither let my cry find a hiding place in thee. 20 For behold my witness is in heaven, and he that knoweth my conscience is on high. 21 My friends are full of words, my eye poureth out tears to God. 22 And oh that a man might so be judged with God, as the Son of Man is judged with his companion. 23 For behold short years pass away, and I am walking in a path by which I shall not return. Chapter 17 My spirit shall be wasted, my days shall be shortened, and only the grave remaineth for me. 2 I have not sinned, and my eye abideth in bitterness. 3 Deliver me, O Lord, and set me beside thee, and let any man's hand fight against me. 4 Thou hast set their heart far from understanding, therefore they shall not be exalted. 5 He promiseth a prey to his companions, and the eyes of his children shall fail. 6 He hath made me as it were a byword of the people, and I am an example before them. 7 My eye is dim through indignation, and my limbs are brought as it were to nothing. 8 The just shall be astonished at this, and the innocent shall be raised up against the hypocrite. 9 And the just man shall hold on his way, and he that hath clean hands shall be stronger and stronger. 10 Wherefore be you all converted, and come, and I shall not find among you any wise man. 11 My days have passed away, my thoughts are dissipated, tormenting my heart. 12 They have turned night into day, and after darkness I hope for light again. 13 If I wait, hell is my house, and I have made my bed in darkness. 14 I have said to rottenness, Thou art my father, to worms, my mother and my sister. 15 Where is now then my expectation, and who considereth my patience? 16 All that I have shall go down into the deepest pit. Thinkest thou that there at least I shall have rest? Chapter 18 Then Baldad the Suhite answered, and said, To how long will you throw out words? Understand first, and so let us speak. 3 Why are we reputed as beasts, and counted vile before you? 4 Thou that destroyest thy soul in thy fury, shall the earth be forsaken for thee, and shall rocks be removed out of their place? 5 Shall not the light of the wicked be extinguished, and the flame of his fire not shine? 6 The light shall be dark in his tabernacle, and the lamp that is over him, shall be put out. Book of Job, 653, 7 The step of his strength shall be straitened, and his own counsel shall cast him down headlong. 8 For he hath thrust his feet into a net, and walketh in its meshes. 9 The sole of his foot shall be held in a snare, and thirst shall burn against him. 10 A gin is hidden for him in the earth, and his trap upon the path. 11 Fears shall terrify him on every side, and shall entangle his feet. 12 Let his strength be wasted with famine, and let hunger invade his ribs. 13 Let it devour the beauty of his skin, let the firstborn death consume his arms. 14 Let his confidence be rooted out of his tabernacle, and let destruction tread upon him like a king. 15 Let the companions of him that is not, dwell in his tabernacle, let brimstone be sprinkled in his tent. 16 Let his roots be dried up beneath, and his harvest destroyed above. 17 Let the memory of him perish from the earth, and let not his name be renowned in the streets. 18 He shall drive him out of light into darkness, and shall remove him out of the world. 19 His seed shall not subsist, nor his offspring among his people, nor any remnants in his country. 20 They that come after him shall be astonished at his day, and horror shall fall upon them that went before. 21 These then are the tabernacles of the wicked, and this the place of him that knoweth not God. Chapter 19 Then Job answered, and said, To how long do you afflict my soul, and break me in pieces with words? 3 Behold, these 10 times you confound me, and are not ashamed to oppress me. 4 For if I have been ignorant, my ignorance shall be with me. 5 But you set yourselves up against me, and reprove me with my reproaches. 6 At least now understand, that God hath not afflicted me with unequal judgment, and compassed me with his scourges. 7 Behold, I shall cry suffering violence, and no one will hear. I shall cry aloud, and there is none to judge. 8 He hath hedged in my path round about, and I cannot pass, and in my way he hath set darkness. 9 He hath stripped me of my glory, and hath taken the crown from my head. 10 He hath destroyed me on every side, and I am lost, and he hath taken away my hope, as from a tree that is plucked up. 11 His wrath is kindled against me, and he hath counted me as his enemy. 12 His troops have come together, and have made themselves away by me, and have besieged my tabernacle round about. 13 He hath put my brethren far from me, and my acquaintance like strangers have departed from me. 14 My kinsmen have forsaken me, and they that knew me, have forgotten me. 15 They that dwell in my house, and my maidservants have counted me as a stranger, and I have been like an alien in their eyes. 16 I called my servant, and he gave me no answer, I entreated him with my own mouth. 654, Book of Job, 17 My wife hath abhorred my breath, and I entreated the children of my womb. 18 Even fools despised me, and when I was gone from them, they spoke against me. 19 They that were sometime my counselors, have abhorred me, and he whom I loved most is turned against me. 20 The flesh being consumed, my bone hath cleaved to my skin, and nothing but lips are left about my teeth. 21 Have pity on me, at least you my friends, because the hand of the Lord hath touched me. 22 Why do you persecute me as God, and glut yourselves with my flesh? 23 Who will grant me that my words may be written? Who will grant me that they may be marked down in a book? 24 With an iron pen and in a plate of lead, or else be graven with an instrument in flint stone? 25 For I know that my Redeemer liveth, and in the last day I shall rise out of the earth. 26 And I shall be clothed again with my skin, and in my flesh I shall see my God. 27 Whom I myself shall see, and my eyes shall behold, and not another, this my hope is laid up in my bosom. 28 Why then do you say now, let us persecute him, and let us find occasion of word against him? 29 Flee then from the face of the sword, for the sword is the revenger of iniquities, and know ye that there is a judgment. Chapter 20 Then Sophar the Naamathite answered, and said, 2 Therefore various thoughts succeed one another in me, and my mind is hurried away to different things. 3 The doctrine with which thou reprovest me, I will hear, and the spirit of my understanding shall answer for me. For this I know from the beginning, since man was placed upon the earth. 5 That the praise of the wicked is short, and the joy of the hypocrite but for a moment. 6 If his pride mount up even to heaven, and his head touch the clouds. 7 In the end he shall be destroyed like a dunghill, and they that had seen him, shall say, Where is he? 8 As a dream that fleeth away he shall not be found, he shall pass as a vision of the night. 9 The eyes that had seen him, shall see him no more, neither shall his place any more behold him. 10 His children shall be oppressed with want, and his hands shall render to him his sorrow. 11 His bones shall be filled with the vices of his youth, and they shall sleep with him in the dust. 12 For when evil shall be sweet in his mouth, he will hide it under his tongue. 13 He will spare it, and not leave it, and will hide it in his throat. 14 His bread in his belly shall be turned into the gall of asps within him. 15 The riches which he hath swallowed, he shall vomit up, and God shall draw them out of his belly. 16 He shall suck the head of asps, and the viper's tongue shall kill him. 17 Let him not see the streams of the river, the brooks of honey and of butter. 18 He shall be punished for all that he did, and yet shall not be consumed, according to the Book of Job. 655 Multitude of his devices so also shall he suffer. 19 Because he broke in and stripped the poor, he hath violently taken away a house which he did not build. 20 And yet his belly was not filled, and when he hath the things he coveted, he shall not be able to possess them. 21 There was nothing left of his meat, and therefore nothing shall continue of his goods. 22 When he shall be filled, he shall be straitened, he shall burn, and every sorrow shall fall upon him. 23 May his belly be filled, that God may send forth the wrath of his indignation upon him, and rain down his war upon him. 24 He shall flee from weapons of iron, and shall fall upon a bow of brass. 25 The sword is drawn out, and cometh forth from its scabbard, and glittereth in his bitterness, the terrible one shall go and come upon him. 26 All darkness is hid in his secret places, a fire that is not kindled shall devour him, he shall be afflicted when left in his tabernacle. 27 The heavens shall reveal his iniquity, and the earth shall rise up against him. 28 The offspring of his house shall be exposed, he shall be pulled down in the day of God's wrath. 29 This is the portion of a wicked man from God, and the inheritance of his doings from the Lord. Chapter 21 Then Job answered, and said, 2 Hear, I beseech you, my words, and do penance. 3 Suffer me, and I will speak, and after, if you please, laugh at my words. 4 Is my debate against man, that I should not have just reason to be troubled? 5 Hearken to me and be astonished, and lay your finger on your mouth. 6 As for me, when I remember, I am afraid, and trembling taketh hold on my flesh. 7 Why then do the wicked live, are they advanced, and strengthened with riches? 8 Their seed continueth before them, a multitude of kinsmen, and of children's children in their sight. 9 Their houses are secure and peaceable, and the rod of God is not upon them. 10 Their cattle have conceived, and failed not, their cow has calved, and is not deprived of her fruit. 11 Their little ones go out like a flock, and their children dance and play. 12 They take the timbrel, and the harp, and rejoice at the sound of the organ. 13 They spend their days in wealth, and in a moment they go down to hell. 14 Who have said to God, Depart from us, we desire not the knowledge of thy ways. 15 Who is the Almighty, that we should serve him? And what doth it profit us if we pray to him? 16 Yet because their good things are not in their hand, may the counsel of the wicked be far from me. 17 How often shall the lamp of the wicked be put out, and a deluge come upon them, and he shall distribute the sorrows of his wrath? 18 They shall be as chaff before the face of the wind, and as ashes which the whirlwind scattereth. 19 God shall lay up the sorrow of the father for his children, and when he shall repay, then. 656 Book of Job, shall he know? 20 His eyes shall see his own destruction, and he shall drink of the wrath of the Almighty. 21 For what is it to him what befalleth his house after him, and if the number of his months be diminished by 1/2? 22 Shall any one teach God knowledge, who judgeth those that are high? 23 One man dieth strong, and hale, rich and happy. 24 His bowels are full of fat, and his bones are moistened with marrow. 25 But another dieth in bitterness of soul without any riches. 26 And yet they shall sleep together in the dust, and worms shall cover them. 27 Surely I know your thoughts, and your unjust judgments against me. 28 For you say, Where is the house of the prince? And where are the dwelling places of the wicked? 29 Ask any one of them that go by the way, and you shall perceive that he knoweth these same things. 30 Because the wicked man is reserved to the day of destruction, and he shall be brought to the day of wrath. 31 Who shall reprove his way to his face? And who shall repay him what he hath done? 32 He shall be brought to the graves, and shall watch in the heap of the dead. 33 He hath been acceptable to the gravel of Cocytus, and he shall draw every man after him, and there are innumerable before him. 34 How then do ye comfort me in vain, whereas your answer is shown to be repugnant to truth? Chapter 22 Then Eliphaz the Themanite answered, and said: Who can man be compared with God, even though he were of perfect knowledge? 3 What doth it profit God if thou be just? Or what dost thou give him if thy way be unspotted? 4 Shall he reprove thee for fear, and come with thee into judgment? 5 And not for thy manifold wickedness and thy infinite iniquities? 6 For thou hast taken away the pledge of thy brethren without cause, and stripped the naked of their clothing. 7 Thou hast not given water to the weary, thou hast withdrawn bread from the hungry. 8 In the strength of thy arm thou didst possess the land, and being the most mighty thou holdest it. 9 Thou hast sent widows away empty, and the arms of the fatherless thou hast broken in pieces. 10 Therefore art thou surrounded with shares, and sudden fear troubled thee. 11 And didst thou think that thou shouldst not see darkness, and that thou shouldst not be covered with the violence of overflowing waters? 12 Dost not thou think that God is higher than heaven, and is elevated above the height of the stars? 13 And thou sayest, What doth God know? And he judgeth as it were through a mist. 14 The clouds are his covert, and he doth not consider our things, and he walketh about the poles of heaven. 15 Dost thou desire to keep the path of ages, which wicked men have trodden? 16 Who were taken away before their time, and a flood hath overthrown their foundation. Book of Job, 657. 17 Who said to God, Depart from us, and looked upon the Almighty as if he could do nothing. 18 Whereas he had filled their houses with good things, whose way of thinking be far from me. 19 The just shall see, and shall rejoice, and the innocent shall laugh them to scorn. 20 Is not their exaltation cut down, and hath not fire devoured the remnants of them? 21 Submit thyself then to him, and be at peace, and thereby thou shalt have the best fruits. 22 Receive the law of his mouth, and lay up his words in thy heart. 23 If thou wilt return to the Almighty, thou shalt be built up, and shalt put away iniquity far from thy tabernacle. 24 He shall give for earth flint, and for flint torrents of gold. 25 And the Almighty shall be against thy enemies, and silver shall be heaped together for thee. 26 Then shalt thou abound in delights in the Almighty, and shalt lift up thy face to God. 27 Thou shalt pray to him, and he will hear thee, and thou shalt pay vows. 28 Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall come to thee, and light shall shine in thy ways. 29 For he that hath been humbled, shall be in glory, and he that shall bow down his eyes, he shall be saved. 30 The innocent shall be saved, and he shall be saved by the cleanness of his hands. Chapter 23 Then Job answered, and said, Now also my words are in bitterness, and the hand of my scourge is more grievous than my mourning. 3 Who will grant me that I might know and find him, and come even to his throne? 4 I would set judgment before him, and would fill my mouth with complaints. 5 That I might know the words that he would answer me, and understand what he would say to me. 6 I would not that he should contend with me with much strength, nor overwhelm me with the weight of his greatness. 7 Let him propose equity against me, and let my judgment come to victory. 8 But if I go to the east, he appeareth not; if to the west, I shall not understand him. 9 If to the left hand, what shall I do? I shall not take hold on him. If I turn myself to the right hand, I shall not see him. 10 But he knoweth my way, and has tried me as gold that passeth through the fire. 11 My foot hath followed his steps, I have kept his way, and have not declined from it. 12 I have not departed from the commandments of his lips, and the words of his mouth I have hid in my bosom. 13 For he is alone, and no man can turn away his thought, and whatsoever his soul hath desired, that hath he done. 14 And when he shall have fulfilled his will in me, many other like things are also at hand with him. 15 And therefore I am troubled at his presence, and when I consider him I am made pensive with fear. 16 God hath softened my heart, and the Almighty hath troubled me. 17 For I have not perished because of the darkness that hangs over me, neither hath the mist. 658. Book of Job, covered my face. Chapter 24. Times are not hid from the Almighty, but they that know him, know not his days. 2 Some have removed landmarks, have taken away flocks by force, and fed them. 3 They have driven away the ass of the fatherless, and have taken away the widow's ox for a pledge. 4 They have overturned the way of the poor, and have oppressed together the meek of the earth. 5 Others like wild asses in the desert go forth to their work. By watching for a prey they get bread for their children. 6 They reap the field that is not their own, and gather the vintage of his vineyard whom by violence they have oppressed. 7 They send men away naked, taking away their clothes who have no covering in the cold. 8 Who are wet, with the showers of the mountains, and having no covering embrace the stones. 9 They have violently robbed the fatherless, and stripped the poor common people. 10 From the naked and them that go without clothing, and from the hungry they have taken away the ears of corn. 11 They have taken their rest at noon among the stores of them, who after having trodden the winepresses suffer thirst. 12 Out of the cities they have made men to groan, and the soul of the wounded hath cried out, and God doth not suffer it to pass unrevenged. 13 They have been rebellious to the light, they have not known his ways, neither have they turned by his paths. 14 The murderer riseth at the very break of day, he killeth the needy, and the poor man, but in the night he will be as a thief. 15 The eye of the adulterer observeth darkness, saying, No eye shall see me, and he will cover his face. 16 He diggeth through houses in the dark, as in the day they had appointed for themselves, and they have not known the light. 17 If the morning suddenly appear, it is to them the shadow of death, and they walk in darkness as if it were in light. 18 He is lighted upon the face of the water, cursed be his portion on the earth, let him not walk by the way of the vineyards. 19 Let him pass from the snow waters to excessive heat, and his sin even to hell. 20 Let mercy forget him, may worms be his sweetness, let him be remembered no more, but be broken in pieces as an unfruitful tree. 21 For he hath fed the barren that beareth not, and to the widow he hath done no good. 22 He hath pulled down the strong by his might, and when he standeth up, he shall not trust to his life. 23 God hath given him place for penance, and he abuseth it unto pride, but his eyes are upon his ways. 24 They are lifted up for a little while and shall not stand, and shall be brought down as all things, and shall be taken away, and as the tops of the ears of corn they shall be broken. 25 And if it be not so, who can convince me that I have lied, and set my words before God? Book of Job, 659, Chapter 25. Times are not hid from the Almighty, but they that know him, know not his days. 2 Some have removed landmarks, have taken away flocks by force, and fed them. 3 They have driven away the ass of the fatherless, and have taken away the widow's ox for a pledge. 4 They have overturned the way of the poor, and have oppressed together the meek of the earth. 5 Others like wild asses in the desert go forth to their work, by watching for a prey they get bread for their children. 6 They reap the field that is not their own, and gather the vintage of his vineyard whom by violence they have oppressed. 7 They send men away naked, taking away their clothes who have no covering in the cold. 8 Who are wet, with the showers of the mountains, and having no covering embrace the stones. 9 They have violently robbed the fatherless, and stripped the poor common people. 10 From the naked and them that go without clothing, and from the hungry they have taken away the ears of corn. 11 They have taken their rest at noon among the stores of them, who after having trodden the winepresses suffer thirst. 12 Out of the cities they have made men to groan, and the soul of the wounded hath cried out, and God doth not suffer it to pass unrevenged. 13 They have been rebellious to the light, they have not known his ways, neither have they returned by his paths. 14 The murderer riseth at the very break of day, he killeth the needy, and the poor man, but in the night he will be as a thief. 15 The eye of the adulterer observeth darkness, saying, No eye shall see me, and he will cover his face. 16 He diggeth through houses in the dark, as in the day they had appointed for themselves, and they have not known the light. 17 If the morning suddenly appear, it is to them the shadow of death, and they walk in darkness as if it were in light. 18 He is lighted upon the face of the water, cursed be his portion on the earth, let him not walk by the way of the vineyards. 19 Let him pass from the snow waters to excessive heat, and his sin even to hell. 20 Let mercy forget him, may worms be his sweetness, let him be remembered no more, but be broken in pieces as an unfruitful tree. 21 For he hath fed the barren that beareth not, and to the widow he hath done no good. 22 He hath pulled down the strong by his might, and when he standeth up, he shall not trust to his life. 23 God hath given him place for penance, and he abuseth it unto pride, but his eyes are upon his ways. 24 They are lifted up for a little while and shall not stand, and shall be brought down as all things, and shall be taken away, and as the tops of the ears of corn they shall be broken. 25 And if it be not so, who can convince me that I have lied, and set my words before God? Chapter 26. Then Job answered, and said, To whose helper art thou? Is it of him that is weak? And dost thou hold up the arm of him that has no strength? 660. Book of Job, 3 To whom hast thou given counsel? Perhaps to him that hath no wisdom, and thou hast shown thy very great prudence. 4 Whom hast thou desired to teach? Was it not him that made life? 5 Behold the giants groan under the waters, and they that dwell with them. 6 Hell is naked before him, and there is no covering for destruction. 7 He stretched out the north over the empty space, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. 8 He bindeth up the waters in his clouds, so that they break not out and fall down together. 9 He withholdeth the face of his throne, and spreadeth his cloud over it. 10 He hath set bounds about the waters, till light and darkness come to an end. 11 The pillars of heaven tremble, and dread at his beck. 12 By his power the seas are suddenly gathered together, and his wisdom has struck the proud one. 13 His spirit hath adorned the heavens, and his obstetric hand brought forth the winding serpent. 14 Lo, these things are said in part of his ways, and seeing we have heard scarce a little drop of his word, who shall be able to behold the thunder of his greatness? Chapter 27 Job also added, taking up his parable, and said, Two as God liveth, who hath taken away my judgment, and the Almighty, who hath brought my soul to bitterness. 3 As long as breath remaineth in me, and the Spirit of God in my nostrils. 4 My lips shall not speak iniquity, neither shall my tongue contrive lying. 5 God forbid that I should judge you to be just, till I die I will not depart from my innocence. 6 My justification, which I have begun to hold, I will not forsake, for my heart doth not reprehend me in all my life. 7 Let my enemy be as the ungodly, and my adversary as the wicked one. 8 For what is the hope of the hypocrite if through covetousness he take by violence, and God deliver not his soul? 9 Will God hear his cry, when distress shall come upon him? 10 Or can he delight himself in the Almighty, and call upon God at all times? 11 I will teach you by the hand of God, what the Almighty hath, and I will not conceal it. 12 Behold you all know it, and why do you speak vain things without cause? 13 This is the portion of a wicked man with God, and the inheritance of the violent, which they shall receive of the Almighty. 14 If his sons be multiplied, they shall be for the sword, and his grandsons shall not be filled with bread. 15 They that shall remain of him, shall be buried in death, and his widows shall not weep. 16 If he shall heap together silver as earth, and prepare raiment as clay. 17 He shall prepare indeed, but the just man shall be clothed with it, and the innocent shall divide the silver. 18 He hath built his house as a moth, and as a keeper he hath made a booth. 19 The rich man when he shall sleep shall take away nothing with him, he shall open his eyes and find nothing. Book of Job, 661. 20 Poverty like water shall take hold on him, a tempest shall oppress him in the night. 21 A burning wind shall take him up, and carry him away, and as a whirlwind shall snatch him from his place. 22 And he shall cast upon him, and shall not spare, out of his hand he would willingly flee. 23 He shall clasp his hands upon him, and shall hiss at him, beholding his place. Chapter 28 Silver hath beginnings of its veins, and gold hath the place wherein it is melted. 2 Iron is taken out of the earth, and stone melted with heat is turned into brass. 3 He hath set a time for darkness, and the end of all things he considereth, the stone also that is in the dark and the shadow of death. 4 The flood divideth from the people that are on their journey, those whom the food of the needy man hath forgotten, and who cannot be come at. 5 The land, out of which bread grew in its place, hath been overturned with fire. 6 The stones of it are the place of sapphires, and the clods of it are gold. 7 The bird hath not known the path, neither hath the eye of the vulture beheld it. 8 The children of the merchants have not trodden it, neither hath the lioness passed by it. 9 He hath stretched forth his hand to the flint, he hath overturned mountains from the roots. 10 In the rocks he hath cut out rivers, and his eye hath seen every precious thing. 11 The depths also of rivers he hath searched, and hidden things he hath brought forth to light. 12 But where is wisdom to be found, and where is the place of understanding? 13 Man knoweth not the price thereof, neither is it found in the land of them that live in delights. 14 The depth saith, It is not in me, and the sea saith, It is not with me. 15 The finest gold shall not purchase it, neither shall silver be weighed in exchange for it. 16 It shall not be compared with the dyed colors of India, or with the most precious stone sardonyx, or the sapphire. 17 Gold or crystal cannot equal it, neither shall any vessels of gold be changed for it. 18 High and eminent things shall not be mentioned in comparison of it, but wisdom is drawn out of secret places. 19 The topaz of Ethiopia shall not be equal to it, neither shall it be compared to the cleanest dyeing. 20 Whence then cometh wisdom? And where is the place of understanding? 21 It is hid from the eyes of all living, and the fowls of the air know it not. 22 Destruction and death have said, with our ears we have heard the fame thereof. 23 God understandeth the way of it, and he knoweth the place thereof. 24 For he beholdeth the ends of the world, and looketh on all things that are under heaven. 25 Who made a weight for the winds, and weighed the waters by measure. 26 When he gave a law for the rain, and a way for the sounding storms. 27 Then he saw it, and declared, and prepared, and searched it. 28 And he said to man, Behold the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil, is understanding. 662, Book of Job, chapter 29. Job also added, taking up his parable, and said, 2 Who will grant me, that I might be according to the months past, according to the days in which God kept me? 3 When his lamp shined over my head, and I walked by his light in darkness? 4 As I was in the days of my youth, when God was secretly in my tabernacle. 5 When the Almighty was with me, and my servants round about me? 6 When I washed my feet with butter, and the rock poured me out rivers of oil? 7 When I went out to the gate of the city, and in the street they prepared me a chair? 8 The young men saw me, and hid themselves, and the old men rose up and stood. 9 The princes ceased to speak, and laid the finger on their mouth. 10 The rulers held their peace, and their tongue cleaved to their throat. 11 The ear that heard me blessed me, and the eye that saw me gave witness to me. 12 Because I had delivered the poor man that cried out, and the fatherless, that had no helper. 13 The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon me, and I comforted the heart of the widow. 14 I was clad with justice, and I clothed myself with my judgment, as with a robe and a diadem. 15 I was an eye to the blind, and a foot to the lame. 16 I was the father of the poor, and the cause which I knew not, I searched out most diligently. 17 I broke the jaws of the wicked man, and out of his teeth I took away the prey. 18 And I said, I shall die in my nest, and as a palm tree shall multiply my days. 19 My root is opened beside the waters, and dew shall continue in my harvest. 20 My glory shall always be renewed, and my bow in my hand shall be repaired. 21 They that heard me, waited for my sentence, and being attentive held their peace at my counsel. 22 To my words they durst add nothing, and my speech dropped upon them. 23 They waited for me as for rain, and they opened their mouth as for a latter shower. 24 If at any time I laughed on them, they believed not, and the light of my countenance fell not on earth. 25 If I had a mind to go to them, I sat first, and when I sat as a king, with his army standing about him, yet I was a comforter of them that mourned. Chapter 30. But now the younger in time scorn me, whose fathers I would not have set with the dogs of my flock. To the strength of whose hands was to me as nothing, and they were thought unworthy of life itself. 3 Barren with want and hunger, who gnawed in the wilderness, disfigured with calamity and misery. 4 And they ate grass, and barks of trees, and the root of junipers was their food. 5 Who snatched up these things out of the valleys, and when they had found any of them, they ran to them with a cry. 6 They dwelt in the desert places of torrents, and in caves of earth, or upon the gravel. 7 They pleased themselves among these kind of things, and counted it delightful to be under. Book of Job, 663, The briars. 8 The children of foolish and base men, and not appearing at all upon the earth. 9 Now I am turned into their song, and am become their byword. 10 They abhor me, and flee far from me, and are not afraid to spit in my face. 11 For he hath opened his quiver, and hath afflicted me, and hath put a bridle into my mouth. 12 At the right hand of my rising, my calamities forthwith arose, they have overthrown my feet, and have overwhelmed me with their paths as with waves. 13 They have destroyed my ways, they have lain in wait against me, and they have prevailed, and there was none to help. 14 They have rushed in upon me, as when a wall is broken, and a gate opened, and have rolled themselves down to my miseries. 15 I am brought to nothing, as a wind thou hast taken away my desire, and my prosperity hath passed away like a cloud. 16 And now my soul fadeth within myself, and the days of affliction possess me. 17 In the night my bone is pierced with sorrows, and they that feed upon me, do not sleep. 18 With the multitude of them my garment is consumed, and they have girded me about, as with the collar of my coat. 19 I am compared to dirt, and am likened to embers and ashes. 20 I cry to thee, and thou hearest me not, I stand up, and thou dost not regard me. 21 Thou art changed to be cruel toward me, and in the hardness of thy hand thou art against me. 22 Thou hast lifted me up, and set me as it were upon the wind, and thou hast mightily dashed me. 23 I know that thou wilt deliver me to death, where a house is appointed for every one that liveth. 24 But yet thou stretchest not forth thy hand to their consumption, and if they shall fall down thou wilt save. 25 I wept heretofore for him that was afflicted, and my soul had compassion on the poor. 26 I expected good things, and evils are come upon me, I waited for light, and darkness broke out. 27 My inner parts have boiled without any rest, the days of affliction have prevented me. 28 I went mourning without indignation, I rose up, and cried in the crowd. 29 I was the brother of dragons, and companion of ostriches. 30 My skin is become black upon me, and my bones are dried up with heat. 31 My harp is turned to mourning, and my organ into the voice of those that weep. Chapter 31. I made a covenant with my eyes, that I would not so much as think upon a virgin. 2 For what part should God from above have in me, and what inheritance the Almighty from on high? 3 Is not destruction to the wicked, and aversion to them that work iniquity? 4 Doth not he consider my ways, and number all my steps? 5 If I have walked in vanity, and my foot hath made haste to deceit. 6 Let him weigh me in a just balance, and let God know my simplicity. 7 If my step hath turned out of the way, and if my heart hath followed my eyes, and if a spot 664, Book of Job, hath cleaved to my hands. 8 Then let me sow and let another reap, and let my offspring be rooted out. 9 If my heart hath been deceived upon a woman, and if I have laid wait at my friend's door. 10 Let my wife be the harlot of another, and let other men lie with her. 11 For this is a heinous crime, and a most grievous iniquity. 12 It is a fire that devoureth even to destruction, and rooteth up all things that spring. 13 If I have despised to abide judgment with my manservant, or my maidservant, when they had any controversy against me. 14 For what shall I do when God shall rise to judge? And when he shall examine, what shall I answer him? 15 Did not he that made me in the womb make him also, and did not one and the same form me in the womb? 16 If I have denied to the poor what they desired, and have made the eyes of the widow wait. 17 If I have eaten my morsel alone, and the fatherless hath not eaten thereof. 18. 19 If I have despised him that was perishing for want of clothing, and the poor man that had no covering. 20 If his sides have not blessed me, and if he were not warmed with the fleece of my sheep. 21 If I have lifted up my hand against the fatherless, even when I saw myself superior in the gate. 22 Let my shoulder fall from its joint, and let my arm with its bones be broken. 23 For I have always feared God as waves swelling over me, and his weight I was unable to bear. 24 If I have thought gold my strength, and have said to find gold, my confidence. 25 If I have rejoiced over my great riches, and because my hand had gotten much. 26 If I beheld the sun when it shined and the moon going in brightness. 27 And my heart in secret hath rejoiced, and I have kissed my hand with my mouth. 28 Which is a very great iniquity, and a denial against the Most High God. 29 If I have been glad at the downfall of him that hated me, and have rejoiced that evil had found him. 30 For I have not given my mouth to sin, by wishing a curse to his soul. 31 If the men of my tabernacle have not said, who will give us of his flesh that we may be filled? 32 The stranger did not stay without, my door was open to the traveler. 33 If as a man I have hid my sin, and have concealed my iniquity in my bosom. 34 If I have been afraid at a very great multitude, and the contempt of kinsmen hath terrified me, and have not rather held my peace, and not gone out of the door. 35 Who would grant me a hearing, that the Almighty may hear my desire, and that he himself that judgeth would write a book. 36 That I may carry it on my shoulder, and put it about me as a crown. 37 At every step of mine I would pronounce it, and offer it as to a prince. 38 If my land cry against me, and with it the furrows thereof mourn. 39 If I have eaten the fruits thereof without money, and have afflicted the son of the tillers thereof. Book of Job, 665. 40 Let thistles grow up to me instead of wheat, and thorns instead of barley. Chapter 32. So these 3 men ceased to answer Job, because he seemed just to himself. 2 And Elihu the son of Baruchel the Buzite of the kindred of Ram, was angry and was moved to indignation. Now he was angry against Job, because he said he was just before God. 3 And he was angry with his friends, because they had not found a reasonable answer, but only had condemned Job. 4 So Elihu waited while Job was speaking because they were his elders that were speaking. 5 But when he saw that the 3 were not able to answer, he was exceedingly angry. 6 Then Elihu the son of Baruchel the Buzite answered, and said, I am younger in days, and you are more ancient, therefore hanging down my head, I was afraid to show you my opinion. 7 For I hoped that greater age would speak, and that a multitude of years would teach wisdom. 8 But, as I see, there is a spirit in men, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth understanding. 9 They that are aged are not the wise men, neither do the ancients understand judgment. 10 Therefore I will speak, hearken to me, I also will show you my wisdom. 11 For I have waited for your words, I have given ear to your wisdom, as long as you were disputing in words. 12 And as long as I thought you said something, I considered, but, as I see, there is none of you that can convince Job, and answer his words. 13 Lest you should say, we have found wisdom, God hath cast him down, not man. 14 He hath spoken nothing to me, and I will not answer him according to your words. 15 They were afraid, and answered no more, and they left off speaking. 16 Therefore because I have waited, and they have not spoken, they stood, and answered no more. 17 I also will answer my part, and will show my knowledge. 18 For I am full of matter to speak of, and the spirit of my bowels straiteneth me. 19 Behold, my belly is as new wine which wanteth vent, which bursteth the new vessels. 20 I will speak and take breath a little, I will open my lips, and will answer. 21 I will not accept the person of man, and I will not level God with man. 22 For I know not how long I shall continue, and whether after a while my Maker may take me away. Chapter 33 Hear therefore, O Job, my speeches, and hearken to all my words. 2 Behold now I have opened my mouth, let my tongue speak within my jaws. 3 My words are from my upright heart, and my lips shall speak a pure sentence. 4 The Spirit of God made me, and the breath of the Almighty gave me life. 5 If thou canst, answer me, and stand up against my face. 6 Behold God hath made me as well as thee, and of the same clay I also was formed. 7 But yet let not my wonder terrify thee, and let not my eloquence be burdensome to thee. 666 Book of Job. 8 Now thou hast said in my hearing, and I have heard the voice of thy words. 9 I am clean, and without sin, I am unspotted, and there is no iniquity in me. 10 Because he hath found complaints against me, therefore he hath counted me for his enemy. 11 He hath put my feet in the stocks, he hath observed all my paths. 12 Now this is the thing in which thou art not justified, I will answer thee, that God is greater than man. 13 Dost thou strive against him, because he hath not answered thee to all words? 14 God speaketh once, and repeateth not the selfsame thing the second time. 15 By a dream and a vision by night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, and they are sleeping in their beds. 16 Then he openeth the ears of men, and teaching instructeth them in what they are to learn. 17 That he may withdraw a man from the things he is doing, and may deliver him from pride. 18 Rescuing his soul from corruption, and his life from passing to the sword. 19 He rebuketh also by sorrow in the bed, and he maketh all his bones to wither. 20 Bread becometh abominable to him in his life, and to his soul the meat which before he desired. 21 His flesh shall be consumed away, and his bones that were covered shall be made bare. 22 His soul hath drawn near to corruption, and his life to the destroyers. 23 If there shall be an angel speaking for him, one among thousands, to declare man's uprightness. 24 He shall have mercy on him, and shall say, Deliver him, that he may not go down to corruption. I have found wherein I may be merciful to him. 25 His flesh is consumed with punishments, let him return to the days of his youth. 26 He shall pray to God, and he will be gracious to him, and he shall see his face with joy, and he will render to man his justice. 27 He shall look upon men, and shall say, I have sinned, and indeed I have offended, and I have not received what I have deserved. 28 He hath delivered his soul from going into destruction, that it may live and see the light. 29 Behold, all these things God worketh 3 times within every one. 30 That he may withdraw their souls from corruption, and enlighten them with the light of the living. 31 Attend, Job, and hearken to me, and hold thy peace, whilst I speak. 32 But if thou hast anything to say, answer me, speak, for I would have thee to appear just. 33 And if thou have not, hear me, hold thy peace, and I will teach thee wisdom. Chapter 34 And Elihu continued his discourse, and said, To hear ye, wise men, my words, and ye learned, hearken to me. 3 For the ear trieth words, and the mouth discerneth meats by the taste. 4 Let us choose to us judgment, and let us see among ourselves what is the best. 5 For Job hath said, I am just, and God hath overthrown my judgment. 6 For in judging me there is a lie, my arrow is violent without any sin. 7 What man is there like Job, who drinketh up scorning like water? Book of Job. 667. 8 Who goeth in company with them that work iniquity, and walketh with wicked men? 9 For he hath said, Man shall not please God, although he run with him. 10 Therefore, ye men of understanding, hear me, far from God be wickedness, and iniquity from the Almighty. 11 For he will render to a man his work, and according to the ways of every one he will reward them. 12 For in very deed God will not condemn without cause, neither will the Almighty pervert judgment. 13 What other hath he appointed over the earth? Or whom hath he set over the world which he made? 14 If he turn his heart to him, he shall draw his spirit and breath unto himself. 15 All flesh shall perish together, and man shall return into ashes. 16 If then thou hast understanding, hear what is said, and hearken to the voice of my words. 17 Can he be healed that loveth not judgment? And how dost thou so far condemn him that is just? 18 Who saith to the king, Thou art an apostate, who calleth rulers ungodly? 19 Who accepteth not the persons of princes, nor hath regarded the tyrant, when he contended against the poor man, for all are the work of his hands. 20 They shall suddenly die, and the people shall be troubled at midnight, and they shall pass, and take away the violent without hand. 21 For his eyes are upon the ways of men, and he considereth all their steps. 22 There is no darkness, and there is no shadow of death, where they may be hid who work iniquity. 23 For it is no longer in the power of man to enter into judgment with God. 24 He shall break in pieces many and innumerable, and shall make others to stand in their stead. 25 For he knoweth their works, and therefore he shall bring night on them, and they shall be destroyed. 26 He hath struck them, as being wicked, in open sight. 27 Who as it were on purpose have revolted from him, and would not understand all his ways. 28 So that they caused the cry of the needy to come to him, and he heard the voice of the poor. 29 For when he granteth peace, who is there that can condemn? When he hideth his countenance, who is there that can behold him, whether it regard nations, or all men? 30 Who maketh a man that is a hypocrite to reign for the sins of the people? 31 Seeing that I have spoken of God, I will not hinder thee in thy turn. 32 If I have erred, teach thou me, if I have spoken iniquity, I will add no more. 33 Doth God require it of thee, because it hath displeased thee? For thou begunnest to speak, and not I, but if thou know anything better, speak. 34 Let men of understanding speak to me, and let a wise man hearken to me. 35 But Job hath spoken foolishly, and his words sound not discipline. 36 My father, let Job be tried even to the end, cease not from the man of iniquity. 37 Because he addeth blasphemy upon his sins, let him be tied fast in the meantime amongst us, and then let him provoke God to judgment with his speeches. 668, Book of Job, chapter 35. Moreover Elihu spoke these words. 2 Doth thy thought seem right to thee, that thou shouldst say, I am more just than God? 3 For thou saidst, that which is right doth not please thee, or what will it profit thee if I sin? 4 Therefore I will answer thy words, and thy friends with thee. 5 Look up to heaven and see, and behold the sky, that it is higher than thee. 6 If thou sin, what shalt thou hurt him? And if thy iniquities be multiplied, what shalt thou do against him? 7 And if thou do justly, what shalt thou give him, or what shall he receive at thy hand? 8 Thy wickedness may hurt a man that is like thee, and thy justice may help the Son of Man. 9 By reason of the multitude of oppressors they shall cry out, and shall wail for the violence of the arm of tyrants. 10 And he hath not said, Where is God, who made me, who hath given songs in the night? 11 Who teacheth us more than the beasts of the earth, and instructeth us more than the fowls of the air? 12 There shall they cry, and he will not hear, because of the pride of evil men. 13 God therefore will not hear in vain, and the Almighty will look into the causes of every one. 14 Yea, when thou shalt say, He considereth not, be judged before him, and expect him. 15 For he doth not now bring on his fury, neither doth he revenge wickedness exceedingly. 16 Therefore Job openeth his mouth in vain, and multiplieth words without knowledge. Chapter 36. Elihu also proceeded, and said, 2 Suffer me a little, and I will show thee, for I have yet somewhat to speak in God's behalf. 3 I will repeat my knowledge from the beginning, and I will prove my Maker just. 4 For indeed my words are without a lie, and perfect knowledge shall be proved to thee. 5 God doth not cast away the mighty, whereas he himself also is mighty. 6 But he saveth not the wicked, and he giveth judgment to the poor. 7 He will not take away his eyes from the just, and he placeth kings on the throne forever, and they are exalted. 8 And if they shall be in chains, and be bound with the cords of poverty. 9 He shall show them their works, and their wicked deeds, because they have been violent. 10 He also shall open their ear, to correct them, and shall speak, that they may return from iniquity. 11 If they shall hear and observe, they shall accomplish their days in good, and their years in glory. 12 But if they hear not, they shall pass by the sword, and shall be consumed in folly. 13 Dissemblers and crafty men prove the wrath of God, neither shall they cry when they are bound. 14 Their soul shall die in a storm, and their life among the effeminate. 15 He shall deliver the poor out of his distress, and shall open his ear in affliction. 16 Therefore he shall set thee at large out of the narrow mouth, and which hath no foundation under it, and the rest of thy table shall be full of fatness. Book of Job, 669. 17 Thy cause hath been judged as that of the wicked, cause and judgment thou shalt recover. 18 Therefore let not anger overcome thee to oppress any man, neither let multitude of gifts turn thee aside. 19 Lay down thy greatness without tribulation, and all the mighty of strength. 20 Prolong not the night that people may come up for them. 21 Beware thou turn not aside to iniquity, for this thou hast begun to follow after misery. 22 Behold, God is high in his strength, and none is like him among the lawgivers. 23 Who can search out his ways? Or who can say to him, Thou hast wrought iniquity? 24 Remember that thou knowest not his work, concerning which men have sung. 25 All men see him, every one beholdeth afar off. 26 Behold, God is great, exceeding our knowledge, the number of his years is inestimable. 27 He lifteth up the drops of rain, and poureth out showers like floods. 28 which flow from the clouds that cover all above. 29 if he will spread out clouds as his tent. 30 enlighten with his light from above, he shall cover also the ends of the sea. 31 for by these he judgeth people, and giveth food to many mortals. 32 in his hands he hideth the light, and commandeth it to come again. 33 he showeth his friend concerning it, that it is his possession, and that he may come up to it. Chapter 37. At this my heart trembleth, and is moved out of its place, to hear ye attentively the terror of his voice, and the sound that cometh out of his mouth. 3 he beholdeth under all the heavens, and his light is upon the ends of the earth. 4 after it a noise shall roar, he shall thunder with the voice of his majesty, and shall not be found out, when his voice shall be heard. 5 God shall thunder wonderfully with his voice, he that doth great and unsearchable things. 6 he commandeth the snow to go down upon the earth, and the winter rain, and the shower of his strength. 7 he sealeth up the hand of all men, that every one may know his works. 8 then the beast shall go into his covert, and shall abide in his den. 9 out of the inner parts shall a tempest come, and cold out of the north. 10 when God bloweth there cometh frost, and again the waters are poured out abundantly. 11 corn desireth clouds, and the clouds spread their light. 12 which go round about, whithersoever the will of him that governeth them shall lead them, to whatsoever he shall command them upon the face of the whole earth. 13 whether in one tribe, or in his own land, or in what place soever of his mercy he shall command them to be found. 14 hearken to these things, Job, stand, and consider the wondrous works of God. 15 dost thou know when God commanded the rains, to show his light of his clouds? 16 knowest thou the great paths of the clouds, and the perfect knowledges? 17 are not thy garments hot, when the south wind blows upon the earth? 18 thou perhaps hast made the heavens with him, which are most strong, as if they were of 670. Book of Job, molten brass. 19 show us what we may say to him, or we are wrapped up in darkness. 20 who shall tell him the things I speak? Even if a man shall speak, he shall be swallowed up. 21 but now they see not the light, the air on a sudden shall be thickened into clouds, and the wind shall pass and drive them away. 22 cold cometh out of the north, and to God praise with fear. 23 we cannot find him worthily, he is great in strength, and in judgment, and in justice, and he is ineffable. 24 therefore men shall fear him, and all that seem to themselves to be wise, shall not dare to behold him. Chapter 38. Then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind, and said, 2 who is this that wrappeth up sentences in unskilful words? 3 gird up thy loins like a man, I will ask thee, and answer thou me. 4 where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Tell me if thou hast understanding. 5 who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest, or who hath stretched the line upon it? 6 upon what are its bases grounded? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof? 7 when the morning stars praised me together, and all the sons of God made a joyful melody? 8 who shut up the sea with doors, when it broke forth as issuing out of the womb? 9 when I made a cloud the garment thereof, and wrapped it in a mist as in swaddling bands? 10 I set my bounds around it, and made it bars and doors. 11 and I said, hitherto thou shalt come, and shalt go no further, and here thou shalt break thy swelling waves. 12 didst thou since thy birth command the morning, and show the dawning of the day its place? 13 and didst thou hold the extremities of the earth shaking them, and hast thou shaken the ungodly out of it? 14 the seal shall be restored as clay, and shall stand as a garment. 15 from the wicked their light shall be taken away, and the high arm shall be broken. 16 hast thou entered into the depths of the sea, and walked in the lowest parts of the deep? 17 have the gates of death been opened to thee, and hast thou seen the darksome doors? 18 hast thou considered the breadth of the earth? Tell me, if thou knowest all things? 19 where is the way where light dwelleth? And where is the place of darkness? 20 that thou mayst bring everything to its own bounds, and understand the paths of the house thereof. 21 didst thou know then that thou shouldst be born? And didst thou know the number of thy days? 22 hast thou entered into the storehouses of the snow, or hast thou beheld the treasures of the hail? 23 which I have prepared for the time of the enemy, against the day of battle and war? 24 by what way is the light spread, and heat divided upon the earth? 25 who gave a course to violent showers, or a way for noisy thunder? 26 that it should rain on the earth without man in the wilderness, where no mortal dwelleth. Book of Job, 671. 27 that it should fill the desert and desolate land, and should bring forth green grass? 28 who is the father of rain? Or who begot the drops of dew? 29 out of whose womb came the ice? And the frost from heaven who hath gendered it? 30 the waters are hardened like a stone, and the surface of the deep is congealed. 31 shalt thou be able to join together the shining stars the Pleiades, or canst thou stop the turning about of Arcturus? 32 Canst thou bring forth the day star in its time, and make the evening star to rise upon the children of the earth? 33 Dost thou know the order of heaven, and canst thou set down the reason thereof on the earth? 34 Canst thou lift up thy voice to the clouds, that an abundance of waters may cover thee? 35 Canst thou send lightnings, and will they go, and will they return and say to thee, Here we are? 36 Who hath put wisdom in the heart of man? Or who gave the cock understanding? 37 Who can declare the order of the heavens, or who can make the harmony of heaven to sleep? 38 When was the dust poured on the earth, and the clods fastened together? 39 Wilt thou take the prey for the lioness, and satisfy the appetite of her whelps? 40 When they couch in the dens and lie in wait in holes? 41 Who provideth food for the raven, when her young ones cry to God, wandering about, because they have no meat? Knowest thou the time when the wild goats bring forth among the rocks, or hast thou observed the hinds when they fawn? 2 Hast thou numbered the months of their conceiving, or knowest thou the time when they bring forth? 3 They bow themselves to bring forth young, and they cast them, and send forth roarings. 4 Their young are weaned and go to feed, they go forth, and return not to them. 5 Who hath sent out the wild ass free, and who hath loosed his bonds? 6 To whom I have given a house in the wilderness, and his dwellings in the barren land. 7 He scorneth the multitude of the city, he heareth not the cry of the driver. 8 He looketh round about the mountains of his pasture, and seeketh for every green thing. 9 Shall the rhinoceros be willing to serve thee, or will he stay at thy crib? 10 Canst thou bind the rhinoceros with thy thong to plow, or will he break the clods of the valleys after thee? 11 Wilt thou have confidence in his great strength, and leave thy labors to him? 12 Wilt thou trust him that he will render thee the seed, and gather it into thy barn flour? 13 The wing of the ostrich is like the wings of the heron, and of the hawk. 14 When she leaveth her eggs on the earth, thou perhaps wilt warm them in the dust. 15 She forgetteth that the foot may tread upon them, or that the beasts of the field may break them. 16 She is hardened against her young ones, as though they were not hers, she hath labored in vain, no fear constraining her. 17 For God hath deprived her of wisdom, neither hath he given her understanding. 18 When time shall be, she setteth up her wings on high, she scorneth the horse and his rider. 19 Wilt thou give strength to the horse or clothe his neck with neighing? 672. Book of Job. 20 Wilt thou lift him up like the locusts? The glory of his nostrils is terror. 21 He breaketh up the earth with his hoof, he pranceth boldly, he goeth forward to meet armed men. 22 He despiseth fear, he turneth not his back to the sword. 23 Above him shall the quiver rattle, the spear and shield shall glitter. 24 Chasing and raging he swalloweth the ground, neither doth he make account when the noise of the trumpet soundeth. 25 When he heareth the trumpet he saith, Ha, ha, he smelleth the battle afar off, the encouraging of the captains, and the shouting of the army. 26 Doth the hawk wax feathered by thy wisdom, spreading her wings to the south? 27 Will the eagle mount up at thy command, and make her nest in high places? 28 She abideth among the rocks, and dwelleth among cragged flints, and stony hills, where there is no access. 29 From thence she looketh for the prey, and her eyes behold afar off. 30 Her young ones shall suck up blood, and wheresoever the carcass shall be, she is immediately there. 31 And the Lord went on, and said to Job, 32 Shall he that contendeth with God be so easily silenced? Surely he that reproveth God, ought to answer him. 33 Then Job answered the Lord, and said, 34 What can I answer, who hath spoken inconsiderately? I will lay my hand upon my mouth. 35 One thing I have spoken, which I wish I had not said, and another, to which I will add no more. Chapter 40. And the Lord answering Job out of the whirlwind, said, 2 Gird up thy loins like a man, I will ask thee, and do thou tell me. 3 Wilt thou make void my judgment, and condemn me, that thou mayst be justified? 4 And hast thou an arm like God, and canst thou thunder with a voice like him? 5 Clothe thyself with beauty, and set thyself up on high, and be glorious, and put on goodly garments. 6 Scatter the proud in thy indignation, and behold every arrogant man, and humble him. 7 Look on all that are proud, and confound them, and crush the wicked in their place. 8 Hide them in the dust together, and plunge their faces into the pit. 9 Then I will confess that thy right hand is able to save thee. 10 Behold Behemoth whom I made with thee, he eateth grass like an ox. 11 His strength is in his loins, and his force in the navel of his belly. 12 He setteth up his tail like a cedar, the sinews of his testicles are wrapped together. 13 His bones are like pipes of brass, his gristle like plates of iron. 14 He is the beginning of the ways of God, who made him, he will apply his sword. 15 To him the mountains bring forth grass, there all the beasts of the field shall play. 16 He sleepeth under the shadow, in the covert of the reed, and in moist places. 17 The shades cover his shadow, the willows of the brook shall compass him about. 18 Behold, he will drink up a river, and not wonder, and he trusteth that the Jordan may run into his mouth. Book of Job, 673, 19 In his eyes as with a hook he shall take him, and bore through his nostrils with stakes. 20 Canst thou draw out the Leviathan with a hook, or canst thou tie his tongue with a cord? 21 Canst thou put a ring in his nose, or bore through his jaw with a buckle? 22 Will he make many supplications to thee, or speak soft words to thee? 23 Will he make a covenant with thee, and wilt thou take him to be a servant forever? 24 Shalt thou play with him as with a bird, or tie him up for thy handmaids? 25 Shall friends cut him in pieces, shall merchants divide him? 26 Wilt thou fill nets with his skin, and the cabins of fishes with his head? 27 Lay thy hand upon him, remember the battle, and speak no more. 28 Behold his hope shall fail him, and in the sight of all he shall be cast down. Chapter 41 I will not stir him up, like one that is cruel, for who can resist my countenance? 2 Who hath given me before that I should repay him? All things that are under heaven are mine. 3 I will not spare him, nor his mighty words, and frame to make supplication. 4 Who can discover the face of his garment? Or who can go into the midst of his mouth? 5 Who can open the doors of his face? His teeth are terrible round about. 6 His body is like molten shields, shut close up with scales pressing upon one another. 7 One is joined to another, and not so much as any air can come between them. 8 They stick one to another and they hold one another fast, and shall not be separated. 9 His sneezing is like the shining of fire, and his eyes like the eyelids of the morning. 10 Out of his mouth go forth lamps, like torches of lighted fire. 11 Out of his nostrils goeth smoke, like that of a pot heated and boiling. 12 His breath kindeth coals, and a flame cometh forth out of his mouth. 13 In his neck strength shall dwell, and wine goeth before his face. 14 The members of his flesh cleave one to another, he shall send lightnings against him, and they shall not be carried to another place. 15 His heart shall be as hard as a stone, and as firm as a smith's anvil. 16 When he shall raise him up, the angels shall fear, and being affrighted shall purify themselves. 17 When a sword shall lay at him, it shall not be able to hold, nor a spear, nor a breastplate. 18 For he shall esteem iron as straw, and brass as rotten wood. 19 The archer shall not put him to flight, the stones of the sling are to him like stubble. 20 As stubble will he esteem the hammer, and he will laugh him to scorn who shaketh the spear. 21 The beams of the sun shall be under him, and he shall strew gold under him like mire. 22 He shall make the deep sea to boil like a pot, and shall make it as when ointments boil. 23 A path shall shine after him, he shall esteem the deep as growing old. 24 There is no power upon earth that can be compared with him who is made to fear no one. 25 He beholdeth every high thing, he is king over all the children of pride. 674, Book of Job, chapter 42 Then Job answered the Lord, and said, 2 I know that thou canst do all things, and no thought is hid from thee. 3 Who is this that hideth counsel without knowledge? Therefore I have spoken unwisely, and things that above measure exceeded my knowledge. 4 Hear, and I will speak, I will ask thee, and do thou tell me. 5 With the hearing of the ear, I have heard thee, but now my eye seeth thee. 6 Therefore I reprehend myself, and do penance in dust and ashes. 7 And after the Lord had spoken these words to Job, he said to Eliphaz the Themanite, My wrath is kindled against thee, and against thy 2 friends, because you have not spoken the thing that is right before me, as my servant Job hath. 8 Take unto you therefore 7 oxen and 7 rams, and go to my servant Job, and offer for yourselves a holocaust, and my servant Job shall pray for you, his face I will accept, that folly be not imputed to you, for you have not spoken right things before me, as my servant Job hath. 9 So Eliphaz the Themanite, and Baldad the Suhite, and Sophar the Naamathite went, and did as the Lord had spoken to them, and the Lord accepted the face of Job. 10 The Lord also was turned at the penance of Job, when he prayed for his friends, and the Lord gave Job twice as much as he had before. 11 And all his brethren came to him, and all his sisters, and all that knew him before, and they ate bread with him in his house, and bemoaned him, and comforted him upon all the evil that God had brought upon him. And every man gave him 1 ewe, and 1 earring of gold. 12 And the Lord blessed the latter end of Job more than his beginning. And he had 14,000 sheep, and 6,000 camels, and 1,000 yoke of oxen, and 1,000 she-asses. 13 And he had 7 sons, and 3 daughters. 14 And he called the name of one Diz, and the name of the second Cassia, and the name of the third Cornustibii. 15 And there were not found in all the earth women so beautiful as the daughters of Job, and their father gave them inheritance among their brethren. 16 And Job lived after these things 140 years, and he saw his children, and his children's children, unto the fourth generation, and he died an old man, and full of days.